Seconds left. LeBron's got it. Tillman on him. Lakers down 2. James off the window. It goes! What a basket by James! Timeout Memphis. We're tied at 104.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a night of NBA basketball. You also got the Giants shutting out the Cardinals. They've quietly won 3 in a row. We'll talk to Fleming about that a little bit later, but we're locked in on the NBA playoffs. Plus, John Lynch spoke yesterday. Great sports day. We're going to touch it all. Football, baseball, basketball. And we're looking at the Lakers, of course, because the winner of the Kings and the Warriors series will take on either the Lakers or the Grizzlies. And it looks like it will be the L.A. Lakers. Jimmy Buckets dropping a 50 burger against Milwaukee. Milwaukee on the brink, down 3-1 as the number 1 seed. They have to win 3 in a row to get to the second round. Good morning, everybody out there. Shasky, Lubman, Espidoni, all our graveyard shift workers. You know the drill. Strippers, baby daddies, baby mamas, teachers, cops, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shasky, man, what a night. What a night.
It was actually a great night of sports.
It was.
Obviously, the Giants are the only team that I'm rooting for regarding some of the other matchups that were out there. But, no, it was great. I was watching Strider. He had a perfect game going for a minute.
Strider's nasty.
Yeah, so, I was flipping back and forth, and it was awesome watching the Bucks game. And I'm thinking, man, Bonte's kind of been all over this Bucks team, with his eyes on them for quite some time. And seeing them go up against Miami and seeing Jimmy Butler do what he did. And it was like, man, they're in a very different spot than I thought they'd be in a week ago.
Well, they could have a very tumultuous offseason if they don't get things done.
Right?
They don't right this ship. They at least have to get to the conference finals. And I don't think they match up well with Boston. I don't think they match up well with Philadelphia. Drew Holiday's a good player, a very good player. Middleton, that knee injury that he suffered in which he missed the second round against Boston last year, he just not look like the same player. He doesn't look like the All-Star, the All-NBA player. Brook Lopez is fine. He dropped 36 yesterday. He was fine. But they got a very older roster. Bud's been there for a while.
He always looks confused.
He does look well. He looked confused in the last 3 minutes.
Is that just me?
You're up 11, and you don't call a timeout to slow things down. Charles Barkley was all over it on the inside the NBA, saying, "What are you doing?
I don't
stop the game. It gets to 6. You have to win that game. You can't go down 3-1. They can still win the series. I could see them winning 3 in a row against Miami with 2 home games and 1 on the road. It's going to be very difficult, but they can do it. I don't think that series is over by any stretch of the imagination, but Giannis has won 1 title there. It's a small market. They're kind of like Sacramento in a sense to where they're not going to attract big-name free agents there. They're just not.
Isn't that surprising? Because Giannis feels like a player that you would want to play with. I know the location matters more probably than that, but seeing someone like Giannis, God, you would think other people would want to play with him.
Yeah, you would think, but I remember Dave Dalla. He wanted Giannis to come to Portland.
They
were recruiting each other. Nobody wants to live in Milwaukee. I've never been to Milwaukee. I want to go. I hear it's a great town.
I've never been.
But it's cold. It's the Midwest. It's 90 minutes north of Chicago. Kind of like the little brother of Chicago in a sense. I don't know. People don't want to go there. So you don't think
we make enough of that, huh? Because you always seem to bring that up when it comes to the NBA. And maybe I underrate it dramatically because I always feel like, not everyone's wired like I have to play on the coast. I have to play in a particular city. Right. I know guys are wired differently, but I do think that the proof is kind of in the pudding. Like how many people are –
it matters.
Hey, they have all the options in the world. I'm choosing to play in Cleveland.
Right.
I'm choosing to play in Milwaukee.
Right. They're not.
It's a good point.
They're not. They rather go to New York. They rather go to D.C. They rather go to
LA.
Miami, Atlanta, Houston.
Yeah. Warm weather areas or coastal areas.
Wait till Vegas gets a team. You don't think guys are going to want to
I
play
think
in
Vegas
Vegas?
would be very desirable.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think that will be very desirable.
Absolutely. That's why you have the whole new CBA deal and all that stuff. They're trying to make everything
Did you
even.
read some of the details?
Yeah, it's
going to be very punitive to the
Warriors and the Clippers.
Year one, they're kind of screwed.
Yep.
Year two, they're going to have to make some really difficult decisions. We'll get to it when we need to. But I was reading that Athletic article, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, they're really out to get the dubs.
And these small market teams, these small market owners just basically sticking to double birds at Joe Lacob and Steve Ballmer said, you guys are spending too much. You guys are spending too much. Kind of like how you see Steve Cohn in baseball.
Yeah.
But again, we'll get to that conversation a little later.
They hate Steve Cohn. Meanwhile, the people that everyone's writing a welfare check for, we're giving him a red carpet to go to Vegas.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you
know
don't
what?
even start me.
That deal may not be done yet.
Well, did you hear what Manfred said yesterday?
What did he say yesterday?
He's basically saying that, like, we're going to make this happen.
Oh, he's going to just strong arm it and make it happen?
Yeah, Manfred, it was basically, they've given up on Oakland.
Well, the state of Nevada might not be so willing to give them that much money.
Well, that is an
element.
element.
You heard Mark Davis, too.
That is an element. Well,
Mark Davis came out. You know what, though? I feel him, though.
Because they sat on that site for so long.
They sat on that site for so long and screwed the Raiders. They screwed the Raiders. Now, who knows? Is there a guarantee the Raiders get a stadium and stay? I have no idea. No idea. That ship has sailed. But Mark Davis, I'm glad he came out and said, you know what? It's going to be hard for me to work with the A's. I'm going to come out in front of this and say John Fisher's a scumbag.
Well,
that organization is a scumbag.
They are.
That management team is a scumbag. And nothing will change if that management team comes to Nevada. So I guess
just reading I don't know how. Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack us into this Manfred conversation, but like reading the tea leaves on the Manfred, he sat down with a bunch of different writers and he did radio hits and whatnot. And basically his thing was like, look, Oakland's not sustainable for them. As in, the Bay Area market's not sustainable for the two teams. It's of the markets with two teams, this is the smallest by far. And when he was citing some of the attendance records, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, he said there was always that never at any given time were both attendance numbers for the Giants and the A's simultaneously healthy. One was always a quote-unquote top dog, and the other one was a bottom feeder. And so we can argue whether that's even true or not. Like, I don't even know. It's just, it feels like to me, the league is pushing this. And the reason why, and everyone's going to say, well, they could get an expansion fee. They know that they have Nashville, Portland, Montreal, Utah. They've got like six different cities right now that are willing to pony up $2-3 billion expansion fees to get these new teams. So they want to be in the Vegas market.
Yeah. Well,
all four teams, four sports want to be there.
Well, they do want to be there. And the A's just want to get a welfare check.
100%. And it sucks that they're getting a parachute.
They want to get a handout.
It feels like the league's helping them.
I just can't believe that John Fisher refuses to come out and speak.
Well,
hiding behind
really
the door.
Surprised?
What a joke. Yeah, I am. He can't come out one time and speak to his A's fans. Not once. To say, hey, guys, this is why I'm doing this. Said you got Dave Cavill, the carnival barker, out here just left and right, yelling everything, doing every interview. Just, I always thought Dave Johnson on YouTube, Portland. I always thought Portland was a design. Actually, he wrote an article for the Examiner. It's like why Portland could be that. Andy Dolich also wrote something about that as well. I thought Portland would be a great market just to be in the Pacific Northwest. They would love that team.
A natural rival to Seattle.
You get a 35,000 seat stadium.
Big baseball hotbed. If you think about Oregon and Oregon State, it's always been two very good programs for a long, long time. They have minor league baseball that thrives.
Oregon's only had a baseball team for like 10 to 15 years.
Well, that's the Ducks. I'm saying
Ducks,
Oregon State has had a long...
Beavers have been really good.
Yeah, they have a long history.
Jacoby Ellsbury, national championships.
Flexing that muscle. But like they've been a minor league location. There was actually a Netflix doc about Portland supporting a major minor league baseball team. You should check it out. It's pretty good.
I also, the whole Bay Area two-team thing, I believe it could work. I do believe it. I think it has worked. I mean, early 2000s, you were getting about $5.5 million, 5.5 million fans through the turnstiles.
If you win, both stadiums.
Yeah, both stadiums.
Yeah.
If you win, they will come. I believe the Bay Area can support two baseball teams. I truly do.
You don't think our spending patterns have changed?
I think if you win, they will come. No matter what. If you win, they will come.
Okay.
If the A's were good, they will come.
So at no point have both been in the top 15 in attendance simultaneously. So it's just
they
really
both
difficult.
Haven't win. You sure the early
That's
2000s?
That's what Manfred was citing
I'm going to
yesterday.
look at the other 2000s.
Yeah,
here.
he was saying that basically at no point were both in the top 15 simultaneously. And that's just what he said in his argument. And I was like, interesting. They said when the Giants moved here in the 60s, they were one of the biggest draws. Then the A's moved in the 70s. They became the big draw. And then the Giants were in the bottom for attendance and whatnot. So, again, I don't know. And then the other thing I don't understand is like they're saying, oh, well, it's a television market simultaneously, not just a location market. Don't the Arizona Diamondbacks kind of get some of that Vegas television?
They do. L.A. gets some of that Vegas television.
Do they do? Well, and even L.A., SoCal's so congested.
Right.
You've got the Padres, the Angels, and the Dodgers.
So I'm looking at the A's attendance here. They don't even. Oh, here it is, right here. I'm looking. All right, so early 2000s, the high water mark for the Oakland A's. 2004, they got 2.2 million fans there. Conversely, the Giants, 3.2 million. That's 5.4 million for the turnstiles. That's a lot. Now, you got to think when Oracle Park opened, 3.3, 3.3, 3.2, 3.2. The A's are still get 2.1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.2, 2.1. I mean, that was early 2000s. Now, yeah, sure, spending habits have changed, no doubt about that. But when you win and when you don't gut the team over and over and over, you will get fans that come. You will get fans. I forget what Manfred said and the rankings or whatnot. I'm just looking at $5 to $6 million. $5 to $6 million because I'm eager to see what the Mets were drawing when the Yankees were so good.
Well, they've got more people to draw from too, though. That's another more important thing. And yeah, I agree. The Mets aren't. They're not. They haven't been on the same par as the Yankees.
Look at the Mets. 94, 1.1 million, 1.2 million, 1.5, 1.7. Then they got good late.
When did Citi Field
1990s. Citi Field opened about 10. I want to say about 10 years ago.
Because I would look
10,
at that. Because Shea Stadium at the end, it was a dump.
It was a dump, but they had really good teams.
And they spent a lot of money on their team. I just look at it this way.
All right, Citi Field 2.5, 2.7, 2.4, 2.2, 2.4.
So they've done pretty
2.1,
Yeah.
2.1, 2.2. It's been all right.
You know, I just look at it like the Bay Area cost of living has gone up so dramatically, and you look at how much you have to make to be able to even live here. We have the least amount of extra income of anywhere else not named New York in the entire country. And so I think that the amount of entertainment dollars that they had, even just 10 or 15 years ago, is significantly less. I mean, the cost of living and the cost of groceries. I mean, you go to the grocery store, it's through the roof right now. And so, I don't know. Maybe I'm on an island here and I'm wrong and you're right. I just listening to him. I don't love Manfred, but I get where he's coming from saying, like, it's very difficult to make it work in this market.
It's not about being right or wrong. It's about not buying any excuses from the commissioner of baseball. That's what that is. You want to throw some numbers at us with attendance? Look at the Chicago White Sox. Shout out to YouTube or the Comcast Business Text line who just tipped me on this one. 925. What about the White Sox? How do they draw compared to the Cubs? Well, look at the White Sox here.
Oh, I bet they're low. I bet 94. They're way low.
I'm going to just read something.
When was the last time they were, like, really good? 2005? When they won the World Series?
1.6, 1.6, 1.6, 1.8, 1.3, 1.3, 1.9, 1.7. So then 2005, they won a World Series. They got 2.3 million.
In the year they win a World Series.
Then 2.9, 2.6, 2.5, 2.2, 2.1, 2,000, 2 million. Then 1.9, 1.7, 1.6, 1.7, 1.7, 1.6, 1.6, 1.6, 1.5. So I don't want to buy this stuff from Rob Manfred that, the Bay Area's never been ranked 15. That is a slap in the face to every Oakland A fan out there, to every East Bay fan out there, and that's insulting the intelligence of the Bay Area fan. Well, if you get over 5 million, say you get 2.5 in both stadiums, or just 5 million total of baseball fans in a two-team market, that's a win to me. That's a win.
Yeah, I just don't know if that exists in the current climate.
I think if you win, they will come. If you had a good stadium in the East Bay, and all those fans will come there for, say, it's a 35,000 seat stadium.
I agree with that. But what I'm saying is I think the people that would be going to Giants games would say, I'm not going to Giants games anymore, and would take their dollars and go to the A's games. I mean, last night, did you look at the stadium for the Giants?
But the Giants aren't good.
Agreed.
The Giants aren't winning.
I agree there.
They have no marketable players.
It's really difficult for both teams to be good simultaneously.
Right. Well, they were, though.
I know. But the way that business works is you have to be able to have business plans for good and bad times.
See, these teams were both rolling in the early 2000s. They had a great stretch of winning. 89 A's win the World Series. Giants win. They go to the World Series. Early 90s, Giants started getting good. They started getting more numbers, started getting more attendance figures. Both teams got to handle their own business. All right, both teams don't work together.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean.
But you're this is the problem. Is that Rob Manfred he's already made his decision. Like he's sided with Larry Bear and the Giants and the rest of Major League Baseball. And that they're like, yeah, we're sick of the A's getting a revenue sharing check, and we want to give the Giants the entire territory, which is insane to me.
Right.
But they're going to give them the entire territory.
Well, see, I get all that. I get all that. He sided, but that's a slap in the face of the A's fans. Don't give me this excuse that this market can't support two teams. Don't give me the excuse that say, well, they've never been in the top 15. When I just cited the White Sox numbers and the New York Mets numbers in cities that have a higher population than the Bay Area.
Significantly higher.
Chicago's huge.
Yeah.
I went out to a White Sox game. Nobody was there. I might as well have been at the Oakland Coliseum. Mets game. When I went out there, I went to a Giants-Mets game. No joke. Was it 2014? Maybe it was 2014. There was nobody at Citi Field. So this whole thing that, hey, that market can't, if they made their minds up, I get it. You don't get a stadium in Oakland, California.
No,
but don't give me the thing that if you didn't have a stadium, the rich history of Oakland, California, the players that have come out of Oakland, California, they got a richer history in baseball than I think the city of San Francisco. You think about all the players that have come out of Oakland. You can make the argument that their players are
Dave Stewart, Ricky Henderson. I mean, go right down the list. I mean, they have some of the greatest players who have ever lived. Brooks Robinson, Bonte. No, there's no doubt about it. But it's not just the attendance. There's also the television contract portion of it as well, where you have to have X amount of eyeballs. And so I think the way that they're doing the math right now is they're like, okay, if we go to Vegas, we can get a contract deal for television that's going to be exponentially larger than being the second, third fodder on the local broadcast here. Like,
here's the deal. Here's the deal, though. Yeah. All that stuff
agree
matters.
With you. I think there's more to this than.
But of course, nobody's going to watch out here.
What's that?
Nobody's going to watch out here when the owner.
They did it. Yeah,
in his house.
I don't knock.
He hides in his house, and you gut the team, and you raise prices, and you do Spinoni. I'm watching his A's team. I'm telling you, I got the system. Team totals against the Oakland A's. Hits for the third straight game.
Did you see how they lost?
Yeah,
Spinoni showed it to me this morning. The Angels, I mean.
Yeah, no doubt.
Unbelievable.
Oh, it's sad. It's sad. So Rob Manfred, look, I think he's done a lot of good for baseball over the last 2 years.
Changes have been great.
But this thing about the Oakland A's, it's a middle finger to Spinoni. It's a middle finger to every A's fan that I know in the city of Oakland.
But you know why they're trying to expedite this? There's two reasons. Number one, January 15th, 2024 is the end date where if the A's don't have a specific thing inked in writing about where their stadium is going to be, they lose the revenue sharing. So they lose their welfare check.
Right.
So that's why it needs to happen immediately. Right. Number two, Manfred wants in the next 2 years to be able to expand 2 more locations. And so he's saying, I'll get $5 billion combined for these 2 expansion teams that we can spread out amongst everyone else in the league. And then we'll have a balanced, quote unquote, schedule. And we'll be able to rework all these divisions and reset it up. So right now they're at 30 teams. They want to be at 32. And I know most people say, well, expand into Vegas. Right. Well, they're sitting here saying we could do that with Memphis or, somewhere in Tennessee.
Portland.
We could do that in Portland.
They
we
want
could
to
do
go
that
to
in
Montreal
Utah.
for some reason.
I don't know why Montreal when it's already failed one time.
Right.
But that's I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just telling you what his particular mantra is. And it feels like they're fast tracking. Yeah. The rule changes though, Bonte. That baseball game being over in the third quarter of the basketball game was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. The rule change did help out.
It's a great rule change. Did you know that right now the success rate on stolen bases is better than Ricky Henderson's best year?
No doubt. No,
that's crazy.
Acuna Jr. stolen bases left and right.
Crazy.
Stolen bases left and right. By the way, the Jets did finally make the trade. I really don't give a damn about 4-time MVP Aaron Rodgers. But the Jets trade for him. The deal includes a second-round pick this year, a first-round pick swap this year, and a conditional first-rounder in 2024. So Rodgers finally gets to the Jets. He looks very weird in that green.
Doesn't he?
Be prepared to see a lot of Jets football on primetime television. But let's get back. Let's get back to basketball here in a second. Bonte Morelli. We need to bring Nick Wright to the morning show. The guy absolutely has no knowledge about basketball, putting crazy narratives about the Warriors. Insane. So I avoided it on Twitter. Nick Wright, what he had to say about the Golden State Warriors. We'll play the sound because everybody's talking about it. When we do play the sound, I will love to have the Tears of a Clown music because, again, nothing screams Nick Wright or nothing screams Warrior success until you get a Nick Wright dumbass narrative about who knows what about the Golden State Warriors. We're going to do that coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We got Dave Fleming 8 o'clock. We got Grant Cohn 8:30. We got Ramona Shelburne 9:20. We got a jam-packed show here as we get ready for Game 5. Of course, by the way, De'Aaron Fox, yes. We got to get into the news. Fractured left index finger on his shooting hand. He's doubtful for Game 5. Shasky, the man is playing. De'Aaron Fox is cut from a different cloth.
It sucks that he's hurt. There's no doubt. And, of course, he's going to play.
He's playing.
You know, it was in Game 3, he was hunched over while somebody was shooting free throws. I forget if it was Wiggins or whoever. He tried to block a shot. I think it was on Moses Moody. And I thought he hurt himself then. Yeah. But this one looked like it happened at the end of the game with the loony.
Mark.
Yeah.
But he scores 7 points after that
come on, because he's ridiculous.
So that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top...
On 95.7 The Game.
Warriors with the day off today before getting ready to go to Sacramento. They'll head up there on the bus today. They'll head up there today as the Quest for Five is brought to you by the Alameda Police Department. That's right, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Good money there. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. That's alamedapolice.org to apply. $75,000 hiring incentive. That's good stuff there. Warriors heading up to Sacramento today. Of course, that series is tied at 2 games apiece, but we got the news yesterday that De'Aaron Fox, unfortunately, has an avulsion fracture in his index finger on his shooting hand. He is doubtful for game number 5. Anthony Slater had a great video on Twitter yesterday. Anthony Slater, of course, our 95.7 The Game insider. He's great at what he does. Showed it there. 4:35 left in the fourth quarter. Looney kind of swipes at the ball there, and he gets fouled. And I guess they said the tip of the finger got fractured there. So, but he still played. He scored 7 points after that point, hit a step back 3 over Draymond Green. He's doubtful today. I would be shocked if they suit up and play tomorrow night in Sacramento.
You think it's gamesmanship to put him as doubtful?
I don't think it's gamesmanship. I think right now, hey, it's doubtful. Let's see what the finger does. It could be gamesmanship, but the Warriors are not going to prepare like he's not going to play.
Yeah.
They're going to prepare like he is going to play. And if he doesn't play, then you get ready for a lot of Davion Mitchell. You get ready for Terrence Davis. You get ready for Kessler Edwards and maybe step up for the Sacramento Kings. But you don't stop. The Warriors won 11 road games. They can't sleep if De'Aaron Fox doesn't play. But I will be shocked if he does not suit up for the Sacramento Kings.
If you put up a 1, that's the index finger?
I'm guessing that's it.
Yeah, am I wrong? I don't know the hands.
I guess that's what it is.
Okay.
See the index finger right there? Or it could have been this one. Was it this one?
No, that's ring finger.
Ring finger.
And then there's pinky,
so that one right
and
there.
then the other one's the middle finger.
So he's going to have to shoot right there. And then ball handling.
You ever hurt your
catching
fingers?
passes. Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Swollen fingers, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So catch and shoot.
Yeah.
Dribbling.
Touch.
All that could be a factor.
Well, it depends on how it's going to be wrapped and what he's going to do there. I'm with you. I'm going to assume he's going to play until otherwise known. But it sucks. I mean, it really does suck. And if any organization, fan base, team should understand injuries, it's the Warriors.
It is
and it's not just who they've gone up against who's been injured. Like every single one of their playoff runs has had some kind of injury baked into it, right? Like everybody on the team has been hurt. Let's go back. Bogut, when they lost Bogut for that Game 7 against the Clippers.
And also for 6 and 7.
Yeah.
He got hurt in 5.
Was it broken ribs?
No, it was the knee. It's the knee.
Oh, I thought he hurt himself with sleeping or something like that. Maybe I'm
Andrew
wrong.
Bogut in the NBA Finals?
Yeah, no, not the finals. No, against the Clippers.
Yeah.
Was it the back or the ribs?
Yeah, what was it?
He hurt himself sleeping,
I think it was a back injury, but Mark Jackson said he was sleeping on it wrong.
Yeah,
and that's what rubbed Bogut wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, point being, then the next year, obviously the Warriors were healthy, but the Cavs weren't healthy. Okay, like there's I get it. The following year, Steph Curry had hurt his knee and slipping in Houston.
Played to 70%. Nobody said anything about that. Think about how miraculous that run was for Steph Curry.
Incredible.
He came back. He shouldn't have been playing. He said he shouldn't have been playing. We all knew he shouldn't have been playing. He lights up Portland. Mm-hmm. He has a great series against Oklahoma City. I mean, his game 5, 6, and 7 against OKC. When he's dribbling the ball in game 5, one of my favorite moments, and he's looking at the crowd saying, "We ain't going home. We ain't going home." I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it right now when he said, "We ain't going home," and you got to fly back out to Chesapeake Bay Arena to win game 6. We all talk about game 6, Clay. He was dynamic. He was unbelievable.
Curry
on
was
that
great,
game.
too.
Curry hit the 3.
I know.
And then puts up to 7.
I know.
We're going to game 7. And then think about what he did in game 7. I mean, nobody brings that up out here in Warriorland. We don't get that excuse. No. We don't get the excuse of Bogut being out. We don't get the excuse of Andre Iguodala hurting his back. Mm-hmm. We don't get those excuses. We don't get to make the excuses against Toronto in 2019. KD and Clay.
Well, it's part of the game. I mean, it just is, Bonte. Like, and you don't even have to go to just the NBA. Like, obviously, there are plenty of examples during the Warrior run. Go to all the other sports. Like, does anyone care that Tom Brady sliced up his finger before they lost that Super Bowl?
Nope.
Do we even talk about it anymore?
Nope.
No. Does anyone talk about Tony Dorsett separating his shoulder in the first quarter of the NFC Championship game, the catch game? No one ever talks about that, right? So history forgets those things, and it really is irrelevant, and it sucks. It really does suck for De'Aaron Fox.
But you want to hear people make excuses? This is why I don't watch the network shows. This is why I don't watch Nick Wright, or do I listen to him? And
what show is he even on now?
I don't know. First Take.
I
whatever,
get a kick out of Nick Wright, but I don't watch.
I don't get a kick out of him. I think he's a clown.
Okay.
I think he's an absolute clown. And
First
yet,
things
this
first.
surfaced. First things first is what it's called.
Yeah,
I like Broussard. Broussard's a good friend. Broussard's good people. I like Broussard a lot, honestly. Say what you want about his sources and whatnot.
People are telling me the way his cadence is very unique.
He's a good dude. So I look at the person now, their work or whatnot. It speaks for himself. But, DeMarcus Cousins tore a quad. Kevon Looney was hurt in that series against Toronto.
Yes.
Kevon, come on, man. But Nick Wright loves to go in the soapbox. He has something against the Golden State Warriors because the Warriors have kept LeBron James from having about 6 or 7 rings.
It's true.
That's so
true.
His favorite player, his run has been halted by the Warriors over and over and over again, and I can't wait for this. Hopefully, we get the second round matchup, Lakers-Warriors. Oh my gosh, we're so close to that.
Let's extinguish the Kings.
Nick
first.
Wright, here's what he had to say about the Warriors' luck in the playoffs.
Injury is part of the postseason. I understand that. Yeah. I also understand this. In 2015, the Golden State Warriors in the NBA Finals with the Cleveland Cavaliers, that in Game 1, Kyrie Irving broke his kneecap, and the Warriors won title number 1. In 2017, the Golden State Warriors were playing the San Antonio Spurs, as Brew likes to bring up all the time, who had them down 22 points. And Kawhi Leonard got undercut by Zaza Pachulia, and the Warriors went on to win the title. In 2018, the Golden State Warriors were down 3-2 to the 65-win Houston Rockets, and Chris Paul pulled his hamstring, and the Golden State Warriors went on to win the title. Last year, the Golden State Warriors were in a battle with the Memphis Grizzlies and Ja Morant, and Ja got injured, and the Warriors went on to win the title. And now this year, De'Aaron Fox, who has given them trouble all year long, they have not had an answer for him, gets hurt and breaks his finger, and we'll see. Now, I understand in 2019, the Warriors suffered all the injuries you can suffer. They had a guy tear his Achilles, they had another guy tear his ACL, or else they would have won that title. But this team has won 4 championships, and in each year, one could argue the team or the player who was the biggest threat to them suffered a catastrophic injury.
I don't even. I played it because everybody wanted to hear it. I heard you and Spinodi.
I'm not triggered.
Heard you and Spinodi. I'm not even triggered. I just don't care.
Well, when you hear him rattle those names off, just real quick, now knowing what we know, Kawhi got hurt. Is it that surprising? No, I know it was an unfortunate play by Zaza, but knowing what we know now,
right?
Are we that surprised? No. Chris Paul, knowing everything we know about Chris Paul, are we surprised he got hurt?
But in that same series. Andre Iguodala got hurt.
I know.
Iguodala's very important to the Golden State Warriors.
Especially because of the lack of depth.
Right. And so that Hamptons 5 lineup with Andre Iguodala, that series is over in 5 games if Iguodala's healthy.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
5 at most. I went there.
Yeah.
It's over at 5. But nobody wants to bring up the Iguodala injury in that series.
No, and then knowing what we know now, Kyrie, brilliant player. He's
always hurt.
Always hurt.
Always hurt.
And right now, current landscape, are the Lakers benefiting from some injuries?
Oh, Ja Morant.
Steven Adams.
Brendan Clark.
Yeah, okay. What about Phoenix Suns? Are they benefiting from the Clippers having no one?
Kawhi Leonard, Paul George.
Yeah, guess what? That is the reality. This is my something's not fair. Life isn't fair. It's never fair.
Milwaukee's playing against Miami and Tyler Hero's out.
For another 4 to 6 weeks.
And you're the number 1 seed. And you lose Giannis, but I see that team win 19-20. Giannis missed a few games during that streak.
Yeah.
No, they almost beat the Warriors without Giannis at Chase Center. Injuries happen. It's the war of attrition. Hell, anybody making excuses for the Niners in 2019?
No.
Anybody making excuses for the Niners in 2021 with Jimmy Garoppolo?
No.
Anybody making excuses last year with Brock Purdy? Eagle fans telling us you weren't winning that game anyway.
Bonte, how about the 1990 NFC Championship game when Joe Montana got knocked out?
Right.
Do we take away the New York Giants title?
No.
Scott Norwood wide right against the Bills.
So
no one
nobody's
talks
healthy.
about that.
Nobody's healthy. So Nick Wright, that's the end of him.
I'm not triggered.
I'm not triggered either. I
But
just don't
hearing
care.
it, it's like, yeah, all those guys do always get hurt.
Why does he have to do this shtick every year, though?
Yeah,
Why?
that's the better question.
Why?
Because
what's the point?
Because he knows that it's going to generate a bunch of clicks and hatred on both sides. So you're going to get a lot of algorithm hits.
All right, let's.
But you're right. It's a kind of tired act. At this point.
It's just kind of like yawn.
It's
yawn.
predictable.
All right, we'll get to John Lynch. He spoke yesterday ahead of the draft. We got the NFL draft starting on Thursday. Niners no first round picks, no second round picks. What will they do? He spoke about Trey Lance, Brandon Aiyuk. Could be some things happening with the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
What's going on there? We'll get into John Lynch. We'll get into more NBA basketball. Lakers up 3-1 on the Grizzlies. Miami up 3-1 on the Milwaukee Bucks. You got Clippers and Suns tonight. Suns looking to close them out. And then, of course, Game 5 Wednesday between the Warriors and the Kings. Will Fox play or not? I'm fully expecting Fox to play. And if he does, Warriors going to have to continue to be buttoned up defensively, offensively, no turnovers. Going to be a lot of fun up in Sacramento tomorrow night. But we'll do all that coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Steiny and Guru, and we are...
game.
Moses Moody. Moses Moody. May get some run tomorrow, although Steve Kerr went to the foundational 6 in game number 4 to steal that game. Weren't many minutes available for anybody else. Jordan Poole, 28. Jeez, that's an all-time classic. All-time classic. We'll get into John Lynch and what he had to say yesterday about the 49ers. Brandon Aiyuk, the fifth-year option, Trey Lance. Does he expect Trey Lance to be here? Brock Purdy, is he on schedule? Is he going to start at quarterback? But I was just thinking, since I heard Moses Moody, now that we're a couple days, a day removed from game number 4, which was just a phenomenal basketball game. Game 4 was phenomenal. Yesterday, game 4, Milwaukee-Miami, phenomenal basketball game. Lakers-Grizzlies turned out to be a damn good basketball game.
Great overtime game.
I mean, just a phenomenal second half. Just high-level hoops, great intensity, atmosphere. Shannon Sharp sitting courtside pointing at everybody. You had the Kardashians there, baseline.
I know we don't have to love the Lakers, but you can't just those iconic jerseys. I don't know, man. It's to me. I lean forward when I'm watching a Laker game at the Staples, or whatever the hell it's called.
Crypto.com. Crypto.com
Is it
arena.
Still crypto?
Yeah,
go bankrupt.
Crypto still.
Oh, that was the one in Miami.
Yeah. That's FTX.
Yeah, that was
crypto's everything under crypto.com. You can find everything, your bitcoins and what have you.
Bitcoin up over 30,000. They went back up for a little bit. So crypto's not going anywhere. I mean, you can think so, but who carries cash these days? That's how you do it all your underground. Anyway, I want to get to crypto.com, Bitcoin or whatnot. We had that conversation.
Does anyone really have a choice?
But looking back at the shot again with Harrison Barnes. And just how close the Warriors dynasty. Could they have rallied from a 3-1 deficit? Sure, they could have. But Barnes hits that shot, and it feels like it's over. It feels like it's done. It feels like this is the last run. And I'm just thinking, he had a chance. Now, he doesn't hit that shot, which is basically one of the reasons why he's not a Golden State Warrior anymore. Because Barnes isn't that guy. He's never hit that shot for them. And I don't know, some people were trying to look at the video of Draymond Green talking to Steph after the game saying, we've seen this movie before. Some people thought it was a sneak diss at Harrison Barnes. I don't think so. I just think it was more so. It was just more so, hey, we've seen this before. We've been here before. We've won these type of games. But Barnes not making that shot. And what it does for his psyche and his legacy. That's who Harrison Barnes is. That's who he is.
From South Sac E. It was going to be 3 guys in the garlic fries if that went in. That's pretty funny.
That is funny. Well, it was going to be 2 guys in the garlic fries because, we'll talk to Flemmy today about some Giants baseball.
You know what? It's funny that you bring that up because, yes, the margins are razor thin, and you could do the same exercise. If the Wiggins shot goes in, they're up 3-1 and blah, blah. I hope Fox plays because he obviously he won't be 100%, and that sucks. It does suck. It does rob us of what we're seeing right now. You want to beat everyone at full strength. I don't care what sport it is, right? You want to go through the best, and you want to get the best true test because you don't want any woulda, coulda, shouldas, right? Nobody wants that. If that shot goes down, could they win in a Game 7? Yeah, it could happen. That might have been the most incredible comeback, even more incredible than the OKC because they're much older now than they were back then.
Right.
And when you look at, obviously they get this extra day now between Game 4 and Game 5. You would have to win 3 in a row there. At this age,
that would be tough.
I mean, you were talking about minute allocation, and obviously they tightened the rotations. Curry played 42.
42.
Thompson, 39. This is the last game. Wiggins, 37.
Yeah.
Looney, 32. Green, 31. Poole, 26. That left only 33 minutes for the others to be had. And I thought that was man, we're talking so much about Kuminga and DiVincenzo. Really, it's let's say 30 to 35 minutes that you're dividing up amongst these random other guys. It's not a lot. So to your point about the top 6, it really does come down to the top 6.
And now you have a series in which after Game 5, you're playing every other day. So if you're down 3-1 playing every other day at this pace, when do the legs go? When do the legs go? When do guys get gas finally? So that Harrison Barnes shot had so many ramifications on so many things. He had a chance to really just stick it to his own team.
Yeah, he did.
That was the shot. That was the shot, man. And he just That's a shot he hasn't been able to make over the course of his NBA career. So it's just crazy, man, how it was that close. And that ball was up in the air. And it was just everybody stinking like, oh, boy, they're going to – it's just a conversation we would have had today and yesterday. Steiny hit this on the head. I was listening to him. He said, if that shot goes down, we're spending 2 hours on why J.K. should have got more than 3 minutes. We're spending 2 hours on why Moses Moody should have got more run.
We're spending maybe 10 hours on the Steph Curry timeout.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
all that
Draymond
stuff.
backing off of De'Aaron Fox and allowing him to shoot that three.
So
in that particular situation.
I mean, we're talking about the entire tenor of the conversation is completely different. The tone is different. I mean, oh my God. So we'd have to go down that road. Warriors tied it 2-2 because Barnes missed a big time shot. So we'll see what happens with Fox. I believe he's going to play with the fractured left index finger on his shooting head, of course. He's a lefty. He's going to have to dribble with that left. He's going to have to catch passes with that left. Will it affect his shot if he does play? We'll see. John Morant, give him credit, man. He scored 45 with that hand injury Saturday night. And yesterday he was a bit reckless, man. He's getting up so high. Why didn't he just Euro step your LeBron James there? He would have had a layup. So, we'll get back to the Golden State Warriors a little bit later. We got Greg Cohn coming up. We got Dave Fleming, 8 o'clock. Greg Cohn, 8:30. Then Ramona Shelburne at 9:20 to talk more about the NBA playoffs. The playoffs are just on fire, man. I love the NBA playoffs. Love what's going on there. Well, let's get into the 49ers because it is draft week. And we got some time to sneak in some 49ers talk. It feels a little dry out here in the Bay Area because the Niners don't have a first or second round pick. However, the quarterback competition, Brandon Aiyuk at a fifth-year option. What do they do with that? All right, so let's start with Trey Lance. John Lynch, I'm taking calls about Trey Lance.
I think there's a lot of smoke, really. It hasn't been extremely active, and it's not like we've put it out there that, hey, we're taking offers for Trey, call 1-800, that's not been the process. People's job in this is to ask questions. Has that happened on a couple occasions? Sure. It hasn't been that substantive, and, like I said, we're focused, as is Trey, on his ability to compete and play an integral role on this team. Last year, we needed 5, and so we value every single one of those guys, and we're excited about our group. We really are.
All right, here's John Lynch on keeping the open communication with Trey Lance.
Our policy, my policy, if we're actively trying to trade a player, not trying to, or if we're having discussions, for instance, last year with Mike McGlinchey, it became apparent that a year away from that, it was going to be tough to re-sign with Trent Williams in the building and the reality of our roster. I brought Mike McGlinchey up and said, hey, Mike, I never, from being a player myself, I never want you to hear from anyone else that you're being shopped. So I'm telling you, we are going to talk to some teams. If we're fielding inbound calls, I think I'd be doing that every single day if I'm telling every single player. I do think with the sensitivity of Trey's position, maybe a little different. So Trey and I have talked and we're on the same page, and Trey knows exactly where the situation is. His mindset is all about competing, and I think that's exactly where his mindset should. We're excited about the position he's put himself in with the work he's done this offseason to, number one, get healthy. Number two, improve upon some things that he really wanted to improve upon. We don't get to watch all of his workouts. I've got a good view. He's definitely excited, and I think he has reason to be. Yes, there has been good communication, and we're excited about, Trey's ability to go compete for a job.
Well, hey, John, what about Trey being here for next season? Will he be here for next season?
I expect Trey to be here. We're excited about Trey's ability to compete and what he can do for our franchise, just as we were when we draft Trey. And I think the only thing that's changed this offseason is that Trey's gone and got himself healthy. He was injured last year, done a really good job of doing that. He's done some different things in terms of his training this offseason. He's very encouraged by that. And we'll see when we get an opportunity to get out there on the field with him. But we have every reason to be encouraged as well.
All right, so of course the Niners don't have a first-round pick because they traded up to number 3. Miami gets that first-round pick this year. They don't have the second-round pick this year because they added that to the package to go get Christian McCaffrey from Carolina. So John Lynch expects Trey to be here, had open communication with him, and he said there's a lot of smoke there going on with Trey Lance. So what do you take away? Before we get to Aiyuk, but John Lynch discussing Trey Lance because there's a lot of smoke around him about whether or not he'll be traded.
I've been thinking about this long and hard because we haven't had any 49er quarterback deep conversations in quite some time. Today, now things can change. This is a moving target. There were times where it's Jimmy G's team. Today it feels like it's Brock Purdy's team. It just feels like that right now. It does to me.
Giants showed them on a video board, everything, parading them around.
The other players, the way that everyone's talking about them, whether it's the different reporters, Ian Rappaport and whatnot, the things that you see that are being leaked over here. And then let's take a step back and think about where the organization's been the last couple of years. I think the uncertainty at quarterback has frustrated everyone. The players, the staff, the fans. I think it's divided.
George Kittle.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's divided everyone. So I think the last thing that the team wants to do right now is have this quote-unquote open quarterback competition and deal with these same things that they've been dealing with the last couple of years. But the Brock injury is the monkey wrench in the situation. And so I don't know where Brock's at. I think if Brock was healthy, B, I really do think that they would have been able to trade Trey Lance already.
Wow.
I do.
Wow.
You can think of that
value?
however you want.
No, yeah, what value would you have gotten for Trey Lance?
I was thinking about this. Like the Sam Darnold, he was in year 4,
right.
Okay? And so you had to pick up his 5th-year option almost immediately. He got a 2nd and 3rd round pick to Carolina. And everyone ripped Carolina for doing that deal, and it ended up, not looking so great in hindsight. Trey Lance, if you look at his contract right now, okay, this year, if you're acquiring that guy, you're looking at about $10 million, let's say, give or take.
10 to 11.
Next year, he's under contract. Then you would have the 5th-year option. So you say, what's his value? I don't know. Is it a 3rd rounder, a 4th?
We haven't even seen him play.
I know
4 games.
I'm with you. But if you're giving out comp picks in the 3rd round for coaches leaving and things like that, I think 3rd round is a good starting spot. Could the Niners attach one of the 3rd rounders and get a 2nd rounder? They don't have any picks. Boy. I don't know. But I do believe this. You say, like, does he have value? I think at 23 years old, because he's about to turn 23, he does have a lot of value. And because you get this year, next year, to make a decision before you pick up that 5th-year option, which is May of 2024, I do think he has some value. I do. He's young enough.
I would not give up on Trey Lance. I don't know what. That's bad business, considering the compensation you moved up for, and the lost picks and the lost draft capital and the lost years here. And now you're rolling with Sam Darnold as a backup.
They lost
Sam Darnold,
that trade
Brock
right
Purdy.
now.
Right now, they've lost a trade.
They've lost that trade.
You brought up Brock Purdy. Here's the progress and timeline for Purdy's recovery, according to John Lynch.
Just what we expected. He's attacking each day. I think he's focused on each day. Dr. Meister had said that an inflection point will be 12 weeks because that's when he's supposed to start throwing. But right now, he's just really focused on maxing each day. I think with rehab, having gone through it myself, there's a physical component to it. There's also a psychological and emotional and mental component. Part of that is just waking up, really being where you're at. And I think that's what Brock has done a really good job of. Get a lot of people reaching out saying that the 5s at the Giants game were really encouraging. But I think what's more encouraging is what I'm hearing every day from our people from Brock. He's making great progress. As I have it, we're 6 weeks out, just finished that 6 weeks and really doing a good job with it.
I'm confused with Brock Purdy because
why is that?
A couple weekends ago, he said he doesn't even know if he's going to play at 2023. Now he's reaching on checkpoints and now he's on schedule or whatnot. I have no idea what's going on with him. Lynch, is he on schedule?
He's doing really well, and as I understand it, he's definitely on schedule, hitting all the checkpoints and doing very, very. We're very encouraged by his rehab.
So I don't know what to think. And are we ready to go all in on Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback? Are we really ready? Like, does anybody have any reservations about Brock Purdy? Was it just a Jimmy G-like run in 2017? Where he balled out for 5 games? Was it a mirage? Are we really ready to make Brock Purdy the franchise quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers?
That's a loaded question. Because I'm looking at it because you're going to get to Aiyuk in a second, and I think it's interconnected to the quarterback. The way I'm viewing it, and B, interrupt me at any point if you think that I'm wrong or you want to add nuance. They have such a talented roster. They want to suppress the quarterback money for right now to try to keep this team, whether it's 1 year or 2 years. It feels like we're in a tiny little window here where they're going to go all in. And I think they do need that dirt cheap quarterback, at least the salary. I'm talking about the salary. And so I get where they're coming from. But if from 2 years from now they don't cash in, it's going to be a failed experiment. Like, they have the best roster in the NFL outside of quarterback. I don't know who even comes close.
I mean, NFC, I go NFC. I still take Kansas City.
Okay.
I still like Philadelphia's
if
roster.
I took Mahomes off
right.
that,
I still like their roster.
Okay.
They got a lot of young assets.
They do.
But and then you do get into that situation, and it's like, well, you have Trey Lance, you have Brock Purdy. They're both cheap. I mean, it's $11 million in a quarterback room.
Yes.
$11 million in a quarterback room. I know.
It's crazy.
Brock Purdy. I don't know, man. All right, Brandon Aiyuk, though. This is very intriguing.
Well, this is where I think it's interconnected to this quarterback thing.
I think there could be some things happening at the wide receiver position. Maybe not this offseason, but definitely next offseason. Here's what Lynch had to say about Brandon Aiyuk's fifth-year option.
It's a fair question because I understand the line of thinking. Can't keep everyone. We're trying to do something special this year, and Brandon's going to be a big part of that and beyond it as well. And so, yes, you always have to think out a few years, but we're really excited about Brandon. Feel like he made another big step next year, and I think the best is yet to come. And so we want him being a part of it. And at some point, yeah, you have to figure things out. And I guess we'll take that as it comes. But as of right now and into the future, we're really excited about Brandon Aiyuk and where he's at as a pro, the work he's done to develop as a pro and become, one of our core players here.
So Brandon Aiyuk tweeted out earlier this offseason, 1K as a fourth option, meaning that he had over 1,000 receiving yards as a fourth option.
It's true.
And going into the season, I thought Brandon Aiyuk was the best wide receiver on a football team, best route runner, best pure hands, and that's where Christian McCaffrey comes into play. You have Christian McCaffrey, you have George Kittle, you have Deebo Samuel. And now you have Brandon Aiyuk. If I was to bet on the future at the wide receiver spot or as a playmaker, I'm betting on Aiyuk. I'm betting on Brandon Aiyuk over Deebo Samuel.
Well, because
I'm looking at the route running.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want the Niners to trade any of them. You need as many playmakers as you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, you look at Buffalo. You need playmakers. So I'm not trading anybody this offseason. But if you're betting on a future to stay healthy and to be productive, I'm betting on Brandon Aiyuk over Deebo Samuel.
Long term.
Yep.
But you don't have to make that decision today.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. I'm not doing that right now.
I think most
next
people
offseason.
I think most people
I don't know about that.
Really?
A lot of people love Deebo Samuel as a playmaker. They see him make a lot more plays, the home run play, the highlight play.
What about Kittle? Because I do think Kittle factors in. I
need Kittle at tight end.
No, I know,
because of the blocking.
But the way I'm looking at this, his body, he's been healthy this last year, but his body's also been dinged up. But I look at it, I don't think it's just Deebo or Aiyuk. I think it's Deebo, Aiyuk, Kittle, Trent. Right. There's like four guys making a lot of money or about to make a lot of money on offense. And whether Trent retires, that I think changes the equation. Whether Kittle, can stay healthy, I think that changes the equation. I hear what you're saying in terms of Aiyuk. I would bet on Aiyuk over Deebo long term too. But I also think that wide receiver might be the easiest to replace of those three positions. Tight end, left tackle, and wide.
It hasn't been with the Niners. It just hasn't been.
I'm just looking at what college is giving you.
College is giving you a lot, but you got to have the draft capital. It's all of it is a crapshoot, right? I would look to be drafting a tight end.
Oh,
and looking for Kittle's
and a left tackle, Bonte. Trent Williams is year to year right now. That's the way I'm viewing Trent Williams. He could retire at any moment.
Let's go to Mike in Daly City. Mike in Daly City, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys? Hey, I've been going on like little group chats with 49ers, and they keep on showing Aiyuk might be traded. I would trade Deebo because ever since college, Deebo has been hurt every other year.
Yep.
It's just a proven fact.
Yeah, they can't trade him this moment, though, because of the dead cap.
You keep Aiyuk. He's a better pure receiver.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I agree with you. The only thing is they can't. They can, but it's going to be really hard to trade Deebo this moment because of like the dead cap money. I believe it's like $25 million this year.
Yeah, I would keep Deebo.
They're kind of like all in for this year with Deebo.
Yeah, but I mean, going forward, I would extending Aiyuk and trading Deebo because just the injury and this. Aiyuk's just a better receiver.
Yeah, I can't let go of Aiyuk. Aiyuk is he's a special player. And then if you move off from him, then in essence, it's like, damn, you gave up on another first-round pick? Just like that?
McGlinchey, Kinlaw.
I mean, come on. You gotta keep these guys. You gotta keep some of these guys together.
Really, the only first-round pick that's still on the team
is Aiyuk.
Well, and Bosa.
And Bosa.
Yeah.
Number 2 overall, of course.
Yeah. But it's kind of crazy. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's just, I do think that there's a financial Jenga that's being done right now, Tetris, whatever you want to call it. And I think that for this year, I would expect very little movement. Next offseason, Bonte, I think anything's on the table. And
especially if you don't win.
Agreed.
Especially if you don't win.
And the big domino for me is like, Trent, are you coming back or not? Because I do think that changes your financials dramatically.
Going through a full season, Brock Purdy's your starter. Is he getting you back to the NFC Championship game?
I loved what I saw from Brock, but Bonte, I think there's major question marks and fair criticisms. Like, what's the league going to do after they've got an entire offseason to adjust and look at him?
Yep.
How are they going to take away his inability to throw, outside the numbers and just take away the middle of the field? We saw that with Jimmy Garoppolo. Is he able to, have his arm physically recover? What about the fact that he's a little smaller in that pocket? Does that do anything to him?
Right.
Is he injury prone? Like, there are many Brock Purdy questions that we don't have answers to.
No, we don't. We really don't.
I love what I've seen thus far. He's proven more than Trey Lance, but similar to Trey Lance, the body of work is so little. I mean, we're talking about 8 games.
Wow.
But I do believe his brain, if we were going to go like right now, in terms of his synergy with Shanahan's play calling, it's been, I would say, better than even Jimmy G's best.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm with you, man.
Like his ability to go bop, 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 and kind of like go through the offense and read the progressions. At least it feels to me, my novice eye, it feels like he goes through it as fast as Shanahan would want someone to go through it. But again, I'm still holding out, the optimism that Trey can show something. I don't know what he can at practice.
Well, he's going to be competing with Sam Darnold. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
I mean, he's a wild card in this, too.
You think the Niners do anything on draft day to get into the top 2 rounds? Are they big?
Well, that's why
they have 5 third-round picks.
If I was them, if you have already made the decision that you're going to move off of Trey Lance, I would package one of my third-rounders or multiple of them with Trey Lance and try to move up. That's what I would. If you
go get a quarterback?
If you've made... See, I think they're going to take a quarterback no matter what. I'm in the Bill Walsh theory. Take a quarterback every year. That's me. That's just me. Yeah. Whether it's late, early, whatever, take a quarterback every year. That's me.
All right. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. It'd be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. Let us know about softball, baseball, track and fields, and all episodes are now available on the Odyssey app. We did take a little pause due to the Warriors, so we'll get back to that shortly, the Prep Rally podcast. But what's coming up in the game? Presented by 7-Eleven. A little more Niner talk. We'll get back into the Warriors. And we have Dave Flaming at 8 o'clock, so maybe we'll squeeze in some Giants here. The Giants, quietly, won 3 in a row. How about that? How about that, Spadone?
Any size iced coffee is only $1.29 at 7-Eleven with 7 rewards. But it's not just...
Boom, 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 boom. Do you ever see the Yin Yang Twins performing up in Sacramento?
Yeah, when they had like leg injuries.
And one of them had like the knee brace over the jeans.
It was great.
They put on a show, man. Yin Yang Twins are something else, man. What a time. What a time to be alive.
I love the Yin Yang Twins.
To the window, to the wall. I'll never forget Mission Rock. All the guys in white tees. Got all the girls shaking it. And then this song came on. Not this song, but to the window, to the wall, to the sweatshops down my. Yeah, that was a time, man. Shout out to the Yin Yang Twins. Dude.
Come on, who doesn't love this song?
That was so
369.
It just makes you smile.
Yeah,
it puts you in a good mood.
It does.
Oh my gosh.
Get low, get low, get low.
Get low. To the window. And the beat would just stop. To the window. To the wall. To the sweatshops, mama. That's I'm gonna stop there. We got kids listening. Of course, what's our kid? Daniel yesterday? 8-year-old Daniel? Is he still mad?
I gotta go.
Now I gotta go.
Now I gotta go.
That was unbelievable. Unbelievable. So anyway, the Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. That's alamedapolice.org to apply today. Download the Odyssey app, of course, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. Catch every Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Warriors Kings tomorrow, Game 5. We'll get back to that in a little bit. Nick Wright, of course, making the excuse for the Sacramento Kings. Oh, they always play injured guys. Warriors, they get lucky with injuries. Blah, 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 blah. But we're just talking about the 49ers, John Lynch, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy. We got Sam Darnold. You got Brandon Aiyuk with the fifth-year option. A lot going on with the 49ers, man. We always discuss the last run for the Warriors. Is this the last run? Is this the last run? But when I look at the Niners and its core, Kittle, Trent, Juszczyk, Debo, Aiyuk.
I'd throw McCaffrey in there. You never know with running backs.
Fred Warner, some of the corners, some of the safeties. Tashawn Gibson, 1-year deal. Bosa, he hasn't got his deal yet. Is this the last? It feels, if they don't win it this year, this could be the last run for this core. And it's going to be an empty feeling. I know you always say, man, you know what? They've had success. They got an NFC championships. It's been a lot of fun. But it ain't fun when you leave this era and you don't see a Lombardi up there.
I know. When they're talking about Frank Gore.
How you feel about Frank Gore and P. Willie now?
I mean, they're talking about Frank Gore joining the staff, and all I keep thinking about is, God, wouldn't it be nice to be like Super Bowl champion Frank Gore wants to join this? Like, I know.
Patrick Willis is not in the Hall of Fame now.
I know.
Because he doesn't have a ring.
When you know Luke Kuechly's going right in.
Right. Joe Staley may have to wait to get into the Hall of Fame because he doesn't have a ring. Frank Gore may have to wait because he doesn't have a ring. Vernon Davis. Think about how we talk about Vernon Davis now. He may possibly be the best 49ers tight end in their history. Now, there's an argument to be made for George Kittle, Brent Jones, and all that.
I think it's between Vernon and Kittle at this point.
Vernon was spectacular for the 49ers.
Yeah, he had multiple 13-touchdown seasons.
Think about how we discuss him now. He's an afterthought.
I know.
He's an afterthought, Shasky. Mike Iupati, Jonathan Goodwin. I mean,
Bowman.
Justice Smith's not in the Hall of Fame. So to me, with this draft coming up, and now the Niners are built well for the future with all the money and stuff like that. Lynch, Parag, Shanahan, they did a great job. Adam Peters. But with this core group, if they don't get it done this year, I'm getting the sense that this could be the last year for this core.
And the name that you didn't bring up was Eric Armstead, who I believe at some point, I think this is the last year of the big guaranteed money, guaranteed through, where the dead cap hit is high. So it's probably the last year for him too. They bring in Hargrave, and you got to believe that that's really like a 2-year deal, maybe a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What the realized money is going to be for him, because sometimes guys don't see that kind of that realized money once they hit free agency. Travarius Ward, his guaranteed money comes up. You're right. There is a lot of flexibility going forward. The one thing about the NFL, and this is why I like the brain trust, 40% of your roster every year changes over. Even if you're one of the great teams, 40% of your roster changes over. So if you believe in Adam Peters and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, which I do, then you believe that they can slowly reload, rebuild, replenish any of the lost talent. It's hard, though, because we're talking about great players. I mean, you can make an argument right now they got the best fullback, one of the top 3 linebackers, one of the top 3 defensive ends, one of the top 3 left tackles, one of the top 3 tight ends. Like, listen to what we're saying.
But do you have a top 5 quarterback?
That's
what it comes down to.
I know.
That's what it all circles back to.
Well, one just left the NFC.
Right. One did. Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets. But nobody was afraid of Aaron Rodgers out here. Were any Niner fan afraid of Aaron Rodgers?
No, but
they've had their number.
If he has a great year this year, and let's just say the 49er quarterback situation is clunky, let's just put it that way, just like clunky, aren't there going to be some fans saying, oh, I wish we would have gotten Aaron Rodgers?
Maybe. Sure. There will be.
I'm sure a lot of people are fatigued by him, but
yeah, I mean, I thought the window to go trade for him was when you drafted Trey Lance.
Yeah. I don't think they were willing to get rid of him at that time.
I don't think Green Bay was either.
Yeah.
There was some LaFleur was a little ticked off, of course, the Shanahan. So do you have a top 5 quarterback? And that's the frustrating part to me. We keep going back to the quarterback. And we're now entering year 7 of the Shanahan Lynch era. And we still don't know who the freaking quarterback is. We still don't know who the future of the first. Like, honestly, 7 years, and we don't know who the quarterback is.
So let's go back to the playoff games. Seattle, he was brilliant, Brock Purdy. In the second half.
I thought in the second half. Yeah, I thought the first half he struggled.
Yeah, but in the second half. Against Dallas, he really only had 4 or 5 plays. Now, you could say, Joe, that's all you need in a game like that. That's so tight. That's the difference of those games. Okay, I'll subscribe to that. And then we get to the NFC Championship game. And to me, the biggest, obviously there's the Super Bowl part, but besides the team success, the biggest evaluation that we missed out on was the Brock one. I wanted to see Brock versus that defense. I feel like I would have a much better feeling on who Brock is against that defense in that environment in that game with those stakes on the line, which sucks that we were robbed of seeing that.
Because that was a deep defensive line. You would have saw Brock move a little bit, make some plays.
Hostile environment.
Well, again, Shanahan does a challenge. Aiyuk's wide open on the play. Wide open. I think you come down, you score 7. It's a 7-7 football game. McCaffrey was running hard. I still think you win that game, maybe, with Brock Purdy. I do. But are we all in on Brock? I think right now he's the best quarterback on the roster.
Right now.
And I'm not the biggest Brock fan. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Brock fan.
Can I ask, like, what are, and I would like to hear this. I want to dive deep. I still am like, I'm cautiously optimistic. That's the way I would describe the Brock thing. I worry. I'm a sucker for height, speed, weight, arm talent.
I am too.
Oh, just big. I love the Josh Allens.
Right.
Joe Burrow hits, and he's a little bit bigger than Purdy, but he's got arm talent.
I don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be able to hold up if he continues to take hits. I don't know. Now, Shanahan can protect him, but at some point you got to make plays. Like when you turn your entire back to the line of scrimmage, everybody looks at Justin Fields and said, oh, my God, he turns his back to the line of scrimmage. It's a big no-no. Oh, my God. And think about how we discuss Justin Fields. A lot of people, oh, my God, he's not ready.
Yeah.
He turns his back to the line of scrimmage. Brock did that a lot.
A lot. He kept spinning out.
Spinning out, doing it a lot, and then throwing the ball away. That's not good quarterback play. That's something he's got to take out of his game. Now, is he smart? Sure. But he threw some old no throws. Like, I look at the Tampa Bay game. That interception holds up against Tampa Bay.
Seattle.
It was Seattle in the first half when you're up 7-3. Yeah, no doubt.
That would have been a pick six.
No doubt. He got away with some things. Will he be able to get away with it next year? Because there is more film on him. I just like if Brock plays next year, say the Niners go 10-7, they make the playoffs and lose in the second round. Brock's going to want some money. How much would you be willing to invest in Brock Purdy?
That's a great question.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is
$20 million for Brock a year.
Now we're getting into the Dak conversation. I think Dak's a good quarterback. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's a really good quarterback. Do I like Dak at $40 million? No, I hate it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I think that I draw the line where there are guys that I have no matter what amount, like Joe Burrow. I don't care what the amount is that Cincinnati signs him to. I'm ready to take on that contract. Right. Patrick Mahomes, I don't care what the contract is, I'm ready to sign him to it. I would throw Josh Allen in that same clip. And even Josh Allen, we've got legitimate playoff question marks.
Oh, throwing interceptions.
Decision-making question marks.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? But I still believe in that player, right? If Brock's making $35 million, what does the team around him look like?
Oh my God!
How do your expectations? And this is where the Jimmy thing, like when Jimmy started to make $25 million, didn't you look at him a little different?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean,
and that was back then. Now the money's even bigger.
I'm just looking at Brock saying, boy, can he lead a team by himself? Like Mahomes, you look at his receiving core.
They lost Tyreek Hill.
What's his receiving core, the greatest in the world? They lost Tyreek Hill and won a Super Bowl.
I know. And we're actually, by the metrics, more dynamic, which is crazy.
Juju Smith maybe is number one.
They had a 7th-round running back who was balling, Pacheco.
Pacheco's good.
I love Pacheco.
That's why
when
the
7th-round running back.
That's why the trade was made. I said, Kansas City's going to be fine. Everybody, oh my God, Kansas City's over. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Andy Reid finds talent. He found Kareem Hunt.
Well, and they got Juju on the cheap, and now look at Juju.
Right. He finds talent. Andy Reid's fine. He's a wizard. But Brock Purdy. John Lynch sounds like he's all in on Brock Purdy. I can't wait to talk to Grant Cohn at 8:30 because I still have hope for Trey Lance. But how does Trey Lance feel right now? He's working out with Patrick Mahomes. He's hearing his name circled in trade rumors, and he's really haven't had a shot. So, it really has a James Wiseman feel to it.
It does, because he needs to play. Like he hasn't had 2 consecutive full games since 2019. Like it's 2023. So like obviously he needs to play. But I would be whispering in his ear, this is the best situation for you, young man. Just play nice.
I don't think Trey wants to leave.
No, but what I'm saying is let's say I was his uncle, his brother, whatever, I'd be like, look, I know it feels dire right now. Have you seen the quarterback situation with the Niners? Guys go down. All right? And you will be waltzing in to a situation where there are weapons galore if you just play nice. Like, think about how Jimmy Garoppolo
he has
did.
played nice.
No, I'm not saying he hasn't.
He has played nice. He's done everything. And the fact is, if I'm Trey, I'm saying, man, I have played nice. You hear what these teammates are telling Michael Silver? Hear what my teammates are telling him? Jimmy comes in, I break my ankle. Oh, well, that's 49er football right there.
Well,
you hear my teammates just hype up Brock Purdy? I went out there and worked out with Brandon Aiyuk. Debo didn't come work out with me. Why not? I'm throwing passes. Now I got to go work out on my own. Now I got to hear the fan base, turn on me. Now I got to see my jerseys being sold for half off. Just like that because of Brock Purdy. I have played nice. Well, and by the way, Brock Purdy was on the Kelsey podcast with Jason and Travis. And you heard what he said? The most helpful guys to me during that whole run was 1, George Kittle, 2, Trey Lance. He's credited Trey Lance every step of the way. And yet I hear people, me personally, oh, Trey Lance is not a good locker room guy. Or Trey Lance, you see what he's doing? He sit on the sideline more than Jimmy Garoppolo ever did when he was hurt. Trey Lance had the Microsoft Surface going over there, looking at stuff with Brock Purdy.
I haven't heard anyone say that he's a bad teammate. I'm not saying that you haven't, but I haven't.
Or just like,
but I hear like I want an opportunity to play. Like that's a real element. But the other part of this is like, hey, like if you just play your cards right, like think about Alex Smith. We wanted to throw Alex Smith out left and right every other year. I mean, just get rid of him, and eventually. The game has a way of giving you opportunities. And I just think that if he does what he needs to do, things can change quickly. We didn't even if you would have suggested that Brock Purdy was going to be the guy, before we even got an opportunity to see him, I think 99% of the fan base would laugh at you. Right? And then we saw him and we're like, now 99% of the fan base thinks you're crazy if you're not all in.
Right.
Right? Things can flip quickly.
Well, I just thought the lying that was going on about Brock Purdy at training camp.
Well, that's
lying. And here's the other thing.
Grant Cohn and I have even discussed that on this show, and he even said no one saw it. Like we were in lockstep there.
Well, the other thing that nobody talks about when it comes to Trey Lance, when it comes to his quote-unquote struggles in training camp, well, come to find out, he was practicing against the number 1 defense in the NFL. He's practicing against the number 1 defense in the NFL. So, second-year player, starting for the first time as a 49er, struggles in practice against the number 1 defense in the NFL. Jimmy looked worse against that defensive practice. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So this whole thing that Trey Lance, it just feels like, again, when we put more stock into a preseason game than a game that he had to have to make the playoffs, I said, okay, the narratives are just a little different for Trey than anybody else. And not to mention, with Purdy being out, Sam Darnold, you saw who was starting to sit next to Christian McCaffrey, baseline at the Warriors game 3?
Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
But they were friends in Carolina, I'm sure.
You don't think Sam Darnold's going to get a chance to start?
Yeah. But I mean,
the hype trade's already there for Sam Darnold. It's already there. He's going to get reps in OTAs with the first stringers. And you don't think Shanahan is thinking, scratching his beard, saying, "Boy, if I can rejuvenate Sam Darnold and revitalize his career."
May the best man win, right? Like, didn't you want open competition, or not open, but didn't you want them to compete last year?
I did. But think about that. You start Sam Darnold. Now where's his fan base going to be? How are people going to believe in Shanahan in this organization if you get the jobs of Sam Darnold? And nobody's going to, we're just going to move on from the draft compensation that you moved for Trey Lance?
Well, right now the compensation's irrelevant.
That's one of the biggest blunders in NFL history if this doesn't work out.
It's certainly at the top of their, Spurrier was one of the worst draft picks, and I'm going way back, that the Niners have ever made. I believe he was number 1 overall as a quarterback. And it was a huge flop. You could even say that Alex Smith was a giant, colossal mistake, but this is bigger. I mean, the guy's barely played. It's really bad.
And we just move on from it saying, well, it doesn't matter.
Because if this is the way I would phrase it, if Brock is good, you can move on from it and be okay.
But what's good?
But he's got to be good enough. He's got to be a 5-year starter at quarterback.
You've got to have a Lombardi. You have to hang.
What would have been success for Trey Lance? Pro Bowl? Like at drafted at number 3. No, drafted number 3. Because I feel like for some people, Pro Bowl even wouldn't have been good enough.
No.
Given what they gave up.
Pro Bowl's a popularity contest. Who cares? All pro teams, Super Bowls.
That's where
we're at now.
Yeah.
That's where we're at now. We're at Super Bowls.
I'm talking about for Trey. Moving up to the ammo.
You gotta get Super Bowls. So you moved up to Trey because you said Jimmy can't stay healthy. Yeah. And I saw Josh Allen and I saw the rocket arm on Monday Night Football in Glendale, Arizona.
Yeah.
That's what I need from Trey.
So I was thinking about it this way. Like, when they drafted Solomon Thomas, it was a huge whiff. Now, there's slightly different positions. Huge whiff. Nick Bosa has made us completely forget about Solomon Thomas, right? I think most people would say that. Now, he's all pro, all world, right? So he's that good.
Solomon Thomas' pick is still looming large because you don't have a quarterback.
I hear you, but I'm just saying most people would say, oh, not bad. Then the Reuben Foster, you traded back into the first round. Reuben Foster did nothing for you, and then a year later, in the third round, you found Fred Warner Jr.
That's a good pick.
And he's all world.
He's all world, so that's fine.
So you forget about Reuben Foster.
That's fine.
So to me, not that Brock has to be all world. It's got to be pretty good. He's got to be pretty good to offset. If Trey does stink and it's a big botch, he's got to be pretty damn good for them to no doubt, to evade criticism. And even then, I think they'll get some.
Solomon Thomas pick set you back a couple years.
Oh,
it made them
undeniable
in the same season trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I could say that
same year you traded a second-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo because you said, oh, my God, we don't have a quarterback. We thought C.J. Beathard was good enough to be a third-round pick. Oh, that was a blunder.
Yeah.
Oh, we took Solomon Thomas. Oh, we need a quarterback. Oh, my God, we need a quarterback. We're not going to get Kirk. Let's trade a second-round pick for Jimmy G. So that pick with Solomon Thomas still is biting you in the ass.
I agree. I don't deny that. I would say the Mike McGlinchey pick still stinks. Derwin James was on the board. And when he's hurt a lot, but when he plays, all pro.
All pro. The Javon Kinlaw pick, which I liked. However, and I always had this caveat with that pick. Okay, I like the pick. However, why would you trade Buckner to get a first-round pick to draft his replacement? That doesn't make sense to me.
When he's one of the best players in the league.
That didn't make sense to me. And then you give Kinlaw 99, and all of a sudden the fan base said, oh, man, he better be Buckner right away. And now he's hurt all the time, and he's been awful. He had a terrible NFC Championship game. Just all-time bad.
But wouldn't you agree that all of the negatives get outweighed when the team has overall success and you find other studs at those positions?
You do have the success, but when you look at getting over the top against these teams, those missed picks come back to bite you. They do. And you look at Kansas City, they don't have many whiffs. They don't. They draft really, and the Niners get credit for drafting really well. They do. They've had some really good success. But when you look at getting over the top, what held them back in 2021? Quarterback. What held them back last year? Quarterback.
Yeah.
And here we are going into year 7, still talking about the quarterback. The quarterback. So Brock has to work. Somebody's got to work out here. And you can't just work out. You have to win a Super Bowl. Going to the NFC Championship game, that's all good. That's all fun. So, hey, we're in the Final Four. Hey, we get playoff games. But it's not good enough.
Well, and
it's not good enough anymore.
And Bonte, I believe he can't restructure until after his second year. Is that what it is?
Yep.
You see the money that Jalen Hurts just got?
Yes.
So, like, if you think that Brock is in that category, or if Brock thinks he's in that category, man, just me. I'm calling. I'm telling you right now. And I know we've only seen 7 or 8 games. I have sticker shock with that amount of money for someone that unproven.
Wow.
That's just me.
Wow.
But wouldn't most people be hesitant? And also, the second you sign a deal of that magnitude, watch how everything changes around you. Expectations go up. The roster goes down. Right?
You go.
So, like the Jalen Hurts thing, watch how Philly talks about Jalen Hurts now that he's gotten his money. Think about how our narrative around Jordan Poole has changed, and he didn't even get a max deal.
Dak Prescott.
He got below max.
He got below max. And Jordan Poole's still only making $4 million this year. And he's scoring you 20 points a game. It's one of your more dynamic players on the floor.
But Bonte, what does everyone say? Oh, you gave him the bag too soon.
Right.
Oh, he's not.
But that bag doesn't kick in until next year.
I know, but like
when that bag kicks in next year, and if Jordan Poole starts giving you 26, 6, and 6, then we're saying, well, that bag was worth it. That bag was worth it, right? So look, man, they've been to 3. Hey, look, 925 Comcast Business Text Line. You're talking like this team hasn't been to 3 AFC title games in the Super Bowl in the past 4 years. I get that. Only one team wins the Super Bowl. I get all that. They have been really good.
But that's the ultimate goal.
But over a long period of time, say, can we get over the hump? Hump? The Giants are a perfect example. San Francisco Giants. They were humming from 97 to 03.
Yeah.
Humming.
Yeah.
20 years later, we feel like that era is incomplete.
Yeah.
Because they didn't get the one ring.
You're so right.
They didn't get the one ring.
How did Kenton Bonds not cash one in? You're so right.
They didn't get the one ring.
Yeah.
Harbaugh. Great years. Think about how we talk about Harbaugh now. Can't win the big one. Can't win the big one. Look at it with Michigan. Look at it with the Niners. Can't win the big one.
You think is that unreasonable from sports fans?
Yes. We're wired differently,
But isn't that part of it? Like,
it's part of it.
Yeah.
And you just want one banner.
I know.
Just one.
Just the one.
The Niners haven't won since 94, 95. And we still talk about them like one of the most elite franchises in football. I get it. When the Niners are good, the NFL's a better league. No doubt. When the Raiders are good, the NFL's a better league. When the Steelers are good, the NFL's a better league. But you keep coming up short. And is Brock the guy to get you over the top? Is it Trey? And if you do whiff on Trey, it's over now. I get it. You gave up 2, you gave up the first round picks, you gave up the second round pick. It's a lot of compensation. Miami's eating off of that. Because now all of a sudden Miami's getting closer and closer. And they have a lot of talent.
And they have the same exact question though.
Quarterback.
Is Tua good enough?
Quarterback.
What should we do with Tua?
Quarterback.
And their whole roster is really good around him.
And
when he played last year, he was good. But we're like, how good is he?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. This is a great point, 510. Even the Island and Braves only winning one World Series is kind of considered a failure.
That's a good point.
Under Bobby Cox.
That's a really good point.
They won 14 straight NL East defensive titles.
I still hold them in high regard, but I can see where people like, you only won one. You're right.
You won one.
You're right. I mean, the Buffalo Bills are online too.
They went to 4 straight Super Bowls. They've got Hall of Famers galore.
I know. Bruce Smith is the greatest defensive lineman no one ever talks about. You never hear his name in the mention.
Why?
I don't know. 200 sacks, man. I know it's the ring. Thurman Thomas, Lofton, Reed.
Thurman Thomas is one of the best all-around running backs we've ever seen in NFL history.
Yeah.
He could catch the ball. He could run the ball.
Couldn't find his helmet at the beginning.
Couldn't find his helmet.
The beginning of the Washington football Super Bowl.
Right.
Sorry, I caught myself.
No, you did. So here's what Ian Rappaport said last week about Trey Lance being available.
I would say multiple times, multiple conversations the 49ers have had from teams calling to see, is Trey Lance available? And it does sound for the right price. He would be available at some time. And the timing of this is probably the most interesting part. Should mention, by the way, that Trey Lance was at a spring game in his alma mater a couple of days ago, was asked about this, pressed about this, and basically said, I don't have any information on that. I got nothing for you, which is cool. I will handle this one. The timing is interesting because whether or not Brock Purdy is healthy or when the 49ers know Brock Purdy is healthy is probably going to determine when Trey Lance is traded. If there's still uncertainty, like maybe Brock is not ready by July or August, which we think he's going to be, but we really don't know, then you probably hang on to Trey Lance as insurance. I see him getting traded only when there is someone to take his spot on the roster.
That was right before John Lynch's press conference yesterday. Ian Rappaport on NFL Network Insider. So I guess John Lynch heard that, and he was ready to go because here's what Lynch had to say about taking calls on Trey.
I think there's a lot of smoke, really. It hasn't been extremely active, and it's not like we've put it out there that, hey, we're taking offers for Trey, call 1-800, that's not been the process. People's job in this is to ask questions. Has that happened on a couple occasions? Sure. It hasn't been that substantive, and, like I said, we're focused, as is Trey, on his ability to compete and play an integral role on this team. Last year, we needed 5, and so we value every single one of those guys, and we're excited about our group. We really are.
There it is. So Trey Lance, we'll see what happens with him this week with the NFL draft coming up on Thursday.
It's just they have to strike while the quarterback contracts are so low. That's why they made the move to go get Trey. Even if it's a colossal failure, I will still back the thought process behind it because you were trying to get swing big. You were trying to be bold. You were trying to upgrade the quarterback position. You were trying to get this entire roster, which was so good, paid while you suppressed the quarterback contract. It made a lot of sense, and I still supported it. It might not work out, and that ultimately, when things like that don't work out, most regimes get blown out.
Right.
Now, they've been so good, they've been able to offset it and continue to win. That's a testament to them. Doesn't mean that they didn't miss on that pick, but it's a testament to them. I'm just saying, and we got a long way to go. This year, I want to see Purdy so bad because I'm looking at just this year, heading this year, Aaron Rodgers makes $60 million total cash. Daniel Jones, 1 year. Daniel Jones,
had 1 year. And it wasn't even that great.
1 year. What's he making total cash this year?
What's he making?
$46 million. Now, Deshaun Watson, $46 million. Throw that to the side. Patrick Mahomes, 40-something million. Kyler Murray, $39 million. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because market value tells you that even if your quarterback only has 1 or 2 good years,
you're gonna get
Jared Goff is set to make 30-something million this year.
You're going to get big time money.
That's the market rate for starting quarterbacks in the NFL. So we've got to find out if Trey, if Purdy, whoever it is, we got to know.
Somebody's got to be the guy.
Exactly.
Doesn't Shanahan want the guy at some point? Doesn't this get old? It's
I keep going back to the locker room dynamic. I personally, my feel on it, if I was one of these players, can you just tell us who the quarterback is week 1, and can we just keep that guy healthy? Because I think they're sick and tired of. I would be sick and tired of the competition. I know the fan base is.
Wouldn't you want to work out with that quarterback? Why isn't Kittle, Devo, Aiyuk together with Trey Lance?
Because that's a great question. I don't know. I mean, he just got cleared for activities.
Why is Sam Darnold? Why are you working out? Just catching passes, just being around him, picking his brain, being a friend, being his boy. Where's that at? I don't know. So
if Purdy was healthy, don't you believe that they would be doing that with him?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
I mean, last year Debo was trying to get a contract extension. He was away from the team. When you're off season,
Aiyuk was with Trey.
But when you're in the off season, I see the work that Kittle puts in. Guys go back to where they're from. It's a long grind of a season. I don't know. I think we put too much into the working out together. You could do it for a couple of weeks and catch up. You don't have to be together for months on end.
No, you don't have to do that. You need a break from each other. But at some point, you want to get out there and build that rapport, build that chemistry, and be ready to rock and roll. All right, Dave Fleming's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Dave Fleming in 11 minutes to talk some Giants. He also got some thoughts on Kings and Warriors. The Giants last night. Hey, what do you know? Giants have won 3 in a row. Alex Cobb with his second career shutout, a complete game shutout. He was dynamic yesterday. J.D. Davis with the big bomb, 3-run shot to make it 4-0 against the Cardinals. Cardinals struggling to start the season, but Mitch Haniger making his debut with the Giants, got the RBI. Scratched across the first run with a sack fly, and then the Giants now 9-13. They were 6-13. They're 3 games behind the Arizona Diamondbacks for first place. It's a little too early to look at the standings, but a much needed win. You get to split against the New York Mets. You beat the Cardinals 4-0. Hey, what do you know? You got a winning streak now. How about that?
Yeah, well, yes. There's some really nice stories heading into the beginning part of the year, and I think we'll start with Alex Cobb. Alex Cobb's been awesome. Awesome for this team. And 10 years in between complete game shutouts for him, that's pretty incredible.
Yep.
The other thing that I keep thinking about, Logan Webb finally getting a victory. Boy, he needed that. Get off the loser lane. That was really cool.
Saturday afternoon.
It just sucks that Joey Bart went down because he was one of the fun people this year. I mean, he's batting over 300. He's not hitting the ball for extra base hits like I want. He's only got like one or two.
I think he's playing better.
No, he is playing better. And defensively, his arm is plus. Glove still needs a little work, but the arm's plus.
Cobb spoke up about him yesterday saying, man, I feel bad for Joey because he's the most improved player on this team.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Doubt.
VR is struggling right now, but at least they're playing him every day. Right now,
J.D. Davis.
we're 20 games in, so.
J.D. Davis. How about that?
J.D. Davis has been awesome, but I was going to say Estrada. Estrada's been great, dude.
Estrada's been great. He went 0 for 4 yesterday. I'm looking at J.D. Davis with the power, 5 home runs on the season. He's batting over 300. 3 RBIs yesterday. Third base, first base, you name it. J.D. Davis looks like a mainstay in this lineup right now. So how about the Giants? Slater coming back quietly, 2 for 3. Yastrzemski, not bad, 2 for 4 yesterday. Giants, let's see if they can get something rolling. But let's take Dave real quick at Fresno. He's got one last thought on the 49ers. Buckle up for this call. Dave, you're on the road. So what's happening?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thanks for sneaking me in there. Real quick, I just think I don't know, I think Shanahan and Lynch, I think they should be a little more held to the fire because you don't make this move for a championship-rated team. You traded all these assets for a player that's not even going to contribute right away. You could have used these assets on a divisional player, any other player. I just feel like it's not fair to Trey Lance. He never really got treated as a superstar. That's what he was. When you trade all these assets, he's a franchise player. That's what you tell the fan base. And I feel like they never talked about him in that way. They never treated him. They never game planned that way. They basically threw him out there and put him in harm's way for the most part. And for him to even be in trade discussions without even knowing what was happening, like I've never seen this in the history of NFL where a team gives up so much. And I get it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But how do you know it doesn't work? Well, he hasn't even played. So it's just, I feel like it's such a waste of moves to do, especially for a team that's ready to win. Now, that's what I don't understand. And for Shanahan and Lynch, we're just going to move on. Like, no, you need to be held accountable for this.
Well, ultimately, they're going to be held accountable whether they win the big one or not.
Right.
And if they don't, they will get the appropriate criticism.
No doubt.
The other thing is, this is different. Niners traded multiple picks and swapped one of the picks, but Josh Rosen was replaced after 1 year.
Yep. 1 year.
Who was the guy that Notre Dame had? Jimmy Clausen was replaced after 1 year. He was a high second-round pick. And then in comes Cam Newton.
Yep.
Like, this is not exclusive to the Niners.
No.
I mean, Jared Goff went to the Super Bowl. 1 year had a bad year. Next year, gone.
Stafford. By the way, just a quick note before the injury report. Game 4 of the Warriors-Kings series. Game 4, Sunday, 12:30. Was the most watched NBA playoff first-round game on any network in 21 years. Since 2002 when Kobe and Shaq led the Lakers against the Blazers. Game 4, Warriors and Kings.
A Sunday 12:30 game. What
most
was
watched NBA playoff first-round game on any network in 21
total
years.
Viewers or average viewers?
Average audience of 7.5 million viewers, peaking with 10.4 million viewers at 3 p.m.
So I think that was the Kings' first time on ABC in like 17 years, too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So you know the entire city.
They should have gotten him back on ABC much sooner. Could have bumped the ratings up.
That's really cool. I'm glad that everyone's saying this is the best series by far.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Outside of this market.
Game 4. Game 4 was amazing, man. I don't think people, like, when we look back at this run, we look back at Game 4, where does that stack up? Especially if they get past the Kings and they're able to advance to the conference finals or make a finals. We're looking back at the Game 4 like, wow. That was what a basketball game, man. I'm still giddy over it, man. It was just well played, clean, no turnovers. I mean, it was high-level hoops. Great shot making, high-level shot making. Damn. Can't wait for Game 5. All right, injury report time. Yeah. Warriors have to get past the Kings, no doubt. Looks like the Lakers will get past the Grizzlies, but Han Solo Dolo, Warriors not beating a Lakers team with a favorable whistle. I'm preparing myself for a letdown. Austin Reeves gets the best whistle in the NBA, and it's not even close. Some of those fouls were just an absolute joke yesterday. It's just a clown show down this.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you know why. You know why. Just work on a new show next week, Spadoni.
Can't wait.
Kings announced point guard De'Aaron Fox fractured the very top of his left index finger during the Kings' Game 4 loss Sunday to the Warriors. The hope is that he will be available for Game 5. However, right now he's currently listed as doubtful. If Fox does play, he will have a protective cover on his left index finger on his shooting hand. Yep, I think he's going to play. We'll see about that. Game 5 tomorrow night, 7 p.m. up at the G1C, the Golden One Center. Injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Flem's going to join us. Dave Fleming here on The Roast.
the ball game. And there's no better way to end it on a strikeout. Alex Cohn was masterful.
He only walks one and he strikes out four. He lets the defense work behind him, and the defense played very well. And the Giants get a shutout against this very potent offensive Cardinal team.
Very impressive start for Alex Cobb. Very impressive start to the season for Alex Cobb. In 5 games, he's 1-1, but he's got a 1.91 ERA with the 1.27 whip. He's letting the defense, as you heard Kife say, he's letting the defense play behind him. And the defense is really good yesterday against the Cardinals and the Giants. What do you know? They won 3 straight after that dreadful road trip in Detroit and Miami. They come back home. They lose the first 2 games against the New York Mets at Oracle Park. I thought Friday night the lack of buzz was apparent. It was just depressing. Logan Webb rises the ship Saturday, gets his first win of the season. They get a big win on Sunday Night Baseball, 5-4 of the Mets. And then Alex Cobb with the shutout backed by J.D. Davis, 3-run homer. Mitch Haniger made his debut. Austin Slater playing well to start the season since he's come back. Hey, what do you know? You got a little juice with the Giants right now. They'll play the Cardinals again tonight at 6:40. The game was flying by. I know Flynn was happy about that. He was able to get home, have a nice snack last night, and get ready for tonight against the Cardinals. Flynn, good morning, man. How you doing this week?
Trying to kill my diet of, no eating after a certain time. Yeah, terrible. I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Hey, I'm on that diet too, Flynn. No eating after 6:30. Your boy's down about 17 pounds in the last 2.5 weeks. It's tough, though.
That's good. It's not really that much of a secret, but because all that does, and I'm in the same boat as you are, it's like, yeah, you eat less. Then what a shock. What a concept.
No doubt, man. Those seats get a little tight, Flip, so that's when you know you need to cut down on the pizzas or whatnot. But last night, let's start with Alex Cobb, man. Complete game shutout, 6 hits. That Cardinals lineup is good. I know Arenado wasn't in there. We'll see him probably tonight. He's a Giants killer. But Goldschmidt was still there. Gorman's having a great start to the season. Tyler O'Neill has a lot of power. Cobb looked good yesterday, man. Great start to the season for him.
Hey, you go back to the start of last year, because he's the guy, we talked about him in the offseason at the end of last season. Like, he was the guy last year who most got victimized by the lack of Giants defense. And it hid how good of a pitcher he was. It just, the numbers didn't show you how well Alex Cobb did for the Giants last year. He was really good. And he's off to that kind of start again. He's been, I know it sounds crazy to say it, but he's been one of the 10 best pitchers in the National League in the last 2 years, this year and the year prior. I think he got 18 ground ball outs last night. 18? Mm-hmm. That's 6 innings worth of ground ball outs alone. That's pretty remarkable against a good team. That sinker was awesome.
I also thought that, against the Mets, Logan Webb finally found himself. It was really nice to see him go 7 full innings, only gave up 2 runs. It just felt like he had that late life movement and he was attacking down in the zone. I really liked what I saw against a stellar New York Mets roster.
Yeah, Mets lineup is so good, and he pitched great. And I know the results weren't there early, his first 4 starts, but I thought the stuff was as good as I've ever seen it from Logan. But the combination of velocity and movement, those first 4 starts, and whether it's bad luck or he just made mistakes at the wrong time, he dominated against the Marlins, and then against the guy you're trying to throw a slider to, and he threw the right pitch and just hung it, and Jorge Soler, he is good. He's strong, and he launched it, and it was that kind of start to the year for Logan. So you're right. He put it all together against the Mets, a game that the Giants really needed, and he acted like the guy who wants to be the leader of this team, I thought. He came out on the field with like a swagger and a confidence. That's what Logan has going on right now. Like, he has realized that, hey, this, in a lot of ways, is my team, and in some ways my franchise right now. And the body language and the performance is starting to match that out on the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And then, I couple that, everybody, they don't have any young guys. And Camilo Duvall's a big young guy, this is someone that I have really high hopes for. And I thought Sunday's outing was the template for him moving forward. Trusting the fastball, attacking people, and 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. That was such a great outing on Sunday night. I'm really hoping he can build on that.
I told him yesterday it might have been the best I thought he'd ever thrown. He looked at me like, wow. Yeah, sure, whatever. He was like, yeah, thanks. But I did. I thought it was about as good as I've ever seen him. And I think we all knew it was going to be, we got fooled in spring training with Camilo because the pitch clock was not an issue for him at all. And the reason was his stuff was so good in spring training, as opposed to, a lot of guys are kind of working out the kinks or whatever. Camilo showed up throwing 102 and looking like regular season Camilo. And hitters had zero chance against him in the spring. And so it was just a breeze, and he didn't get pushed. He didn't get tested at all. And so the pitch clock thing, he really, we all kind of left spring training going, oh, he's going to be fine. I mean, Camilo was one of the slowest workers in the game last year. Not an issue. He's made the transition. Well, then we show up for opening day, and there's a little adversity, and the bullpen's a little farther away, and he's getting pitch clock violations before he even throws a pitch, and all of a sudden it was like, man, Camilo, who looks like he can't ever be rattled, looked a little rattled out there. So I think part of it is he's now just taken those few outings to get used to this new setup. And I think we all knew it was going to take a little bit of time. He looks like he's there now. And the other thing that I love is because the Giants were going to stay away from him last night, but before the game, he went into the office and said, I want to pitch today. I don't care if it's my third day in a row. I'm feeling good. If you need me, I'm ready. And they didn't need him, but I love that too from him. I think that he's starting to get the swagger of one of the best late inning guys in the game. He knows he's good, and that's a good quality to have in that role.
Dave Fleming here on the roast, as he is every single week on 95.7 The Game. Does a great job calling Giants games, of course. But he does it all: golf, college basketball, college football, you name it here. He'll have some thoughts on Warriors Kings in a second. But, J.D. Davis and Darren Ruff were the headliners in a 5-player deadline swap between the Giants and the Mets, of course. And, J.D. Davis, he's been hurt. He didn't really get a shot with the Mets. Well, his start to the season, he's showing some power. The big 3-run blast yesterday to blow it open against the Cardinals. Goes 2 for 4. He's batting over 300. I mean, this guy needs at-bats here, and I'm liking the way this lineup is starting to take shape now with Slater and Haniger back in it, but you got to give some props to J.D. Davis. We'll get to Estrada in just a second, but J.D. Davis is really impressive me, Flem.
It looked a lot different last night, didn't it, with those other two guys in there?
Yep, deeper.
It just looked different, and that's putting Davis aside. Like Haniger and Slater back is a big deal. And Conforto and Peterson, I mean, they were without all 4 of those guys for 10 days or whatever it was. That was, I think maybe we didn't realize how much that was to try to overcome. They can maybe 1 or even 2 of them out at the same time, but 4 at the same time was rough. J.D. Davis, I've told this story on the air, and I didn't want to give away like any confidences, but Gabe Kapler said he had lunch with JD in the spring and just asked him, just to catch up and like have a little personal time, and asked him, okay, like what are your goals for the year? And JD looked him right in the eye and not kidding, not joking, said, I can be an MVP candidate and I can win a Gold Glove. And, I think to the outside world, those seem like really high goals for somebody who doesn't necessarily have the career track record to show that. And the MVP candidate remains to be seen, although he really is playing like one right now, which is crazy. The Gold Glove thing is, I have been astonished by how good his defense has been. Even last night, he made 2 really tough, good plays. I know the National League, we got lots of good defensive players in the National League at that position. The number 1 is Arenado, but I can't imagine Arenado's playing better than this guy over at third right now. Really exciting. I always loved him with the Mets. The guy just hits the ball hard. He's scary at the plate because it looks like a line drive is coming. When you throw a pitch to him, it just looks like he's going to hit it hard somewhere. And so if they've unlocked, and a lot of it is health, but if they've unlocked a little different level of performance from him, I think you're right. One of your points at the start there was this guy's their third baseman now, and I think he's basically that. Like, it's going to make it more complicated with some of those other players, including David Villar, but how do you take J.D. Davis out more than, once every couple weeks just to give him a rest day.
Yeah. And VR's struggling right now, and I don't know, maybe they bring up Casey Schmidt at some point soon. But I'm looking at the catching position right now. Perez on that 60-day IL. Joey Bart goes out with the groin injury, which stinks because it feels like he's trying to quietly turn in the corner, Blake Sable's giving you some solid production here and there. I'm really worried about this catching spot here, Flem.
Yeah, you should be, only because, if even just a couple weeks ago, they had Bart, Sable, Austin Wynns, Gary Sanchez, Roberto Perez all on the roster. And Perez is out for the year. Austin Wynns is playing for the Dodgers. Gary Sanchez is struggling in AAA, and Bart is hurt. So that shows you plan for contingencies and you build depth. Why do you do it for something like that? They've gone from like 5 viable options to 1.5 right now. We need Joey to be healthy because they are thinner than they were even just a couple weeks ago. If Bart's hurt, I would imagine that is probably Gary Sanchez's chance to, because it's coming up. We're coming up now soon on the deadline where he could opt out of his deal. So it's probably likely if Bart has to go on the injured list, which I don't know that that's a certainty, but if he did, then you'd get a look at Sanchez and maybe hope that, hey, this is a guy who's played in the big leagues for a long time, the minor leagues. He's treating it like spring training. Let's get him under the bright lights and the adrenaline of the big leagues, and maybe that'll unlock some better performance. We'll see. I mean, I think it probably deep down in the recesses of the organization probably accelerates the timeline for Patrick Bailey, who was a first-round pick a few years ago. Hasn't played particularly well in the minor leagues until this year, and now he's off to a tremendous start this year, and he's a really good defensive player, and they like his defense, and maybe you just sort of say, all right, Patrick, we need you up to speed as fast as possible, because there is a chance that later in the year they might need him.
I love the schedule game here, Flem, especially in baseball. You could kind of get a litmus test on where you're at. And with Haniger back in the lineup, and Yastrzemski playing well, Tyra Estrada has had a great start to the season. You got the next 8 against St. Louis, San Diego for the first time
in Mexico
City. In Mexico City.
2-game set.
And then 3 in Houston. So I was going to get there to Mexico City. How excited are you for that trip to Mexico City to see the Padres?
I am excited. I've never been. It's one of the world's great cities, and I've been to Mexico many times, but I've never been to Mexico City. So I'm really excited to see it. Apparently, the ballpark is just gorgeous. Like it's a maybe 3 or 4 year old, 25,000 seat, modern style architecture baseball stadium. Maybe not right in the heart of the city, but in the city itself. It's supposed to be really a cool place to watch a game. So I can't wait to go down there and have a day to explore the city and bring that Giants orange and black to a place that does love baseball. Romo's coming with us. A lot of people from the organization are coming down. I think the Giants are we're bringing 2 planes worth of people down there, between ownership and front office folks and players and families. So they're really actually, the Padres, I've heard, now I don't know if this is actually true, but I've heard the Padres are treating this more like it's 2 games, get in, get out. And the Giants are treating it like this is a big deal for us. This is a chance for us to play in front of maybe some new Giants fans.
Yeah.
And I like that. I mean, if you're going to do all this international stuff, treat it like that to me.
Totally agree. I think this is great. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. Like when you see like the Cardinals versus the Niners have gone back and forth to Mexico City for many, many years. Now other teams are sprinkled in there. But I think this is going to be absolutely awesome. And it's cool. You get to see Fernando Tatis, who's obviously just returned. And like you were talking about Camilo Duvall and the pitch clock. Now we're hearing from Juan Soto that the pitch clock has like ruined him, where he doesn't have enough time to get set and get ready in the box. He's batting less than 160 since being acquired by the Padres. I don't know. There's just a lot there with this Padre team. And the Juan Soto thing, he's really the first player that I've seen on the hitting side complain about the pitch clock.
Yeah, I think there are others. I do think my impression going into this whole thing was this is really going to be harder on the pitchers. And now that I've watched it play out, I think if a pitcher is throwing the ball well, it's harder on the hitters. And I didn't expect that. I think that's almost like an unintended consequence of this new rule. So I don't think he's alone, although you might be right that he's alone, that he's sort of voicing that opinion.
Well, he wants $400 million too, so he's trying to come up with,
He's messing with his money.
And I guarantee you that is a factor of what's going on with that team right now.
You think?
He's looking around the room. Everybody else has gotten their big contract. Everybody, pitchers, Machado, Bogarts gets his new massive deal. They've handed out contracts to everybody. Cronenworth,
yeah, I was just going to say. Yeah.
I like Cronenworth.
Me too. And all those players you can totally justify. Musgrove and Darvish and all of them. And he's looking around going, I'm the one who's left out. And he's putting a lot of pressure on himself to perform. And he's looking at that number every day that you just cited. And it's weighing on him. And I don't think, he doesn't like hitting second. It makes sense in their lineup. Tatis and Machado sort of sandwich him there. Bogarts hits fourth. If I were Bob Melvin, that's how I'd be doing it. Yeah. But he doesn't like it. And he said that openly, too. He'd rather hit third or fourth. And so I think he's feeling a little picked on right now. Like, I'm not the big deal around here, and I want to be the big deal. And when you're young and cocky and talented, I think that stuff can start to mess with you a little bit. So we'll see where it goes with their team. I think the manager there has his hands full with all the egos and the stars on that team. Sometimes it's not fantasy baseball. Sometimes, those kind of things matter a little bit more than we let on. We'll see.
We're up against it, but any thoughts on Madison Bumgarner, who was DFA'd this week? Obviously a legend in Giants lore. Maybe he reunites with the Rangers or anything. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on Bumgarner?
Well, I don't think he's done. I don't think I heard. I do think that he is interested still in trying to get this going again. I think he's hurt the way that it's played out down there. I think I told you guys last year when we were in Arizona and I spent some time with him. I bumped into him in the back hall. I wanted to go say hi to him anyway, and then I just ran into him. And I talked to him for a long time, like 20 minutes, and he was totally, it was really interesting because Mad Bum he's the ultimate alpha male, and and he just opened his heart up like, man, I guess I just never knew how good I had it up there. And I really am appreciating all the stuff that everybody up there did for me and how fun it was to play in front of those fans. And he really was sort of wistful about his time with the Giants because it didn't end probably the way that everybody wanted it to end. So anyway, that's a long way of saying I don't think he's happy with the way this is played out there. And I think he'd like to try to see if somebody else, another organization, coach, whatever, can help him. I hope he can do it. I hope he can get one more sort of he's had an unbelievable career. He's going to be an all-time Giants great forever, no matter what happens. But if he wants to, I hope he gets another shot.
Yeah, no doubt. I know Shasky and Lutman, they're saying Texas. I just don't see him pitching in the American League right now. Maybe he's got to be an NL team, but we'll see about that. Real quick, I got to get your thoughts on Warriors Kings. Most watched first round playoff game in 21 years between the Kings and Warriors, and it was a doozy, Flem. I know you're getting ready for Giants and Mets, but boy, what a game 4 was. What's your thoughts on the series so far?
Yeah, we had it on. It was a great game. And it's funny because I don't know, you guys are probably reading the same stuff I'm reading, where columnists and pundits, or you put on the, first take shows or whatever, and you're the first round stinks and all the stars aren't playing. And there's some of that. I can see why some people feel that way. But gosh, this series has been unbelievably great. And the Kings should feel really proud about, for a group that's basically there for the first time, almost every single one of them, the way that they've performed. They almost stole that game. Good Lord, if they had won that game the other day.
Oh, man. Harrison Barnes had a chance to end the dynasty. How crazy would that have been? Harrison really Barnes.
Pretty good look. And there would have been some poetry in that for him, I'm sure. I think the Warriors are going to win the series now, but I don't think it's a done deal. The Kings are feisty, and they're a lot tougher than they play this up and down tempo, and so everybody just assumes they're soft. I don't watch them and think they're real soft. I think they've played really tough. I can't wait to watch this Game 5, and I give the Kings a lot of credit because they could have been overwhelmed. But the Warriors have played well, I think. I mean, I'm looking at Steph and Clay making shots, and Looney the way he's playing, and even with the Draymond stuff, I'm thinking the Warriors didn't. They showed up in this series, and the Kings still are fighting them hard.
No doubt. Flem, have a good call tonight. We'll talk to you next week when you get back from Mexico. No, you guys, actually, that's this weekend, right? Yeah, that's this weekend. Yeah, this weekend. You got the Cardinals 3 more. Yeah, you got Friday off. You get a rare Friday off. You got the Saturday, Sunday in Mexico City, and then the Houston Astros, the defending champs. You go say hi to Dusty Baker for all of us.
I'll say hi to Dusty. I'll buy him some, sort of like custom toothpicks in Mexico City. Maybe see if I can bring him a gift.
There you go. Flynn, take care, man. Thanks for being so kind with your time.
Talk to you guys soon.
Anytime. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. We do it once a week. So people, man, you guys talk about, hey, man, Flynn's our guy. We're going to give him all the time he needs here on the Morning Roast, talking about the Giants and, of course, other things like the Kings and the Warriors.
Just one last Bumgarner thought. I know you don't see him going to the American League. To me, I don't see what the difference.
It's not a difference anymore. Now I think about it.
Yeah, but no, what I was going to say, this is going to sound so off base, and I know he's a country boy. What about the Yankees?
You see him going clean shaven?
No, but they need a playoff guy.
He's throwing like 86.
I know, that ballpark with Bumgarner frightens me.
AL East.
He's going to give up tanks in that park.
Toronto, Baltimore, Tampa,
I'm just saying.
Boston. Oh,
man. Also, another team I keep thinking about is the Cardinals. I think he fits with the Cardinals.
That's not a bad spot.
I just think
what about Cleveland?
He needs a good spot, like Arenado, Goldschmidt, guys he knows.
What about Cleveland?
Cleveland's
Terry
a good
Francona.
fit. Cleveland's
that division, they don't have a lot of hitters in that division.
Are we going to not bring up the team that likes to have these kind of players, these retreads?
Dodgers.
The Giants.
Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, I was going to say Giants.
Dodgers need pitching, too.
They do need pitching. They do. Oh, gosh. But he was just in the NL West getting knocked around. He's getting lit up.
Well, also, that's a really young team, Arizona.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't fit the ethos of that team.
He doesn't.
I mean, he's Mr. We're not having fun. And they're a team that's wants to have fun.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams want to have fun. I mean, this guy, Mr. No Fun. Remember they were doing a dance last year in the clubhouse? And we're like, where's Bumgarner at? It was not partaking in that dance. Dude, lighten up, Bumgarner. You're getting older, dude. That act he pulled on Wilson Contreras. That's why. I bet you there's a lot of players on the club. Do not bring that guy here. Bet you there's a lot of players thinking that. Do not bring that guy in our clubhouse.
Oh, well, I mean, considering every person who's hit a home run off of him at any point in time is like, oh, screw you, dude. He's Mr. Fun Police.
650 Comcast Business Text Line. Mad Bum to the pin, like John Smoltz.
I mean, how many soft-throwing lefty bullpen guys
can that velo go up if he's a closer?
I just look at lefties like the way I look at him. I look at him like Andy Pettit. Those slinging types with the big legs, they should be able to pitch into their 40s.
I hear you.
I guess I'm wrong.
I hear you.
I think he's out of shape. Nobody wants to have that conversation.
Whoa.
I mean, he needs to go to the Kenny Rogers diet.
He's a big boy. All right.
How much do we put on that shoulder injury in 2017 kind of sapping some of his pitching power, too? Because he has not been the same since that injury.
That's a great question.
The one time we go late to breaks, Loveman's like, ooh, Giants, let me get in here.
No, that is absolutely, I'm going to shut up
Conspiracy
now.
theory.
Oh, man. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast is back.
He nutted that thing.
Shasky and Loveman bring you all you need to know about this Giants season twice a week, and new episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast, and they'll probably talk about Mad Bum, about where he's going. Personally, you know what? Thanks for the memories, Mad Bum, but your act is old. Why don't you just go retire? All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein? We go from Giants to 49ers talk with the one and only Greg Cohn. Oh, he's going to light it up. Greg Cohn coming up. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888 Tax Exit. That's 888 Tax Exit.
He nutted that thing.
Mom, Dad.
This is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
You know, before we bring Grant Cohn on, I just got to send this message out to all the Kings fans out there listening. Y'all want some trash talk today? Here's your daily clip. D-Lo, KC, ESPN 1320, and the entire chatty house. It's pretty cute that you think that you guys are the reason why game number 4 was the highest rated first-round game on any network in the last 21 years. It's pretty cute that you think it had anything to do with you. No. What it had to do with wasn't, 1, the Golden State Warriors. Number 2, the entire basketball country, the entire nation wants to see the Warriors go down 3-1. And so they saw the Warriors fall behind. They're like, oh, we're going to see the champs. We're going to see the dynasty die right here Sunday afternoon. It could have been the Pelicans. It could have been the Beijing Ducks. It could have been some team in Russia, some team in Greece. Wouldn't have mattered, folks. You have nothing to do with it. You are a participant in the Warriors Invitational. Why don't you get it through your thick skulls and stop with the SDE? You know, you got BDE, big you-know-what energy. Up there in Sacramento, they got SDE, small you-know-what energy. All right? Little brother syndrome.
He nutted that thing.
SDE. Come on, man. Sacramento. I don't think y'all got something to do with anything. Man, you're just a participant in the Warriors Invitational.
We got the king.
Know your role, jabroni. All right. Quest for 5, brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Come on, man. Sacramento. It's so cute. Grant Cohn. He's also a handsome young fellow as well. Look at his picture here on YouTube, man. Damn. Grant, you look like you're 21 years old.
I was 21 in that picture. Are you sure you're going to be safe in Sacramento? Walking around talking like that? I'm nervous for you, Bonte. You better bring me so you have some backup.
Hey, you know what? Because I can't bring San Francisco, man. He's punked out on me, man. I can't. So listen, we can't go to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I can't go to Dallas, Texas anymore. I can't go to Seattle. And now I can't go to Sacramento on a 916. Austin?
Boston.
Oh, yeah, Boston. Yeah, they were soft, though. Boston fans were soft. They were cute, too. I walked around Grant Cohn that Friday before Game 4 when Curry had that iconic game. I walked around every Boston fan. Of course, after Chris Muller inspired us and injected some confidence into us. Say, hey, you know you're losing Game 4, right? You know you're losing to the Warriors tonight. And they were just like, huh? They were shook. So, yeah, there's like 5 cities in America I can't go to now. Kind of like you, Grant.
Your haters can't come to the Bay, man.
No, they can't.
Don't come to the Bay.
They can't come to the Bay. It's like you sometimes going through the Santa Clara parking lot, man. You got to pick and choose which tailgate you go to, right?
I don't go to any of them, man. I just assume everyone hates me.
That's probably a good way to live.
All right.
It's a good way to live. No, look, Jeffrey, he's getting. Look, hey, Grant, you got to do something for me. The last 2 weeks, I thought I was working with the Butcher Boy. That's why I love him, man. We've been doing work together for so long, and all of a sudden, Sausalito Joe came out of nowhere. I mean, what is going on with the Butcher? I can't even call him Butcher anymore, Grant. He's gone soft on me.
Just when you thought you knew him, he turned into Sausalito Joe. That's the Joe I knew the whole time. I'm glad he's letting the rest of the world know his inner bourgeois nature.
Grant, this is why I love you. Let's start with the 49ers at some point. That's why we brought you on, even though I want to get you to give me your top 10 greatest rappers of all time. But that'll be later. All right. The Trey Lance thing. Bonte and I were having this discussion, and I'm just looking. I'm listening to what they're saying yesterday, John Lynch, and I'm kind of reading the tea leaves. You bring in Sam Darnold. Brock's hurt, but we're not sure if he's going to play or what. There's a lot of unknowns. But I feel like if they were to package Trey with something, another player, more picks, whatever, and they could get a second or a first-round pick, which feels unlikely today, but if they could, I believe they would do that deal yesterday. What do you think?
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, which is why they can't, because they would have done it already. I wonder what Trey Lance's value really is.
Yeah.
Because all of his value comes from that season in 2019, which was a long, long time ago. So it seems like he's kind of the Niners' mess right now. I mean, they ruined the first 2 years of his career, and they can't just wash their hands of him now. But I think what's crazy is how everyone's talking about Darnold. No one talks about Trey. They say nice things about Brock, but he's hurt. And did you hear Christian McCaffrey yesterday going on and on and on about how much he likes Sam Darnold and how good Sam Darnold is? I mean,
did you see them sit next to each other?
Considering the vets run this team.
Sorry to cut you off, Grant. Did you see them sit next to each other at the Warriors game?
I did see that. They're like really good friends.
Right.
Like, what do you think Trey Lance is thinking?
Oh, my God. So, Grant, Shazzy, you continue a second, but I said this the minute the Niners signed Sam Darnold. People called me insane. I said, boy, y'all think he's coming here to be the third-string quarterback? He got something else coming. Brace yourself, Niner fans. This was right after he signed. And Shazzy said, come on, you really think so? And then I heard the play-by-play voice of the 49ers said, oh, man, Sam Darnold always loved him, and this guy's a high pick. The Niners wanted him. I said, hey, you know what time it is, Grant. You know what time it is.
Remember, the Niners are very cliquey on offense.
What do you mean by that?
Guys vacation together after the season in Cabo. Sam Darnold's already in the clique. He's very good friends with McCaffrey, who's one of the top members of the clique. Trey's never been in the clique, and that's been one of the big issues for him. Like, he's been pretty much shunned by the locker room because the front office brought him in to push out their friend, Jimmy Garoppolo. So they never really accepted Trey, and now they got another guy in his way just because he's friends with McCaffrey. I mean, it's kind of silly.
Yeah, and like going back to like the locker room dynamic stuff. I mean, look, I'm not a player on the team, but I went to not all the practices like you, but I went to a lot of those practices that were open to the media and the fans. And he had some good days, he had some bad days, he had some great moments, and he had some bad moments. Like, it was a mixed bag, if I'm being totally fair. But I saw a lot, and I'm thinking to myself, like, man, and they still were like super apprehensive because of the Jimmy on the other field thing where he was throwing on the small field. I just feel like these players don't want to go through that same thing. If Brock was already healthy, I feel like this would all be a moot point, and they would have found a way to dump and get rid of Trey Lance. But the big elephant in the room is Brock healthy? And I don't feel how they're going to know. So I feel like we're doing the exact same thing we did last offseason this year, and I feel like the vets are going to talk and murmur, and we're going to get the same gossip.
Yeah, and I think Sam Darnold's going to start week one. I mean, God forbid. But
you really do.
What you're going to hear is McCaffrey started yesterday how good Darnold is. Then you're going to hear Kittle say it in training camp. You're going to hear Juszczyk say it in training camp. You're going to ask about Trey Lance, and they're going to say the same boilerplate stuff like great guy, really a good person, love the guy. But it just seems to me like these players have made their mind up. And like football players aren't necessarily quarterback evaluators because they practice together doesn't mean they know who's best. But if you give the players a choice, they're going to pick their friend. They picked Jimmy for 2 years. They're going to pick Sam. And that's what Kyle is. Like, Kyle's interesting. He's not really a lead. He blurs the line between leader and friend. And so that way, like, if Jed ever fired him, you'd have 6 or 7 of the best players in the team going to Jed being like, you can't do that. We will only play for him. But at the same time, he, like, lets those players make the decision. So you traded for Trey Lance, and then they basically said, no two-quarterback system is rookie year. We want Jimmy. And, I mean, if you let players veto your decision, so it's kind of interesting the kind of head coach Kyle is.
I couldn't believe after week 2 when, Andy Reid and our boss, Matt Nahigan, PD here, he worked in Philadelphia for years. And he said whenever a player got hurt with the Philadelphia Eagles, Andy Reid would come out to the presser and say, first, before we start, I want to just say our prayers and condolences to so-and-so who got hurt. We hope he gets back well, blah, 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 blah. Well, when Trey Lance got hurt against Seattle, guys were quick to run to Michael Silver and say, oh, man, that was 49ers football, man, when Jimmy got in there. And Shanahan was laughing and joking and stuff like that. And I was like, damn, like, that's how we do Trey Lance after that all season, after that training camp. And then, of course, you see the Sam Darnold rhetoric, you see the trade stuff. So if I'm Trey, man, I don't know what you do here because this is a great system for him to succeed, right? Like, if you're a quarterback, wouldn't you want to be in this system, Grant?
Yeah, and I think Sam Darnold is really happy he's here because he's only been on bad teams. But for Trey Lance's perspective, I don't think he's really in an organization that believes in him. I really believe, in retrospect, it's probably the case that they wanted Mac Jones. They probably traded up for Mac Jones. I think a lot of people were calling him racist. And I think Jed York was like, hey, guys, we don't want this heat. You can't take Mac Jones at number 3, which is right. There's no reason to trade up for him. He went 15th. Right. And I think they took their second choice, which kind of would explain a lot. I mean, I don't think they ever really had their heart in this project, which would explain why they gave up on it after 4 starts. That's what I think happened. And now they're pivoting to Sam Darnold. Well, actually, we liked him all along. We loved him in 2018. Okay, a lot has changed since 2018, but good luck.
I mean, they've been linked to so many quarterbacks over the last couple of years. Like, oh, we're in on Stafford. Oh, we're in on Darnold. Like, they're in on
Kirk Cousins.
So many different people. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. The big thing is Brock Purdy to me. So, like, I feel like we were robbed of seeing Brock Purdy in the most hostile environment to that moment. Obviously, he played a road game in Seattle, which was a huge one on short rest with some injuries along the rib cage and whatnot. But like seeing him against that defense with that magnitude on the line, that moment on the line against that team in that stadium, the fact that we didn't get a chance to see him, I feel like we're kind of robbed of some real critical analysis of whether he can hang or not. And now this year, to me, is a huge litmus test because you see what this quarterback market is. Eventually, you're going to have to pay this guy. Like, there's a lot on the line for Brock Purdy heading into this year. Trent's getting older. Kittle, Debo, Aiyuk. There's a million guys that want to get paid. I don't know, man. There's a lot on the line this year.
Well, Brock's already in a bad spot. I mean, he was in a good spot until he tore his UCL. Now, I mean, he's either in a position where he rushes back and plays, maybe where he's not 100% and his arm isn't as strong as last year, or he sits out and does what's best for his future and Sam Darnold plays and he's on the best team in the league and all of a sudden his career gets, revived. I mean, a lot of things could happen for Brock. He could end up being Sam Darnold's backup next year. So I kind of feel like the Niners broke him. It was a really good story, but the question with him, even when he was at his best, was his arm strength. Can he push the ball down the field? What's his arm going to be like now? I feel so bad for him, and it all really feels like Kyle Shanahan's like, look, man, look. Brock's not that great. It was McCaffrey. It was me. Watch what I can do with Darnold. I bet you I can get the same results with Darnold. That just seems like how he thinks. And you know what? He might be right, frankly. We'll see. If Darnold can just not turn the ball over, he might be able to do a lot of the things that Brock did.
No doubt. Grant Cohn here, publisher for all 49ers, part of the Fan Nation on SportsIllustrated.com. Brandon Aiyuk, what's going to happen? Because if I had to bet, Grant, on a wide receiver moving forward, I bet on Brandon Aiyuk over Deebo Samuel. I don't think Deebo Samuel runs great routes. I think Aiyuk runs better routes. I think he has better hands. What do you think happens with Brandon Aiyuk here? Will they pick up that fifth-year option? Will they sign him to a long-term deal? What did you take away from John Lynch yesterday when he spoke about Brandon Aiyuk?
I felt that was the most definitive and transparent he was when asked about Aiyuk. He said, we want him. We really like him. He's going to be here. I think they're going to pick up his option. I think they're going to sign him long-term. Because to me, he's 25. He's an ascending player. And really, you haven't untapped all of his potential. You run a lot. He's like fourth in your pecking order when everyone's healthy. But, like, what about in 2 years? Like, Kittle's not getting better.
Thank you.
I could see Aiyuk leapfrogging Kittle in the pecking order this year. So, really, I mean, I think there's a reason the Niners have been looking at a bunch of tight ends in the draft. This could be Kittle's last year on the team. Because if he's fourth in the pecking order in 2024 when he's 31, you really need to pay him $20 million a year to be that? I don't think so. So, actually, I look at Aiyuk being here for a long time. I don't know about Kittle.
Is this the last round for this core?
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting old. A lot of guys getting to be 30, and I think their quarterbacks are all 22, 23, 25. I think eventually they're going to have to settle with this younger core. You heard John Lynch say it yesterday. We have big plans for this year. It kind of feels like the last dance for a lot of these players that have been on the team since 2017.
Yeah, I mean, Trent, obviously, I told Bonte, I'm treating Trent, he's year to year. Like, you can't look beyond year to year. Like, at this point, he could retire at any moment like Whitworth. Like, you just don't know what you're going to get from him. Obviously, they need to lock up Bosa. They've done a great job putting money in escrow. I think that's one of the underrated things. We talk a lot about Lakeup, having all this money. Right. You have to have all this money ahead of time put into escrow. They did it with Warner. They did it with Kittle. They did it with Trent. They've done it with a lot of different guys, so they deserve a lot of credit for that. But, like Armstead, this could be the final year with him. You got Hargrave coming in. On defense, if they could walk away with one thing from this draft, what are you looking for?
No, I actually think they might take a linebacker pretty early. You think of it as not an important position, but they got Fred Warner in round 3. They lost Azeez Al-Shaair. They don't have a real clear replacement in the starting lineup. They want to have the number 1 defense in the league, and they have, like, the best linebacker coach in Johnny Holland. So, round 3, round 5, I could see them taking a guy who starts right away, like Greenlaw did, like Warner did, and is an impact player. I mean, I don't think anyone drafts linebackers better than the Niners. So I'm kind of curious about that. And then Kyle Shanahan is going to draft a running back at some point. That'll be fun. And then are they going to take a quarterback? That'll be interesting too, because John Lynch said they went through 5 yesterday, which is true. So they probably could use another one.
It's unbelievable. Greg, you make me laugh, man. You're so spot on. I know it's the truth. Real quick, because I do miss you. I remember when the Clippers came back from 30, we had a bet, and of course the Clippers came back. Well, you remember that? I made it rain on you in the press conference.
That's true.
Remember that?
That was the one thing I ever predicted correctly in my life.
Well, you were like, gosh, I wish I could cover Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, go away. I was like, thank God Kevin Durant's on the Warriors beat. Raymond Ritter
was that the
crazy.
Patrick Beverly? The 5 years are ours.
Well, no. That was in 2019. That was opening day. I remember being in the locker room for that. He was yapping. What's your take on the Warriors and Kings? What's your take on the Warriors overall?
I think it's too bad that Lacob nuked their bench, but they're trying to figure out a bench right now. Their starting 5 is great. I mean, I love watching them. They're a legit championship team, unlike the Niners who walk around and pretend like they are without actually doing it. So I respect Draymond. I respect everything they got going on over there. It's too bad that Fox is hurt, though, because I really thought that was going to be like an all-time series. I was enjoying it, and it feels like it's over now. Oh, well.
He'll play. I think he's going to play tomorrow.
You know what the greatest ascension? Everyone's like, oh, it's a coming-out party for De'Aaron Fox. What about Bonte Hill? He went from flannels in press boxes, eating chicken tenders to on television in Gucci shoes.
Grant.
Come on, Grant.
I've got nothing on Grant.
The come-up is real.
I got nothing on Grant. Don't do that to me.
Grant?
Dude, Bonte has way too much drip. What are you talking about, dog?
That's what I'm saying.
I've got nothing on Grant, man. Come on. I got nothing on.
As an Oakland native, though, because you played baseball at Bishop O'Dowd, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're an Oakland native. You obviously love the community. That's where you want to be, based for the rest of your life, I'm assuming. And what were your thoughts on the whole John Fisher, Oakland A's situation? Because you do love baseball, and I think that's something that gets lost because of your football coverage.
Yeah, I didn't grow up an A's fan, but I went to a ton of A's games. And for the last 20 years, I don't like how the A's organization has made my city. They've demonized my city. They always make us seem like we don't like the team or we're not serious about baseball. It's like, no. You guys are an evil, rancid organization, and it's not right to support you guys. So, hey, you guys want to go to Vegas? Watch no one go to your games there. You don't invest in your team. I can't believe that Nevada would do that for that.
I don't think they will.
Organization.
I don't think that's
organization.
I don't think it's a done deal yet because of what Mark Davis said last week, saying, they kept me from getting a stadium in Oakland. They're the reason why I'm here in Nevada. Now, you can read that how you want to read it, but
good for Mark.
I'm not sure Nevada's all in on the A's quite yet.
Good. And I just feel like a lot of people in the aftermath are like, Oakland blew it. This is just Oakland blowing it again. Like, nah, man, the A's blew it. They've been blowing it for 20 years.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about that. All right, last couple thoughts. Lamar Jackson, does he get inked up here, or is he just going to sign the franchise tag? And what were your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers getting traded to the Jets?
Aaron Rodgers went for a second condition. I mean, the Niners probably could have afforded that if they didn't trade for McCaffrey, so that'll be interesting. The Niners chose McCaffrey, Robert Saleh chose Rodgers, and then yesterday, I think it'll work out with Lamar and the Ravens since they have no backup plan.
Right.
But yesterday at the end of the Lynch interview, someone asked Lynch, so are you interested in Lamar? Would you get tired of that? And he was like, no, and that just shows how much conviction we have in Brock Purdy. It's like, dude, hold on. You can't say that on the record.
Right.
If you're not interested in MVP Lamar because you like Brock, that's like 7 years ago when you said you're not interested in Patrick Mahomes because you want Kirk Cousins. Like, this team is, the more things change, the more things stay exactly the same.
Did he really say that?
He really said that on the record. That just shows how much conviction we have in Brock Purdy.
I love Lynch. But we were just talking about Solomon Thomas. I was just talking. I told you that a few years ago, Grant. I told Joe a couple years ago when Lynch came out and said, I was at Mahomes' pro day, and I text Kyle saying, man, maybe we need to rework our whiteboard, man. This guy is good. And he was just there as a decoy. And I'm like, yo, Lynch, maybe keep that closer to the chest. And I love Lynch. We have him on the show. He's a good GM. He's friendly, no doubt. But I just thought I would not release that intel right there. Just keep that to yourself, man. Because look at Mahomes now. And they took Solomon Thomas.
It's one of those moments in real life where you feel like you hear the needle scratch and the record stop. He just say that? Wow. And everyone just acted like it was the most normal thing. Of course, Brock Purdy's great. Yeah, absolutely. What?
Man. Do you believe Brock Purdy could be this quarterback for the future? I mean, I can't believe we're 7 years in and we still don't know who the quarterback is.
Doesn't he feel like the Niners version of Nick Foles? I mean, Nick Foles won the Super Bowl. Nick Foles threw for 370 yards and 3 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, and they were still like, dude, you're our backup. Thank you very much.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned those because I was going to go more local with the Niners and go there is a Tim Rattay, even I'd throw Kaepernick in there, a Sean Hill element where hey, it really worked last year, but I'm holding out the reservations to see what a full season looks like. Because when defenses adjust and maybe the roster around him isn't as good, and I'm not making, I still like him. I really like him, but there's a lot to be seen. Like, even Mac Jones looked great year one. How do you look after year one? He looked pretty crappy. I don't think anyone's lining up to take Mac Jones today. I'm not saying that's who he is.
Also, Joe Judge, Matt Patricia.
No, all that factors in. But Bonte, that's my point. We don't make judgments after 8 games. We make judgments after multiple years.
Well, think about it this way. What if Purdy were on the Panthers last year and Darnold were on the 49ers? What would we think of Darnold and Purdy right now?
That's a great question.
Great question.
See what I'm saying? So I think that's how Kyle's looking at it. Like, yeah, Purdy's great, and we trust him, and he's a great backup for us, and we can win with him. But, is he a franchise quarterback? Let's see what Darnold could do. He's bigger, stronger, more talented. Maybe he could have even more success. I think that's what they're thinking. They could be wrong. But, it is a very quarterback-friendly system until the quarterback gets hurt.
Yep, no doubt about that. Wow, our YouTube chat is loving your high school photo, man. Your high school yearbook photo. See your picture.
I should update that.
Hey, getting ready for prom there. Two studs.
That's all right. I have the same, what do they call it, headshot? I have the same headshot from 6 years ago. Whatever.
I was 50 pounds lighter in my last headshot. Great, man. Look good to us, man. Thanks for the time,
buddy.
brother.
Hope all's well.
Always pleasure, man. Take care.
He's the best.
Grant Cohn, man. He's a funny guy, man.
I get a kid. I love going in all different directions. Next time he comes on and we're in the dead area of sports, let's do some rap talk.
Yeah, no,
because he has extensive rap takes that are. You think his football takes are all over the place?
Well, do you remember during the pandemic? We got into a debate. The pandemic, we got into a debate on Twitter over Mac Dre being the greatest rapper of all time or the greatest rapper in California. And that night, Mac Dre started trending.
Oh.
And then me and Grant did a little one-on-one during the pandemic about rap and Mac Dre and all that stuff.
So the king is influential.
No, I would say Grant Cohn is a lot more influential on Twitter and YouTube than I am.
When you have those conversations, I think you need to drill down a little more, the greatest, musician alive or whatever it is. Are we talking based on album sales? Are we talking about popularity, underground, independent? Are we talking about nationwide distribution? There's many algorithms.
I always just go beats, rhymes, your lyrics, and your dope song. Album sales is so jaded.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
I mean more popularity. Jay-Z's platform has been infinitely larger than, let's say, underground artist X Be Legit.
Yeah, I thought he built that. Is Be Legit a better rapper than Jay-Z? I love Be Legit. I don't think so. Now, some people may prefer Be Legit over Jay-Z.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
They would prefer Mac Dre over E40. They would prefer E40 over, say, Tupac or E40 over Biggie Small. You know what I'm saying?
So every region has their guys, right? I'm sure there's somebody in Florida right now saying, Trick Daddy's that dude.
Right.
He puts on for the 305.
Right. And Trick had his time.
Oh, absolutely.
I really,
Bug Holiday?
Oh, my gosh. I don't know what this world's gonna do, but I know one thing. That this is the life for me. Because, baby, I'm a thug all day, every day.
Because, baby, I'm a thug.
Come on, man. That's classic. That's great. I don't care about his popularity. I don't care about his album sales. I just like the song.
No, I feel you.
People will tell me, they'll make the argument that Drake is the greatest of all time because he sold the most.
Well, my thing on that one is okay, my only, kickback is Drake doesn't even write his own music. Now, I know a lot of pop artists don't do that, but that's part of hip hop to me.
Right.
When I found out Busta Rhymes didn't write all his own music, I was like, really? Now, Dr. Dre, for example, has come out and said, Snoop wrote this, Jay-Z wrote that. He's very open about it. Ice Cube wrote this. And no one says Dre is one of the greatest rappers. They go one of the greatest producers. One of the greatest beat makers. So, we could dice this thing up a million ways.
Right. And Drake, I think his last 3-4 albums have been trash.
No, there's some hitters on the Champagne Poppy. It's got some hitters.
Well, how many? All right, let's look back at his last, because he comes out with
friends
3
in the industry.
Dude,
that comes out knocks.
He comes out with 3-song albums.
It's 36-song album and 4 are good.
Yeah, I'm not with that. I'm not with that.
There.
All right, let's see here. We'll get right back into sports. Trust me on that. We'll react to what Grant Cohn had to say. But here we go. Drake. His last few. Wow, his Wikipedia is long. Saint X. Top Boy. Euphoria. The Eagles. The Shop. Oh wait, this is his film.
I don't know what you're reading.
All right, what am I reading?
I don't know song names anymore.
This is his film stuff. Where's his at? Where's his rap stuff at? Where's this? Okay. Here it is.
Wow.
Honestly, never mind. Certified Lover Boy.
Yeah, Certified
Scorpion.
Lover Boy's not bad. Not great,
Scorpion
but not bad.
was okay. Views were good 2016.
Yeah, that was good.
Thank Me Later 2010.
Yeah.
Take Care 2011. Nothing Was the Same 2013. But Drake's okay. It's okay. He's not the GOAT, though, to me.
When I was sitting at the dinner table this year for the holidays, one of my my little nieces, my cousins, was like, my favorite artist, she's like 15, my favorite artist is Drake. And I was like, oh, God. And that's Guru's favorite artist, too. And I was like, damn.
Artist.
Poor Guru.
But a lot of people argue that, hey, it's album
Lay
sales.
off.
And I'm like, okay, he has a lot of album sales. I get it. He has some good hits. Drake, man, his first 4 albums are hard. I still bought some of those old albums.
No one debates that. Like, when was the last time Jay-Z put out a good album?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But his catalog, I think, is
his
better
catalog's ridiculous.
I think it's better than Drake's.
I don't give a damn about no damn Drake night.
Yeah, we don't either, KD. By the way, the Suns and Clippers tonight. Suns have a chance to close out the LA Clippers and Russell Westbrook because Kawhi's not around. He's out for Game 5. Paul George is out for Game 5. And it feels like there's going to be a lot of changes with the LA Clippers this offseason. That's another team. Another team that could just overhaul and just, there's some rumors happening with the Clippers, too. We'll get into in the offseason. Some things I heard over the weekend about the LA Clippers. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KG, MZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to that channel while you are there. Ramona Shelburne, 920. We'll get right back into the playoffs. Of course, De'Aaron Fox is doubtful with a left fractured index finger. He is doubtful. I still think he's going to play, but we shall see about that. And I have no knowledge of anything. I just think De'Aaron Fox is cut from a different cloth. He's a tough customer, man. He's not going to let a finger injury derail his first ever playoff appearance. That's just my thought, Shasky.
No, and the guy that I'm most worried about going off, even if De'Aaron plays, especially if De'Aaron plays, Malik Monk.
Yeah.
He's the guy that they're going to have to slow down and contain. We cannot let them have a De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Sabonis game simultaneously. This
Kevin Huerter, he was MIA.
You got to think he's going to have a game, right?
1 of 4 the other night. Foul trouble. Most of the series he's been in foul trouble. I like his defense chasing these guys off, but he did not have a good game 4 at all. He was unplayable in game 4. So if he doesn't play, then you get a little more Davion Mitchell. Mike Brown may have to go back to Terrence Davis like he did in Game 3, or Kessler Edwards, the young man. So I don't know what the Kings do if De'Aaron Fox doesn't play. That's a big, big blow. The speed that Fox brings can get to any spot on the floor, that floater game, the midi. I mean, he is playing so well. He's such a good player. That's tough.
Yeah, you got to think it's going to affect his touch, but we've seen a lot of players play through finger injuries. I think Sabonis has had one for 3 months?
Yeah. That thumb injury, most of the season.
So he's not the first guy. Kobe obviously famously had the finger injuries.
Mm-hmm. Now, though, if Fox doesn't play,
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
Drew Brees.
Russell Wilson and Sean Payton.
I was doing finger exercises for 22 straight hours.
The exercising on the plane.
Sean Payton's been roasting him low key in the media.
He has.
Well, he has been calling him out. Subtle shots. Sean doesn't play. He plays the games very well.
Personal trainers. Yeah, that's not happening here in Denver. No. If Fox doesn't play, now all of a sudden that frees up Wiggins defensively.
Mm-hmm.
So now
Draymond because they did play Draymond on him a lot,
or GP2.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden you get Wiggins and maybe guard a little more Malik Monk. Now, defensively, it makes it so much better because now you don't have to worry about Fox.
Yeah,
now DiVincenzo becomes playable. He becomes, and all of a sudden now you could give him about 20 to 25 minutes. So that's interesting to me if Fox doesn't play.
Well, if he doesn't play from a competitive standpoint, it sucks.
It does suck.
Because I really wanted – he was bringing the best out of the Warriors and vice versa, and they were bringing the best out of him. So nobody wants to see, one of the studs in the game right now go down. And I was watching Ja Morant last night. There's been a lot of talk about Ja or Fox. If you're asking me who's going to have sustained success
it's Fox,
and who I'm betting on, just based on style of play, De'Aaron Fox, without a question. Ja Morant is awesome, and I'm not taking anything away from him in terms of his athleticism, how dynamite he is, but he gets up into the air and he puts himself in positions to get hurt all the time. I saw him crash in the fourth quarter alone from 5 feet or higher 5 times. And I'm saying, dude, this guy's going to get hurt, man. He's going to get hurt again. He's already got a huge wrap on his hand.
He is so reckless, man.
He's fast as hell, though.
He is
when
fast.
the ball is in his hand, he is flying.
That explosion, he had 2 explosive plays at the end of the third quarter. You're like, wow. And, you know, Ann actually sat there and watched the basketball game with me last night. She usually doesn't, but she watched the second half with me. She's like, wow, who's this guy? I like his hair, right? She was looking at Ja's hair, the green dreads. It's like, oh, wow, this guy's got swag. I was like, you know, that's the guy who had to walk away from the team. Oh. And I was like, you know, the guy in the strip club. She goes, yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. And then, of course, you see all the celebs at Crypto.com Arena. But those 2 explosive plays, I got up on my seat. I was like, damn, I forgot how explosive he is, man.
I know.
You know, and then, of course, in the fourth quarter, he tries to end LeBron James by dunking on him. It's like, just hit the Euro.
Well,
lay that up.
I do believe that, you know, we talk about matchups and who against who. For either the Kings or the Warriors, when you look at the size that the Lakers have, they present problems for a lot of teams.
Right.
You know,
he got
Hachimura is huge.
Rui's really good off that.
And he had a big rebound late last night.
He's a matchup
Anthony
problem.
Davis is a monster. LeBron is a monster. Like, you're going up against a physically imposing team that presents very specific problems that are very different than what the Kings and Warriors are going through right now. And and even if the Grizzlies can find a way to fight back in that one, they're a different team. Bane was awesome last night.
Bane was awesome. He got cold though late. He ended up shooting 13 to 29. 13 to 29, 3-12 from 3. He missed the back-to-back corner threes there late in the game. You're like, oh, he had his chance. It was overtime, I believe, where he hit the back-to-back, missed the back-to-back threes. Jared Vanderbilt, nobody's talking about him from last night, and some people may look at the plus-minus and say, well, he was a minus 18. 15.6 rebounds. I think he plays solid defense. He was 6 of 9 from the floor. He's another guy who could shadow a Curry, a Clay, and play defense on him if we get to that point. Malik Beasley's fallen out of rotation for them, but the story down there in L.A., they're going crazy over Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves, 23-6. Yes, 23-6-4.
Huge layup late in the game.
And he gets to the free throw line 8 times.
He attacks, Bonte.
The whistle on him, though. He does attack, but gosh, he does some flopping. And the whistle on him, man, he gets such a generous whistle. Spinoti knows it. He's smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah, he should.
He's smiling. Yeah, he's smiling from ear to ear. Yeah, oh, hey there. Get on the mic, Laker fan. You must be feeling good right now.
He just attacks, Bonte, to Joe Shasky's point. He goes in there. He's a gritty player. First guy in the gym, last guy out.
He wants it more.
He wants it more.
He can't even say that with the straight face.
They're smarter than you. They want it more than you.
He's not the fastest guy, but he's quick.
He's got moxie.
You remind me so much of James Kincaid, who else out on the radio side for the Warriors. You both are full of crap.
Both from Pacific Grove,
yeah,
California.
and you guys are both full of crap half the time. Unbelievable.
Love Jimbo.
I do love him too, but he's full of crap.
Try to make a comparison with Austin Reeves without using another white guy. It's impossible.
Corey Maggette? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
He's kind of come out of nowhere, too. Like, he is interesting to your point because he's got size. He's 6'5", so he's not small when he comes out. Undrafted guy. No one really thought much of him. He's a great shooter. He's always been a great shooter.
He's a better version, a bigger, longer version of Jordan Farmar.
Okay.
I just wanted to see your face.
Little Middleton?
Maybe. But Middleton's he's an all-star.
Locks down better.
Yeah, he locks down.
Yeah,
but Reeves is still young too in that respect.
Yeah.
Like
I'm just trying to think offensively with the ball in his hands, mid-range game. He'd stay.
Well, I'm seeing Gordon
at the elbow.
I'm seeing Gordon Hayward comps. I'm like, that doesn't. No, he's like a less swaggy Tyler Hero. Again, I'm using the white guy.
Yeah,
comps.
I'm trying to look for a black guy here, man. I'm trying.
I know. Good luck.
That guy.
Maybe he's just Austin Reeves and he's unique.
He's one of one, Bonte.
He's one of one. He gets so many
Hillbilly
calls.
Kobe, baby.
He gets so many.
Hillbilly Kobe? I've never heard that one. Where's he from?
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah, but he went to Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, he did. Undrafted out of Oklahoma.
Yep, Oklahoma Sooner. Did he play for Lon Kruger? Was Lon Kruger there when he was there?
Really to Larry Kruger?
Is his nickname AR-15? Is that true?
From the he wants to distance himself from that one.
Yeah, probably wouldn't get away from that. I mean, they called a foul so late against the Grizzlies on him. He missed a shot, hit down, and he flopped. And And everybody on the coast like, what? So you knew. I mean, it was just like, yeah, you're not getting no calls.
Who's going to get more calls next round? Steph or Austin Reeves?
Oh, Austin Reeves, without a doubt. Oh, the Lakers will have that game where they get to the free throw line about 45 times against the Warriors.
Sneakily?
But the Warriors do reach. The Warriors reach a lot.
The Lakers.
And they have a lot of size.
Sneakily, too, and not to get ahead of ourselves here, we're already looking forward. Steph historically has not played well in Staples, well, now formerly Staples, against the Lakers. Has not played well there. It's a little narrative just to keep an eye out.
He did in the play-in game.
Oh, LeBron saw 3 rims, though, and hit that thing. A 3-pointer for the win.
By the way, so Sacramento Kings
The
fans,
league wants that one,
yeah, they
right?
do. They want it. So Sacramento Kings fans who think they're moving the needle, and we're going to get to Ramona Shelburne at 9:20. So let's look at the round 1 opponents for the Golden State Warriors. Pelicans. I might give a damn about them in 2015. Houston Rockets in 2016. Dwight Howard kind of
The
people
Ian
were
Clark
fatigued.
series.
Yeah, they were fatigued. Portland in 2017. San Antonio round 1 2018.
God, I don't even remember that.
I barely remember that one. Gosh, San Antonio, what a dreadful series that was. 2019.
Look out for
Clippers.
Bertans.
Tavis Bertans. Round 1 2019. LA Clippers. Pat Bev, Lou Will. No Kawhi, but they were scrappy. And then last year, the Denver Nuggets without Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. And we know Nikola Jokic doesn't move the needle because he doesn't even move it in his own market. The Denver Nuggets television network has notoriously had low ratings. What is it, Altitude Sports out there?
It's not Bally anymore.
Well, not Valley.
I'm getting to close the loop on Austin Reeves. A lot of Bobby Suras. Young Guido coming in with Bobby Sura.
Don't do that. Come on. Bobby
Minus the bleached hair.
Why did he do that?
That Florida State Bobby Sura jersey was sick. Foot Locker had
Bobby
that for
Sura,
like 10 years.
It's Bobby Sura, Sam Cassell, Charlie Ward. They were legit. 3-guard lineup. ACC. They were sick. They were sick. Florida State Seminoles.
Is that jersey going to be able to fit you when you're done with this this journey that you're on? Because that jersey I thought it was a sick jersey I got you.
Yeah, we'll see in the summertime when I rock it with no sleeves on.
Have you
no
worn
shirt
it yet?
On. Oh, I've worn it a couple times. Sometimes I wear it around the house, just throw it on in the morning with some shorts.
Nice.
Walk around, let their armpits show, you know what I'm saying? Let my hair breathe underneath. All right. Anyway, we don't have delivery of the game today because we had no game last night. No game. Niners, draft, you excited?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to pick until what feels like the weekend, but I mean, I do think there's going to be an unexpected move. I didn't expect anything in free agency, and boom, they signed Hargrave. So I'm expecting something random to happen. Last year, we thought Debo could get traded on draft day. It didn't. This year, we're all like, oh, wake me up after, Friday. And I got a feeling that something's going to go down. I think they're going to be drafting him that second day.
Why can't we compare Austin Reeves to a black player? Why is this so hard? We don't compare black players to white. Well, I guess some people get compared to Larry Bird, right? Some black dudes, maybe? No?
Who?
We got to do better, America. We got to do better. Austin Reeves. Brandon, you see the commentary. You see the comment. I'm not going to read that.
I'm going to ask Steiny at the break his vast knowledge. See if it is a white player that he has to come to.
Right.
He compared him to Anthony Lamb as disrespect earlier in the year, though.
No, that is disrespectful. Also, can we compare a black player to a white player? Like, what black player compared to Larry Bird? Anybody?
Well, we don't do that with Cooper Kupp, right? Cooper Kupp, who does he get compared to?
Sorry, Jamal Crawford's not the new age Bird. Let's stop, Taker. That's come on. Nothing about Jamal Bird.
I guess Luka and James
Crawford.
Harden
And I
get
love
compared.
Jamal Crawford. Who?
Luka and James Harden get compared a lot now, which is
to
good.
Larry Bird?
No, to each other.
To each other.
That's a good
that's
one.
a good one.
To each other.
That's a good one because of all the flopping and the fouls.
Just
And
the
leaning
style
in.
of play.
Yeah, I can see
style
that.
of play.
I can see that.
You know.
Jamal Crawford is not Larry Bird.
I said that Christian McCaffrey was the white Marshall Faulk.
I'm not going to say who.
No one wanted to listen.
I'm not going to say who, but I remember I was in the Niners press box for the Pac-12 championship game, which Sam Darnold played in.
Okay.
Against Stafford. Or was Sam Darnold in that game? I know Chris McCaffrey went crazy.
Where are you going?
3 touchdowns. Well, somebody said, Draymond Green reminds me so much of Larry Bird and Karl Malone. But that's it. And I had to walk away.
Karl Malone?
I walked away and I think grabbed some nachos. So, yeah, I'm not having this conversation. Anyway, Ramona Shelburne coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Steiny and Guru, and we are...
And into the couch on Sunday. I had a gray suit on. Great. And what did I have on?
What were those kicks?
Friday.
Oh, hey there.
Well, those are from Columbia.
What are those?
Festus Ezeli. Gosh, I can't get to my phone right now. I'll lock myself out. Festus Ezeli, long story. So there's this, they're from Columbia. Festus went to Columbia. He bought the whole staff, some Kareth, Monty, Mully. Okay. He bought us all shoes from Columbia, and it's for a cause for women. I think single women out there in Columbia. I could be wrong, called Donum. 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 So it's for a great cause. So I wanted to rock them then. Suede on them. They're really nice, really comfortable. So those are really good calls. So I had those on Sunday.
Yeah, they look sharp.
Yeah, I was trying. By the way, you ever been to the golf spot? Pleasant Hill?
No.
714 Contra Costa Boulevard.
What is the golf spot?
Oh, my God. It's the golf spot. It's more of a golf sanctuary. It's a golfer's dream, Shasky.
Why do you? Is it a simulation thing?
It's the Bay Area's newest indoor state-of-the-art golf facility with coaching and technology.
Really?
Designed to improve your game. And it's now available for in-person lessons, hitting sessions, fittings, private events. Whether you're new to the game or been playing your whole life, the golf spot is the perfect place to take your game to the next level. And they're inviting space for golfers at any level, Shasky. I'm telling you, any freaking level. A great place to start if you're looking to take your kids, your family, get back to the basics and have some fun. And check this out. They feature two TrackMan virtual hitting bays, a 25-foot putty green, camera support to analyze and improve your swing or shave a few strokes off your game year-round. This spot has a virtual driving range, games, and over 100-plus courses, including Pebble Beach, Spyglass, Rio 2016 Olympic course. The golf spot has PJ-certified coaches, and it's a judgment-free zone. They're not going to judge you if you drive one into the rough, Shasky.
Well,
they're not.
I'm looking at it right now, and I mean, having a TrackMan basically gives you all of the different swing analysis that you need, all the analytics behind it. So that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm seeing that you can buy a punch card, you can become a member. Wow, I got to check this out.
Yeah, so they'll book a lesson or reserve a time there. Go to golfspotba.com. Golfspotba.com. Shout out to Christian up there. Really good people. I'm going up there next week, man. Pleasant Hill, Contra Costa Boulevard. All right. We had Ramona Shelburne on the line. ESPN. She does a great job. Knows the NBA inside and out. We love having Ramona on the morning roast. Good morning, Ramona. Welcome back to 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Ponte Hill. And let's just start with these great playoff games. We'll start with last night. Jimmy Buckets going over 50. And, of course, the Lakers surviving in overtime to take a 3-1 lead over the Memphis Grizzlies. Look, we have no idea who's going to win the championship this year. The seedings are all over the place. But I think so far these playoffs have been on fire.
I mean, I just went to both those games, right? I went to the game 4 in up in San Francisco and then game 4 in LA, and I'm like tired. Like, and they're watching. Like, they were amazing. And it was fun too, because we get to watch the Heat game in the press room before the Lakers game started. You should have heard the press room erupt, like watching the end of that Heat game, and people were just in disbelief of what Jimmy Butler did. And like every text message I got for the next 2 hours was like, Jimmy buckets. Like I honestly, like I still think Milwaukee. I know I'm crazy, but I still think Milwaukee might come back and win in 7.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I still think they might. Like, I just can't believe they're going to go out like this, but they put themselves in a bad spot.
They have. And, I mean, if they lose this series, you got to think there's going to be a lot of questions in the offseason about Milwaukee and what they can do, just like the LA Clippers. If they bow out tonight against the Phoenix Suns, as Kawhi Leonard's out, Paul George out. But let's go back to game 4 with the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green comes off the bench. That was a topic of conversation here in the Bay Area after the Warriors won game 3, a wire-to-wire win over the Kings, and the spacing looked good. The ball movement was there, and Looney had a spectacular game with 20 rebounds and 9 assists, and Draymond comes off the bench. Did you think that was possible for game number 4, Ramona?
You know, I didn't know that they were talking about it internally. Like, I think in Warriors circles, because I'd been on the Suns Clippers series, right? So I was kind of locked into that series. So I watched the game, and then I kind of pivoted into game 3. And so I got up there, and I remember Anthony Slater was asking questions about it pregame, and I was like, "Oh, that's a good idea." Like, I think he had an inkling that was going to happen, and it was interesting to see them do that, because the Warriors have done that over the years, right? I go all the way back to 2015 finals when they just decide, you know what? we're gonna play Iguodala in the starting lineup. We're gonna take Bogut out and just go super small. I mean, the Warriors have kind of made these chess piece kind of moves in playoff series over the course of their time there. I mean, as much as we think we know the Warriors' style of play and you kind of know the main guys, like they've actually been pretty adaptable throughout the playoffs. Like that's why they won so much, because you have to be able to do this during the playoffs and make these kind of adjustments and also not lose your style of play. Now, I don't know what they're going to do for Game 5. There's an argument to be made. You should still just go back to that 2 big lineup. It's not necessarily like I thought Draymond's defense on Fox was really important. I don't know if you can do that for a whole game, because if you do that, Mike Brown's going to put in some different actions to counter that. But and we also have to see how Fox is with that broken finger. I think Fox is going to play. I know they listed as doubtful. Probably not trying to put any pressure on him, but I know De'Aaron pretty well. That guy's going to try to play.
Yeah.
So it's just a question of how well he can play with that, and we'll just see him go right a lot. He's going to drive a lot. He's just going to try to finish with his right hand all the time, and like maybe it'll affect his outside shot, which means you crowd. You don't, or you sag off him a little bit, make it a little. You make it a little harder on him to drive because you're going to you don't believe he's going to shoot a 3, but I wouldn't count that guy out at all, knowing him the way I do.
Do you think it's just coincidence, or is there some, deeper connection that, Draymond Green gets suspended and then Jordan Poole starts to play really well because he's inserted back into the lineup, in the starting lineup. They do it again in Game 4 in terms of having Jordan Poole start. You think that's just coincidence or something that they should continue to try to trend with, because they're going to need Jordan Poole if they want to move on here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Steve Kerr's kind of played with that lineup all the time, right? That Jordan Poole with the starters. Mm-hmm. You've seen him do it a lot this year, because you can feel that that tension all year long of like, we need more shooting, we need more spacing. A 2-big lineup doesn't always work, but then they always kind of go back to the 2-big lineup because ultimately coaches play the guys they trust the most, and the Warriors have been so inconsistent defensively. Really just between home and road. But when you have Looney and Draymond, it's not just that they're big; it's that they're such good defenders. And so, when you have a team that's built on defense, and you take one of your best defenders off the floor and put them take them out, it's kind of, you have to compensate somewhere. You saw De'Aaron torch him in the first half, right? Keegan Murray torched him in the first half. So I think they'll play with it. I do think they'll experiment with it. They'll give it a different look. So I think that's a permanent thing. No, but you watch them all the time. Like, it's kind of obvious Jordan Poole's eventually going to be a starter, right? I mean, you don't pay the guy like that who's got that much offensive talent with as much money as you're paying Jordan Poole to just come off the bench all the time.
Right.
The young player who wants to play. So whether it's this year, next year, 2 years from now, like, it's going to be a starter. It's just a question of who comes out of the lineup for him to start. Yeah. Just a push-pull of like, when are they going to make that move?
Yeah, or what happens in the offseason? Is Draymond opt
in? Exactly.
Klay Thompson has 1 year left on his deal for $43 million. What happens with him and the extension? There's so many moving parts here when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Ramona, I know you got to run, so I'll leave it with this one here. After what you've seen through the first couple weekends of the playoffs, who do you have coming out the West? Who do you have coming out the East?
Man, my picks coming, and I'll put this out there. In the beginning of the year, I picked the Grizzlies and the Bucks. Not feeling so good about that Grizz pick right now. Okay, no. In fairness, I did not know Steven Adams and Brandon Clark were going to get hurt at that point. I kind of.
Lakers look good, Ramona. Lakers look good.
Lakers look pretty good. There's something about them I don't trust. Maybe it's you have to rely on D'Angelo Russell for such a prominent role. Maybe it's like LeBron, as good as he was last night. He was amazing last night. But he was exhausted. Like, I can't even describe how exhausted this man was when I saw him post game. So, like, there's a part of me is like, can they really keep this up like the whole time? So I'll go back on the Warriors. I mean, like,
there you go.
They're defending champs for a reason.
Hey, listen. Now you're welcome back to the Bay, Ramona. You're all good here now.
I know. I mean, I had Memphis and the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. I thought, well, this will be the year Memphis gets by, and they learned their lesson last year. Guys, I don't think they learned their lesson last year. just based off how they've played and how they've acted on and off the court this year.
No doubt. Yeah, I like Boston. I like the Warriors.
Yep.
I mean, I got to go with the home team here. I think Joe as well, but it's going to be fascinating to see if the Warriors do get past the Kings. A lot of work to do, though, man, especially if De'Aaron Fox plays. He's a tough customer. Ramona, we know you got to run, man, so take care. Thank you for the time today.
Thanks, boys. Okay, thanks, boys.
Anytime. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, does a great job for them. Had a great article how Draymond Green's suspension may have altered things for the Golden State Warriors. The exact headline was how Draymond Green's suspension might have saved the Warriors season. So, may have. That one big lineup is deadly, but could you go one big if you did play the Lakers? We'll get there when we get there. Right now, you got to focus on the Sacramento Kings because I'm proceeding forward, Sassy, as if De'Aaron Fox is going to play. And he's a tough customer. And the Golden One Center is going to be on fire. And he could get to any freaking spot he wants to. He changes the game. I mean, he's so – fourth quarter is his time. Kings go on a 15-4 run to start the fourth quarter, and that was without Fox. And I thought, oh, boy, this could be trouble for the Warriors. So I don't know how it's going to compromise them. How many guys have played with the wrap on their finger, left index finger, shooting hand? That's why I text Willie, how does that affect them? What's going on there with the shooting hand? And but I think it's going to play, Shasky. I really do.
Well, I don't know. Just in my you're going to text Mully. He's obviously got the credentials, but just my novice, you jam a finger, it's hard to use the first two fingers dribbling the ball.
No doubt.
If it's the bottom two, meaning ring finger, pinky, you can kind of get away with it a little,
right?
Because the follow through and things like that. But yeah, I mean, it's all also about pain tolerance, and then how is it wrapped? That'll be very interesting to see. What he can get away with. I don't know, man. I think if this was on the road, it'd be a bigger loss because I think that they can offset some of whatever lack of production that De'Aaron Fox has with some of their bench players stepping their game up.
Yeah,
a lot of their bench guys haven't played great. No. Trey Lance hasn't had a good game.
Since game one.
Malik Monk has been off and on since game one. Game one, he was unreal.
At home, he's been a lot better. He scored 50 in the first two games.
That's what I'm saying. Well, and the bulk of that was in the first game. But yes.
32.
Yeah, and so, They need those guys to play well. They need Kevon. They need Herter to play better. Like straight up. They need Keegan Murray to play better again.
Keegan woke up. He finally introduced himself. He seems like he was a stage fright. He had a monster game for him, man. He looked good. So good. That shot is so pure. He's going to be a player for a long, long time for that Kings fan base. So I wouldn't mind his brother being drafted by the Warriors, to be honest with you, man. They're got a projected to be in the 20s. Mid-first round, Warriors hold the 19th overall pick. That'd be a nice little pick.
As Lucas is texting me right now, John Morant has had the hand-wrist injury, and it's affected his shooting. I mean, he's really making even more of a concerted effort to attack the hoop because the deep ball mid-range hasn't been there as well.
Well, 45 Saturday night.
I mean, he had 25 in the fourth.
I know. It was a blowout. They were chasing, no doubt. It does affect him. You can tell with the ball handling. He's carrying the ball a little bit more. He doesn't want to dribble with that head at times.
Well, every time he
using
falls.
the left. Yeah, every time he falls. You see him shaking it off yesterday.
I mean, he had it at one point. It was like curled in after he fell. And I'm thinking, dude, he's got to be like the pain tolerance from Jaws, unreal.
He's so reckless, man, getting into the paint. He's jumping up. That's his game. He's Iverson. So he's Iverson 2.0. Iverson, how many times did Iverson hit the ground over and over and over?
I feel like he gets higher up than Iverson.
He gets higher up. I mean, he's got more athletic. He's got more hops than Iverson for sure. I don't want to say more athletic because Iverson.
No, but I'm saying he just like jumps higher.
Yeah,
like
he's got more hops.
He flies, dude.
He's got more hops. But in terms of like going to the rack with reckless abandon, Iverson did the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, Isaiah Thomas made a career out of going into the lane where he was the smallest guy and throwing it up. And his body, obviously, he had the Achilles injury, but his body obviously took a beating. You know what I mean? Took an absolute beating. When you're a smaller guy and you're going that high up in the air, like the LeBron charge, saw that coming a mile away.
Yeah. You got to make a better move, right? So on the fast break, he just tried to yam on LeBron. I felt like he just was like, I'm coming in on you, and I'm about to end your world at crypto.
They did a couple clear path fouls on him late in that game to stop him from, getting some excitement going for everybody. But he hit a couple, even after the play was dead, some like windmill layups that were just incredible.
Dylan Brooks, you know what he told the media yesterday?
No.
Now I gotta go.
Basically said no comment. I mean,
he just stood there and left?
2 straight games. Like,
I fell asleep right after the game was over.
He basically said, I had to watch like 15 minutes of Inside the NBA. I love that show so good. Honestly, Ernie Johnson's got the best job in the world.
I'm out, my man. Have a good night.
It was night though. Shortly after, he basically didn't talk to the media for 2 straight games as LeBron went by him in overtime.
Is that a player decision? Or is that a team decision?
Well, yeah, player decision. Yo, I'm not talking. I'm not talking today.
And that's at his locker room, not at the podium?
I don't think it was a podium game for Dylan Brooks. Not yesterday. It was a locker game.
I will say,
locker room. Talk to me.
I do love Jaren Jackson Jr.
He's improved.
Dude, defensively, and I know that his attention span can wane, but in terms of his ability with the foot speed to be able to get anywhere on the floor, and then his wingspan, his ability to block shots with either hand, he's special. I really like him.
He didn't hit the 3 yesterday, 0-4, 5 of 15.
No, I want to see him stay in the paint, but the problem is, and I was having this conversation yesterday, if he's in the paint, Ja can't,
do what he does.
Yeah, he can't go to the lane, so they kind of do need him. I would put him off to the side in the dunker spot a little more. Right. He just stands at the 3-point line too much for my liking.
He came up with some huge block shots down the stretch
last
night. LeBron James had to go high off the glass on that layup going into overtime. Yeah. I mean, it was high off the glass. So much touch.
Yeah.
And Xavier Tillman, to his credit,
played good D.
Did not bad yesterday.
I was surprised that was the matchup they went with.
They had no choice.
They have to go with AD on
and Dylan Brooks is you're just like, yo, Dylan, you can't. This isn't working out for you.
There was a couple sequences that made the highlight package yesterday on the internet where he whiffs a layup, and then he's kind of like depressed going back to the 3-point line. Yeah, ball finds him, air ball. Yeah. Depressed again. Ball finds him again, brick. And he's just... They had the Curb Your Enthusiasm music playing underneath.
Yeah,
exactly.
Let's go to Danny at Freebar real quick. Wants to chime in on Dubs. Danny, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Bonte? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing today?
I was kind of hoping you were the kid, Daniel, who called in yesterday.
No, you know what? I was there for that, and that was really funny. Shout out to my boy, Nice Guy Steven. That's one of my homies from Chico.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, I wanted to point out the fact that the highest watched NBA games by playoff rounds the last 10 years. First round, Golden State versus Stack, Game 4, highest since 2002. Second round, Golden State versus Memphis, Game 1, highest since 2011. Conference Finals, Golden State versus OKC, Game 7. We all remember that one.
Oh, yeah, Memorial Day.
2002. NBA Finals, Golden State, Cleveland, Game 7. We all know what happened, but highest since 1998. The Warriors are box office, baby.
There's no doubt they moved the needle. Sacramento Kings fans think differently.
I don't care what Kings fans think anymore.
You're over King fans?
I mean, it's just whatever.
Have they annoyed you?
Well, I mean, when I see crusty-ass Carmichael Dave talking, it's like, dog, shut up. You're a nobody. You show up 6 seconds before your crappy show, and you look like you're 5 steps away from retirement. Like, just log off, dog.
You're not feeling the backwards hat? Backwards fitted hat?
Surprised it's not red.
Carmichael Dave is not relevant whatsoever. He's like Grant Napier's like mentee. That's everything you need to know about Carmichael Dave.
He looks like he should be selling cars at Ashley Schaefer BMW with Will Ferrell during one of those Eastbound and Down, odd bits.
What was the movie with the used car salesman movie? Ari Gold? What's his name?
Yeah,
Jeremy Piven.
Entourage. What's his real name? Jeremy Piven?
Yeah, Jeremy Piven.
What movie was that he was in?
You're thinking of The Goods, Live Hard, Sell Hard.
Yes, Temecula. In Temecula. They were out there in Temecula.
I don't think I've seen that.
You haven't seen that? The Goods.
I love him as an actor.
Who was in that movie? It was him.
Smoking Aces I thought was going to be amazing, and I was way wrong.
I have not seen Smoking Aces. I'm not seeing that. The Goods.
I've never seen that one.
Rob Riggle's in it. Ken Jeong, Ed Helms.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a guy whose comedy I just don't get. I don't get why Fox loves him so much on that NFL morning.
Vic Reeves was in that movie.
Was he?
Yeah, The Goods.
Oh, I like that.
They were out there selling.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
They were out there selling The Goods. I mean, a little low budget, whatever.
Actually, low budget usually are the better movies.
I mean, Janky Promoters. You ever see that?
No, I still haven't seen that.
You ever seen Janky Promoters?
You say this every time it comes up.
Jelly Roll Entertainment? Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
It's a hole in my game.
It's so bad, it's good. Ice Cube and Mike Epps, Modesto's Finest. The movie is filmed in Modesto, California. Modesto's Finest. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Daniel Martinez, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
So, Vontae, you were talking earlier about
Austin Reeves, who do you compare him to? How about Ron Harper?
A young Ron Harper, Cleveland Cavaliers Harper?
Bad. That's not bad.
And Chicago Bulls?
Yeah. I know he was with the Bulls. I know he was
Harper
a little different when he was
lockdown defender.
He blew his knee out with Cleveland, but he was like averaging 25 a game.
He was sick.
He was sick. That's a good comp.
That's Reeves is doing pretty well with. I mean, he's just a bulldog. You know, he just reminds me of Ron Harper. That's
a good one.
It's not bad.
That's a good one.
Not bad.
Yeah, no, that is a good one. That is a good one. Jakey Promoters, man. Oh my gosh, can't believe you haven't seen that. What a classic. No, that's a good one. Ron Harper, young Ron Harper. Wow.
Why does Austin Reeves get under your skin so much?
He doesn't get under my skin. I like Austin Reeves.
The whistle clearly does.
Well, no, you look at the fouls he gets and he flops.
But he attacks.
He did say that he modeled his game after James Harden and who else? Another flopper. Who was it? Who was it that he modeled his game after?
I don't know. IHOP?
Who was it that he... Let me see. Well, it was in one of my chats. He said, well, he did model his game after so-and-so. Who was it, Spinoni?
CJ McCollum. CJ McCollum and James Harden. Those two guys.
Huh. He already plays more defense than CJ.
One of my good friends, Brian Francis, lives out in Vegas. Diehard Laker fan. I was like, man, I text the same thing to you guys. Reeves gets the best whistle in the league. And no, that's what he said. He said he studied Harden and Trey Young.
Oh, Trey
Real
Young.
quote from Austin Reeves.
Smart
and he
man.
goes, and then later on in the thread, he goes, yeah, Reeves does get a great whistle.
He does.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't get under my skin. I'm like, how did Austin Reeves all of a sudden get so much respect from the officials?
Well, he's a
like
Laker.
He's Michael Jordan.
He's a Laker. He plays with LeBron. He's attacking the hoop.
He got some calls. I was like, wow. It was just wow. Damn. Must be nice.
This is a quote he had this is per Hoops Hype. So there are a lot of people that I watch to pick things up from, like CJ McCollum is not as big as everybody, but he knows how to get to his spot and get his shot and shoot over bigger players. I watch a lot of basketball and learn from it all. And at the end of the day, it's all about the work that you put in. And if you put in the work, you're going to get results. There you go. It's a working man, Austin Reeves. Gotta love him.
Is he the new Alex Caruso? Because you guys were all over Alex Caruso.
We loved Alex.
Who doesn't
defense,
love
different
Alex?
players, though.
Why are you hating on
different.
Caruso?
I didn't hate on him. I just said they
Every
loved
team
him.
needs an Alex Caruso.
I didn't hate on him.
The bald
hate
mamba.
my game.
DiVincenzo's our Alex Caruso.
I think DiVincenzo could do a little bit more than Alex Caruso.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, Laker fans, the way they felt about Alex Caruso when he got to the game, oh my God, they went crazy.
The champion right there, Alex Caruso.
Bubble champ, that is. Bubble champ.
Son of a coach.
Bubble champ. Bubble champ. All right, Lakers up 3-1. You got the Suns and Clippers today. Suns up 3-1. You got T-Wolves and Nuggets. Nuggets up 3-1. Scott Foster's reffing that game 5 in the altitude. So we haven't had the Scott Foster game yet. Warriors Kings. Maybe we get that Friday night at Chase.
They bring him in, wheel him in like Hannibal Lecter.
If the Kings are up 3-2 going into Friday night, Scott Foster shows up. Oh my God. Warrior fans going to lose their minds. Conspiracy theories everywhere.
Was he a part of the Kings-Lakers series way back when? Was he in that? I'm sure he was.
I don't know. I know he was on the Donahue dock.
Oh, well, that I do know. That I do know.
No, I think that's something I could look up.
Yeah.
Filibuster.
I will filibuster. You know, Bonte, you were downplaying the Aaron Rodgers thing. I do think it's interesting as I pivot here to the NFL for just a second. I know it took 2 months for this trade to finally go down. I do think that now that it's actually been consummated and I see what the draft capital is, I am surprised the Niners weren't in on Aaron Rodgers more.
Jets got him and they were able to load their roster up.
I mean, I'm sure that there's some of the financial component that I'm neglecting to factor in, but in terms of like swapping out picks and really, it's not that much. It's really not that much.
It doesn't feel like that much. Now, how do you feel about the Jets?
I mean,
as a team?
They have great weapons. Their wide receiver was one of the studs. Yeah, one of the studs of this year's draft class. And then defensively, obviously, Sauce Gardner was a superstar. It feels like defensively they're going to be in a lot of games. The division plays into that.
Quinn Williams.
You know, the way it is. Yeah, but I love it for them. I think it's great.
And they signed Randall Cobb. And did they go to...
Did Mercedes Lewis go there also?
Maybe Mercedes Lewis. I think he picked up Alan Lazard, I think, is with the New York Jets as well.
The question is, Breece Hall coming back from the injury, is he going to be able to bring it?
Right.
That division, you look at that division, it's all of a sudden gone to very fascinating. Belichick and Mac Jones, what's going on there? Like, that to me is fascinating. I don't know if they'll be good or not, but I find that interesting. Josh Allen and obviously his coach, McDermott, they've got to get over the hump. Tua and Miami. What do they do there? And then now you got Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. I mean, the AFC is loaded with talent.
It is loaded with talent. It is.
I mean, the Jets could conceivably win 10 games and not make the playoffs.
Scott Foster, not a part of that series.
Okay.
Not a part of that series.
Failed to mention the biggest acquisition of the offseason.
Jimmy. Raiders. Devontae Adams had a camp the other day out in Vegas. He's ready to roll. Jimmy.
Now I gotta go.
Are you excited for the Jimmy G era, Raider fan?
I don't. God, it's going to be an S show. I have zero faith in Josh McDaniels. Let's look at this draft first. I'd really want C.J. Stroud, but I'm prepared for an offensive tackle or a cornerback.
Austin Reeves equal Wally Serbia.
Number 7.
Wow. 7.
That's a good pick.
It is.
Or if Jalen Carter can fall.
Oof.
Him in
Georgia?
Vegas? Not sure if I like that.
I hate that argument. You know what? Don't be a knucklehead with a lot of money. Anywhere has temptations.
Yeah, you could get in trouble everywhere.
That I agree with.
Like guys are keeping their head up in Atlanta, you know how Magic City's right down the road with those wings.
Magic City.
I'm serious. New York City.
Miami?
New York City has all type of temptation. Miami.
Yeah.
You know?
That's true.
I'm sure Milwaukee's got a couple hot spots for Green Bay, right? Down the road. I'm sure they got a couple things going on for NFL players. Even John Morant got caught up in Denver for crying out loud. Some hole-in-the-wall spot in Colorado.
I do think the Niners are going to do something in the first couple days. Maybe not day one.
Trade up.
Yeah, I do, because day one is Thursday is the first round. Friday is second and third round, and then the rest of the draft is on Saturday.
Most pressing need for the Niners. What do you think? Corner, tackle.
Dare I say quarterback?
Center.
I think right tackle.
Right.
I think right tackle or center. Yeah, it would be at the top. But when I heard Grant Cohn mention linebacker, I do think that's a need. I don't think it's as high on the list as the offensive line play, but I do think backup tight end. I think more wide receivers, another quarterback. Like, there's a lot. Like, that's the thing about the NFL. You're as loaded. The Niners are loaded, and yet we could still make an argument they've got like 4 or 5 needs. Mm-hmm. Another cornerback, another safety. I still don't know what the hell they're doing with the kicker.
Right. Well, they traded for the guy
but
Carolina.
Does anyone have any faith in that?
I mean, he's a kicker. Did you really have faith in Robbie Gould?
I do think they're going to draft a quarterback. It's probably going to be on the final day, but I do think they're going to draft a quarterback.
What if Hendon Hooker is saying he could fall to the 3rd or 4th round, huh?
I like Hooker coming out of Tennessee. I liked it, but that injury was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was bad. And how much film does he? I don't know.
He had 1 year. I mean, basically, 8 games?
Yeah.
But those receivers were sick.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know about that.
And we look back, I don't know if that Bama team's defense was that good.
No, it was they let down this year. Although I would have loved to see Bama in over TCU. TCU lost that Big 12 championship.
Because I just want to see Bryce.
I just want to see Bama, Georgia 1-4. Like, hey, it's just TCU. You knew what time it was. And
so does this draft not hit the same for you as maybe years past?
Well, I think I love the NFL draft. Love the NFL draft. Love it every year. Obviously, no picks in the first 2 rounds for the Niners. You got the quarterback questions, but also we're going to miss this Warrior playoff run.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Giants baseball.
This is where having kids.
That was a joke.
This is where having nobody laughed either. We were just like, Giants don't factor into this.
I mean, when Mitch Haniger returns, you just put the Niners on the back burner.
They play at this time all the time. We don't give a damn about the Giants when it comes to draft week. But this is where having a daughter.
Is that BPA?
Fleming's BPA.
Oh, I like that.
I like that. Just the Warriors in this run. It's the Warriors Kings. This could be the last run for the Warriors. There's so many question marks after the season.
Mm-hmm.
They're the champs. They're going for back-to-back titles. They're in this heated first-round series. It's just hitting a little different. That's all.
Yeah.
And the Niners didn't send anybody to Indianapolis for the combine.
They don't have a first or second now.
Yeah.
Right? So that I believe means something. And the way you lost in the NFC Championship game, it left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. I think we'll get fired up for 49er football come June, July.
I think, don't get me wrong. I'm still fired up.
No, but I'm saying like the real intensity.
I just think Niner fans, too, overall, we're just like, we got questions at quarterback again. Another question about the court every single year. Again. And I think that fatigue, I think people want to know the quarterback. You know, whether or not you draft somebody, but they just want to know who's going to start at quarterback. And right now, we just don't know who's going to be quarterback. By the way, Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. With that said, let's get to our final thoughts. Let's roll. Final thoughts here. Shasky, start us off. Final thoughts.
My final thoughts are, it really does stink that De'Aaron Fox is not going to be at 100% strength. I know nobody is at this time of the year, but it's the last thing I want to do is have this series robbed or, decreased in terms of drama because of the guy's index finger on a shooting hand. Like, that really does suck. I want to beat a team at their full strength, and I feel like both teams were getting the best version of the other team because of the high intensity, and I would hate to see it tick down just ever so slightly because of an injury, and it just sucks, man. I feel like it really does.
Spadoni, what you got?
To piggyback off that, who's going to be the more desperate team tomorrow? You'd think with the De'Aaron Fox injury, playing at home, are the Kings going to be more desperate, and will that be the deciding factor? Are the Warriors going to match their intensity early? That's what I'm looking for.
Love that. Love, man, what you got?
I was kind of having a good morning this morning, guys, and Fast 5 starts. I want to get maybe a Giants thought in here. So I was like, let's see who's pitching tonight. It's John Brebbia on the hill.
Yeah,
we have this super deep pitching staff, and it's April still, and we're going to bullpen games. Like, it's silly.
After Cobb went a complete game yesterday, and no other bullpen guy pitched.
Well, I guess the bullpen's fresh. It's consideration.
Hey, Loveman, Lisa will be wearing the City Connects tonight, right? It's
that
Tuesday.
Is true. It is a City Connect Tuesday, so the odds are in the Giants' favor.
I love that commercial with I Am Sewell. The commercial about nothing like it. I do like that commercial.
Nothing like it. Nothing like the City Connects. What is their record in that? They're like
700-0.
It feels like it.
Who's been the more disappointing team in this between these two teams? The Cardinals to start the season, or the Giants?
Cardinals.
Not even close, right?
Cardinals had expectations.
Cardinals pitching
Montgomery.
is awful. Jordan Montgomery, not bad. Not bad. He's a good number 3. He's not bad. He's pitched well for them.
Yeah, as a 3.
But
he was the ace for USA team.
Yeah, well, he was really good with the Yankees last year, and they traded him.
In the NL Central, Pirates just locked up Brian Reynolds to a big deal. Someone retweeted that contract. It was McCutcheon for Brian Reynolds and cash considerations, or whatever. Now both are back to being Pirates.
My final thoughts: what is going to happen to the Clippers and Bucks? If they both Clippers, they're about to bow out. Suns are taking that home. I believe they're taking it home tonight. They'll win Game 5. And the Clippers, what do they do with Kawhi and Paul George in the offseason? Does Ty Lue keep his job? And in Milwaukee, they have to win 3 in a row against a tough and scrappy Miami team built for the playoffs. Jimmy Butler is not going out like a punk. What happens if they lose in the first round? What happens to the Bucks? All right, that's it for us. That was a Fast 5. Our final thoughts brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. JD in for Guru alongside Matt Steinmetz. They'll be talking some dubs. Oh, we got one more. We got one more final thought. Only Warrior fans would think a dude who broke a finger is gamesmanship. SMH, shake my head. That's wild. Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's thinking that. I don't know who said that. That's from Kamara on the Comcast Business text line. So, actually from YouTube. So nobody thinks that. We want Fox healthy. We don't think it's gamesmanship at all. The Kings, I don't think Mike Brown would do that against the Golden State Warriors. He got too much respect for the organization. So we'll see what happens. I believe Fox is going to play. We'll see. He's listed as doubtful today. We'll hear from the Kings fans, from Mike Brown and company a little later today. We'll hear from the Warriors a little later today. Then they'll travel up to Sacramento via charter bus and get ready for game number 5. But we'll see tomorrow. JD Steiny coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Steiny and Guru, and we are giving you the chance. Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you, JD. Matt Simons along with John Dickinson. Guru tending to a personal matter. He'll be back tomorrow. And JD and I just talking before the show starts. We'll just continue with the conversation. I agree with you, JD. I think if you're the Kings, I think you come out of Game 4, you still have confidence. To me, yeah, you would have liked to have won that game. Harrison Barnes makes that shot. It's 3-1, but these are pros. I don't see them walking out of Chase Center on their way to sack thinking, oh, boy, I don't think we can beat these guys. I think they can beat the Warriors as much now as at any point of the series.
Yeah, and Steiny, good to be with you as always. Hope everything's going well with Goo. But I think from the Warriors' point of view, I would come out of Game 4 not thinking that you've got them. Like that you've figured them out. Like I would come out of that game thinking you survived. You had to play pretty well to beat them. You made a lot of shots. You had some key defensive stops. You withstood the Harrison Barnes shot at the end of the game. And even with De'Aaron Fox's Game 5 status in doubt, because of the unknowns surrounding that, you can't look at it any other way if you're the Warriors other than, hey, the Kings played a pretty damn good game in your building in Game 4. If anything, they kind of showed maybe they can go in if they have to and win a Game 6.
Right.
And so I look at this series as we've looked at it throughout, which is the Warriors have to play well and play a certain way to beat the Kings. And that allows for zero let up at all in terms of the focus or the preparation or the way they go about attacking it. So it's game on right now
for
at
sure.
2-2.
888-957-9570. That's the number. You know it. And it's also the Comcast Business text line number if you want to jump in on the text line with your thoughts. We always include you guys. And just talking to JD before the show, we're always, coming up with a topic. And he's like, I just wondering how Warrior fans are feeling right now. It's 2-2. You got down 2-0. You did what you had to do. What's the confidence level? Because I've heard, and I want to know kind of if this is just bravado. Because I've never, when I was a fan, I was never this kind of fan. I wasn't like Guru, that much of a Warrior. But if I were a Warrior fan, I'm not the kind of fan that'd be like, oh, this thing's over. We got this now. But I know there are some Warrior fans out there that feel really good about this team. 888-957-9570. What are you expecting also going into Game 5? I just saw a stat here. You could verify it. Somebody said the Warriors are 14-4 in Game 5s in the Steve Kerr era. Hey, if JD doesn't know it off the top of his head, it's a good stat.
I hadn't gotten that far yet, still with over a day to go until Game 5 is going to take place in Sacramento tomorrow night. But that sounds about right. I'm trying to think of the 4 that the Warriors didn't win.
Well, they won that Oklahoma City one.
Game 5. 2019 stands out. They had a Game 5 where they could have closed out the Clippers in the first round at Oracle and didn't. The Game 5 where Chris Paul got hurt at the end in 2018, but the Rockets went up 3-2. That's the other one that comes into my mind off the top of my head. And then Memphis last year would have been Warriors up 3-1. They go back to Memphis, and they end up losing that Game 5. So that's 3 of them. So I'm working my way through here as we get started here on Steiny and Guru on a Tuesday.
Yeah, that's from Joseph, I think.
Maybe I'll get that 5th one. I don't have the 5th one off the top, but I got the 4th one.
Gotcha.
At the top 3.
Gotcha. The one thing I'm thinking about when it comes to tomorrow's game, and it's funny because I know we do this. Oh, Wiggins makes a shot, they're up 3-1. Barnes been there, up 3-1. The reality is it's 2-2, and honestly, I think the Warriors played pretty well on Sunday. I really do. They think about this. They shot the ball well. They didn't turn it over. They were great from the foul line, and they rebounded pretty well. They just got by the Kings at home, surviving a 3-point shot. That, to me, tells me the Kings aren't going anywhere. Doesn't mean the Warriors are going to lose this series, but I don't think the Kings are going away in this series.
I don't. And again, De'Aaron Fox and his status and not only his availability for Game 5, which, of course, he is listed as doubtful. Does he wind up being able, between now and 7 o'clock tomorrow, figuring out a way to be able to play? Is it just a pain tolerance issue for De'Aaron Fox? Is he capable of being effective, and how effective is that? If he does get out there, all of those things factor into this, and that's really where I got the question from, just running through different scenarios in my head here as far as a Warrior fan perspective on how you're feeling about the series. To me, if we knew De'Aaron Fox was fully healthy and or capable of being pretty close to the player he's been in the 4 games of this series so far, there's no way in hell, if I'm a Warrior fan, I'd be thinking, quote, we got him.
Right.
But I do think maybe there are some Warrior fans that are thinking, hey, he's doubtful. If he doesn't play, well, then that's a different scenario. I would even go as far as to say, even in that scenario, Steiny, that it's not necessarily the Warriors have got him, because let's say Fox can't play in Game 5, but it's trending better over the next couple of days with this finger, the avulsion fracture, to where maybe the Warriors go in and win Game 5, but the Kings, I think, to your point about the way they played in Game 4, they've probably got confidence that with a less compromised Fox Friday than maybe tomorrow, that they could go in and win Game 6 at Chase, and then it's right back to Golden One Center in Sacramento for a Game 7 at that point, with the potential for Fox to be getting better by the day, even though I think it's pretty clear that he probably won't be 100%.
Well, and we can get into that right now, because it's funny. He suffered the injury, and he still played the last 4 or 5 minutes. He made a big shot, obviously, with the finger. I'm proceeding, JD, as if he's going to be fine. And the reason I'm doing that is because he really didn't look compromised the last 4 minutes. And so if I'm a fan watching this series, or even if I'm a Warrior fan, I'm gonna say we're going into that game, and Fox is going to be Fox, and we'll know if he's not Fox the first 6 minutes of the game. And if he's not Fox, well, we all know then the Kings are in a little bit of trouble. But for some reason, JD, and we can get into this a little bit, I think he's going to play. And I don't know to what extent he's hurt. But more importantly, forget how much he's hurt. I have no idea how effective he can be or not.
Well,
I'm assuming he's going to be effective.
And I think the Warriors have to assume that he's going to play and be effective. The Warriors can't get caught in this believing that there's a little bit of a lull and believing that he isn't going to be himself or isn't going to play to a point where that game's going to be easier, let's say.
Right. 510, no, Steiny. The Warriors made a lot of mistakes in the fourth quarter. The Warriors could have eliminated those mistakes. True. But the overall numbers of the game are pretty positive for the Warriors. Would they have 11 turnovers?
Yeah, something like
that. You take that any day of the week. Now, you don't want the ones they had late, obviously, but I think the macro of think about it. Clay shot well. Poole shot well. Curry shot well. Wiggins shot well. To me, it's just an indication that there's still a lot of work to be done for the Golden State Warriors, and Game 5 is going to be a doozy. Fox obviously got hurt. You want to do this now?
Sure.
We can do this now, JD.
Well, look, apparently I got some Kings bloggers and fans and maybe some radio hosts riled up in Sacramento, maybe even some with the Kings organization. I don't know, haven't heard from them yet, maybe in the next couple of days, talking about the reporting of the Fox injury. First off, look, I was very clear that I think Fox is legitimately hurt. So, number one, I was not in any way, shape, or form downplaying the injury, nor was I questioning De'Aaron Fox's toughness. Anyone who listened to the whole clip or our entire conversation can hear that. I wasn't implying the Kings or Fox were faking the injury. I think that's kind of a joke. My point was more on the reporting and trying to generally shed light into how there can be a difference in reporting based on who reports something and the perception of either an affiliation with that person and an agency, or the fact that, and you know this from being a longtime reporter, that sometimes reporters are given news to break in part because they're going to frame it a certain way.
No doubt.
And I noted the difference in what Shams Charania had tweeted and what Woj had tweeted, and referenced Shams as a clutch guy. Now, I should be clear on that. And yesterday I probably should have said in the moment, there's a perception in the industry at times that he has pushed some clutch, things with a clutch angle. There's also Woj has done that at times, or the perception of that has been that he's done that at times as well. But he's not, I'm told, employed or repped by them. So I probably should have been clear in that. But even the Draymond Green report was one recently where people kind of went, where he reported that it was unlikely Draymond was going to get suspended. People kind of went, well, where's the angle there? Oh, maybe that's an angle that's pushing something from that side. So that's kind of a Warriors example recently. This was not, obviously Draymond ended up getting suspended. This was not some random conspiracy theory, or questioning the injury. And I get it. Emotions are running high because of the series, and it's 2-2, and it's been heated back and forth. But I mean, I kind of leave it at that. Like, it was nobody was questioning toughness or legitimacy. Clearly he's hurt, and obviously the Kings have said it's an avulsion fracture. So I mean, if there's anything you want to come down my road about or anything like that, as it was a part of our conversation, that's fine. I know a lot of people went wild with it, it sounds like, in Sacramento.
Bottom line is he got hurt. They're going to he's listed right now, I guess, as doubtful. We'll see if that's upgraded to questionable. But look, the bottom line is if he's got a hurt index finger, one of two things is going to happen. He's going to play well or he's not going to play well. And then if he plays well, guess what? They can say, man, he played well with a messed up index finger. And if he doesn't play well, we might say, well, you know what? That stinks. He was compromised. So what's the big deal?
And I think some took exception with the fact that I said that there was a heroic narrative being created. Like,
well, that's the NBA.
But to me, that's exactly that's like, so what? Like, if De'Aaron Fox goes out and balls in Game 5, of course it's going to be considered heroic. Like, there's nothing, like, that's just how Kings fans will view it.
Exactly.
That's how somebody may write about it. If he goes out there and is ineffective, people are going to say, hey, he has an excuse. Like, there was no compromise. Like, that's part of the deal. You play injured, you don't play well. I mean, we've seen that with the Warriors. Like, there's times where they've played through injuries, didn't play well, and some may write what would come off as an excuse as to why they were playing. So I didn't think it was something crazy or out of pocket at all, other than I did want to be clear about I was referencing the perception as it relates to certain reporters being, pushing a certain story from the side of a particular agency potentially. And look, that's not something that, even if it was going on, that's not something that the player himself would even be in on. It's like, that's what the player's got his agency and his people for. So it's not like a calculated, I think some people took it like, oh, how could you say that about De'Aaron Fox would never do that? If it did happen, De'Aaron Fox wouldn't have been part of that conversation. Like, oh, I'm trying to cook up this narrative for myself. Get out of here with that.
Steiny, I agree. The Kings made some. I think the Warriors can smell an opportunity to advance. That's a 408. Well, that's what you hope with this pedigree that we talked about all year and in the last several years, quite honestly. Let's go. Let's get started with just to see what's going on with Vern. Vern's in West Oakland. What's up, Vern? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on. We loud and clear.
Oh, right on. Well, my thing is, I haven't watched the entirety of the series, so I was wondering, are the Warriors capable of double teaming De'Aaron Fox a little more than they have? Because from what I've seen, he doesn't handle it that well.
Well, you know what, Vern? How about this? Last play of the game. Kind of got double teamed. Would you call that a double team on Fox late once he fumbled it? I watched that about 7 times last night. Yeah, go ahead.
I wouldn't really call it a double team. I just thought it was a last minute. Yeah, let's get him right here type of thing.
So you're talking about kind of blitzing him on the pick and roll, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the problem. I mean, you like to do that. He's a special player, though. He's fast. He's really quick. And if he gets by that double team, forget it. Then you're done. Because then he can get into the lane where he's automatic, or it feels like he's automatic during this series. Quicker the player, tougher it is to double team him. But depending on the strategy with a high...
I counted that as a double team.
I kind of thought it was, too. And I'm actually surprised. Did Mike Brown say that Harrison Barnes... Did he say he wanted to flatten out with a 1-4, which would mean that Barnes shouldn't have come up there so close?
Well, it looked like maybe there needed to be a little help. Like, that's one where maybe the play isn't to do that.
Correct. That's what I thought.
But
Barnes got to do something to help out
But
his
if you're
teammate.
watching your guy maybe lose the ball, like you don't want a turnover.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to try to give him an outlet to make an easier pass. And I know you guys were talking about it yesterday, the fact that it didn't necessarily look like Fox was even going to be able to make the pass at first, but he did. And they got a great look, and Curry was flying back trying to get to Harrison Barnes. But I thought that was the quintessential, you got to give up something to try and get something. And not in a way they thought Harrison wasn't going to make the shot, but it's like, would you rather? I mean, we talked about how exceptional Fox has been this season in the clutch, right? That's one of the big stories of the year. He hit 2 pull-up threes to win games at the buzzer. So to me, if you're the Warriors, you weren't giving him that shot either. You know he wanted to get in between if he couldn't hit his little pull-up or his 18-footer. But in that moment, he also almost did the Steph shot where he would just take the pull-up from 26 or 27. And so you couldn't give him that, and the Warriors didn't. That meant, hey, to not allow him to shoot that 3 ball, that meant that you're going to have to give up something, and the Warriors gave up the shot to Harrison Barnes, and that could have got him beat.
I feel like what happened on that play was, obviously, Draymond had his eyes on Fox, and he saw Fox stumble a little bit at first. He was looking to give help, but then he went to give the help when he thought, I didn't think that Draymond Green went to double because he thought Steph ever got beat on that, because he didn't. But I think he did go to double because he thought he could get a steal almost, or prevent them from even getting a shot.
And just make sure
Fox
didn't
doesn't
pull up from there.
Exactly.
Because you can always take that pull-up shot as long as you think you have enough room. Now, it may not be a good shot. You may not make it.
Right.
But I think Draymond, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I think Draymond knew Fox has hit a couple of those pull-up threes, and he didn't want him to take that shot.
I think the bottom line is Draymond may have decided, anybody but Fox. Anybody but Fox. Because, I mean, if you,
and that's smart, if he did.
If Draymond never comes on that play, he never comes, what do you think happens? I think Fox ends up taking a tough 18, 20 footer.
Yeah, or even maybe he just says, forget it, I can't get by him, I'm taking the 3.
Exactly. And Fox has shown that he can make big shots. I mean, the bottom line is this, and I think the clutch award's a joke. I really do. But you got to pay it some respect, because it must mean the guy's making shots late. So if De'Aaron Fox has made more clutch points than anybody else, let's try not to let him
by a lot. Though
that makes sense. That makes sense. Bob in San Francisco, what's going on, Bob? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm a first-time caller out here in San Francisco.
Nice, thank you.
I was just kind of watching or reading Bleacher Report yesterday, and I was reading that article they're saying how the NBA has confirmed that they missed a call against Draymond Green late in the game that would change, the outlook of the game and all that. And I'm just wondering, how often do you guys read articles like that? So I feel like the only time I've ever seen these articles are, against the Warriors. I feel like it's the NBA kind of doing the hate on the Warriors thing. And, it's popped up once before. And after that game in Sacramento, I mean, they missed that call against the bonus, smashing into Looney in the last couple minutes there. That would have been a complete game changer too. But you don't get any articles popping up about that.
Yeah, and thanks, Bob. Here's the thing. After every game, the league puts out a last 2-minute report. So every call's assessed in the last 2 minutes. And I guess they missed something on Draymond.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I didn't look it. I'm actually looking it up right now, trying to.
You know what's funny, though, is what's interesting. So anyway, Bob, what I'm trying to say is after every single game, they have a last 2-minute report. And that goes for the regular season. And you're free to look at what calls were made or missed. And the interesting thing to me, JD, is we're halfway through the first series. We haven't heard much about the last 2-minute reports. I'm not saying the refereeing's been good or bad. I'm not even going to make a judgment on that. But I did not think the last 2 minutes of that game were reffed poorly.
No, I would agree. And it looks like 42.4 seconds, or no, 37.9, I guess. There was a foul on. We'll get it right.
Yeah,
I guess Draymond Green fouled De'Aaron Fox with 37 seconds left. I'm watching the video of it right now.
Gotcha.
Sometimes it's a little convoluted.
Right.
It was 126-122 at this point, and I'm just watching it now. This is after Curry took the timeout, and so they're saying
it was like a Draymond reach.
So Fox,
apparently,
Fox drove, and Draymond fouled him. And they didn't call it, and Fox ended up losing the ball. It went to Harrison Barnes, and Harrison Barnes missed a three. I think the ball went out of bounds to the Kings. Yeah.
Okay.
So Fox.
It would have been apparently would have been Draymond's fifth.
Fox drove. All right. Draymond, they said foul him. He lost the ball. The ball went to Barnes. Barnes missed a three. It went out of bounds off of the Warriors, and then that's when they inbounded it, and De'Aaron Fox hit the three that made it a 1-point game. So
they lost time, but not points.
Right. So he would have essentially gone to the line in that. And yeah, apologies for kind of stumbling through that, but I wanted to make sure I got the exact play correct.
Yeah. No, I think the officials in this series have been they've been satisfactory. Come on now.
Anytime there's a close game, there's always going to be a question of this call or that call, and you're always going to look at the 2-minute report the next day and see whether something was right or wrong.
But I mean, people know that I stick up for the refs, but I always think it's a good sign when, you know what we've heard 6 times in the last 2 days? The charge that didn't get called on Sabonis when he lowered his shoulder and then he almost stepped on the end line. It's like, yeah, that should have been a charge. That should have been a charge, but that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they didn't miss any other calls, but that's one play that stands out. I think there's a lot of Memphis Grizzlies fans, Spadoni, that aren't crazy about what happened last night in Los Angeles with the striped shirts. I guess they don't wear striped shirts anymore. How was the officiating in that game?
Pretty even, I thought.
Gutless.
So the thing that I think is great is we've gone through 4 games here. It's 2-2. It's turning into a hell of a series. It already is, and we haven't talked much about the officials. And
it's been kind of a no-name crew the last 2 games, and I think that's been a good thing. I know we talked about that, I think, on Friday off of the Game 3 when I was in for my segment with you and Guru, the fact that not knowing of any history between any particular official and any particular team is refreshing, and there really hasn't been that on display in either of the last 2 games, which I think has been good. I know there was, I think, Game 2, remember was it Courtney Kirkland? It was the guy that ejected Sean Livingston, that Sean Livingston bumped, I think it was.
Man, that's going back.
Well, that was something, again, everybody's got their theory about this or that. I mean, that was something on the Warriors side that was making the rounds from the fans as to, well, you knew they were screwed that night. And if it's not, well, it wasn't Courtney Kirkland, I apologize. I might have had that wrong, but it was somebody that Livingston bumped.
Yeah, thank you to the 925. Dre said on his pod he knew they had to have someone other than Fox beat them. I knew he had a quote on that, but I wasn't sure that it was like a post-game interview. So thank you, 925. That was from Draymond Green's podcast saying he wanted somebody other than De'Aaron Fox to beat the Golden State Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors, Game 5 tomorrow at Golden One Center. Where's your confidence level if you're a Golden State Warrior fan right now? You feeling confident? I'll even take it a step further. You think this series is over? You're not that confident, are you? Also, Klay Thompson. Time to talk about Klay Thompson. Is a Klay game coming? You don't need one. And I'll tell you why on the other side. Hey, it's Steiny and Guru, and we're giving you a chance of a lifetime on Wednesday. One of our great listeners is going to win a pair of tickets to Game 6. All you have to do is listen Wednesday between 1 and 1:30 when Bob Myers is on, and you could be going to Game 6, which is on Friday. That's tomorrow between 1 and 1:30. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Mom?
Because he's a lefty when Monk was open on the right. I think a lot of Kings fans would have preferred Monk take the shot.
Right.
I think a lot of Warrior fans would have preferred Monk not take the shot.
And you know what? In fairness, let's take the play to its conclusion. Curry came with a hand. He came with a contest. He didn't give Curry
was really good on that play.
Curry could have just kind of gave one of those token effort hands, but he contested that. That would go down as a legitimate contest on the score sheet. So,
100%.
They ended up playing that perfectly well. What's a stat you had about LeBron? When it's money time, he's money. What is it?
With a second left on a game-tying or go-ahead shot in the playoffs, LeBron James is 7 of 12 from the floor. Not bad.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
For reference, Kobe's 2 for 7.
Kobe. All right. Here it is. This is what I want to get into. If I'm a Warrior fan, I know they talk about the Clay game. The Clay game. Is a Clay game coming? I'm going to tell you something right now. I would give up any future Clay game. I would just say, take it off the table. I don't want it. But I do want the last couple games of Clay. You give me the last couple games of Clay, I don't need a Clay game.
Well, game 4 especially.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Especially the last 2.5 quarters of game 4 where he hit just about every big shot the Warriors needed to avoid being in a real compromising position.
I mean, one of the things that I think the issue sometimes with Clay is he wants to be a part of it so bad that he overdoes it. How many times, you look at that game on Sunday, Clay was 9 for 15, 4 for 9. He was efficient. His defense was good. It's pretty good for what they're asking him to do right now. It's like that Klay Thompson is good enough to be that piece on a championship team.
Agree.
And it's kind of what he was last year. I've just felt like he's kind of stopped thinking about himself. You know what I mean? Like he's just let me ask you this. He used to be able to impact games even when he didn't shoot terrifically because of his defense. He can't do that quite as much now. But I just thought in that flow of the game on Sunday, for him to take 15 shots in a game like that, but be as good as he was with 15 shots, I mean, I don't know if it's growth, but man, now to me that was a big time. Now having taken a step back, a day or two to look at it, Clay doesn't play a game like that very often, but he's played a few more lately than he's played in a while. So I just want to give him some credit for really being discerning on Sunday.
They just can't afford a 9 of 15 to be a 9 of 19. And because those extra possessions the other way would have done them in that game. And it's an extremely fine line. And I just think the question is more, do you trust moving forward that Clay will continue to play that way, or is he going to revert back? Because the bad games tend to, and you've been all over this, the bad Clay games tend to really hurt the Warriors more than the bad Clay games of the past.
Right. And I think
it needs to be a subtle bad game if it's going to be a bad game.
Right. And you know what? 9 for 19, I think I'll even take if he's 4 for 10 from 3.
But 9 for 19, the Warriors would be down 3-1 right now.
They might be. I mean, they would be if you're going to use the numbers and pretend nothing else changes.
Sure.
Absolutely, positively.
But I'm just saying it puts you more at risk, is the general point.
But this is what I mean is, and I think what we both agree on, and by the way, if you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Klay Thompson and just how solid he was. Listen, Klay has been up and down this year. I think we can all acknowledge that. He's been up and down. Had a great couple months shooting the ball in February and March. Beginning of the season wasn't very good, but I'll take that Klay Thompson any day of the week. That Sunday game. 9 for 19, I can live with. He can't have an 8 for 24 now. That's where I think. See, I'm not going to be like Guru. Oh, he's not having any more of those.
He might.
That's why I'm not going to be my main man Guru. But it looks like he's conscious now more than he has been in the past that I can't have one of those games where I get in my own head and I get stubborn.
It all gets back to steady beats Sacramento, which is kind of my overarching theme for this series. It's why Moses Moody's been able to play and be effective in this series to a certain extent. Players that just, if you play steady against the Kings and you don't make a lot of mistakes, you don't take extra bad shots, you don't give them the extra possessions off the turnovers or off of the inability to control the glass to where they're getting a bunch of extra boards, the frenetic pace of play. The Warriors really, I thought, played Sacramento's style of game in Game 4. And when you're hitting shots, it's great. As we saw in the first couple of games, when you're not hitting shots, you can be in trouble in pretty quick order as far as the Warriors in this matchup. But I just keep coming back to steady beats Sacramento. And that goes for Steph, not turning it over. That goes for Klay and his shot selection. The Warriors have
Poole, shot selection and turnovers.
Yeah, it's like right. Poole may not shoot well, but he can't be missing layups and kicking the ball to the other team going the other way for dunks.
Right, exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors in a Game 5 in a first round. That's got to be a first. I mean, not a first, but this is going to be the longest first-round series of the Kerr era?
The longest?
First-round series of the Kerr era.
It might already be. Well, I think they had one that went 6.
Well, it's going to...
So it's already going to go 6.
The Clippers.
Yeah, it was one of those Game 5s they lost when they were up 3-1.
That's right.
And then went back to L.A. and put it... That was the old I'm Kevin Durant series. You know who I am.
That's right. 415, Thompson was due. He came out and said he wants a max. Okay. Well, he didn't come out and say that.
Duh.
It was reported, but he didn't come out and say that.
That, by the way, would be another example
Thank you.
That, but for those in the back or 90 miles away, that's another example of something gets reported, and it's a reporter putting something out there that someone's camp wants put out there.
Right.
Hello.
And as long as we're catching people up.
May just throw a few of those in here and there.
Well, there was Shams Charania did report something in the last day or two. He said league sources have told me the Warriors want to retain Draymond Green. All right,
cool.
Whatever that means, because he's under contract for next year, unless he doesn't want to be under contract for next year. It all starts and ends with Draymond Green. Joe's in San Francisco. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
Hey, Matt. Hey, JD.
What's up, man?
A couple words about Klay. Klay's always had these kind of streaky offensive games. He's always been great defensively, but he's always been kind of ephemeral. And he shoots great, doesn't great. Then he misses off a couple days. But the thing is, nowadays, there's no Andre Iguodala, David West, Sean Livingston to chip in points and to cover over those rough games. That's why when he has a bad game, there's no buffer anymore on this team to cover for those things. So if he plays the way he played, he's great. And I love how he was backing down Herter. He had a little jump shot turnaround, 2 points. If he can do that, this team's going to go far. But because there's no margin, where's the margin coming from? And he doesn't play well.
Well, and that's the thing. Sometimes I think of Klay sometimes is all or nothing, Well, I don't think that was all on Sunday,
No.
but it certainly wasn't nothing.
It was a lot closer to all.
Right, and that's you get that out of Clay. We got a new ball game.
But it goes to your point about the fact that really good Clay, even if it's not great, what it used to be Clay, is still enough to help this team win multiple series and or maybe contend for a championship. I think that's the point.
He did that last year. He was absolutely as integral as anybody else was for that championship last year. Somebody got to him and said, yeah, they're going to remember you as not. You know what I mean? It's almost like somebody told Clay, you're going to be remembered as not really chipping into that fourth one. And I'm like, what? Like, he was as legitimate as anybody.
It just feels like he's been walking around all year with the thought of every time he has a great game, it's like an FU to everybody who said he had a bad game the game before, when he had a bad game the game before.
Right.
Like he's walking around like there's just there's an anger to it that I don't.
Defiance, yeah.
That I don't get. Like, I just don't. Almost like, hey, when I have these great games, STFU about the other ones or whatever. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I mean, honestly, he's a competitor.
Or how dare you even say that I had a bad game? Like, I'm allowed to have bad games.
Right.
He can feel how he wants to feel, but he's played, I think, with a weight this year.
I don't think.
Lot.
Would any Warrior fans disagree with that? And I think that's the great way to put it. I use the word cloak. It feels like someone's cloaking Klay Thompson. He just doesn't feel like he's the Klay we all. I don't know, but I do. You said it best. He seems to be playing with a little bit of a weight.
And in fairness to him, maybe he just thinks people have been completely out of line with the way that the bad games have been discussed. Like, hey, the bad games haven't been as bad, or I've had other bad games in the past and nobody's come down my road. Are you coming down my road now because I'm older? Like,
right.
What? Like,
and I think the injury's got a lot to do with it. The injury's got a lot to do with it. Because I think Clay looks at the injury as UMFs don't understand how much I work to get back here. And I understand that. But if you just look at it from a basketball perspective, then you have to ask the question, well, has he got all the way back to Clay? Well, even if the answer is no, it doesn't mean he's useless. I'll tell you what, he made a shot. He made a shot on Sunday that you're not going to believe this. JD. He made a shot on Sunday where I thought he could become a totally different player.
Wow.
He had Herder in the mid-post.
Okay.
And it wasn't the one on the baseline where he took a dribble, the one that's kind of that was on the highlights. It's the one where he caught it, he didn't dribble, and he just shot it. Like, he just shot it. And he didn't shoot. It wasn't a jumper.
Yeah,
he had separated just enough, and he knew Herder's height and Herder's reach, and he got about 3 or 4 inches off the ground, shot it on the way up, and it was nothing but net. And I was like, this guy could be a post-up player at some point.
For sure.
I mean, not a Barkley, but this guy.
It was just a real measured
play.
I know exactly.
I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me he's making shots like that where he's not fully squared up, doesn't have his legs under him, doesn't take his normal, It was nice.
In some ways, a couple of more of those a game and a couple of less heat check threes.
True.
Might help.
True.
Especially in this series.
So he was 9 for 15, and he was 4 for 9. So that makes him obviously 4 for 6 from 2. 5 for 6 from 2. So he was 5 for 6 from 2, right? If he was 4 for 9.
Yeah, I don't have the box score in front of me, but yeah.
So we'll see.
So
we'll
actually,
see.
I do have the.
And Army of One says, well, we'll see if Clay's back. It's a road game coming up next.
Yeah, 5 for 6.
True. Coach is in Vallejo. Hey, Coach, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. And I like the subject talking about Clay.
Okay.
Because I think Clay Thanks. I think Clay, more than any other Warrior, is probably the most serious and dedicated Warrior that you have, and he takes a lot of pride in his game. And the majority of his career, he's been second fiddle to Steph, who he grudgingly has, subscribed to. However, I think what bothers Clay is that statistically he's having one of his best seasons, if not ever. JD, you can check that. But statistically, offensively, this is one of Clay's probably his best season. I know it's his highest average season, but I think he feels he doesn't get respect because of the promotion of some of the younger players on the team, and he doesn't like that. I think that bothers Clay more than anything else. I think he's probably a little jealous of all the pub that JP is getting, and people saying that JP should start before him. I think that bothers Clay also. So I think that's where that edge is coming from that you guys have noticed, and I think he just wants to prove everyone that he's still the Hall of Famer Klay Thompson. So that's just my take, guys. Thanks.
I agree. I agree with just about everything he said, especially the part where the whole Jordan Poole thing. Not that he's jealous of Jordan Poole, but he might. I don't know. He might be. I don't know. But I do think there's, and you know what? I do think as we talked about the season as a whole and talked about this disconnect, I do kind of think there's a little one between Clay and Poole, which would be part of the old young thing.
No doubt. And I think you could make the case going back to the point about, hey, look up the numbers. Like, you could make the case that Clay's put up number. I don't think he's efficient. He hasn't been as efficient this year as he has been in other years. But you could make the case that sheer numbers, the total number of threes, that kind of thing, even though it was at a lower percentage, even though he made, over the 300 threes, I guess it was, led the NBA in three-point makes. It just hasn't. I mean, I think you've said it perfectly in the times that it's come up. The good games are still really, really good, maybe fewer, but the bad games have been worse, and the bad games hurt the Warriors. So when you look at the numbers, they may be close to the same or close enough to the same to say he's the same guy, but it feels like there's been a steadiness in the past to those numbers.
No doubt.
More than there has been this year. And on nights where the Warriors lose, which they've lost more this year than they have really in any other year where he's been available to play, you look up at the end of those nights and you go, damn, like Clay kind of killed them that night based on the shooting percentage or the shot selection or something like that. So I think there has been more scrutiny. And I understand if he looks at it and goes, well, screw you guys. Who are you to scrutinize? Like, it's fine if he feels that way, but it doesn't mean that that's not what's going on.
Linda's in San Pablo. Hey, Linda, how you doing? Hey, I have to do that because Goo does it. Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Linda, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm just calling in to just tell you I think it's just mindset and pressure. But he's an awesome player.
No doubt. Thanks, Linda. Succinct. Steiny, you're crazy. JP and Clay played really well together with Steph out. It's not necessarily about playing together. It's just about maybe Clay's a little reluctant to have this baton passed. Maybe Clay's a little bit wary of, Poole. I mean, Poole's coming. Let's face it. Let me tell you something, JD. It ain't the same. You think I didn't take notice when my head coach recruited Brad Markey when I was a senior? I didn't like it. And you know what? Brad Markey was a good dude, but I didn't like him. So you guys, I'm not saying they hate each other at all. I'm just saying there is if we're going to talk about the disconnect, I think the bigger picture is that, and I think we're seeing it kind of, that I think there's some veterans that didn't think certain young guys really deserved to play as much as they were, and were maybe given stuff. And the rookies think that young guys think the veterans are a little hard on them. But whatever, it's 2-2 right now, and Game 5 is tomorrow.
And the other part, too, would be just the fact that I think Klay Thompson's like, hey, I'm Klay freaking Thompson, and so I should get the benefit of the doubt, even if I am not playing well, that the next game or the next quarter is going to be Hall of Fame level greatness. Yeah. I think there's some of that, too, that he's not getting the benefit of the doubt as to, well, he'll turn it around for the next game, or everything will be fine, or like you shouldn't worry about Clay. Like, I think he looks at it as like, guys, don't worry about, like, I had a bad game. Don't worry about me. I had a bad quarter. Don't worry about it.
Well, we got to worry about it because you guys are losing more than you ever have in the past.
And that's where I think the friction comes in.
Bud's in Oakland. Hey, Bud, what's going on, man?
It was good. So, I hear you guys, and I know you guys aren't really just, getting down on Clay. I mean, it's your job. You got to dissect it every way you can. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, if there are any fans out there that do have a problem with Clay and his shooting volume, just let the man play. I mean, he is a key reason to why we do have 4 championships, and I understand nobody wants him to hurt the team, but the Bay Area, we have been blessed and we have been pacified with winning sports of the past 10 years. I mean, albeit even if you want to look at what the Giants done not too long ago with their World Series run that they had, the Niners with making the playoffs and the NFC Championship almost every year, the Warriors just spoiling everyone from Oakland to San Francisco. So we've been pacified, just like Boston fans with the Patriots and whatnot. So everyone just bask in it and just settle in, because when this thing is over and is not too far from it being over, we don't know what we're going to look like. We might be at the bottom end and start looking like the younger Rockets and whatnot. And I understand they're trying to groom these younger guys to still be competitive, but we don't know what this is going to look like when it's over. So just enjoy it right now, man. Just
I like it, bud.
Frame it.
I like it. He's right. It's good text. Land of the Hella on the YouTube. By the way, you want to join the YouTube chat, you can. Just search for 95.7 The Game. Clay's getting better as this series is going on. Yeah, so far. Can he keep getting better tomorrow? That's the question.
And the home road component to it.
That's true.
Because you got to be just as good at home or on the road at some point in this series.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Now would be a great time. On the other side, we're going to have C.J. Holmes. He writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk to him for a few minutes, then we'll jump right back to your phone calls. Game 5 tomorrow, Golden One Center, the Quest for 5. It's brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Coming up next, San Francisco Chronicles Warriors writer C.J. Holmes. That's next.
Go Doves, baby.
Hey, it's time.
Take it away, Steiny.
All right, let's get right to it. Joining us on the line right now, CJ Holmes. He writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He's been right in the middle of this series. CJ, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for having me. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let me just start out with some basic newsy type question. What do you think Steve Kerr's going to do with Draymond tomorrow at Golden 1? Start him or bring him off the bench?
I think a lot of that depends on De'Aaron Fox's health, right? And I'm sure we'll jump into that later. But, if Fox, they announced yesterday De'Aaron Fox has a fractured index finger on his shooting hand. And if he can play, if he's effective, then, if he can play and it looks like he's going to be effective, then I expect him to go with a similar defensive game plan than we saw in Game 4. And, yeah, that involves bringing Draymond off the bench. If Fox can't go, that changes a lot of things. You got to change up your schemes. And, perhaps they do start Draymond in that situation. But I think a lot of it will be contingent on, Fox's health.
How do you view this series just from the Warriors' point of view, just in how the whole thing is played out? They lose the first 2 games in Sacramento. They come back. Draymond obviously gets suspended. They blow him out in Game 3. They won a close one in Game 4 where you could make the case that the Kings played a lot more like their regular season selves with the offense flowing and they keep coming even though they get down. But then the Fox injury is also a component to this now. But you get the sense that the Warriors feel like they have them, or is it more, hey, this is really going to be a fight based on the fact that the Kings looked pretty comfortable themselves in Game 4?
When the Warriors went down 0-2, went on a couple shows, made a couple predictions, and I thought the Kings were going to take the series in 5 or 6. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I said if I'm going to change that when the Warriors went down 0-2, I'm like, look, if I'm going to change my prediction, the Warriors are going to have to show me something. And they showed some championship mettle, right? They started taking control of this thing. Like you said, they didn't shoot the ball well in game 3. Then again, neither did the Kings. It was a pretty ugly shooting affair, but the Warriors locked up defensively and they ran away with it in the fourth quarter. They finally finished off a game in this series. And, we're one Harrison Barnes 3-pointer away from this entire narrative being different, but the fact of the matter is the Warriors held serve at home, and they have all the momentum heading into Game 5 tomorrow night. All the momentum in the world. And on top of all that, now De'Aaron Fox is banged up for Sacramento. The Warriors are going in there confident, thinking they might have found something with this Draymond Green lineup change situation. And right now the Warriors are in complete control, but the question still is, can they get it done away from Chase Center? Something they struggle with during the regular season, somewhere where they're winless in the postseason. This series doesn't start till someone wins on the road. If the Warriors get it done tomorrow night, I have no doubt in my mind this series is over in 6.
They going to win tomorrow?
If they win tomorrow night, this series is over. Yes.
He could hit you with, was De'Aaron Fox going to play, and how effective is he going to be?
That's true. Hey, CJ, and we're joined by CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. He covers the Golden State Warriors. I want to ask you a little bit about Sabonis, because you watch him in a series like this, and there's all kinds of schools of thought. One is, he's overrated. The other would be, he's getting tight. The lights are too bright for him. There might be another answer that just, his limitations are showing. What are the Warriors doing to Sabonis to kind of render him a lot less effective?
They're sending multiple bodies at him on the catch. Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, they've both done a good job bottling up in these in Game 4. But what they're doing is, on the catch, they have multiple bodies in the paint. They're stunting at him. They're making him uncomfortable. They're forcing him to turn over his shoulder and kind of throw up faders, fading floaters. And the Warriors are finishing these possessions with a rebound. Another thing is, Sabonis isn't getting foul calls right now. You see him kind of chirping at the refs after every miss. He's not going to the free throw line as often as he did in Sacramento. And because of that, his production is slipping. They're also doing a good job of guarding him without fouling. And that's making all the difference now later in the series. I think Sabonis is a good player. Say what you want about him character-wise, that whole Game 2 situation, but I think Sabonis is a good player, but the Warriors have just
made the proper adjustments to make him much less of a factor.
Do you think part of that, CJ, is just the fact that Sabonis maybe had bitten off a little more that he could chew with some of the things that maybe he was getting away with in the first couple of games, and now the spotlight's on him, right? Draymond's suspended. He's kind of having his way a little bit with the Warriors just in terms of the physicality, even though his numbers weren't great in both of the first two games. But now, hey, all eyes on Sabonis, and it looked like he was thriving more in obscurity in those first couple of games.
Maybe. I think a lot of it is the points I just made, but, part of the matter is the Warriors made the proper adjustments, and, they're being physical with him, they're guarding him without fouling, and you're starting to see that when you do those two things, it's hard to be productive. And, Sabonis is kind of like going through that right now. I think this is just a bonus we're going to see for the rest of the series. I think the Warriors have figured him out. Now, granted, he still impacts the game in ways other than scoring, right? He gets them going offensively. He's bringing the ball up the court. He's running the sets. But even in that, the Warriors are hounding him. There were multiple times during these past two home games where Sabonis is trying to bring the ball up the court, initiate offense, and he has Moses Moody or Jordan Poole kind of sprinting at him from behind, poking at him from behind. The guy has anxiety right now, right? They're coming at him from a bunch of different directions. And because of that, he's looked a little shaken these last two games.
What have you thought of just the officiating overall in the first four games? It's always something that comes up in the playoffs, and I think both teams could make their case. They've been happy with it, haven't been happy with it. What's your objective view of 4 games in, how the series has been officiated?
I think the tougher team has been rewarded in each of these games. In the first 2 games, it was Sacramento getting the whistles, and at Golden State, it was the Warriors getting the whistles, or less whistles. In the 2 games in Sacramento, the Warriors could not keep the Kings off the free throw line, but that was much different in the 2 games at Chase Center. The Kings aren't getting as many whistles, Sabonis in particular, and will that trend continue? Will the home team continue to get the favorable whistle on Wednesday night? I guess we're going to have to see, but it kind of seems like that's where it's going, right?
It does. CJ Holmes joining us on 95.7 The Game. I mean, there are reports out there left and right. There was one today by Shams Charania that the Warriors want to retain Draymond Green. Well, obviously he's got the opt-out, so he'll be the first to determine. What's the sense you get on Draymond Green? He going to be a Warrior next year, or does it really depend on what happens from this point forward, do you think?
I think it really happens from this point forward. If the Warriors messed around and lost the series 4-1 or 4-0, then, obviously when things like that happen, you consider this team's payroll and decisions have to be made, things have to be shaken up. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if the Warriors can, salvage this postseason and have a deep run and be successful at, or, mess around and win a championship, why wouldn't you want to keep that, dynastic core together as much as possible, right? And every single time Draymond has an issue, whether it was the preseason punch of Jordan Poole or the stop a couple weeks ago with the Madison Bumgarner, he always seems to make up for it and then some. Completely selfless adjustment on his part, asking to come off the bench, and it paid dividends. And because of that decision, the Warriors now believe that they figured this Kings team out, right?
Yeah.
And Draymond is so integral to what they do. I don't think these two sides want to, part ways unless they absolutely have to. And right now, it just seems like they're still continuing to figure it out.
CJ Holmes joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, before I let you go, I always ask certain guests this, especially guys who played college basketball. So if you don't know out there, CJ Holmes played 3 years of college basketball at Auburn. All right? So here's my question for you. I know you didn't play a lot, but you got a scholarship to a Division I school. I played Division III, okay? And I played a lot. What made you go to a D1 school? If you had it to do over again, would you go somewhere else we could play? I want to know how you ended up at Auburn and your thoughts on that.
Well, would I do it all over again? That's always tough, right? Because it was always my dream to, go to the big Division I school. I could have went to, play at a lower level, whether it was D2 or D3, but I wanted the big school experience. That's always what I dreamed about. And, although I didn't play much, I got my, journalism education there. I met lifelong friends. I got to, go to different arenas around the SEC, and that was just amazing. I got to play against a lot of the guys I cover now.
Right?
Or, my teams got to compete against a lot of the guys I cover now, and that's made a difference for me, as I continue my professional career. But it's always tough when you see, a smaller school like FAU making runs like that. It's like, maybe I could have been a part of something like that. But how did I end up at Auburn? Originally, I was heading to Virginia Tech. But Seth Greenberg got fired at the end of my junior year. Had to kind of reopen what I was going on. My sister was actually a manager for Seth at Virginia Tech. Two of my sisters actually went to Virginia Tech too. That was one of my dream schools along with Ohio State, but kind of went through my senior year, really didn't have a school, and two of my teammates, Brian Green Jr. and Nick Peller, were committed to Auburn, and one of my coaches, Lauren Jackson, made a phone call up there to Tony Matlock and Tony Barbie at Auburn, and they were looking for a guard, and it kind of just worked out that way.
Nice.
Well,
listen, as a guy who played Division III, I would have gone Division I in a heartbeat and not played over playing. Believe it or not, that scholarship's a big boy. Congrats, buddy.
The only thing I regret is that we never got to play in the NCAA tournament.
Gotcha.
That's the only thing I regret. But that had more to do with us being collective knuckleheads or anything else.
All right, man. Enjoy Game 5. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate
Thanks,
it.
CJ.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. Yeah, I would have rather sat on the bench for a Division I program than play Division III.
I know you've been wanting to ask him that question, so I'm glad you got the opportunity.
But
CJ's a good guy.
The funny thing is when he said, when I see FAU, I was thinking, I meant like, would you have gone Division III?
D3. Sure.
It's still Division I, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors, Sacramento Kings, Game 5 tomorrow from Golden One Center. Expect another raucous atmosphere. Let's get Nico right here to start us off. Start the second quarter.
This segment.
Yeah, let's go, Nico. What's going on, man?
Hey guys, thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah.
You brought up officiating.
Okay.
And we've been watching at home, increasingly frustrated. Just curious on your thoughts on both Murray and Tatum and making physical contact with the referees last night. And how inconsistent the decision-making has been on kind of league response and punishment, especially given what happened with Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've opened up a little can of worms here, starting with the Draymond thing. When they, as far back as I can remember, I can never remember the NBA acknowledging past stuff mattering. DeJounte Murray, he should have been suspended a game.
I agree.
I didn't see Tatum. I missed the Tatum thing. But, I mean, I think they've gotten a bunch wrong. I mean, Embiid, I think what Embiid did was more egregious than what Harden did. I thought what Dylan Brooks did was actually an accident, but he's Dylan Brooks.
Right.
So I think they've gotten a few of these. Dylan Brooks did not get suspended.
He did not.
So
and I think the reason he did not was because you look at it after the fact and go, it was an accident.
Right. I mean, it totally was.
Even though in the moment, it's Dylan Brooks, and you look at where he hit him, and it's like, all right, you're gone at that point from that particular game.
Exactly.
But he probably shouldn't have even been kicked out of that game. You could make that case.
No. I completely agree.
Or flagrant one, not, you know what I mean? But again, where you hit somebody does matter.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Well, especially when it's him, and he's been somebody that's been known to take a dirty shot at somebody.
No doubt about it. From the text line, Steiny, I sense a Clay game coming. I'll be there for Game 6, Clay. Want to witness greatness in person. You know what? I'll give up any hope I'll give up any hope for a Clay game. Just give me 2 9-for-15s in game 5 and 6.
You'd almost guarantee a win, right?
I mean, seriously. I mean, 9-for-15 is a heck of a ball game. Yes, Murray is suspended for tonight. No doubt about it. What are the did you see any of those games last night?
Yeah, I watched the Laker game. I watched Miami come back against Milwaukee. The Heat have got action.
Jimmy Butler.
Bucks are in trouble.
Wow. Man.
Yeah. Might be Knicks Heat. Think about that.
You're right.
Knicks are up 3-1 and the Heat are up 3-1.
Milwaukee's in trouble, but they're not dead yet.
The old 5-8 matchup in the second round.
Well, look what's going on in the West. You got the Lakers who could win a series.
You could have a 6-7.
You got the Warriors.
You could have a 6-7 with Warriors. Lakers.
And then Denver's going to win.
Yeah, that's
probably
chalk.
Phoenix.
1-4.
Mm-hmm. What's chalk mean?
1-4. That's the chalk. That's the favorite.
Oh.
1-4.
It's a betting term.
Yeah, 1-4 is the chalk. That's what it should be. That's the favorite in the series wins. The better seed wins.
All right. Well, I've always made it clear. I like to bet here and there.
And I don't really know all the terminology. And I never do.
You don't bet?
Not hardly ever.
Yeah.
Pretty frequently as of late, Steiny, right?
I didn't do anything last night. Playoffs are a different animal. They're fun.
You know, one thing, you want to go back to another call here? Because there was something I was thinking as far as just the schedule of the series. And I don't know that a lot of people know. There's the 2 days off in between game. There's been the last few games, but in between game 4 and game 5, really 72 plus hours, because by the time game 4 ended, it was still the afternoon. So it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. So you had 3 full days plus a little bit. 5, 6, and 7 are boom, boom, boom. Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. There's also...
Can I say it?
Yeah.
It's actually boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Well, it may very well be. Yeah. And I'm just something to keep in mind.
Go ahead.
Once they get rolling, it's 7 o'clock tomorrow night. It's the time for Friday is still not official. They're waiting to see how many games they have. There could be as many as 4 game 6s on Friday, depending upon what happens. So that's TBD as far as the time. But Sunday, if there's a game 7, could be 12:30. In fact, likely would be 12:30 in Sacramento. So there could be not only one day off in between Friday and Sunday, 6 and 7, if it goes to 7, but game 7 could come quick. It would be almost a day and a half in between, as opposed to playing at 7.
Okay, and they can finagle those times however they want, right? Basically.
Yeah, but there are ABC slots. Like there's a 10 o'clock Sunday and a 12:30 that they have to fill, but that's why they do it.
Well, they won't be sack, obviously.
But it'll be game 7 or game 1. That's always how they do it.
Okay.
Game 7 of the first round, if it's there, or game 1 of the second round if there aren't enough game 7s to fill both slots.
Well, I would imagine, and I think I hope I got this right. It was the most watched playoff game in the last 21 years? Sunday at 12:30.
And that's ABC.
So
that's their slot.
If they get to a game 7, 1 week after they had the highest rated 12:30 or of any time, it's a no-brainer.
But here's the deal, and this goes for all iterations. It's either Warriors Kings game 7 at 12:30 Sunday, or it's Warriors Lakers game 1 at 12:30 Sunday. Or it's Kings Lakers game 1. Like all of these would be as long as both of those series are over by Friday
So they're playing
night.
3 games in 5 days, no matter what.
Pretty exactly.
Okay, interesting.
And that third one's going to be 12:30. So whether it's game 7 or it's the first game against the Lakers or whatever it is.
And the Lakers could, we don't want to get too far ahead, but the Lakers could have had a few days off if they could end that series.
And the only way that obviously goes differently is if somehow the Warriors, let's say, or the Kings were to end in 6 and Memphis comes back and forces a game 7, then they'd have to wait till Tuesday.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz with John Dickinson. Guru taking care of Norm. Prayers up for Norm. Thumbs up from the station. Hoping everything goes well for Goo and his father today.
Absolutely. And the reason I bring that up about the schedule is just, hey, the Warriors are the older team.
Right.
And a big part of the conversation coming into this series has been that extra day. I mean, the Warriors played their worst game of the series with 1 day off in between, game 2, right? That was their worst game of the series. They've had a week leading up to game 1. They had 2 days leading up to Game 3. They had 2 days leading up to Game 4. They're going to have 2 days to Game 5. Like, is that something that you would even factor in here with the Kings being the younger team?
Yes.
And the pace that they're playing at and the comfortable level that they played at in Game 4? That's why I brought it up.
Yes.
Does Game 7 worry you more if you have to go to that than maybe Game 5 in Golden One Center if you have to steal one?
It's funny. It's I see both sides. One is, I think that's not helpful to the Warriors. However, it's a good thing it's Sacramento and not Memphis or a flight away. So even though the game's tight, it doesn't have to be, it's not a long trip. So there'll be no jet lag or anything like that. 925, do they stay in Sac or commute home? Well, they'll commute home now.
Yeah, they'll go tonight, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll go tonight, play tomorrow, go home tomorrow night. If they have to play Sunday afternoon, they would go Saturday afternoon, stay over Saturday night, play Sunday, and then come home Sunday night.
Right. If it's a normal Sacramento game, they would still go up the night before.
Yeah, that's
even
league
if they
rule.
didn't. Okay. Oh, it is.
League rule is you have to travel the night before, which is why in those. Yeah, which is
I
why.
thought back when I covered the team, I don't think they had to do that.
Maybe in a different time. I vaguely remember from covering the Sacramento side, there were times where even I think the Kings would allow players if they wanted to drive to Oracle themselves.
Yeah.
Like you could drive in your own car day of, like you would drive to a home game in your own car. So I think that may even still be an option, let's say, if you don't have a shoot-around or a team activity leading up to it. But I think now so often there's team activities that teams don't typically do that. But yeah, it's a league rule that you have to travel the day before.
Makes sense.
Whenever you're playing a game. So that's why there's always if there's flight issues in the winter and different things like that, it has to be mutually agreed to if a team, like remember Portland, I think, had to fly day of.
This year. And they had to stay on the runway. Exactly. 925, sorry about that, but was wondering for the first two games. Yeah, they treated that like a regular road trip. They went to Sac and they stayed in Sac like it was a 2-game road trip.
They were going to practice there, ended up having immediate availability at the hotel, and they rolled from that.
All right, listen, it's Steiny and Guru, and we're giving you a chance on Wednesday to win 2 tickets to Game 6. 2 tickets to Game 6. They're all yours if you can make it happen tomorrow. All you have to do is listen Wednesday between 1 and 1:30 when Bob Myers is on, and you could be going to Game 6. That's tomorrow in between 1 and 1:30. All right, as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Let's get it going. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's 2-2. It's Game 5 tomorrow in Sacramento. Where are you, Warrior fans? And more importantly, how you feeling? You feeling good? Yeah? A little worried? What do you got? 888-957-9570. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you today. Guru will be back tomorrow taking care of some family business. And we're talking about Game 5 tomorrow. And, the one thing we've mentioned, but I kind of want to get into it now a little bit deeper, JD, and I really want to get into the psyche of Warrior fans. All right, so you're a Warrior fan, all right? And your team just came back from a 2-0 deficit, and it's 2-2. There's 2 days between games, and you just saw that De'Aaron Fox has a fractured index finger on his shooting hand. I mean, come on. You got to be loving life, right? Series is over. How much merit or credence do you put into Fox? Or are you expecting Fox, or are you not buying it? Or are you saying it doesn't matter? It's interesting.
No, it's interesting. It's really interesting, and I think it's you watch the Warriors come back from 0-2 to even the series, and you're kind of thinking, well, the Warriors played really well, but they also had to survive.
Right. And
then you get the news that Fox is going to be doubtful, at least for now, for Game 5 tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. So it kind of plays in with what we were talking about in the first hour of the show, which is, do you feel like the Warriors are starting to figure the Kings out? Is that contingent on Fox being somewhat compromised? What if he does get out there and play and he's got some kind of protective covering on that finger, but it looks like he's playing pretty well, and maybe he's not 100% of what he's been in this series, which has been absolutely phenomenal for the most part, but he's 80% of what he's been. Like, is 80? If you're the Warriors, do you feel like you need an 80% Fox, or does that swing it for sure in the Warriors' favor if he's 80 or 75% compared to 100%? Because the Kings showed, even in Game 4, maybe more than at any point in this series, that they're still here. Like that no run doubt. They went on at the beginning of the fourth quarter when it looked like the Warriors had them down 10, and in a blink, it felt like the Warriors were down and in major trouble midpoint of that fourth quarter. The Warriors played great, but they also had to survive.
Right.
It's kind of an interesting balancing act. And I know there were some Warrior fans yesterday in that whole hubbub of our conversation about the injury reporting and all of that were kind of saying, you know what? Not buying that Fox isn't playing.
Right.
Like, because and they related
I'd have to look at
related it back to Sabonis, and when they listed Sabonis as questionable, even though everybody knew he was going to be able to play.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing, JD, is like okay, the Warriors just say, oh, look, Fox has an injured left index finger. That's not going to be the reason the Warriors are complacent. I don't believe. Now, is it possible that they can exhale a little bit because now they got back even? Possibly. But there's no way that the Warriors are licking their chops just because of the Fox injury. But I'll tell you what, if he's compromised in any way, I'm sorry, that's probably going to be the difference in the series. I mean, it just is. He's their best player. He's been terrific, and it's hard to envision the Kings winning 2 games out of the last 3 if he's turned into a real volume shooter or having trouble with the ball, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, ball handling, I think, would be a big part
exactly.
of it. I mean, his handle is as much a part of everything he does to try and get to the basket, probably even more so. And I know you were talking about the fact that, hey, if you got to wear something on that hand, it is gonna impact things, even if you maybe don't think it will or you think you can manage it. But a lot of his shots, those little pull-up short shots, there's a lot of touch involved in those shots to get them at the right angle over the defender in the moment. They look like really easy automatic shots, but a lot of that is because he's so good at it.
He really is. He really is. JD, another JD. This one in Concord joining the show. Hey, JD, what's up?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's going on? So, yes, the Fox injury sucks for the guys who love the game, and it does give the Warriors a little bit of edge. However, the Dubs are professional. They know not to lighten up. If Fox does play, all he really needs to do is maybe he can even score 15, less than 20, and Kevin Huerter hasn't even shown up yet. He might. Malik Monk could show up like in games 1 and 2. Keegan Murray could get back. He looks like he's coming back, and so is Ken Sabonis. So if Fox can just score less than 20 and the rest of the players can step up, this could still be a close game. However, the injury does suck, and I think the Warriors will obviously pull through. But, Dubs are still going to win, though. Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate the call. You brought up a great stat, and I want to elaborate on it, and it's this. Before last night, before the game on Sunday, the Warriors hadn't won a 1-point game, and the Kings hadn't lost a 1-point game.
Yeah, and it was a small sample size. It was, I think the Warriors had lost maybe 2 or 3, if memory serves, and the Kings had played 5, but they were 5-0 in those 1-point games. And the Kings were exceptional in close games. I know we've talked about the 128.6 offensive rating, which was 10 points per game better than the next best team in those clutch situations. A lot of that is Fox, who was the clutch player of the year. Even if he's compromised in some way, you would think that would at the least prevent him from maybe being as effective down the stretch in games where all of the defensive attention. And look, I know some had said, looking at him in game 4, he looked pretty good.
Right.
He also didn't quite shoot it as well as it seemed like he shot it when you went back and looked at the numbers, and I think went back and looked at even the second half numbers versus the first. I think he was 4 for 15 or something like that in the second half.
Yeah, 4 or 5 for 15, I think.
It was not what you thought. Like, it felt, watching the game in the moment, like he was 11 for 15. But
right, exactly.
But it wasn't the case, and part of that could have been, again, the injury, I guess, occurred with about 4 minutes to go. So it wasn't like he played the whole second half compromised.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
Yeah.
The one thing that I want to jump into is momentum. And I think there's no momentum right now. I think these two teams start 0-0, and it's a coin flip tomorrow. So I kind of, nothing, in other words, other than the Fox injury, of course. But
which is part of the deal.
Sure, but what I'm saying is nothing's really changed. Obviously, the Kings aren't going to be as good if Fox is compromised. But to me, the reason that there's no momentum, I think there's a difference here. Bear with me. Let me ask you if you think there's a difference. Because I think the Kings didn't lose any confidence with that game. None. I think there's a chance they may feel better about this series after that loss. Why? Why? I'll tell you why. I think there's a big difference between Barnes missing a 3. We could have, as opposed to...
Looked like Malik Monk right there when he slammed the ball down.
But as opposed to a Curry or Klay Thompson late 3 that wins it for the Warriors. To me, those are two totally different things because obviously if the Warriors make a game-winning shot, it means the Kings were up. Well, let's be honest, the Kings weren't up in the last 2 or 3 minutes of that game. So that's where I think the momentum, if the Kings had been beaten at the buzzer by the Warriors, then that takes a little starch out of you.
I've heard a few people have looked at it as if the Kings missed an opportunity based on the Steph Curry turnover with the technical foul on the timeout that they didn't have and all that. I didn't look at it that way at all. I think the Warriors just survived what would have been a colossal, catastrophic mistake in a game that they had won. That would have been a collapse in a year where the Warriors have had some incredible collapses to basically end their season. The Kings just got an extra opportunity to win a game they probably shouldn't have won.
It's a good point.
So to me, they didn't, anybody that's thinking, oh, they blew it. Hell no, they didn't blow it. And that's where to get into the psyche of, the Warriors shouldn't look at it that way. The Warriors should look at it as, hey, we dodged one because we gave them one.
Right.
And so I think both teams can use that. The only reason it was as dicey as it was because of the mistake from the Warrior point of view, but from the Kings point of view, That was, hey, they gave us an extra freebie.
Right.
Yeah, damn it, we were down 5. We could have done a couple things better and maybe not been down 5, but didn't.
Right.
But there's a confidence, I think, in that, or there's a freedom in not thinking
that's not a soul-crushing loss. You're right.
The Kings didn't blow it.
You're right. You're right.
That was the Warriors almost blew it.
And similarly, if Barnes hits that shot, well, then I do think
that flips it.
That does flip.
It's 3-1. It's Curry. Again, I said a couple of days ago, and I've said at different points of this series, I would have thought going in that the Warriors could win the series from down 3-1. They were not winning the series from down 3-1 if they had lost up 5 with 45 seconds to go and lost the lead because Steph Curry called a timeout they didn't have, and the Kings hit 2 threes in the final 30 seconds, basically, to win it, and a buzzer beater from Harrison freaking Barnes, of all people. I mean, you weren't overcoming that from down 3-1.
Julie's in Concord. Hey, Julie, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to give you a thought from one of the fans here.
All right.
I think that the Warriors need to come in full force, as if nobody's hurt. I think that's just a big ploy to get them to let their guard down, and they just need to come in 120% and just do what they do and finish the game.
Yeah, I think they will. Well,
they have to. And that was kind of my point yesterday when we got into the whole conversation about the injury and how injuries get reported and the like. There was something, I will say, there was something to, not a conspiracy, there's something to, I think the Kings wanted everybody to know that, hey, or the Warriors to think, hey, Fox might not play. And I think they wanted the Warriors to think that for 3 days. It's not some grand freaking conspiracy or anything, but I just think it's a little bit of gamesmanship.
Sure.
Like, hey, you got the momentum. If you do, well, you know what? Think of the next 2 games in the back of your mind as if Willie or won't he?
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 5 tomorrow. Golden One Center. Can the Warriors win 3 in a row in this series and give themselves a chance to close it out on Friday? We shall see. And I couldn't help but think of this, JD, and I think you and me have talked about this over the years with the Warriors. When the Warriors are a higher-seeded team, there's always a game, maybe not always, but most series, there's always a game, all right, where the worst-seeded team, they have a chance. They have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And they blow it. And then the series is over. And the reason the series is over is because at that point, you really have to beat them 5 times.
Sure.
Because you already beat them, but you let it get away.
Does that exist in this series with the...
Exactly. And that's exactly what I was getting at. If you're this game right here is the kind of game that the Warriors as a 3 seed would have won, if you know what I mean. But
even maybe shorthanded.
Exactly. So now here we are. The Warriors lose that game. Well, they're down 3-1, and you could say, well, they're a 6 seed. What'd you expect, if you know what I mean?
Well, it just goes to the difference in perception as to, hey, there were 4 games that separated these teams. The Kings won 48, not 55, like a lot of 3 seeds in years past would have. And I do think there's just this belief that, hey, the Kings maximized themselves in the regular season and got to that point where in a down year for the Western Conference, they happened to be the 3 seed, and the Warriors in a down year for them where they had all these things going against them, they did just enough to be the 6 seed, and that the 3-6 is not as real as it typically would be in other past years in NBA history. Now, we can quibble about that and how much that actually matters, but I think that and the proximity between the 2 franchises, meaning less travel as far as teams going back, I think those are the 2 things that most feel like they're less a part of the conversation as it relates to just handicapping this series in a manner where a normal 3-6, let's say, would be handicapped.
No, absolutely. It's different. Would Warrior fans get upset if I said, these teams are evenly matched?
I think they've proved to be.
I kind of do too, but I wonder if Warrior fans think they're cut and dry the better team. And if they do, is it based on something you've seen in the series or something you've seen in the dynasty? Lamar in San Francisco. What's up, Lamar? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Game 5 on the way. Like you said, it's 0-0, man. 2-2. I think the teams are evenly matched. But I'm calling, man, to say that we got to apply pressure, much like Julie Carter said, man, 120%. And it's just from a defensive standpoint. That's been our flaw all year round. And now it's the time to close out these games, man. Adding the pressure on the De'Aaron Fox is key. It's just pressure, nonstop pressure. That finger is going to bother him. Catching passes is going to bother him. Bringing that ball up court full strength, man, it's not going to be a thing that he's going to be able to do. Pressure from the gate, have him walk the ball up the court, pressure. It just has to be nonstop pressure on that finger. He's thinking about it. It's no way that he's not thinking about it. Shoot, give him that floater, fine. Kaminga, step up on him. GP, step up on him. DiVincenzo, step up on him. But that finger needs to be nagging the whole way through. We need to be playing like that. Let's go, Dubs.
Steiny and JD play by with the injury is from the 5-0 with the injury to Fox. Does it put a target on that area for a hard basketball foul? I don't. Well, yes and no and yes. I'm going to say no and yes.
I'm going to say yes, it does. But go ahead, you answer.
But here's what I think. All right, so let's say he's got an index finger that's compromised. I think you're going to know that. I think you're going to be able to see it early in the he can't be dribbling the ball and you smack the hand. If there's an opportunity where he goes up with a left hand, of course, that's obvious.
Can't be egregious about it, and you don't even want to be intentional about it, to be honest.
Right?
It just might happen, I guess.
But the other thing is, he comes out and, I mean, if the index finger is noticeably bad, they don't need to do it. Then they don't need to target it.
No doubt.
Then he's just not effective. Target's too strong a word. The word is opportunity. If you have an opportunity to foul him hard right on that left hand, of course you do it.
And you don't want to do anything dirty.
No.
Again, or intentional or anything like that. I don't know why, but I just have a feeling if he gives it a go, he's going to play pretty well. And I think he's tough. I think he's going to want to play. Again, not getting to all the gamesmanship or anything in the back and forth about yesterday and all of that, but I don't know. I feel like you may look up into the first quarter if Fox is able to get out there and you're like, oh, he looks pretty normal, and that's trouble for the Warriors considering the player he's been in this series.
Agreed. Dave's in Piedmont. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking the call.
Absolutely.
I just want to chime in and say I really don't think these teams are evenly matched.
Okay.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. And I don't really have to go to the dynasty, though. I do think that weighs into it. I think just in this series, we've got at least two indicators that these teams are not evenly matched. One, Game 2, the only dominant win was a Warriors dominant win over Sacramento. Every other game has been close.
Game 3.
And then when you look at all those games, those close games, they've been close because of self-inflicted wounds on the Warriors' part. Sac has really played as good as they are. The Warriors have kind of played down, kind of shot themselves in the foot, and we're still tied, 2-2 in the series. So I think when you look at both of those, just on the series, not evenly matched.
I got a question for you, Dave. What letter grade would you give the Warriors through the first 4 games?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And then what would you give the Kings?
I think these guys are in B plus. They're, I think that's where we're at. This isn't our A game, but I think we are seeing Sacramento's A game, and we're still tied.
Okay, fair enough. So Dave thinks the Kings are about an A, and the Warriors have been a B. So fair.
That's within the realm.
Right, that's not an extreme point.
It was an F.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Absolutely do. 888-957-9570. I feel like starting to gain some momentum. Let's make a run. We just made a run before half. We're going to come out for the second half. I like the way this show's going. Let's go to Casanova. Casanova. I wonder if he was one of the original California Casanovas, of which Guru
was
a part.
Yeah.
Hey, Casanova.
Hey, it's a San Francisco Casanova, the 13th, though. Giacomo Casanova, the 13th is one of my womanizer names.
Okay.
But it's Coach Jim. Let's just go Coach Jim.
All right, let's do that.
I got naughty, both of you guys agreeing with going after an injured player's injury. You don't do. A true athlete would never. You don't take advantage of that.
And I didn't say that. I said you don't want to do anything intentional or dirty. Did you not hear what I said?
Reword it. You're trying to reword it, but that's wrong. You don't do that. If he's got an injury, he shouldn't be playing because he could injure it more. True?
Of course.
You don't do that.
No,
I know people are very competitive and they do that. I was a football player. So this is my point. I've got a couple points I'd like to make coming from a football player. A new stat in the NBA. The drama, slap on the wrist, foul, death roll. The drama that these guys pull, and it's so obvious. They go into death roll from a little slap on the back.
Thanks, Casanova. Appreciate it. That was a close call.
I was falling asleep. That's all.
It was a close call. Casanova.
And
nobody said go after it. I did say if he's going up for a layup, of course hit it.
You said, is there a target?
Right.
And the answer is yes. That to me, that just means there's attention. Like you're always going to be noticing.
Oh, well, I use target as, do you target the finger? No.
No,
I don't
the answer
target
to that's no.
the finger.
If we're going to be specific, the answer to that is no, you don't. And I guess maybe when you asked it earlier, I said yes. So no, the answer is no.
Casanova. Take this home with you. Yeah, no. Nobody's saying anybody should hurt anybody in anything. Boy, the world would be such a better place, wouldn't it? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Phone line starting to cook. Yes, sir, they're starting to cook. Game 5 tomorrow at Golden One Center. Dynasty still in a little peril. Right? What's going to happen tomorrow? Can't wait. As Goo would say, because it's a tribute to Goo Dad, I got my popcorn. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. This is a legacy game. I'm not a leader.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hey, a listener is going to have a chance to win Game 6 tickets tomorrow. That's Wednesday, tomorrow, when we have Bob Myers on at 1 to 1:30. If you're listening at that point, you can be going to Game 6. It's that simple. If you listen tomorrow between 1 and 1:30, you got a chance to win 2 tickets to Game 6 on Friday. And I don't even know what that is, but...
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't either. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 is brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. It's actually my daughter trying to FaceTime me.
There you go. It's a good time for it.
Be great radio.
I love the kids. You gotta love kids. They're just...
One thing that is a pet peeve of mine is those who and look, I'm not on the air every single day hosting a show, but people who do know, hey, you're in studio today or you're at the game, or like people who call me when they know, when they should know where I'm like, come on.
But sometimes I text you, JD, during your pregame show because I lose track.
Well, no, everybody texts me at 6:02. Like that's when everybody just wants to, hey, what do you think of the game tonight, JD? Hey, is Draymond in or out? Is Clay resting on the back-to-back? Boy, did you hear what Draymond said on that podcast? That's my phone at 6:04 every night. So it's not.
Well, I'll make sure to get it in at 5:50.
Just get it in.
For prep.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Kids. Nico's in Sac. What's up, Nico? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Nice talking to you. How you doing, JD?
I'm great, Nico. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to talk to you. It's been a minute. I saw someone on YouTube using Daryl PTO Johnson, man. I think it's pretty funny that they're using my catchphrase. But Guru is out for his father, so shout out Guru. Hopefully he's listening, and Norm and whatnot. You know, so it's not PTO, man.
Appreciate it.
But thank you. For me, wise, I was well. I just pulled a Steiny. I almost forgot what I was going to talk about. This game, like you said, Steiny, momentum. I don't feel like there is going to be any momentum going into this game, but everyone in the Kings building kind of understands what is going on with Fox, and they'll see him in practice and everything like that. So there might be a letdown coming into Game 5. Like, they know Fox isn't going to be up to full strength even if he plays or anything like that, so they know they have to work harder and whatnot. So there might be a little bit of a letdown in Game 5, but I don't see any momentum being carried into Game 5, especially off of a 1-point win, which they could have lost on a 3-point shot from Harrison Barnes. So no momentum, maybe a letdown, but, I mean, maybe a little bit of hypiness if Fox is looking really good in practice. So hopefully he's, better than, usual. I mean, better than he would be, and he's able to play very well because this series is, man, this is the most amazing series on NBA right now.
I would agree with you. Thanks, Nico. Appreciate the call. So let's go through some what ifs.
Sure. Love those.
Those
and conspiracy.
Let's say De'Aaron Fox, his finger's jacked. Well, clearly if his finger's jacked, the team knows that now, right? Mm-hmm. He's telling him, my finger's jacked. Well, what are you going to try to? You going to try to play?
They have an idea of, is it really closer to he's not going to play, or you know what, he's going to give it a shot, and then we'll see.
Right. I think if his finger is really a problem, and they're practicing today, probably all closed doors, obviously, and it's like, man, this thing's worse than we thought. I could see that's going to affect the Kings' psyche, I would think. Now, he may go today. He makes 9 threes in a row during practice, during the shooting drill.
I can do this.
And now, exactly.
I can do this.
So I think actually, the more you think about the Fox injury, it's how his teammates are going to respond because they know the severity of the injury.
And I think they also will know if it is, let's say, bad or closer to the bad end, how much they'll have to step up in an attempt to give themselves a chance to win the game. Because that's the part that you can't discount in this is maybe Fox plays, maybe Fox doesn't play. But the rest of his teammates are going to try to make up for him. You see this all the time in games in the regular season where 2, 3, 4 players that are going to get more run, have big games, and you can still win. The Warriors just won a game without Draymond. Now that's different. Now that's different than winning a game without Steph in a playoff series. And Fox is kind of there, at least in this series, he's been their Steph. In the regular season, all right, is it Sabonis or Fox? But in this series, it's Fox is the one.
Well, how can they beat the Warriors 2 out of 3 with a hampered Fox and at least at this point a Sabonis that the Warriors have contained?
Well, and what if Sabonis? This is a game where Sabonis is able to dial it up and be 28, 20, and 10.
Hey, by the way, I mentioned this on the air yesterday. You know what play to me when I was watching the game from a Kings point of view had to be? I would have been fuming if I were Mike Brown. Remember the possession where obviously they gave Sabonis a ton of room on the elbow. He'd missed one.
They've done it a couple times, but
I think he almost had an air ball. Anyway,
they did it on the first play of the game on Game 3.
Okay, remember the shot where they run the half court. He gets the ball. He sizes it up from the elbow. He shoots it, and it goes in. It's the one he made. And Jordan Poole beat everybody back.
Yeah. Well, the Kings give that up a lot.
Everybody back in a half-court set when nothing was going on. I mean, that was when I was like, whoa, that's not being buttoned up.
Well, that's them. And when they get in those loose games where they're pushing 130, and the pace was like it was on Sunday, they give up a lot of those. And if you're smart enough to take them, like, you wonder, why are all their games 135, 130? Well,
it's true.
And they're great at going right back the other way, and Fox will get it right back. And the game will get frenetic, and they're counting on those misses or bad shots, turnovers to get those extra possessions that allow them to go on those little runs. But that's a part of their DNA this year for sure.
Yeah, and Mickey D on the YouTube chat, you're right. Brown called time right after that. Rick Rock, to talk a little bit about the Warriors and De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys catch on after Game 4, Barnes in the post game for the Kings saying something about someone needs to knock down Curry because he's getting too many easy layups. And another point, as far as Fox being injured, it didn't matter. I mean, as far when he made that 3 on Draymond Green to cut it to 1, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. It was, though, when he went one-on-one with Curry and they made that switch, and you could tell he couldn't handle that ball. What do you guys think about that?
That's fair. I mean, that's what we're going to look for, Rick Rock. If he's hurt, does it affect his shooting more than his ball handling? Ball handling more than shooting?
He talking about the last play?
Correct. He thought
the handle was.
Well, he was saying that he made the 3, right?
Yep, 126,
over Draymond.
125.
That
right.
looked good. And then the next possession, he didn't look good on a ball handling move.
Sure.
That's fair. We don't know.
And in fairness, I mean, Fox is somebody that when they threw it to the backcourt, I thought that way. And of course, you're going to give him that if you're the Warriors. You saying don't give him that?
I'm saying if you're going to go to the backcourt, don't lollygag back there, De'Aaron.
And I think part of the reason they did that was to get him going.
A full head of steam.
He'd rather go full speed, but then he wasted it.
Yes.
He didn't like the whole, that was because he is easier to guard when it's a little more plotting and the play was plotting.
Oh my God, yes.
The play was just like, that was not like, think of how many times in this series has De'Aaron Fox had the ball up at the top and he's been able to make one little move and before you know it, he's got his little 10-footer.
Well, how about this? If they were really concerned, why wasn't somebody in the backcourt with Fox?
Well, they didn't want to get beat.
Exactly right.
And you definitely don't want that.
I mean,
because then it's scramble and you maybe give up a corner 3 to Harrison Barnes and not a wing 3.
Bobby's in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, what's up, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. And I'm not sure if I made this up, but JD, don't you live closer to Sacramento than the Bay Area? Maybe I'm wrong on that.
I live in Walnut Creek, brother. So the answer's no.
So I guess the answer is no. So, look, obviously best of 3. personally, I think the Kings are going to win it in 6. And whether Fox plays or not, I don't think it matters. I think the most glaring deficiency that we see here is that the Warriors cannot win away from home unless they're playing like the Houston Rockets or someone like that. So against a playoff team, I just don't see it happening. But whoever does, so my take is, I guess, the Kings in 6. The Kings are not afraid anymore. They know that they can win this series. They're not intimidated at this point. But if the Warriors do win Game 5, then somehow, if they do win Game 5, this series will end in 6 regardless. So I guess I'm changing my take. Whoever wins Game 5 will win the series in 6.
All right, Bobby. We noted.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
I wish I could have. I wish I were a genius with it. But JD, you live closer to Sacramento than the Bay Area.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I should have come.
That would have been great.
By the way, the question of the index finger and whether it'll affect the shooting or ball handling, neither, both. Dr. Feely. Dr. Brian Feely will be on with Willard and Dibbs.
Nice.
2 to 6, and Dibbs just texted me and said, they're going to ask him these questions about and what does it mean if the fracture's at the tip? I guess we'll find all that out. I told you about my big tip, right? We'll all find that out tomorrow. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 5 is tomorrow. Golden One Center. And what we have is, as of right now, De'Aaron Fox is listed as doubtful. I don't think very many people would make that bet, though, that he's not going to play.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I wouldn't, because it's the playoffs, and you'd make the same bet.
I would make the same bet.
And the reason you'd make the same bet is just because I expect him to play. That's all. And if he doesn't play, then I think he's obviously really hurt.
No doubt.
He's all right, take this to the bank. He's playing tomorrow. He's absolutely playing. Question is, how effective is he going to be?
And I'll even take it a step further. I think he's playing, and I think he's going to play well. I think he's going to play, and he's going to play well to the point where Warrior fans are going to be sitting there thinking they're nothing different. And of course there will be subtle differences.
Sure.
That may be the difference between winning and losing, but I got no problem saying that. Turn that into a blog post.
No problem saying what?
That I think he's going to play and play well.
Nah,
can't do that.
That's not going to make headlines.
No, can't do that.
Something like that. 888-957-9570. Again, this is
Cowbellpasture.com. Turn that one into something.
Why would you give them? Wonder if Fox played with a fractured finger during last game at all. Apparently he did, 707. He injured it in the last 5 minutes. I think
that's the other part of it.
Do we know that he got it? He didn't have it taped in the last 4 minutes,
I think he was just playing through it.
Okay. Maybe he's just playing through it. I don't know. Hayward's Don. Let's go to Don in Hayward. What's up, Don?
What's up, Steiny? JD, a big fan, man.
Thank you.
I think that it doesn't matter if De'Aaron Fox plays today or not. It's going to be a Clay day today. On the next game. So I don't think none of that matters. I think Clay is really due for a big game. He hasn't done it all series, and it's his time, I think. Thank you.
He's had a pretty good game 4. I know that. I know Clay played pretty good in game 4. No doubt about that. You think so? Let's cut to the chase. Feels like a lot of Warrior fans think the Kings are trying to snooker him with this Fox injury.
Go figure.
My feeling on the Fox injury is that is not going to be the reason. Or Fox's injury will not impact the Golden State Warriors psychologically at all. This is my feeling, that this is a game all season long, JD, where we've said of the Warriors, boy, this is a game they haven't really won. You know what? Every time they turn a corner, okay, well, they're on the right. This has to be their game. It has to be their game. So whether Fox plays or not, they know this is a big game for them. Now, the one thing I will allow for is they are so, you may think I'm crazy for saying this, but they're so experienced that they know it's not a must-win.
Right.
I hate to say it,
well, your
but
greatest
they kind of
strength
know
can
it.
be your greatest weakness.
And so I do think there's a chance that the Warriors are just like the Warriors tomorrow and lose.
I agree. And I don't know. My whole point has been the Warriors better not treat this thing as if it's going to be an easier game. Because if they do, they're asking to get beat. Whether they do it consciously or subconsciously is a separate conversation. The Kings are good enough to beat them. I mean, if you really believe that the road thing is a thing still, which if you do, fine. Like, I have no qualms with that. But if you think the road thing is a thing, well, why can't the Warriors go lose even if Fox doesn't play or if Fox is compromised? Like, at that point, I mean, they won 11 games. They lost to plenty of bad teams. Even if you think the Kings, which I'm not saying this necessarily, but even if you think the Kings without Fox are a mediocre team for that night, well, Warriors lost to Orlando and Detroit and Charlotte and all kinds of teams on the road this season that did or didn't have their players. Like, that didn't. So if you think the regular season thing still plays and you're the Warriors, then why can't you lose the game anyway?
Exactly. And that's the other thing. I love this. Ooh, game 5, pressure on the Kings. So,
well, I think
pressure's on the Kings, but
I think the Fox injury lessens some of the pressure on the Kings. Now they are the underdog again. I think no matter what, until we see he goes out and plays and is close to himself. Then
I think and here's the other thing I'll allow for. I think this is maybe what you were saying, just another way around it is. Warriors might be as ready to play this game tomorrow as they ever have. Psychologically, if you could measure it, they haven't fallen for Fox. They are poised. They still might lose.
They just come out and play a bad game.
They still might lose.
They just come out and play more like they did in Game 1 and Game 2, and they don't make enough shots.
Right.
And the Kings are able to beat them. Like, it's not crazy.
925. Hey, JD and Steiny. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you.
That's good.
I played volleyball my whole life. And you constantly play with broken fingers. It won't affect his play at all. A good tape job will take care of it, and he will barely feel any pain. What do you guys think? Well, I don't know. 925, you seem to have it nailed down a little better than I do. But, all right, now I take your word for it. I take your word for it. And I think he is going to play, and I think he's going to look like De'Aaron Fox. And I think you must go into the game if you're the Warriors thinking that. And
Shocker. I agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is, right, Fox had no problem making the big three. He's playing. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The 1 point game stat, JD brought this up. The Warriors, that game on Sunday was the first game the Warriors won by 1 point. It was the first game the Kings lost by 1 point. And you know what? I'm gonna stir it up here a little bit, JD.
What do you think of that?
I don't know what to think of it, because on the one hand, you would give the experience and the pedigree to the Warriors. But the one thing that's happened in this series is down the stretch, the Kings have outplayed the Warriors in crunch time, kind of.
They have.
Now, yeah, the latter part of Game 4 was obviously, it's easy to pick at that.
The Warriors forced some turnovers and bad shots, and I think there were some times where the Kings came down and just tried to even go a little too quick.
Yeah.
And threw it away or lost the ball or whatever it was. See, that's the kind of stat, though, just real quick, that you're like, JD, good stat. We kind of run it. But that normally that would be the kind of note or stat where I think I would throw that at you and you'd be like, you know what? I don't really think that means anything. But you didn't. to. So I'm really curious why you think it's...
Well, I think it's interesting that the Warriors... I think it's interesting the fact that it's all or nothing on both teams. But I also... The reason I'm not... It's an interesting stat. But we also know that a 2 point game can be every bit as close as a 1 point game.
Harrison Barnes makes the three, they win by 2.
Exactly.
It doesn't count.
Steiner keeps on saying they can easily lose tomorrow. I'm just saying it's possible they can lose tomorrow. How about they can easily blow the Kings out? That's the one that I would put least likely to happen. I mean,
the Kings
it's 2-2. They're going back to Sac. The crowd's going to be electric. If you were saying, hey, Steiny, bet on one team to blow the other team out by more than 12, I mean, I'd have to say the Kings would be more likely to do that. Now, doesn't mean I'm right.
Remember last year, Game 5, the Warriors were up 3-1, but second round, Game 5, they go to Memphis, and Memphis beat them 140 to 110 or something. I mean,
right. Yeah,
and again,
that's
a little different because it wasn't 2-2, and a game that was the one where the Warriors were going on the road and they knew they were coming back to chase, and trying to close it out in Game 6. But that was no Ja Morant for Memphis. I mean, the Warriors. Again, the Kings are different than the Grizzlies, and the Grizzlies have had this tendency of playing better without Morant. So it's not the same team. I mean, Fox is such a huge part of what they do, and a huge part of what they do is their clutch play, and he's so good in the clutch. So it's all interconnected. I mean, so I think him being compromised is more significant without a doubt. But I mean, the Warriors have lost to shorthanded teams before. Like that's not like you can't just say, well, if Fox doesn't play, well, Warriors winning this game easily. Like they in some ways you'd say they better. They better.
But and here's the thing that Warrior fans should keep in mind. What's the difference between the Warriors winning Game 3 without Draymond and Peyton? As opposed to, you know what I mean?
That's fair.
So
but I think it also shows you that other people can step up, especially in a home game.
Exactly.
And have a game. Like maybe Kevin Huerter plays one really good game in the whole series, and it's Game 5 when he makes 8 threes. And maybe Davion Mitchell starts and plays 40 minutes and scores 20 points and defends Steph Curry well enough to where he doesn't have an efficient game. I mean, you can't, like I said, to me, you can't look, and I'm not looking at this series as any option is off the table. I think Warriors in 6 is on the table. I think Warriors in 7 is on the table. I think Kings in 6 is on the table. I think Kings in 7 is on the table.
I don't disagree. But the 925 says, I disagree with both of you. A shooter with a broken finger isn't 100%. We didn't say he was 100%.
Of course he's not going to be 100%.
We just don't. Nobody knows how it's going to affect.
It's just how effective is he going to be. We know he's not 100%.
Right.
It's like we know he's injured.
The other thing is, boy, Warriors get all kinds of breaks. I mean, Fox gets hurt. Sabonis, contusion of the sternum. What a gutsy kid. I mean, you can't lose to the shorthand.
Well, don't forget, Sabonis been playing with a broken hand all year, right?
That's right.
Since December.
That's right. All right, 888-957-957.
I got that one from cowpasture.com.
Nice, see?
It's good info.
Yeah, see, it's got some, it's got value. It's got value. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm also interested to hear Warrior fans because I'm thinking of the Warriors in this series, and I'm thinking, I think they played pretty well. Can they play better? Of course they can play better. But I don't necessarily think the Warriors have a ton more levels to get to. Do you disagree with me? 888-957-9570. And don't forget, tomorrow between 1 and 1:30, you're going to have a chance to win 2 tickets to Game 6 on Friday. That's tomorrow between 1 and 1:30 when we have Bob Myers on. And as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. I don't see it, Bob. Hey, it's Steiny and Guru, and we are giving you the chance of a lifetime on Wednesday.
One of our great listeners is going to win a pair of tickets to game.
95.7 The Game.
All right, time for a little reset. Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson. John Dickinson today, Daryl the Guru Johnson. For those who know, is with Pops, taking care of some business today. He'll be back tomorrow. We wish Guru and Norm all the best. And if you're listening, good luck today. No doubt about that. And Harrison Barnes had a shot. He had a shot to put the Kings up 3-1. And I was just thinking of it immediately, that the ramifications had that shot gone in. Barnes, a former Warrior, putting the Warriors on the brink. It would have been pretty special. And JD, I remember, there are a lot of fans that aren't crazy about Harrison Barnes, but I want you to take a listen to this. This is from Draymond Green, and he said this on his podcast about Harrison Barnes. And if you think people were trying to make too much out of that shot and what it meant, just take a listen to Draymond. This is from his podcast.
But Harrison Barnes, I think to this day, still don't like me for KD coming here. And the reality is, bro, it's like, I didn't tell him to trade you to bring KD in. No, the reality is, if KD did come in and you were still here, you would have had to come off the bench. It's fucking Kevin Durant. And like, it just is what it is. If you were still here, I didn't tell them to trade you. But he took it very personally because of the story that came out that I cried to KD in the car or whatever. Right. He took it very personally at me. And so, for instance, this dude invite Steph them to his wedding, Steph, Clay, everybody at his wedding except me. Like, bruh. Bruh.
You ain't get invited to the wedding, bro?
All these dudes was at the same meeting that I was at with KD. They was all there too. You know what I'm saying? However, I didn't take it personally because it is what it is. Like, I wasn't invited to your wedding. Now it is what it is. I thought it was funny. It sucks that you got traded, but you went and made your money. You went and got a great deal. You're still making money. But I did get 2 championships. And again, I did that. I didn't go in there and ask them to trade Harrison Barnes. I didn't do that. But I did have a conversation with him about how much Kevin Durant could help us.
That was Draymond Green from his podcast on the Volume Network. And the other voice you heard was Damian Lillard. I'd heard about the wedding. I never knew if it was really true or not.
I think he referenced it before.
Okay. And to me, the most interesting part of that is Draymond acknowledging to Barnes, or Draymond acknowledging to us, that he did talk to Barnes about, oh boy, Durant could really help us. No kidding.
Absolutely.
But
I understand why Harrison Barnes would feel scorned.
Of course.
In that way. I mean, especially when you look at, 5 of 32 in the final 3 games of that series. And Harrison Barnes, fair or unfair, and he has to be accountable for how he played in those games and how he shot in those games. But, 5 for 32 is, he had to wear that and the weight of the Warrior fan base being more upset with him than anybody else.
Right.
And, Draymond came back and had either a triple-double or one stat away from a triple-double in Game 7. He was unbelievable in Game 7. And, Steph wasn't great necessarily in Game 7, but, he's not getting the blame necessarily for that, and neither would Clay. And Barnes did statistically perform the worst of those players on that team. Now, you could make the case, and Harrison could say, well, damn, dude, you don't get suspended. We went in 5, and I had a bad Game 5.
True.
But nobody would have ever even, 6 and 7 never would have happened. So how would that change the perception of this fan base around me? And you're back-to-back champions at that point. So maybe I get to stay when I would have preferred to stay. So, I understand the human component to Harrison Barnes feeling the way that he may feel about it, and feeling that Draymond was the dude that, like, hey, we're replacing you because we're not replacing any of these other guys. And again, why would you replace any of those other guys?
The only thing, and this is one of those where there's a lot going on, and let's not forget, before that season started, Barnes turned down money. Turned down $68 million.
Yeah, 64. I think it was 64.
So he gave, he
got more though.
Had he accepted that contract, how the hell would they have gotten KD?
They wouldn't have been able to.
Exactly. Or they would have had to really jump through a lot of hoops. But, that's one of those things where I guarantee you, And I don't think Harrison Barnes has one regret because he ended up making more money going to, I think he went to Dallas first, right?
Yeah.
So, but to me, what it signifies is we were all right. That shot would have been more than just a first-round dagger from an opposing player.
Oh.
I mean, it would have been historic almost basketball-wise.
I don't
Harrison
disagree.
Barnes and Draymond Green, had he watched that shot go in.
The Warriors are down 3-1 in the series. They're probably done at that point. We would be talking about still the Steph Curry blunder with the timeout. We'd be talking about the dynasty potentially being over. I mean, all of those things would be in play if that shot goes in. We'd be talking about Harrison Barnes gets his revenge and the irony in that, given how poorly he had played in that 2016 finals, which led directly to the Warriors looking to go get Kevin Durant.
Barnes wasn't traded, though. He was left via free agency, right? And that
his rights were renounced to clear
correct,
the cap
and that allowed
space.
them to get Kevin Durant.
Semantics, but
yeah. Did we say trade? Did we say he got traded? Did I say that mistakenly?
I think Draymond did. Yeah.
Oh, Draymond did.
Yeah.
Draymond did.
And maybe I did. Was I this?
You know who else was pissed? Bogut. He didn't like all that crap either. What were you going to say?
No, I was trying to think, did they end up doing a sign and trade? I guess that was when Durant left. They didn't do a sign and trade with OKC. So
Bogut was the other guy kind of had to leave in order to make room for KD, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I actually went back and looked at some of that stuff. Durant's name came up in January when they were like 55-5.
We were doing we were doing a show. It was the night before the Super Bowl. Or it was the Saturday before the Super Bowl that was at Levi's. And we were doing Warriors This Week. And it broke during our show on that Saturday morning. Woj broke it. And he broke it because it was the timing of it was that the Warriors were playing Oklahoma City that night at Oracle. And I remember to this day, we did a whole show about, and Warrior fan after Warrior fan after Warrior fan was saying, we don't want KD. You don't need KD. This team's 50-5 or whatever, whatever their record was. I mean, that's not exactly what it was, but it broke on a Saturday before an ABC Saturday night game at Oracle the night before the Super Bowl, I believe.
And knowing Woj and how precise he is, he probably said something. The initial report was probably Warriors got him on their mind or something like that. Or the Warriors are open to something big. It wasn't. It wasn't. Kevin Durant says he wants
for the
to come
game
to
that was going to be
no
on
doubt.
ABC that night,
and it added a layer for the
which
rest
already
of the
had
season.
a lot on it because remember those two teams are going to face each other in the conference finals that year. I mean that was really the one team that it was believed had a legitimate shot to beat the Warriors in the year they were 73-9, and obviously we know how that played out. 3-1 OKC, Warriors win, and then the Cavs able to beat the Warriors in the finals after the Draymond suspension.
One of the things I threw out there, and this is just from watching four games of a hell of a series, by the way. It really has been entertaining. I'm getting a big kick out of this series. I think it's awesome. I really do. And my conclusion after four games is I think these teams are pretty evenly matched. I think they're two evenly matched teams. And that's why it's going to go 6 or 7. And I think the Warriors could get beat. I still think they're going to win it, the Warriors. Still think they're going to win the series.
Yeah.
But I think these two teams are evenly matched, and I want to know, if you think that. Is it two evenly matched teams and the Warriors are just going to have to scratch and claw and find a way to get over on the Kings? Or do you feel like after game 2, you know what? Okay, all right. We got this. We got this. We needed it. 408, real quick. The Warriors are the clear-cut better team simply because they have the ability. This isn't a bad point. 408, the Warriors are the clear-cut better team simply because they have the ability to play defense when they want to. The Kings do not. JD, what do you think of that?
I think it's a good point. I think we have seen the Kings' ability in the 2 games at Golden One Center to play defense at a level that's bothered the Warriors enough. I know a big part of the conversation off of Game 2 was Steve Kerr talking about all the turnovers the Warriors had and the fact that he thought they were mostly unforced, which was the first time I sort of looked at it and thought, maybe they do have something correctable. And for these last couple of games, they have been able to correct it to a much greater extent than they did those first two games. But I think the Warriors are, top to bottom, the more defensively sound team. But part of that is, again, if you're the Warriors, when you have the ball, you can't be giving away those possessions to the team that isn't as good defensively.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 5 tomorrow. This is from the text line, Oaktown Raider. This is where your money. So what time are the teams practicing today? What time's media availability? And obviously, well, I don't know. You tell me. Will Fox be available to the media? Will Brown give an update? The update, I'm sure, will be very vague, but how's that all coming down today, the timing-wise, JD?
I don't know if Fox will be available or not, but the Kings are having their availability. They told everybody to show up at 12:30, so I would expect some quotes and things to start popping out on social media here relatively soon. I mean, you know how that is.
Yeah.
Show up at 12:30 could be
that's true
1:45 by the time anybody's available, but I think that's the next update, so it should be before we're off the air here. And then the Warriors today, their availability time is tentatively set for 1:30. So 1:30, but if you factor in the normal half hour to 45-minute minimum after that, maybe that doesn't quite hit when we're on the air still.
Gotcha.
But Willard and Dibbs will be all over it.
Kevin is in San Francisco. Hey, Kevin. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I was just hearing about you guys saying that if the Warriors lose, that, it'll probably be the end of the dynasty, They thought that when they was playing against Toronto. Everybody thought they was going to be losing no more dynasty when they guys played against Toronto, and all of a sudden, a year later or a year or two later, they win another championship. I think as long as they keep the core guys, especially the core guys, would take a pay cut and stay.
Wow.
They could win. If they play 100%, no turnovers, and everybody plays good, even Kuminga, they can dominate and win this game. If they play the Warriors' way, they can win this whole series.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Kevin.
If the Warriors, there's a threshold that if the Warriors play at, they just win the series.
I agree.
That's whether Fox is 100% or not. But the question is, will they? I do want to push back a little bit on the notion. What we were talking about specifically was, had the Warriors lost Game 4 the way they would have lost Game 4 in relation to the dynasty. I wasn't saying if they lose this season at any point.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe you feel differently on that, but I do think there was a little bit of a difference there. Like I'm not making the statement that if the Warriors, let's say the Warriors go to the conference finals and lose, well, that means the dynasty's over. Like if they don't win a championship this year, the dynasty is for sure over. I'm allowing for a little bit of nuance. Now, you lose on a Harrison Barnes 3 after you blow a 5-point lead in 40 seconds and Steph Curry calls a timeout you didn't have, and you go down 3-1, then that to me hits a little different.
Guru and I got into this. I think it's kind of interesting. See, to me, when he and I had gotten into, and fans, the championship or bust. Championship or bust. And the dynasties, the defining points, start and end. This is very important. Like, this is hugely important for the Warriors, even if they don't win the title. Like, it's not a failure just because they don't win the title. What does that mean? Well, I'll tell you what it means. And I'll go back to my Celtics. They won in 84. They won in 81, 84, 86. 86 was their last title. But they were in the finals in 87.
Mm-hmm.
They were in the finals and
Conference
lost.
finals 88.
Like, that counts. They were in the conference finals in 88. So when you look at the Celtics, I'm thinking, yeah, they lost their last title in 86, but they were still right there in 88. They lost in the conference finals. That's why I think this is important for the Warriors. You're telling me the Warriors can get to the Western Conference Finals and then get knocked off? You have every right to say, we still got a lot of action. You get knocked off in the first round after a very mediocre season as a 6th seed to the Sacramento Kings. That's different.
Yeah, it's different.
I mean, that's different. It's different for now, which is how they head into the offseason, but it's also different from the long term. because you will have seen maybe, oh boy, they fell off. What happened after that? Like, you don't want people to say, what happened after the Warriors won that championship in 2023?
Yeah,
they didn't go to the.
They cobbled it all together after and won it in 22, and then they got beat in the first round, and then they were playing team, and then they didn't make it.
Right. That's why this is huge, and I think it's why this is going to.
Yeah.
This is going to dictate the future, maybe.
You get to the conference finals this year, come back next year, maybe you lose in the second round next year, then back in the all of those things would be on the table.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. Game 5 tomorrow, 7 right here on 95.7 The Game. JD will have Warriors live at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, from Sacramento.
Absolutely, from Sacramento. Let's go to Tom. Tom's in Sonoma. How you doing, Tom? What's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny, JD, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing well.
Hey, a couple of things. This is the most exciting game in a first-round series I've ever seen. It's been close every game. From my what I can remember is I thought we've had a good record in Game 5 throughout the playoffs. I'm not sure about that, but I would
14-4.
I thought we had a good.
Yeah, good. They do. You do.
That right there, Game 5 is the pivot game in this series. I really feel that. The other thing I want to say is what we haven't been talking about is if Fox has to tape that finger together, to his fingers to stabilize that hand, that's going to affect him. That's going to affect his shooting. I don't know how you could play with a broken finger without stabilizing it. So something that we should think about, because if they have to stabilize it, I think he's going to have problems. So I'd like to hear your comments off there.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. When you say stabilize, does that mean I use the phrase the old popsicle stick? Is it taping it to an adjacent finger?
I go back to, at this point, because I think this is the most detailed information we have on that, what Adrian Wojnarowski reported yesterday afternoon after Shams had originally broke the news, which is Fox would need to play with a protective covering on the finger. So protective covering. It's not a popsicle stick. To me, that's some kind of, I don't know,
almost like a rubber thing.
Yeah,
but
maybe some rubber on the front, like on the top that you put over the top.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that old.
It could also be the old buddy tape.
I don't even know what that is.
Tape it to your buddy.
Oh, okay. The adjacent finger.
Yeah. That's what you just said.
Yeah. I got you.
I'm going to buddy tape it.
All right.
Never ever like a trainer or somebody say that?
In All-Star Wrestling, WWE, you tape up a finger like that, you could put a foreign object in there.
We're going to talk wrestling today.
You can put a foreign object in there. Give somebody the business. Fillmore Mike, how's it going, man?
Oh, it's going good, man. I've been enjoying the playoffs, especially last night. Last night was super lit. But I just want to cross my fingers. I'm not trying to put no bad mojo in here, but it would be pretty awesome this year. The Warriors play the Kings. The Lakers get over the Grizzlies. We play two rivals, or not real rivals, but, two California teams in the same playoffs this year. But to see the Warriors and Lakers go at it, man, that would be pretty awesome. And then on top of that, it will be great for the Warriors. They don't have to hardly leave or travel nowhere, so it'll be great for their bodies, especially their age. So, how the playoffs been for y'all?
Oh man, I'm loving the Boston Hawks series. I'm absolutely loving the Atlanta-Boston series. This series has been great.
Because Atlanta's getting smoked.
Absolutely. The series has been wonderful. This has been the best series, Kings Warriors.
It's the only one that's 2-2.
Yeah, I guess so.
There was one 4-0. I just happened to notice it today. I hadn't really thought about it, but the Philly series went 4-0. 6 other series are 3-1, and the Warriors and Kings are 2-2. They're the only one.
We got a couple minutes here before break. Jimmy Butler.
Sheesh.
That's the kind of game that'll get you beat in a series. In other words, without Butler, it's 2-2. We go back to Milwaukee.
Well, they had a lead. I mean, that was the thing. Milwaukee had the lead. Giannis was back.
I thought they were in control.
Giannis was back. They had the lead. Big fourth quarter. Jimmy Butler goes off, and now you're up against it in a big way.
See, and this is kind of what I mean about how you got to be careful. Giannis missed game 3. Who knows how the back was? They get down 2-1. And now, if you're the Bucks, okay, we're getting Giannis back. Oh, our guys know they can't go back to Milwaukee 3-1. And Milwaukee's got championship pedigree. That's a must-win for Milwaukee last night against a team missing one of their best scorers. How did Milwaukee lose that game last night? If they were conscientious and they're the number 1 or number 2 seed,
to me,
that's automatic.
To me, that's the kind of thing, and I'm a little reluctant to go all in on it.
Right.
Because they haven't had Giannis for multiple games in this series, but that's the kind of thing that makes me think they can't win it.
Oh, you're talking specifically to the Bucks. Gotcha.
That's the kind of thing. Win the whole thing.
Sure.
Maybe they can come back and win this series, but win the whole thing. I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I look at it as
we're always looking for those tells with the Warriors,
exactly,
or any other team. Well, that's a tell to me, maybe with Milwaukee.
No doubt. For example, the Warriors. How do I want to say this? So the Warriors are down 2-1. I'm just putting another situation. So the Warriors are down 2-1. Championship pedigree champion. Well, it didn't work for the Bucks. They took that game seriously. They got their star player back.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors, they won their game 4. It could have gone to 3-1.
Yeah.
And
even though they almost blew it. Like if Milwaukee had been up 18 and Miami comes back and goes up 3 with a minute left and Milwaukee wins the game still by a point, then it doesn't matter that you blew the 18-point lead. Like it doesn't matter that Curry called timeout. It doesn't matter that none of that matters. It doesn't matter that the Kings played their most on-brand regular season game of the series and a game they usually don't lose. They got beat in that one. And so the Warriors now can move forward 2-2.
All right, Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening right now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now, Warriors.com, or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by right now for Warrior tickets. 888-957-9570. We're headed into the fourth quarter of the Steiny and Guru show with JD sitting in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson today. Guru taking care of some family business. And my question is, will you meet me halfway and agree, you know what? These are 2 evenly matched teams. Or do you want to say, Steiny, hit the pike? 888-957-9570. I'm in the power chair.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Finding great people to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Their powerful matching technology delivers so many qualified candidates. It's like finding a needle in a needle.
still think they can win it all?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, along with John Dickinson today. Daryl the Guru Johnson is got a family matter. He's doing a family thing with his dad. We wish them both the best. Fingers crossed. Prayers up. All that kind of stuff. Two of our main men, Norm and Guru. 888-957-9570. That's the number to get in if you want to talk to JD and me. Yep, it's JD and me. It's not JD and I. It's JD and me. All right, this is kind of coming out of left field, and maybe the topic will go away immediately. But there was something that just struck me. We had the report of Draymond Green wanting a max at the beginning of the year. And we've just had a report of Klay Thompson wanting the max now at the end of the year. That doesn't make sense to me. You really think both those guys think they're getting a max deal? Why don't you tell, you know how much a max deal is for those guys?
Tell us.
It's a lot.
Isn't it 420 or something?
Something like that.
Or more. Might even be more.
Something like that. And what? And you might not have a feeling about it, but what do you make of that? Where does it come from? Yeah. What does it matter, if anything?
Well, there's two things, right? And I mean, I'm a little reluctant to get into theories, but there's two things I think. Well, does it come from the player side?
Right.
In that both of those players believe that they're worth it based on what they've done for the organization and for this team this season and can continue to do in the future. So it comes from the player side. That's one angle and way to look at it. The other angle is, and this is where I'm not sure, but the other angle is maybe it comes from the team in an attempt to put it out there that, basically put it out there so everybody goes, well, that's crazy.
Right.
Like the court of public opinion is, well, Klay's crazy if he thinks he's going to get that. Draymond's crazy if he thinks he's going to get that. In essence, laying a foundation to kind of get everybody ready or get everybody ready for the fact that maybe these players won't be back if they want, that'll be the reason. If Draymond's not back, it's well, he wanted a max. Who would do that? If Klay wanted $160 million for the next 4 years. Who would? So to me, there is a little bit of, again, I know I hate that word, narrative, theory.
The interesting thing is, if I'm Draymond or Klay, I ask for the max and I demand it. Because the NBA has just said to Draymond Green, hey, that stuff that happened in the past, that matters. Your behavior and your actions in the past mattered. Well, if those actions mattered, you got to pay Klay and Draymond.
A little bit of breaking news. Is this breaking news? Is it breaking news?
Oh, boy.
I don't know. Maybe.
All you.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Anthony Slater of The Athletic is at Kings practice in Sacramento at the practice facility attached to Golden One Center. And Anthony Slater reports with a little bit of video that it was a non-contact practice for the Kings, but De'Aaron Fox participated at the Kings non-contact practice wearing a small brace / tape on the top of his left index finger, shooting free throws post-practice. Looks like he's sinking them, too, in the video here. So, non-contact practice, De'Aaron Fox. So, De'Aaron Fox, doubtful to play tomorrow in Game 5, practiced in full.
Wow.
Sounds like it was a walkthrough. But your point is taken. Your point is noted.
Free throws look pretty pure.
Did they?
Yeah. Not a lot of net.
What does it look like he has on his finger? Can you tell?
Hard, it's too far away for me.
What did you Google? Splint?
Yeah, just finger splints. Because I think Kobe wore one and then kind of covered it up so it looked like a cast. So I was curious what he might be looking at. And it sounds like from your weigh-in, Steiny, if there's any finger splint, he might be in trouble.
Well, that one was like from 1993. The metal splint that, yeah. If he's in a metal splint, I like the Warriors' chances. Steve's in San Francisco. Hey, Steve, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Thanks again for taking my call. Sure. Steiny, we had a conversation a while back about Chateaubriand steak, and I was saying it was going to be the Warriors in 6. They were going to drop the first 2. They were going to win the next 4. I was pretty confident about that. I'm not as confident as I was before, and I don't know that any of us could be as confident about this team as we were about teams of the past. But I think they've shown they can get it done, and with a little luck, I think they're going to knock it out on Wednesday and bring it home and clinch it, at home.
Let me ask you this: Steve, are you more confident or less confident? Are you more confident now than you were at the start of the series, or less?
Less.
Interesting. Thanks, Steve.
And I don't want to put words in Steve's mouth, but I think in some ways, even if you're a Warrior fan, you got to look at, and I think a lot of Warrior fans are coming to grips with this off of Game 4. Throw Fox out of it and his status moving forward. I think a lot of Warrior fans thought the Kings were a certain level of team, and now watching them for 4 games, they're like, oh, they're better than I thought they were. I mean, and if you thought, hey, the Warriors are going to have enough to beat them, now you're thinking, well, I hope they have enough to beat them. If you're coming at it from that point of view.
What do you give me for this? When we were watching the Warriors for a lot of this dynasty, it was only about the Warriors. How'd the Warriors play? They make shots. They defend. That's all that mattered. Warriors played well. They won. Even last year, Warriors played well. They won. This year does have more of a feel of things aren't as much in their control as things always have been.
And if you don't quite play as well, you're more apt to getting beat in a close game, which is why I think they've lost a ton of close games this season.
That's a good point. D in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, you guys?
Going well, thank you.
Hey, 2 things that don't cut me off, Steiny. The thing that was Fox, it reeks of CIA misinformation, misdirectional information. Most of the Warriors have played all season long with their 1 or 2 fingers wrapped, and nothing keeps them off the court. And number 2, with Draymond coming off the bench, they're just keeping him fresh for when it gets really physical in the 3rd and 4th quarter, because they got to keep him out of foul trouble in the earliest part of the game. Because when they gave up five fouls in less than a minute and a half in Game 2, and that really cost them the game, they got to keep Draymond fresh for the latter part of the game. That's all.
D, I'm more interested to know why you thought I was going to cut you off. Solid call. I don't cut off solid calls.
When do you think De'Aaron Fox gets upgraded to questionable? Is that going to happen when Mike Brown talks here in the next half hour, or is that they going to wait till 5 o'clock tomorrow?
Well, it's clear.
Or are they going to wait till shoot around tomorrow?
It's clear this is a ruse. I'm not saying he's not hurt.
Of course he's hurt.
I'm saying it's a ruse thinking he's not going to
The doubtful part was the part that hit me.
I think it's doubtful that it's doubtful. Put it that way. I would be very surprised if De'Aaron Fox did not play.
And good. I hope he plays. I hope he.
Of course.
I was really annoyed when I saw the news. I was like, damn it. I just hate when these series get
I can't stand
compromised either way by somebody being not what they
I hate
or
it.
out completely. Like, so when it was like for a second I was like, damn, is he going to be out? Like
Right.
that really it sucks.
Well, especially because Sunday was one of the most viewed basketball games the last 20 years. Like, that was an incredible basketball game in which De'Aaron Fox was one of the focal points of it. So the fact that he was even possible to miss Game 5 it just completely swings the series, but also swings how you feel about the series.
For sure. And, and anybody that enjoys basketball is hoping that Harrison Barnes missed that shot, so you guarantee 2 more games.
No doubt.
And maybe 3.
No doubt.
And then you get the Fox news, and you're like, no, come on.
I mean, I can't. Yeah, I mean,
you don't want that.
You don't.
And
you
it's
don't,
the same thing.
You don't want to be
it's
a
the
Clippers
same thing
fan
for anybody.
rooting
It's
for Kawhi.
Exactly.
Although
Kawhi. Now, if they said
Tyronn
Kawhi was doubtful, I'd be like, all right, he ain't playing. They could tell me Kawhi's probable, and I'd be like, yeah, we'll see.
That's actually a great call.
How does he feel on the drive from San Diego into L.A.? That's a long one. A lot can change, Kawhi.
I'm done.
George is in Los Altos. What's going on, George? How you doing?
Doing good, fellas. I think I feel better now.
than I did at the beginning. But I think the one aspect of this series and the reason why it's been so fantastic is the fact that Mike Brown knows us, and he was coaching with us for 6 years. And I saw in game one, those back cuts that we make to the basket where Draymond throws a bounce pass and we get an easy layup. They were picking those off.
Great call.
So, I mean, they've been coached. They've been coached on the Warrior offense. And I know him and Steve were joking in the court and saying, "Hey, we call it new plays now." I thought that was really cool. But the fact of the matter is our opposing head coach knows us like a book. And that's why you're seeing such a competitive series, in my opinion. And I think it's going to be that way all the way to the end. And if they get past the Kings and they remain fully healthy, with Peyton being Peyton and Draymond being smart, I think we have a really, really good chance to go to the finals in the Western Conference. After that, we'll see what happens.
All right, George, we can't get ahead of ourselves, but good point, really good point. And go ahead.
I wouldn't be surprised if the team that does win this series, at some point, they do say, God, that, like, if they go on to win the next one, like in some ways that even playing the Lakers as good as they are is not, like, that this was not your typical first-round series, I guess. Took more out of you, that made the next one a little bit feel easier by comparison, even if you don't win it.
You know what's funny, though, is like you're
maybe
like
not.
We're still kind of looking at the Warriors as a 1 seed, in a way.
Well, I even think maybe the Kings could, like, what if even if the Kings were to win, like, what if the Kings were like, they get to play the Lakers and it gets to be Game 5 or something, and somebody just asks, hey, it'd be like, the Warriors series, God, those guys are tough to kill. My God, the heart of a champion, and we played our best game in Game 4, and they will still beat us. And yeah, I think it goes both ways. I'm not.
I think as it relates to Mike Brown,
Lakers are good though.
I wish I could be more specific about how he is an advantage to the Kings. Not that Kerr is being outcoached or anything like that, but let's take what George in Los Altos said. Those back cuts in Game 1. Well, you know what? The Kings they sloughed off Green, which gave him a little extra defender back, and they knew it was coming. Like they prepared for it. So what can you like? To me, what Mike Brown knows is what we all know. And so what he's gonna emphasize a few things. For example, I feel like they haven't been perfect at this, but I do feel like he has emphasized to them how Curry relocates, how you to make it a priority to focus on his relocating, because that's where he gets 3 a game that hurt you. So when Curry fiddle-faddles and gives it up, that's when your focus starts in a way. And if you can get your team to buy into that by emphasizing it, then it can affect a couple plays here and there.
I think it's even things like Mike Brown knew that Alex Len could play against the Warriors and be effective. Whereas I think a lot of other coaches might not have used a player like that, or you would think it wouldn't work. Mike Brown's like, no, Alex Len, I know what he does. He's going to hurt the Warriors in ways that can help us when Sabonis is not on the floor. I also think it plays into, I think Kuminga is actually a really good example for like Mike Brown knowing the player, and that every time he's been in the game, and people don't want to admit it, and that's fine, but every time Kuminga's been in the game, I'm going to go Mark Jones, he's been hunted. They have hunted Kuminga, whether it's, hey, you want him to be a ball pressure guy? Well, you can't guard Malik Monk. We're going to do little simple action, get you a little off balance, and we're blowing by it. Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox. Hey, guess what? Now we're going to put you in action where you're off ball, and Kevin Huerter's going to hit a wide open 3 on you because we're going to swing it back and you can't rotate because you're a step slow and kind of watching what's going on the floor. People who say, well, why is Kuminga minus 18 in 7 minutes of Game 2 and Game 4? To me, that's knowing. That's one example from the Kings of a player he knew to play, and to me, it's one example of a Warrior who he's exposed and made the worst player on their team in this series.
Yeah, did you hear? I said this to Guru yesterday. I was like, thank God Barnes didn't make that shot. Because if Barnes makes that shot, we're spending 2 hours yesterday talking about why Kuminga only played 2.5 minutes. And even though he wasn't good, but still.
He's the only player on the Warriors, I think, that plays badly, and then everybody says, well, you got to play him more. He won't. He was -8 in 3 minutes after being -10 in 4 minutes, but you got to let him work through it. Got to let the kid work through it.
I will say this, the one great thing about the postseason is you are never shelved completely.
Oh, no doubt. He could play in the Lakers series against LeBron. He might be guarding LeBron Sunday afternoon.
No doubt.
I mean, that's for sure. One thing, 408, I wanted to get to this text message, Comcast Business text line. Just your take on this. The team that has to ruse is the team that's going to lose. This is the second sack ruse.
Oh, Sabonis
with an injury. I'm just saying.
Number 4.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying. And I thought that was a little more silly.
408.
But
I keep hearing Brown knows his old team. True, but the Warriors know Brown's that's not the same. It's not quite the same.
No, but Steve Kerr has made a point to note that. Like, hey, we know them really well. We've done film on them. We've watched them. Like, now we're seeing them. Like we know how good they are, I think has been kind of the message. It's not the same. But I think in a weird way, maybe Steve Kerr kind of felt a little bit of it's still a little.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think that's why he said it. Like, there was just a little bit of, come on, guys. Like, we're doing our job too, and we're a pretty damn good coaching staff too. Like, let's not make this one-sided. Like, they only know what they're doing against us. That's all.
Murillo in Petaluma. What's going on, Murillo? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Doing well. About to coach some soccer for some girls here, so
nice.
Great day. I want to, first of all, as positive as I was in October, and I picked this series to go 6. I think the Kings, besides Mike Brown, the Kings and the Warriors have been giving us great games for about 5 to 6 years, ever since Fox and Barnes and this core was there. So I was expecting to be a tough series, and I think I'm going to echo Fillmore Mike here. I think if we get through this series, and it looks like we're going to get the Lakers, and I don't know if you guys noted this before here, but we would have home court. So I would like the chances against the Lakers with home court, and, so we get ready to take on Kevin Durant. Thanks for taking my call, and have a good day.
Good upticks there.
You think boy, I've been fighting myself on this one. Would you rather play Memphis or the Lakers with home court?
You can't even. I wouldn't even entertain
Memphis that. Is Memphis. You want Memphis?
Yeah, I would rather play Memphis, I think. But I
think it's a no-brainer?
Because they're more banged up. No. I just don't even want to entertain it.
Oh,
I just don't think it's fair
timing.
to entertain it because it's 2-2.
Gotcha.
Like, I think that's disrespectful.
No, that's why I said I want to stay away from it.
Yeah. I mean, I can give you an answer if you demand that I give you an answer. But I just don't, like, to me, that, like, you talk about things that are disrespectful. Well, disrespectful is talking about the next series when the current series is 2-2. And I don't know if you've heard, Steiny, De'Aaron Fox practiced today. De'Aaron Fox, remember the finger, what is it? The avulsion fracture.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Oh, yeah, no, that was the official.
Oh, wait a minute. The avulsion?
Kings guard De'Aaron Fox.
He's got the avulsion fracture. That's a different fracture.
Underwent X-ray imaging that revealed an avulsion fracture of the left index finger. Injury was sustained in the fourth quarter. Game 4 against the Warriors. Fox will be listed as doubtful for Wednesday's game versus the Warriors. Further updates will be provided when available.
When is, and I might be putting you on the spot here, Evan, when's Dr. Brian Feely joining Willard and Dibbs? Do we know specifically?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, Dr. Brian Feely, cleared to play, perfect timing. We're going to ask him how tough it is to play with a fractured index finger.
And a few people have chimed in on the Comcast Business text line. We had referenced this, but it bears noting. Anthony Slater, our buddy, our Warriors insider here for 95.7 The Game, works the Athletic. He's at Kings practice today. He did put out some videos of Fox shooting some free throws. We referenced that earlier for those that are just joining us that maybe have been following along on Twitter. And the overarching theme for the Warrior fan base here on the text line is he's fine, which I'm not going to go as far to say he's fine, but he doesn't look doubtful to me.
Let me tell you what.
Either.
Here's what I think. I think he's going to look exactly like De'Aaron Fox, but for what was the play? Was it early? Oh, when Poole just threw it away and Fox dribbled down the right, and I was like, oh, he's going to go in for a layup, and then he just hammered the dunk with a left hand. He probably won't be able to do that. He probably won't be able to dunk like he dunked on that play. Other than that.
And, of course, you know what we mean by fine. Yes, I know yes, you mean he's going to play.
Yes. Abe's in Napa. What's going on, Abe? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
That's an interesting update there on the avulsion fracture, because that means an avulsion fracture is where the ligament attaches to the bone, and you have to pull the ligament really hard to pull it away from the bone, and that causes an avulsion. Pulls it away off the bone, so the bone gets pulled away from the mother bone.
Okay.
So that's an avulsion fracture. That's very serious. And it's either the distal phalanx, which is a distal, your finger has three phalanxes, three little bones.
Stealing Feely's thunder.
Attaches to the second.
Go ahead. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm going to steal his thunder, but I'm just saying, I want to know which one is it. Is the distal phalanx or the proximal phalanx? Because if it's the proximal one, that means that's right where the proximal phalanx meets the metacarpal bone of your hand, and that if it's that one, he has no power in that finger. If it's a distal one, then that distal finger is like a hinge that's broken. The distal phalanx, the furthest one away from your. So then, what I'm saying then is that whatever he has a fracture, an avulsion fracture. That's much more serious. I thought my take was going to be that I think that my take when I would call was going to be that I think that the Kings are fining. They're faking it. In other words, I thought it was the doctor can say that there's a hairline fracture, in which case it could just be an artifact. It's not really even a fracture. It just looks like a fracture, but it's not. It's a artifact. And so you can say, oh, he's got a fracture, but in fact, it's not a fracture, but you're not lying. You see?
But,
so I thought that
let me ask you this real quick,
Got
Abe.
you. Okay.
Couldn't it be an avulsion fracture, but it's just separated for just a sliver? And then wouldn't that be less serious?
Well, the ligament attaches to the bone, and if you were to sliver the bone, tear the ligament, the bone away from the ligament is no longer attached to the bone because that's how it attaches.
Okay.
That sliver would be it detaching, so it can't be called an avulsion fracture unless you can see a separation between the bone and the ligament, which means the joint will be useless.
How long does it take to reattach?
You would see that on an X-ray, right? You would see the gap that you're talking about.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I said. You can say, oh, it's a hairline fracture, when in fact it's not a hairline fracture. It's just an artifact. It's just like a shadow, because when you look at an X-ray, you're looking at shadows.
Thanks, Abe.
It's a great call.
Unbelievable call.
I feel like I learned something.
Yeah, Are we sure that wasn't Dr. Feely?
This was Abe.
Oh, okay.
Abe Feely. I don't know.
No relation.
He was a doctor. Don't play that. Not a doctor. What if Feely comes on and say, "Hey, you guys had a guy Abe on earlier. Let me tell you something about that quack. He don't."
Well, Feely might be like, "Well, actually, he gave you some bad information." I mean, we don't know. How would we know? It sounded good.
It sounded
and here's
phenomenal.
The thing. Here's the thing. Fox is injured. He's in pain. It's legitimate. He's probably playing through it.
Yes, sir.
And we'll see how compromised he is or isn't.
888-957-9570 is the number. Do not forget, tomorrow we're giving you a chance to win 2 tickets to Game 6, which is on Friday. All you have to do is listen right here from 1 to 1:30 tomorrow. That's when we're going to be talking to Bob Myers, and that's how you can be going to Game 6 between 1 and 1:30 tomorrow. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6. It's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
This is a Texas boy. And look, it can't be no worse than this, okay? It cannot be no worse than this finger right here. This is what we do. You see this finger right here?
No one else is supposed to.
It's still big.
Zoom in, Director Kevin.
Yeah, like I played through this. I played through this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Roger is turning over in his grave. No worser. It can't be no worser than. I love Kendrick Perkins. Yes, we've got updates from Sacramento Kings practice. JD, why don't you just, because you've been looking at Twitter, and here you go. Here's what's going on.
De'Aaron Fox, straight from his mouth, this via Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee, quote, "There's no if, ands, or buts. I'm playing." That from De'Aaron Fox. And then Sean Cunningham of Fox 40 in Sacramento reporting that Fox told reporters that if it was a regular season, it'd be a week or two absence. For those that, are concerned about that.
Oh, all right.
If for those that are concerned about how much he's gritting it out.
I understand what you're saying.
I know everything.
Actually, Steph, you don't know the severity of De'Aaron Fox's injury. Mm-hmm. Chris in San Jose. What's up, Chris?
Hey, big fan of the show.
Thank you.
I just want to ask about a particular player, and if that player would work in the system for the Warriors, and that's that center that they have, that Alex Lynch. So when you look at the Warriors team, it just seems like they play loony or they go small. I don't know if a guy like that would work into the system, but I mean, we could probably use a guy like that for rebounds and stuff. He only makes $2 million a year. I know that sounds like a lot of money, but in reality, for basketball money, it's really not that much.
So is there a reason why they don't go after guys like that, or is that guy just not that good and I'm naive to playing basketball?
No, Chris.
I've actually referenced his name before.
I think it's fair. I think it's a good observation, actually. Yeah, I got to see Alex Len play a lot when he was in Atlanta.
You're a big Alex Len guy.
No, here's the thing, JD. He's in a gray. Okay. Over the last 10 years, 8 years, whatever it is, the Warriors are so good, they've made certain big men look like dopes. They made certain big men look foolish. They've taken big men out of games, out of series. Then there's another group of big men that give them a little more trouble. That they kind of have to adjust to him. I don't know what. I didn't see anything Alex Len over the course of his career that thought, hey, he might be able to play against the Warriors. One of the reasons is because I'm not a scout. I'm not a pro evaluator. But I guess this is the thing about Mike Brown that you said. He must have seen something in Len.
Yeah, and as far as Len, I think Len, and I've even referenced his name over the last couple of years, is the kind of, if you're just looking for that stopgap big that isn't going to play a lot of nights, but can play just to give a team a different look, or when you need somebody to go up against another big, he can help you a little bit. So, I would think because other organizations who follow the Warriors, like the Kings now with Mike Brown, have
Sure.
Alex Len, the Hawks had Schlenk, who had, I would think that there would almost be some mutual admiration for a player like that, or a belief that he could fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and listen, if you think, let's put the rat on the table. Alex Len is playing the role that James Wiseman should be playing this year for the Warriors. That would have been the ideal case. And instead, Wiseman's not here, and Kuminga's struggling to play in this series. Not to bring, whatever. That's just the way. And that's where I'll start, JD. I'll start here. Just because Jonathan Kuminga is not a factor this series does not mean he will not be a factor next series. And just because a guy's a factor this series doesn't translate that he'll really hurt the Lakers next.
Moses Moody's been able to help in this series. Jonathan Kuminga has not. And the next series, if the Warriors can win 2 of these next 3 games, Jonathan Kuminga would figure, I think, based on what he's been able to do going up against LeBron in the past, to be somebody you're going to need, the kind of body type you're going to need, the kind of player you're going to need to go up against LeBron to give him different looks. So,
right.
I've been as hard on Kuminga as anybody, and rightfully so, based on the impact that he's had and how he's actually played when he's been in the game. But I would never rule him out for the next series. Again, if there is a next series, he's got to be done in this series, though, right? Unless there's unless it's an emergency, foul trouble, injury, something like that.
What if I told you? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I still think he'll get a chance. I don't. In other words, if the bet tomorrow, JD, was is he going to get a DNP CD or not? I'd still say he will play some minutes. I think so, but it's obvious and you saw clearly Andre Iguodala consoling him on the bench. I take it you saw that, JD, and that's one of the reasons I think he might not be done for this series, just because they're trying to keep him in the mix at all costs. And JD, I think short term and long term, I really do. They do not want to lose him for the next possible series. And again, he's not the most important player, but he's the kind of player that if he's giving you something, whatever Jonathan Kuminga gives you something, you usually win. Well, it's usually part of a winning game.
That's true. I think in game 3, part of why he was successful, though, was he was in when the Warriors were already playing well. And I think that was necessary for this particular series. I'll say this, Steve Kerr has kept going to him. Now, I think some of that was circumstantial. I think game 1, he wasn't great, but he wasn't terrible. So Kerr played him in game 2 when maybe he didn't really want to. Then he was awful in game 2. I think he was going to go away from him completely in game 3, but the Draymond and Payton injuries meant he had to play in game 3. He wasn't bad in game 3, so that bought him game 4. And then game 4 was awful like game 2 was. So it's like, I think he's back to probably not playing at all with the Warriors having Draymond and obviously Peyton now back for Game 5.
Yeah, Peyton was back. Peyton only played 7-8 minutes.
Yeah,
he looked a little under the weather.
A little under the weather, maybe a little physically compromised.
That's true. I mean, that's true. All right, coming up next. You know what it is? You know what time it is? It's changeover time. We're going to bring in Willard and Dibbs. The Quest for 5. It's brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering $75,000 in a hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org. Apply today. Willard, stuck it in me.
Find what you love at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen, select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that's right for you with unrivaled technology.
For me right now, it's just the tolerance on like the pad of my finger, making sure I can shoot the ball.
How different was shooting feeling with that thing on?
As we got going, as how the pain started going away, I feel like I can do my normal shot, so I think I'll be good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson today. Guru will be back in the house tomorrow. Joining us, Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. They're going to take it at 2 o'clock. De'Aaron Fox.
10 after.
Hey, De'Aaron Fox is going to play. Go figure.
He's going to play.
Shocker.
Go figure.
Know what?
Should I read the email I sent the guys at 8 o'clock this morning?
Sabonis is also going to play.
There's zero chance that
Sabonis has been
Fox
reevaluated from Game 2 and is still good to go.
I'm so glad to hear it. I was worried. I was worried.
Me too.
Of course he's going to play. Of course he's going to play. Will he play well? Will he play well? I don't know.
Role players play better at home.
When's Feely coming?
You're welcome.
When's Feely coming?
Yeah, what time is Feely?
Seriously.
Feely's coming on.
4 o'clock. 3:30. Oh, 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
4 o'clock. Cleared to play. That'll be question 1, 2, and 3 about De'Aaron Fox's index finger.
Avulsion fracture. What does it mean when it's just the tip, as opposed to further toward the hand? Because I was talking to Mark. If it's further toward the hand, it's more of an issue. If it's the tip, it really shouldn't affect his shot. It might affect the dribble, and you guys made a great point earlier about the fact that he knocked down a late 3 post-fracture, but he lost the ball on the dribble post-fracture. So, what does this mean in terms of his ability to play through it?
Yeah, pain tolerance. He said it in the clip that we played. The audio was a little bit low for those that didn't hear it, but I think this gets into the conversation that we've all been having here for the last day, and that's what it was going to boil down to, which is, can he play through it? How compromised will he be? I don't know. I'm skeptical that he's going to be all that different.
Listen,
I'm anticipating he's going to be great.
He's going to be De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Listen, when we talk about Ja Morant getting hurt last year, oh boy, they got to break Ja Morant. This is not going to be one of those.
Well, I hate
it already isn't one of those. I almost think no matter what happens. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel like people are already setting it up to be that, though. You got a lot of people, and in fact, Dibbs was just mentioning this about 5 minutes in the other room.
Kings fan.
You got Nick Wright and much of the media taking this news of Fox yesterday and now drawing a line of all the injuries that have happened in front of the Warriors for a decade, which is that's a great point if you want to question what Toronto did, but you don't get lucky 4 times in 8 years. That's a stupid point, quite frankly, to make, and I feel like a lot of people were already setting this up to be that. It's oh, here we go again. The Warriors catch a break. So I'm so glad he's playing so that everybody can tuck those points right back in your back pocket, because the deal in the pros is the deal. You play, no excuses. You ready to play? Then Sacramento's at full strength. Let's see what happens.
I think they're two different things. Like when I look at last year, believe it or not, okay, if you want to say, oh, they got a break with a Ja Morant injury. Well, what was the series? 2-1?
They were ahead.
Exactly. Okay, that's an injury.
They were ahead with him in there.
There's like Dallas. The Warriors got a break by getting Dallas.
And not Phoenix, exactly.
Had nothing to do with an individual player. That's just a break you get. This is, to me, this is much different than the Lakers in Game 5 as they close out Memphis. Anthony Davis sprains his ankle, and all of a sudden
can't play Game 1.
He can't play the first 2 games against the Warriors. Now that's don't give me that. That to me is much more. This doesn't almost register at this point.
What about Zaza staggering underneath Kawhi Leonard in Game 1 of a game in which they're down by 27?
Game 1 of the series.
They're down by 27.
Yes.
And they went on to win that game.
That's a tough one.
Series.
That's a tough one.
I'm just saying, in terms of, if we want to talk about breaks, let's talk about all the breaks.
Yeah, that fits.
And by staggered, what I really mean, Zaza, is you closed him out. And as a result of that closeout, we now have a rule to where that would have been a flagrant one.
Yeah.
Well, the Warriors can clearly say, well, injuries cost us a title in 19, right?
Absolutely. That's what I mean. Like, if you want to make the point of like,
maybe.
hey, your championship is illegitimate, then go ahead and point to the Toronto Raptors. You could point to LeBron's Cavaliers if you want. There's a list of I mean, hell, LeBron and the Lakers in the bubble. I don't even know how that changed the whole dynamics of everything. There are a ton of examples you would get to well before a team that has won 4 different championships over a decade. That's kind of silly. And the other thing to throw into this conversation is this is the first round. Okay, you don't win championships based off of breaks that happen in round 1. This is round 1. This is the 5th game of the playoffs. There is so long to go after this for whoever comes out of this. Nobody, like, give me one situation where, like, oh, they won the title because of that break they got in round 1.
Right.
When the hell has that ever happened in history?
I also think about this in terms of, the old cliche of, oh, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. This is a freaking marathon. It's 2 months. The NFL playoffs, it's not 2 months. It's 6 weeks with a gigantic break. MLB is 1 month. This playoffs is about attrition and health as much as it is about three-pointers and defense.
And I would say this year is more of a marathon than ever, because if you quizzed Warrior fans through the years, go through all their championships and quiz them and go,
Kenny Rogers.
Who'd they beat in round 1? Most people would be like, Boof.
Was that the New Orleans year?
I don't even remember.
Right?
This is by far and away going to be the most memorable and most difficult first round that the Warriors have ever had, if they get out of it.
Yeah.
And I also think if you take a step back with the injuries and, they got lucky or they got a break, I just factor this in. The season is so long. The playoffs are so long that attrition is a strength or weakness.
Exactly.
Rick
Celebrini.
I mean, hell, in 1986, 87, Mikhail playing on a broken foot. Guess what? Lakers won the title. They don't have to vacate that title because Mikhail was hurt. Willis Reed coming. I mean, it's like
part of that though is, hey, can you break your opponent down? Can you break them down?
Exactly.
I want to say Ethan Sherwood-Strauss wrote about that a few years back. The fact that the Warriors had by virtue of the way they played, broken opponents physically.
Well, and also, who's to say that in 19, when those two guys got hurt, it wasn't because of the previous 2 years of playing basketball more than anybody else.
Well, and I think look, I don't know how this whole thing's going to play out, but if the second round in the Western Conference is Denver, Phoenix, the Lakers, and the Warriors, that's an advertisement for load management. It's it's a billboard of don't play in January.
Oh, the Lakers, they grind it out every game.
Oh,
Mark.
yeah.
Wait, I got to Google that.
I mean, Kevin Durant will be in one series. What did he play with the Suns before the playoffs started?
12 games?
A game and a half?
Yeah, JD.
Right? And
I would never try to cross JD.
Lakers and Warriors.
This is so,
you know
I'm
what I mean?
guessing you have knowledge.
From the Wiggins story to Anthony Davis to LeBron. Jokic does it a lot, like down the stretch. But who played all the games? Oh, the Kings did. The Kings played all the games.
Where the NBA
and the
is
Grizzlies
right
played all their games.
I really think
it's beyond danger. It's over, is what it is.
It might be.
And
it might be.
This may not make the primetime segment of our show, but did you see what Tottenham did coming off of their game against Newcastle? Tottenham gave up a goal to Newcastle in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th minutes. They lost 6-1, and their players came out and said, we're giving the fans their money back. So the players are going into their pocket to refund the fans because they were absolute hot garbage. And here we are in the NBA where, I might play 57 games.
Play.
No one plays ever.
And the
other than, come on.
And the Mavericks come out and go, by the way,
we don't need
not only we're not playing,
we don't want it.
We're going to try to lose tonight. We'll announce that Jason Kidd's holding a press conference that people who are driving to the game are listening to, and he's like, hell if I know, not my decision.
Right.
So I guess we're going to go lose tonight. I'm shocked. If I were a Mavericks fan, I would be on line one immediately asking for my money back.
Exactly.
Well, did you hear Draymond on his I didn't even think, this is why Draymond's a genius. Did you hear the part about how the Lakers screwed the Clippers?
Yes, I did hear that.
And it was, can you think of it off the top of your head? Because now I can't, but it was just
explain it to the audience, because I actually didn't hear
it. I can't. That's what I'm saying.
But his point wasn't that the Lakers stepped forward to do it. It's sort of organic. In other words, LeBron and Steph are the two draws in the NBA. Therefore, when you're making the schedule, the television networks are going to decide when the games are. So if you've noticed, the Lakers and the Warriors have ended up with 2 games off in between almost all of their games. The Clippers and Suns started their series after the Warriors and were done with 4 games before the Warriors even played their 4th game. So they went game day, game day, game day.
That's it.
And with Kawhi's injury, the Clippers were dust.
That's right.
They were dust.
Fascinating. Like, I would have never
all
thought
because
about
of
that in a
TV
million
networks.
years.
Now, I don't know if Kawhi would have played with 2 days off either. He's still not playing.
Do you know how? Did you know
You're way
that
too
the
good at
schedule
that.
goes?
Thank you. I've practiced.
Like, that precise about the day off, depending on which team's which?
Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's all based on TV, and it's all based on what side of the bracket you're on as well. Like they can line things up because they try to get certain teams on certain nights or in certain slots. It's why the Warriors play at 12:30.
And if you're ABC on ESPN,
that's why they played Saturday at 5 the first week.
Exactly.
And played at 12:30 the second week. Hey, we're getting you on that first slot. We're getting you on that second slot.
Right.
Everything in between gets spaced out from there, which led to the Monday Thursday, which, as I had noted, is the same exact. The Warriors have had the exact same first round schedule this year as they did last year, as they did in 2019, the last time.
Always.
Before COVID.
It's good for business. And we all need to remember this when we all talk about, it's not fair, because these leagues, and it's all these leagues, they don't give a crap about fairness. They care about one thing, and that's dollar bill, y'all.
And here's it's a fact. But nor should they in this case.
Well,
it's a television.
if I'm Steve Ballmer, I'm furious.
It's a television product. You bought
exactly. No,
you
you're
bought
not wrong.
a television product,
you're
Steve.
Not wrong.
So, sorry, be more entertaining. How about if your players play? Then maybe they'll get on TV.
And the Clippers also got bit by the whole Lakers, but the LA Kings and the availability of that arena too. Because I don't know if you saw
that thing.
There was a Friday night hockey game.
That arena
there
is
were
nuts.
2 playoff. The Clippers played in the afternoon. The Lakers played at night, and then the Kings played again. The LA Kings, and then the Lakers played last night. So whatever that is, 4 nights. They had all 3 teams played 2 playoff games in 4 nights.
It's wild to watch what happens when that arena goes from ice to basketball in a matter of 2 hours.
They go from ice to wood, back to ice, back to wood.
It's unbelievable.
It's like that arena's married.
By the way, you think
I had to get that out.
That's a 10.
You think an arena? It's like, there's a game and it's over at 11, and janitors clean up, and then at 1 o'clock somebody locks up the building.
These guys are ripping the floor out every night.
There's at least
it's crazy.
Even
700 people
like
at Staples Center at any
all
time.
times. At all times. There is no middle of the night. That place is like Denny's.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. JD brought up a really good point about
That's what JD does.
You know, the Warriors are looking at almost no matter what, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Wednesday, Friday, Sunday afternoon. Sunday afternoon is going to be either a game 7 for the Warriors or a game 1, unless
the Lakers and Grizzlies are playing a game 7.
So think about that. They're playing a Sunday 12:30 game.
Well, and just forget about the next series, because, I mean, this series is 2-2.
No, but the next series.
But the Warriors are playing tomorrow night. They're playing Friday. The likelihood of Sunday's game 7, if it has to be played, it's going to, in all likelihood, probably 95% chance it's going to be at 12:30.
Right.
So,
for sure.
So the Warriors are going to
sure.
play, like, if they got to play game 7, you're playing game 7. No, it's not a back-to-back, but it's as close to a back-to-back as you're going to get.
Right. It's
with the bus
36
ride in
hours
between.
and no travel, exactly.
This is something I brought up yesterday. When you look at the minutes that Steph played in game 4, and the fact that the Warriors essentially had to shrink their rotation to 6 players, that's a problem if they have to do that again tomorrow and lose.
Well, right.
That's a problem.
And the
It's a problem.
schedule, we could talk about all the schedule breaks maybe the Warriors get as the older team early, but as the series goes on, all those breaks are paid back, and that's where the younger team, Sacramento here, may, with the pace that they play, have a little bit of an advantage.
And the interesting part of that,
it's a bus
too,
ride.
is
it does.
It does help, but if, let's just say that they beat the Kings in 6, and the Lakers also get done in 6, and the Warriors have a home game on Sunday against the Lakers, that's not a game where you can really trifle around with it. If it was a road game at Memphis, maybe you could say, all right, if we're down early, we're going to shut these guys down.
Right.
We're going to load up for game 2. It's a home game. You got to win that home game.
And you're right. So let me get this straight. They just had a 12:30 game between the Warriors and the Kings, and it was the highest rated NBA playoff game in over 20 years.
First rounder,
First rounder, yes.
I got to believe the Warriors are going to be on at 12:30 again on
They
Sunday.
will. They will for sure.
Against the Lakers?
And it'll be lined up.
TV network exec is fired immediately if you end up with any other team in that window.
They're going to have the highest rated second round
against the
By
Lakers?
far.
Oh, my God.
By
That would be
far.
crazy.
No doubt. And at some point, the league in the next couple of days will say straight up, hey, if it's Warriors-Kings Game 7, it's 12:30. If it's Warriors-Lakers Game 1, it's 12:30. If it's like either or.
What about Friday night as I try to set my schedule for Friday night?
That's a good one.
What are we looking
there could
at,
be
JD?
4 games.
Wow.
There could be 4
If there's
game
4
sixes.
games, it's a 7 o'clock.
Or 7:30.
Yeah. Wow, late game.
Yeah, it could be 7:30.
Any chance we could slot that thing at 5?
Could also be 6. Well, you want to root for everybody else.
I'm just,
Well, it could be 6.
I'm thinking about me getting a long weekend.
Well, I'm looking at what the potential
other 3 series are over,
right,
would be at 6.
the potential home teams, the potential home cities are New York, Miami, San Francisco, and LA.
If the Lakers knock
night.
out the Grizzlies in Game 5, it's at 7.
Right.
Because automatically it's at
right,
7.
right.
Where it gets a little weird is if the Lakers are hosting that night and the Warriors are hosting that night.
Right.
Oof.
And New York's out.
Exactly.
New York's done.
Split screen.
Do they go?
Good Lord.
Yeah. Do they go Warriors at 7, Warriors at 7:30, Lakers at 7? Like this happened.
Warriors at 5?
This
Lakers
happened,
at 7:30?
This happened
I'm
when.
just trying to get a break.
Can I get a Warrior game at, I don't know,
Trying to catch a
2:15?
break.
The Clippers-Suns series
matinee.
played the same night as the Warriors-Kings series, Game 3. They both played
Yes.
Game 3s the same night in L.A.
And they were set apart by a
and
half
they were
hour.
7 and 7:30.
Yeah.
The Warriors got the 7 in that. I think they also could go 6:30 and 7, depending upon. So that I think that's
right. One of them kicks over to NBA TV. Is that right?
Yeah, maybe
is that
it's
where it goes?
a doubleheader. But God, which game would you
Shoot.
want? And I think Friday night might even be ESPN or ESPN2.
What happens? Is there any way of them if let's
It'd be
say
2
those
doubleheaders, basically. Like let's say all
what if
4
those
play.
what if the 2 Eastern Conference series are over? Then what happens? What if the Lakers and Warriors are the only 2 home teams that night? Do they put one of them at 5?
They might.
That'd be interesting.
They might.
Well, that's what you're rooting for, dude.
Or they might put one of them at 6 and one of them at 7:30.
7:30.
Yeah, true.
God, that's a hell of a night if there's an elimination
That's
games
probably what it would
involving
be.
both
I don't
those
think
teams.
they would have a Western team play at 5, especially in San Francisco or
Yeah,
LA.
that's probably
but
probably
6,
true.
Yeah, true.
They do that in the conference finals.
Yeah.
The Warriors play-in tournament loss to Memphis, I think, started at 6.
Yeah.
A couple years back.
I'll say this: I keep hearing a lot of people.
It was the only game that night.
Look,
This guy.
we're
It's just ridiculous.
We're late in a 2-2 series, so I don't know how you diminish the importance for everybody, but it feels to me. I hear a lot of Warriors fans talking about how they got to get tomorrow. To me, the pressure's back now on Sacramento.
Absolutely.
The Kings need tomorrow night a lot more than the Warriors do, don't you think? You can factor in the Fox thing. Like, put it
I'm
this
not
way.
going there with that one.
No, well, no. To me, Game 7s are different. Like if we're talking about winning at home, and the home team is 4-0 in this series, it gets harder when you get it. Game 7's a little bit of an equalizer. The breath becomes hard. You're talking about a team that's never been in the playoffs before. If the Warriors were going to just play all of these road games out, I think a Game 7 win is much more likely in a way than a Game 5 win. So I don't think the Warriors are out at all if they lose tomorrow
No,
night.
they're not out.
JD,
It is,
and this is the
though-
last thing I'm going to say before I leave.
Oh.
Because I got to get. No, I'm not playing tomorrow because of the Warriors game. I'm playing today.
What time's your tea time
That's
today?
at 2.
It's the 3:10.
Where?
Contra Costa.
Yeah,
It's up in Martinez,
I
Pleasant
wasn't-
Hill. It's about
yeah.
a 42-minute drive.
Jay,
No bridge.
51
right
is what
now,
I'm seeing
probably
right now.
okay.
Now,
51
you said that to me as if I was worried about whether or not you were going to make it. I just wanted to tell all the listeners where they could go find you. That's all.
JD,
Shout out
the
to
last thing-
Go Heckle Steiny 310.
He says everything's still on the table.
Yeah, I think every outcome's on the table.
See you guys tomorrow.
I think night.
JD, you can hang out as long as you want.
Yeah. It's all
Yeah.
good.
What meaning what?
Meaning I could see Warriors in 6. I could see Warriors in 7. I could see Kings in 6. I could see Kings in 7. Like, I think all
I
four of those.
I have the hardest time with Kings and 6.
That's fine.
And I was about to ask you to rank those for me in terms of the JD-ometer, in terms of likelihood.
You really want me to hang out longer?
No, you don't have to.
Bye, Stanley.
It's totally fine.
No, because
hit him straight, brother.
I miss you, JD.
You might start glazing over at that point.
No. You and I spent a couple of quality shows last week together, so I'm
Tee
feeling
it high and let it fly.
Willard and I.
It's a beautiful course at Contra Costa.
We've had some good times.
I'm excited for him.
I've had some good times with
No
Willard.
doubt.
I'm convinced they don't let us work together for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm not sure either. Yeah, it might be.
That's a good point.
It might be.
Too much alpha energy in the room.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you were going to rank those 4 outcomes, like based on what we know about everything we've seen and where we are with De'Aaron Fox and all the rest of it, Warriors in 6, Warriors in 7, Kings in 6, Kings in 7. What do you see, JD?
I'd say Warriors in 7.
Is most likely.
Is number 1.
Wow.
That's hard.
Mark's about to throw up in his mouth. I don't know if Mark can handle that.
Mark's thinking of how he's going to feel at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
Totally.
Oh
when the Warriors are down 6 with 8 minutes to go.
And then I don't know how often you've even noticed this. You're like actually handling the post-game show, and then the baton actually hands to me to a degree for the poster game show, and I don't want to host a post show if the Warriors lose in 7. I just want to be in field
And is
position.
your partner on the weekend, is he a Laker fan?
Massive Laker fan. Massive Laker fan. So if we do get to that evening and the Warrior-Laker series is set, how about that scenario?
But what if it's Kings-Lakers and he's crowing about how, your guys are out?
I'm gonna get COVID is what I'm going to get.
Man,
I'm going to call out.
It's too soon.
Yeah, I'm going to call out.
So you say Warriors in 7 most likely, followed by Kings in 7? Or, because to me, the most likely where we are right now is Warriors in 6. I think they go to Sacramento and they handle business.
I think Warriors in 6 is probably the number 2. I think Kings in 7 is probably the number 3. Kings in 6 is probably the number 4.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
I just look at the way the Kings played in Game 4. All the Fox stuff aside, I look at the way the Kings played in Game 4, and I think they view that game as that was the most regular season-ish they've looked, or like themselves.
Right.
In being comfortable with the offensive flow. They were making shots, a little janky defensively, which comes with the territory of the way that they play. But I think they left that game, even though they lost, confident that they were starting to look like themselves and that they weren't getting bogged down by the Warriors' defense. I think the Warriors made a lot of really good plays to win it. They deserved to win it, but they also had to win it to avoid going down 3-1.
The other side to that is, do the Kings feel like this is something that sometimes bothers me a little bit just in the last 24 hours. Well, the Kings had a chance to win Game 4.
Yeah.
Well, sure you did, because the Warriors went through one of the most janky backwards final minutes in the history of the playoffs. Don't act like the Kings had the game. You didn't have the game.
No. And they certainly didn't blow it.
You were gift wrapped it. You were gift wrapped a chance in the final minute.
But they had a chance to win
fire it. Yes,
they had a chance to win it.
But when you say like when the tone of it sort of sounds like, boy, the Kings, what an opportunity, as if they outplayed the Warriors and just let it slip away. No, you got outplayed. You got beat. The Warriors sent a fruit basket with a minute left and gave you a shot at stealing it.
And there was a worm in the apple.
And you missed the shot.
Yeah.
But the Warriors, that was the Warriors' game. The Warriors outplayed the Kings in Game 4, no?
Yeah, I would say for 70 to 75% of the game.
Yeah, I would say. Yes, barely.
There were times where the Kings had outplayed the Warriors, but you got to the final minute.
There were always times.
The Warriors had the ball up 5 with 48 seconds to go.
That was the exhale moment
game.
if you're a Warrior fan. And then it's like,
I was about to put my feet up.
Steph just called timeout.
Yeah.
And even then you're thinking, well, Steph just called timeout. All right, that's really bad. It's a tech, but they're going to have to score twice. And then the Warriors get a stop, but the ball goes out of bounds back to Sacramento, and then De'Aaron Fox hits the 3. And then at that point, you're thinking, well,
it's a 1-point game.
And it was a 2-for-1 3.
Exactly. So the Warriors have 28 seconds left.
Kings are getting the ball. When that 3 goes in, I'm thinking, well, the Kings are getting the ball back down 1 probably. Like, at worst, they're down 3. I mean, I guess you
right, and then Steph shoots way too early.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes by Fox, and he gets to the foul line. Keep dribbling and dribble back all the way out. You don't have to try to shoot a 15-footer up 1. And if you're up 2, I like the shot because now you go up 4 if he makes it. But even if he makes that, you're only up 3, Chef.
No doubt. And I'm sure you guys talked about it, but I mean, that's a game that game Sunday is a game that the Kings have won probably 10 times, even when it looked like
the Warriors have lost.
And they've lost
8
at 5.
Right?
Yeah, they've had.
And so there is a little bit of a shift in that maybe the confidence the Kings gained from how well they played in that game, knowing they can play that well in Chase. Does that get knocked down a little bit by the fact that they really are used to, like that was the Clipper game, where Russell Westbrook throws a pass away when the game is iced, and then they end up winning the game. De'Aaron Fox pull up 3 to win a game in Chicago, pull up 3 to win a game in Orlando, like that. Like they are used to pulling the rabbit out of the hat.
And it's the Utah game for the Warriors where they just find a way in the final seconds to totally hand it to the other team. And it seems like most of the time this year when they do that, they do get burned. And this time,
especially on the road.
Yeah,
and this was at home, and they didn't get burned. And so, man, Game 5 coming up tomorrow. And what's your game plan tomorrow? What time do you get there? No, on your way out.
Yeah.
What's the JD
I've
game
always
plan?
wanted to do that. I don't think I've ever gotten an opportunity to do that. I just wanted to do
No.
Close the laptop on us.
I know you live closer to Golden One than you do to Chase
That's
Center.
not true.
I know,
but the drive time is sometimes
about the
it can be
same.
similar.
Yeah.
So you'll leave Walnut Creek tomorrow about like 11.
I may go up tonight.
Oh, look at you. That's a flex moment.
Oh.
I may go up tonight. I may go up. I'm going to probably go up for shoot around tomorrow.
Do you just have standing hotel rooms up there or something?
He's got friends and family. Yeah. He's a Sacramento OG.
It's called Mom and Dad.
Mom and Dad. Got it. Okay.
It's called Hi.
That is a good. Mom. Yeah, it's a good hotel room.
Hi, Dad. Good to see you.
He walks in the door.
I
and
get to pretend like
meatloaf.
I heard that hotel comes with some free breakfast too.
Pretend like a great omelet. It'd be a great omelet. There's no
Hugs
doubt.
from the concierge too.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Exactly.
It's
sleeping in the childhood bed.
Pretend
That's
I'm in
so
high
good.
school again or
That's
college.
so great.
Coming home.
John, turn down that darn music.
Pretty much.
Mom, I'm working there.
Much.
Mom,
why did Carmichael Numbnut call you Alex Jones? Why did Carmichael Numbnut call you a conspiracy theorist?
Oh, this is so good. You can watch it.
By the way, De'Aaron Fox no longer doubtful. I don't know if you guys heard that.
No.
Oh, what's the official designation? Just in? Is he off the report?
99% going to play per De'Aaron Fox's mouth.
Yeah, he playing.
Well, he's 90% based on how many of his fingers are actually healthy. So that would be 9 out of 10. John Dickinson, love you, bro. Can't wait to hear you.
Appreciate you.
Willard and Dibbs coming up next.
Where are we at in society today?
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
This is not going to be a controversial thing, is it? De'Aaron Fox in or out? He's always been in. Of course he's been in. Like, even the way the Kings went about listing him as doubtful, the second I saw him as doubtful, I'm like, oh, he's in. Because if he was out with an avulsion fracture, he would be listed as out. Like, that's the kind of injury where you're like, you know what I mean? Like, if Tyler Hero, he's out. Like, he broke something and he's out. When the Kings listed him as doubtful, I'm like, well, of course he's playing. Yeah, listen.
You can't spell De'Aaron without in.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Mark Grandy with the best of coming up next. I'll see you tomorrow.
Look, the bottom line is think about the way that this whole series has sort of felt from each side. I don't blame Sacramento for this. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't expect it to be any other way. But this is the biggest thing since ever. This is the biggest thing since ever there. He's going to miss a game. He's going to miss Game 5, even though it's not pivotal, Dibbs.
It's absolutely pivotal.
It's not, because whoever
maybe
loses
the most
can...
pivotal game in the history of the Warriors organization.
You and I will do this forever, by the way.
No, we should.
Forevermore.
We can do 4 hours on it.
Forevermore.
Because,
pivotal.
I've had so many different people come at me like, dude, you're Guy Willard.
Yeah.
He doesn't get it.
No, y'all don't get it.
Don't you get it?
No,
That's my Steiny.
actually, you know what? Should we go? And I actually don't think we should, but
hey, JD,
maybe during the break,
mouse over here.
Grandy or somebody, can you get me the Webster's dictionary definition of the word pivotal? Because to me, if you pivot, right, then pivot. All the other team has to do is pivot right back. So it's not pivotal. Like, in other words, it's not a fork in the road. It's just a right turn, and then the other team can turn left, and you're right back where you were. So if
the definition.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of crucial importance in relation to the.
That's all of them. They're all of crucial. Go ahead. Sorry.
May I?
Hang on. Let me check with the boss. Can he? Is he allowed to talk?
Is he allowed to Webster it?
No, it's okay? Okay. Yeah. You can
Crucial
talk.
importance in relation to the development or success of something else. This game is of crucial importance in relation.
But Game 6 isn't? Game 4 wasn't?
Game 6 will also be pivotal.
They all are then by that definition.
Game 5 is the most pivotal of the pivotals.
The even-numbered games are where you can create space. Ask the Lakers last night. That was pivotal because it's either going to be 2-2 or it's going to be 3-1. If you got 3-1, you got the series by your Carmichael numbnuts. Okay?
That's a damn 5. That's a rare 5.
If the series is 2-2, you ain't got nothing.
But then Game 5 becomes pivotal,
well,
which is why Game 4 is not that
Game
pivotal.
5 becomes an elimination game if you're down 3-1, right? Yes, it's an elimination sensation. You're welcome.
Cha-ching.
Anyway, we don't need to do all that.
I needed it. No, we don't.
Point being is, of course, De'Aaron was going to play. And I think we got to remove anything that smells like placing injury in the lane of the Warriors story and the Kings story, for that matter. I've been taught in professional sports, if you play, then you play. You're in, and you don't get to use injury as an excuse, right? Jimmy Garoppolo, NFC title game, where you can't say anything about your elbow and your arm and all that, your hand. You can't say anything until it ends, and then you can say something. So if the Kings lose the next 2 games and De'Aaron Fox wants to come to the media session and be like, so, here's the deal. I couldn't even feel the ball when it was being released out of my hand. Fine, but you don't get to use it right now, so there's no, oh, woe is us, the Kings got hurt, and there's no, hey, the Warriors got lucky again. None of that.
Yeah, if you play, then you're good enough to be able to play. And that's always kind of been my thing in terms of injuries and players in professional sports. If you're too hurt to play, then you don't play. If you're not too hurt to play and you decide that you can play, well, now you got to go out there and do your best. And Lo Neal always talked to me about the Billy Volek, Phillip Rivers moment where Phillip Rivers went out there and his knee was so torn up that he shouldn't have played. And Lo Neal and the teammates were like, dude, play Billy Volek. Billy Volek is healthy, and we want him to play. But Phillip, I can do it.
Yep.
And Phillip was so compromised that he was unable to really perform.
I mean, Phillip can't move when his knees are healthy.
Exactly.
Let alone when he's got a torn ACL. Yeah, I remember that game. It is interesting. It's a fine line. It's a very fine line between being a hero and battling through stuff or hurting your team. I mean, go back to the example I gave of Garoppolo in last year's playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was a pretty heroic effort, even though it didn't always look very pretty, but it was enough to work their way through the playoffs all the way to the end. And then, of course, it ended in a pretty ugly fashion.
Yeah.
But that, to me,
wasn't his fault, though.
And he's certainly better than the alternative. That's what you always have to look at. I mean, if De'Aaron Fox goes out there tomorrow night and he's 0 for 12 at halftime, hey, pull him. Pull him. But as of right now, I don't expect that to happen.
Right.
I expect him to look like about at least 85% of himself, and that's probably still pretty good.
And we'll see. And Dr. Brian Feely from UCSF in our Cleared to Play segment, 4 o'clock, we'll ask him about the various limitations of an avulsion fracture on the index finger of the shooting hand. Because to me, and I'll wait for the doctor to confirm this, but it would appear to me that the dribbling and the catching of a pass would be more damaging than the shooting of the basketball. Because when you shoot, and you shoot with your left-handed motion, it's mostly wrist, it's a little bit of finger, but you don't actually bend the tip of your finger when you shoot. It's the wrist, and it's all 4 fingers working in concert. When you dribble, there's a certain amount of touch, and there's a certain amount of finger flexion that goes into actually dribbling the basketball. That, to me, would be where De'Aaron Fox would be more limited, not so much in his mid-range wetter, but the interesting part with De'Aaron Fox is He needs his dribble to get to where he wants to be to make his shot. He's not like, if it was Klay Thompson, catch and shoot guy, it'd be a no big deal, I think.
Well, I mean, think about the final 4 minutes of the game in Game 4. De'Aaron's injury had already happened. And I know there's adrenaline that kind of takes over, and the swelling has not set in yet. So maybe this will be a different animal for him tomorrow night. But did his shooting look compromised in the final couple minutes? I would argue no.
No.
Did his dribbling? I would argue yes. Now, we didn't get a whole lot of a look at it, but he did not do a whole lot with regard to driving into the lane. There was that one shot where he moved from left to right, and he just got inside the elbow and pulled up and hit a shot, and that was beautiful. So much of what he does is. But on the final play of the game, he gets the ball in the backcourt with 10 seconds left to go, and what really derailed whatever he was going to do? He lost the ball.
Yeah.
He just lost the ball. He lost control of the ball, and yeah, there was good defense from Steph, but it wasn't like anybody poked it away. He just lost the ball. Is that because of the finger? We'll never know, but it's interesting. It's interesting now, knowing now what we didn't then, which is that he had a broken finger when he lost that ball, and he gave up the final shot to somebody else.
And it was an open shot, and it was the right play, and all of that and more. I mean, Harrison Barnes with a wing three, a clean look, an open three, and, you live and die with that if you're the Warriors. You'd much rather have that as opposed to De'Aaron Fox getting into his little comfy, cozy 15 to 8 foot mid-range. You'd much rather getting beaten by Harrison Barnes on an open three as opposed to Fox going one-on-one with Steph Curry.
Well, absolutely, and especially because it was a flat-footed situation, right? The Kings did not need a three. Harrison Barnes is not who they would choose to shoot that shot. This is very different than when LeBron James drives into the lane and people get mad because he not that dog and he won't force the shot himself and he passes it to somebody else because that's the right play. This was different. This was, I'm going to take that shot. Oh gosh, I dropped the ball. Oh my God, the clock. Oh, there's two people on me. Here, you do it. That's what De'Aaron Fox did, and I'm not ripping him for it.
Right. It was a smart play.
Yeah, in the moment, when you're desperate and there's 2 seconds left, but this was Harrison Barnes, here, do something, and it was not like he had any choice but to fire from right where he was right when he got the ball. So, not ideal. Did the finger have something to do with it? Maybe it did. But there was never a question in my mind that he's going to be out there tomorrow night.
No doubt. And, when he is out there tomorrow night, you would expect him to have a little bit of a splint on there, not a full finger splint. It's going to be more like a thimble for those of you who used to play Monopoly and you'd want to be the thimble. It's going to be like a little finger cap.
I never wanted to be the thimble, by the way. I always thought that was a weird thing to be in that group.
My brother was always the thimble.
I'm like, yeah.
Who are you? What would you go with?
The horse.
You were the horse?
Yeah,
I went with the car,
right?
always.
Well, the car would be my secondary, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes if those also got picked, I'm like, I'll be the hat. Hey, give me the hat. Look at me. I like hats.
Okay.
It's not a baseball hat.
JT Lukin in the back was going Battleship.
Yeah.
My sister was the Iron, and I always felt like that was gender stereotyping. Although, ironically, I don't think she's ever used the Iron in her life. Shout out Hurricane Gale.
It's like, Dibs is over here playing Monopoly. You get the pots and pans.
Totally. Is there an apron in this damn game?
The Battleship is an interesting choice, JT. It's so thin. It's little. I found it very hard. Like, you get lost in my thumbs. It's very hard to move it around the board. You're a Battleship guy? That's odd.
Index finger and middle finger moving.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Unless of
fingers.
course,
always in attack mode.
Unless you have an avulsion fracture on one of them, then it becomes very, very difficult to play. All right, speaking of that,
I love it.
De'Aaron Fox.
888-957-9570. What's your Monopoly piece?
There you go.
Thank you. Light them up.
888-957-9570.
Forget the Warriors. Let's get into some hard-hitting sports talk.
I was always a Park Place guy, more than Broadway.
For sure. Best properties were the Oranges, but go ahead.
Ooh, as a Green guy. Pennsylvania Avenue
Green's
for the win.
Green's too expensive, though. $200 a pop.
I'm in.
$200 a pop for the hotels.
Spend money to make
houses.
money, brother. All right, De'Aaron Fox addressed the injury situation at practice. We'll let you hear that. Plus, what an interesting day to compare Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks. We got some of that coming up next as well. Quest for 5 brought to you by Alameda PD. now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What's wrong?
No, this is exciting. This is a perfect thing. For the YouTube audience and Twitch audience, what's up?
What's up?
Let's just go ahead and promote this here a little bit because this is a perfect thing that we have created here at 95.7 The Game.
What would you say this is, Mark?
This is a 95.7 The Game Warriors Kings stress ball. That's what it is.
Two balls
inside this studio.
Yeah.
I'm going to dribble this thing for a little bit. Ooh, I'm dribbling like De'Aaron Fox. I keep losing control.
Oh, your poor index.
Anyway, yeah. So we're going to bring a couple of these with us over to the Warriors team store, and let's just go ahead and do the damn show on Friday leading up to Game 6 so y'all can wave through the window and tell us how much you love the Dubs and 95.7 The Game, and we'll huck stress balls at you, and it'll be amazing. It's going to be a great experience, but I'm not going to throw them all away. I'm going to need some of these for the actual games. I could have used a couple of these for Game 4. Good
dude,
Lord.
No doubt.
Gee.
I would have been going 2 balls in 2 hands for sure. I would have been going double up, because that thing got really stressful. Even though I was an hour and a half on delay, I didn't know the result, and I was all torn up in knots.
Oh, dude.
Even though all of you were already, oh, God, what a game.
Can I tell you something? So I got this is a good gambling story. So last night, Lakers and Grizzlies are coming down the stretch. And then the lovely Ella, my daughter, comes in. And Ella, that's right. Right on my couch. Under my umbrella, Ella.
Right.
Which side do you want me to put up?
You go gold-blooded.
Gold-blooded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheer cards.
So anyway, she comes in. We had to have a little chat. We need to have a little chat about something. And so we do. And it was important.
At what point in the game are we here?
We down the stretch. We are like 4 minutes to go regulation. Regulation sensation.
Cha-ching.
Okay. Lakers are making their move. They're
and
trailing.
She shows up.
But the Lakers are moving. Right.
And you know that.
What she doesn't know is that her dad has parlayed the Giants and the Lakers.
Oh, my God. I was thinking about you last night.
So the Giants. Lakers, though, not on the money line. -4.5.
Oh, really?
Totally. So,
oh, my God.
So think about the parlay. The Giants and Alex Cobb have already been restaurant quality. Ottoman game. Well, it was. I mean, the 7th inning was scoreless. But anyway, once J.D. Davis ties into one, that sucker is in the refrigerator. So off we go. And I'm thinking, all right, Lakers, I'm going to need you to win by 5. That would be nice. And then here comes Ella. We need to have a conversation. And it's the kind where I can't do like one eye on my daughter and one eye on the game. So we hit pause. And we talk, and we do our thing, and then off she goes into her room.
How'd it go?
Fine. So anyway, we go back to the game, and I'm playing catch-up, and I know my phone's been going crazy, and I won't pick it up.
Don't do it.
Because I'm like, I know my high school boys are like, Dylan Brooks is just everybody's mad at Dylan Brooks. And so I'm like, don't look at it.
Desmond Bane.
Desmond Bane was fantastic.
Oh, God.
John Morant was just trying to literally hit his head on the rim on every drive.
Or the stanchion.
But he was completely out of control.
My God.
Anyway, last night was great playoff basketball, but I'm sitting there going, damn, this thing's too close, and I'm going to lose, Anyway, thing ends up in overtime, and I'm like, your boys got a shot. I don't know did you remember the way this one ended? The Warriors, the Grizzlies hit one of those stupid, pointless threes. And
they were down 7.
They were down 7, and they hit a pointless 3, and I'm going, I'm going to lose this parlay by the hook, aren't I? And the only time in the history of my life that I've liked Dylan Brooks, he runs over to Austin Reeves with .3 on the clock. You're down by 4. This is completely pointless.
No.
Why would you foul?
3 foul. We got double overtime.
.3. There's less than a second. There's less than a half a second to go.
I'm mad at you.
And Dylan's like, whack, right on the arm. And I'm like, Dylan.
So good.
You finally did something that I like. Austin Reeves. Swish, swish, parlay. Cha-ching.
The Hillbilly Mamba.
Oh, yeah. That was good.
I mean, wow.
But anyway, back to hating Dylan Brooks after that.
I hate to be the one to rain on your parade, but 2 parts of this. One part, I was rooting hard for Memphis last night.
Were you?
Yes.
Why?
The second part, don't sleep on the Lakers. And I've told you this, Mark, for 2 months, and I'm going to say this now, and I know I'm putting the cart ahead of the horse. He's a horse. Cart ahead of the horse.
It's a good cart.
The cart goes in the back.
Kind of like one of the ones next to your car at Trader Joe's.
If the Warriors beat the Kings, and I expect that they will, and they're minus 170 now in the series price against Sacramento, I am scared of the Lakers. I am really scared of the Lakers. What the Lakers would bring, and I know neither series is over, and I'm putting the cart ahead of the horse. I've told you for months, don't sleep on the Lakers, and here they are, Mark.
Months is the key phrase, because I do want to point out, and if you want to call this a qualification sensation, you can.
You're out of bucks today.
But the
parlay money's gone.
This conversation was very, very much started and largely finished prior to the trade deadline. I can admit the Lakers are a different animal now than they were before the trade deadline.
I've been saying this since probably January.
Yeah, now, I do not believe at any level in the Lakers' ability to win a title. I still think that's
I'm not worried about a title.
I think that's a ridiculous notion.
I'm worried about a berth in the Western Conference Finals because neither the Warriors and the Lakers, they both can't make it to the NBA Finals.
That's correct.
They both can't make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Also correct.
And if we get to a week from now, or I guess, heck, JD's right, it could be Sunday, Game 1,
could be.
LA at San Francisco and the Golden State Warriors, I'm scared, Mark.
I wouldn't be scared. I think it'd be...
I'm sports scared. I'm not going to stay up late at night.
Listen, the
Slept
Warriors...
great last night.
That's congratulations.
Shout out Baby Mila, put 12 on the board.
Wow, 12?
12, dog.
Okay, you're there. You're him. Anyway.
She will still get you with that 3:30.
Every now and again. Yeah, but who doesn't? You get up at 3:30 to go pee sometimes.
Quietly, I don't wake anyone up.
Anyway.
Shout out Mila.
Point being, the Warriors are not good enough this year to where anyone that they were going to face at any point is not a threat.
Good point.
Right? Like the Warriors, we're used to a championship run being where, at least at the beginning, there's not a whole lot of a threat. Okay, when they played Denver last year, when they've played Portland before in round one, you're like, this is not a threat. Like,
Portland's adorable.
Right? Yeah, it's like, can you get a game? Okay, these are the conversations we used to have. Are they going to get a game? Are they going to maybe get 2 games?
A gentleman's sweep.
Anyway, goo. This is not. This is not going to be like that. This is going to be, no matter who they're playing and no matter what the scenario, it's a threat. And the Lakers are no different. But I don't see them necessarily as any different than Phoenix, maybe even Memphis, because the good thing that you got with the Lakers, which no one else can say, if the Warriors face anyone else, they don't have home court advantage. And I don't know if you noticed, Dibs, but the Warriors don't win games that aren't at Chase. So give me the Lakers solely for that reason.
Okay. And solely for that reason. I like that reason, and that might be the sole reason why I like that, but I look at this Laker team, and last night, and I don't want to turn this into KCAL TV here, Channel 9, but you forgot about D'Angelo Russell.
Well, they defend.
And all of a sudden, crap. And Hachimura is real, and the Hillbilly Kobe, he'll hit you for a quick 14-piece. Anthony Davis was god-awful yesterday.
He was terrible.
And they didn't need him.
Dude.
And LeBron James is basically the Lakers' version of Draymond Green. He doesn't really score that much anymore.
Well,
he scores a little bit.
Yeah,
he went for an accidental
22,
20 and 20.
Whatever it was.
That team scares me, Mark, and I don't want to get too far down the road.
They defend. And the Kings
they can hit you with a number of different weapons.
Yeah, they're big. That's the other thing. They're big.
Long.
And the Warriors are not big.
No, or long.
But they're not that athletic, and that's also what gets that, like, the Kings are much more athletic than the Lakers. The Grizzlies are much more athletic than the Lakers. And those, I mean...
Oh my God, the Grizzlies!
Can we talk about the Grizzlies for a second?
Just real quick, and back to Wiseman, back to Wiggins.
Oh man,
back to Looney and his Joga. And you're welcome, New York Times,
dude. Seriously,
we talk Joga.
You helped unearth Joga from Moses Moody. Again, it all started with him. We thought just having this really quirky way of saying yoga. You know, sometimes, and honestly, it's because, yes, it's Moses Moody. He's a warrior. If this was one of your boys at the bar and he's been like, yeah, man, we went and did our Joga class, you'd be like, Joga? What the hell's the matter with the way you just pronounced yoga? You dummy.
Yoga.
Yeah, but we didn't do that because it's like, look, there's a Warrior player. Like, whatever, just let him say it wrong.
Right.
He said yoga instead of yoga. So we brought it back up, and he's like, no. It's not yoga. It's joga.
We do yoga.
And 48 hours later, there's like a massive feature story in the New York Times about Kevon Looney and Moses Moody. And the only thing that I was happy about was that they didn't take the Lovely Christie's children's book title. The article headline could have been Looney and Moody do yoga.
Should have been.
It could have done it, but they didn't do it.
Should have been.
It should have been, but they didn't know. So we get to still do our children's book. Looney and Moody do yoga.
Yeah.
Looney and Moody go to Chase. Looney and Moody have lunch. Looney and Moody walk their dogs. Whatever you want, we can do it. And so at least we still have that. But man, cat is out of the bag. The world knows about yoga.
No doubt. And, yoga will be done before Game 5 tomorrow, and I'm sure they'll do it in Sacramento at Golden One. They'll find a quiet room, and they'll do their yoga. And the Warriors, now, Mark, it's a weird spot where I know it's a road game, but the Warriors, you got to expect them to win this game. They're favored.
Well, except for what has happened to the line now that De'Aaron Fox is back in. Because remember, the Warriors were a 1-point dog. Fox was then considered likely out. It went to Warriors -5, moved 6 points. What is it now? I've not looked at the updates since De'Aaron Fox came out and said this.
It's going to be the cliche. It feels regular season. Probably don't play. Sit out for a week or two. See how it feels. But right now, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm playing.
I'm playing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm playing. And then also was asked that $1 million question, can you make it worse by playing with it?
I don't think it's a big deal, but obviously, depending on how much it gets hit and things like that, then I feel like the pain will increase. But if it was to stay the exact same way it is right now, I'll be fine.
Okay, so can it get worse? Yes. Although it's always a funny question. Anything can get worse, always.
Thank you.
Does it hurt when I do this? Yes. Yes, that's worse.
It can get worse, but and we'll talk to Dr. Brian Feely from UCSF, cleared to play at 4 o'clock, and we'll talk about how much worse an avulsion fracture can get, because my knowledge of an avulsion fracture is the ligament in the thumb has torn away from the bone. So can it get completely torn away from the bone? And if so, how much worse can that be? I mean, I don't think that he's facing possible amputation.
No, but
if this gets really bad.
But by the way, the avulsion fracture, remember, there's still a fracture. So yes, it's the ligament that's torn away, but it's the ligament that's actually caused a break in the bone too.
Yeah.
So your ligaments are off and the bone is broken. So I don't know. My sense of this, I've never had one, obviously.
Sure.
It sounds very painful. Now, if it's just a matter of managing the pain, De'Aaron Fox is that dude, and he's a professional athlete, and he'll be fine. But
and I also asked the doctor about an injection sensation or a medication sensation.
There you go. Much
Thank
better.
You.
That's
much
$1.
Better. Thank you. And
it's $5 when you do it, and it doesn't rhyme.
Exactly.
That's actually $5.
A digestion sensation would would work. But I wonder. I don't think that you could inject that. I mean, you're going to inject into the tip of his finger a little pain med. I mean, I'm sure
but then you're numbing it. I think you want to be able to feel the ball, right?
Yes. Have you seen the spread? Because it has moved.
I just looked at it.
Okay.
I just looked at it.
Because I was going to do some game show music, but it's now Warriors -1.5.
Yeah, I actually see it at -1.
Okay.
So anyway, it's down. It's down. It was Warriors +1, went to Warriors -5, and then De'Aaron, with those comments, has moved the line about 4 points, 3.5 to 4 points.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be fun if you could just walk up to a microphone, say something, and watch a spread change 4 points?
That'd be so great.
That's power.
Steph Curry walks up. I got a tummy ache. Kings -5. You know,
Steph Curry's
just kidding.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm out.
Totally.
Kings -8.5. Just kidding. I'm in.
I'm out of gum. Anybody have a piece I can chew? That would be. I mean, seriously.
Oh my God,
Steph. When you say you're out, do you mean you're out of Game 5? No, I'm out of toilet paper.
I'm just out. No, I'm just out of this media session.
Totally.
I'm out. Yeah,
that's so funny. But -1.5. So for me, it's a Warriors money line play. I did that in Game 2, and it burned me. I'm going to have to – I'm chasing right now.
You're chasing wins.
I am chasing. I'm not like you and Guru and Steiny, all three of you running hot right now.
Well, I'm running okay. I got lucky on one last night for sure. But 888-957-9570. Here's something. You know, when we talk about Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green, and every time one name comes up, it seems the other does. And I really wanted to spend some time kind of talking this out today, partially because did you see John Morant and Dillon Brooks both in that game last night? They would not speak to the media afterward. I know that a lot of fans listen when the media gets mad that someone won't talk to the media, and they're like, God, stop making it about yourselves. I'm not. I don't really care that the guy didn't talk to the media. But there's something that I've noticed with Dillon Brooks, and anytime a comment is made about him, on social media, you seem to need to fend off all the people who will say, well, how's that different than Draymond Green? Draymond Green is the subject of a massive article in The Athletic today by Shams. Shams Charania wrote a big article about Draymond Green and how he worked his way back from the punch to Jordan Poole. And how basically, if I can just in 30 seconds try to let you hear what it sounded like or what it looked like to read this article, Draymond, the second he made the mistake, immediately started to be strategic in terms of how do I go about getting my leadership back? I need a voice in this room. This team needs me. I messed up. How do I go about making amends? And what's the right time for me to pounce? So he waits all the way until January, where the Warriors win their third game in a row. They're on a homestand. They beat the Toronto Raptors. And he selects that moment because he's like, this is right now. Our team is feeling good. We're winning basketball games. I can't do it after a loss because people will just think it's frustration boiling over. Instead, I'm doing it at the back end of a 3-game win streak. And he walks up to Jordan Poole in the locker room and unloads on him. Not physically, obviously, but he walks over to him and demands better decision-making and less moping on the court, less arguing with other people, officials, and the like. And the key to the whole thing was, how was Jordan going to react to that? Was Jordan going to be like, oh, here's this guy, Sir Punch-A-Lot, who now's yelling at me again?
He was knighted as that.
He was. So instead, Jordan handles it well, and the Warriors start to become a version of the Warriors again. Doesn't mean they didn't still have their moments. That was before Draymond, for instance, threw his hands up and walked off the court because of a decision that Jordan Poole had made. So there's still stuff, and they're not perfect, but the bottom line is that's Draymond Green, okay? Strategic, incredibly intelligent,
right?
Overly emotional,
super competitive,
mistake prone.
Yes,
but even look at the self-awareness of, I make a mistake, I'm out game 3. I noticed that my team played well without me.
Right.
Let's come in and be strategic about that as well. Stop comparing Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green. Dillon is none of those things. Dillon has never been self-aware for 1 second in his life. Dillon was this player at Oregon.
He sure was.
He is this player with the Grizzlies. They've never achieved a damn thing. There are so many things I can say about Draymond Green that you can't say about Dillon Brooks.
Right.
And vice versa.
Right. But the lazy take is that they're similar because they both commit flagrant fouls and they both run hot. That's where the people who don't understand the nuance of Draymond Green and the credibility, the gravitas, the 4 championships, all those things separate the two. If you're not an NBA fan or if you don't watch Memphis or Golden State that closely, it's easy to say Patrick Beverley, Draymond Green, Dillon Brooks, you draw that straight line. And you're right, Mark, it's not even close to being a comparable thing. And I used last night as a great example. Draymond Green has spoken to the media subsequent to his Game 3 ejection, and he has spoken of his Game 5 suspension when they lost to the Cavaliers. He's talked about that for years and years and years, and he's admitted that he was wrong. Dillon Brooks, you lost a playoff game, and back-to-back games, you won't even talk to the media?
Yeah. It's also just, to me, it's about achievement. Like when I say Draymond Green, are there things that tick you off? Does it annoy you? Do you get overwhelmed? Sure. So do the Warriors. Steve Kerr famously on the sideline, I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond. Like, sure, he pushes the envelope. He annoys you. He's all of those things. But his name is backed by achievement. And that's an important thing to remember. I think this is true in sports. It's true in entertainment, anything. that sort of has name value. When your name becomes bigger than your talent, you have a problem and you're going to be fleeting. Think about all the times when, for weird reasons, a name becomes very big, but there's nothing of substance to back it up.
I didn't love all your examples in the email.
I got some examples.
No, and I think a couple of them were hilariously accurate. I do want you to hold off on the pride of Palo Alto High School, Jeremy Lin, because he's very humble, and what happened to Jeremy Lin was a phenomenon.
Right. He didn't do it on purpose.
No, and nor did he ever get so full of himself, like, I'm Jeremy Lin, I'm going to third person reference myself, you better recognize. Jeremy Lin got caught up in a whirlwind of being the very rare Asian American player who had an unbelievable run of success.
Yeah, he played well.
In the Mecca.
Right.
And so everything that he did was born out of a flash in the pan phenomenon. So some of your examples, and I don't want to steal your thunder because one of them, I almost crashed my car and I was still at home.
Well, the point is
pretty good.
The point is, when you look at Jeremy Lin, the difference with him is he didn't cause the fervor. He just played well. But
he happened to be an Asian American player.
Yes, but then you get $50 million.
If his name was Jeremy Jones, nothing would have ever happened.
Not as much. Yes, not as much.
We wouldn't have even noticed.
I mean, he went on a run, though. Like, if you do that, you go on a run. But when you don't have that thing to back up what you're saying and what you're creating, it's very LeVar Ball to me.
Yeah.
It's very, very LeVar Ball because it's
like
just
Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, it's yap, 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 yap. And then what happens when you get to the point where it's like, okay, now we got to go achieve.
Yeah.
Well, Lonzo Ball. Nah. LiAngelo. Are you kidding?
Throw out one more.
By the time LaMelo gets here, LeVar's already disappeared. Right? It's already gone.
Yeah.
I got a few more for you.
Okay, good.
Don't worry. I got some examples.
Just on the way out, I'll say this. The Jeremy Lin interview we did about 9 years ago, still the most shared interview in the history of the station. Because he referenced Tim Tebow and Jesus.
Very good.
The thing got picked up globally.
That's back when you were just digging trenches to build this place.
Yeah, by hand.
Anyway, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jason La Canfora is going to join us in an hour and 45 minutes to talk about the 49ers. Is there a Trey Lance trade on deck in the next 48 to 72 hours? We shall see. So that is still ahead, but plenty of room for your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
You know, no one really wants to have their chest cracked open.
Dr. Tom. 6 seconds left. LeBron's got it. Tillman on him. Lakers down 2. James off the window. It goes! What a basket by James! Timeout Memphis. We're tied at 104.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was crazy, bro. That was a lot. And he had a couple of big buckets down the stretch that he got going one-on-one with one Dylan Brooks, who thinks that LeBron is old and overrated and done, and he doesn't want anybody to talk to him until they've dropped 40. Well, does 20 points plus 20 rebounds count for 40?
Exactly.
I don't know. My other examples, if you weren't with us a few minutes ago, talking about when name value gets ahead of talent, because that's where I really think Dylan Brooks is. Now, yes, we mentioned Jeremy Lin, not a perfect comp because Jeremy didn't do anything wrong. Jeremy just played great basketball, and obviously there's a new look, and it got a whole sort of just a different view of the NBA in terms of ethnicity. So that's different. But LeVar Ball is a name that comes to mind. William Hung is a name that comes to mind.
Me up.
William Hung. This is always a moment. Like JT, do you even know who William Hung is? You know who that is?
Shebang.
Okay, thank you. Shebang.
You read the email.
Shebang. American Idol back in the day. This is like Dylan.
That's right. He was an auditioner.
That's how it started.
And he was so bad.
And it was terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out Berkeley. He's a Berkeley kid.
Love Berkeley.
Always skew local, Mark.
Dylan Brooks.
Thank you.
Is a one-hit wonder. He's Chumbawamba. This is going to go
away. He gets knocked out and he gets up again.
One of these times he's not going to get back up again. We are going to keep him down because I just don't even know where this goes next. You're hearing reports that the Grizzlies don't even want him anymore because he's overplayed his hand, yet he's still out there for the closing 7 minutes of the basketball game.
Well, what are you going to do?
Put somebody else in?
I.e.?
I don't know.
E.g.?
Someone else who's not going to airball a big three-pointer when you need it.
Dog, they got nobody. And I say dog because you and I have grown close over the past 18 months. Coach, they got nobody, Coach. They got nobody. They got a broken down superstar who injured his trigger hand. You've got a center, the DPOY, who single-handedly kept you in that game. And you've got Desmond Bane, who maybe has the biggest biceps this side of Jimmy Jackson.
Yeah, Bane is a bowling ball.
Dude,
man. Yeah.
How yoked can you be? I mean, he's Nikola Jokic. He's so yoked. And he was unstoppable.
Yeah.
That was a fun game.
No, it was the whole night. Jimmy Buckets was ridiculous at the end of that game. By
you
the
know
way,
I love Jimmy Buckets. I
who
love
doesn't
them
love
buckets.
Jimmy Buckets? By the way, real quick on this, because that's an 8-1 game. How does that feel compared to the We Believe Warriors? The Heat and the Bucks.
Yeah. To me, there's no comparison.
Well,
And
no,
I mentioned this in the
none to
email
us.
thread. Yeah.
There's none to us.
Even to the Heat, I don't think.
It's very out of nowhere. And Jimmy
A
Butler.
little bit, but if you're a Heat fan, you're used to success going all the way back to not 5, not 6, not 7 when LeBron was there. And even 2020, you were in the NBA Finals against LeBron. And I know it was bubblicious, but the Heat are there every single year. So I don't think that they look at themselves as an 8 seed. And the Warriors in Dallas, remember that Dallas was 67-15 in the regular year.
With the MVP.
Even though Avery Johnson was the coach, right. I'm not going to change my scheme at all, guys.
Yes, you are.
And you got to look at me on YouTube to get the full impression of Avery, right. My Avery. A lot of smile from Avery.
It's a very, very, very big personality.
Yeah.
And a big
I'm a
smile.
huge Avery Johnson
Love
guy.
Avery Johnson.
But
yeah, he made a mistake.
Make an adjustment,
He made a mistake. Yeah. Well, he made the adjustment before the series even started.
Right.
Like, he's like, okay, we won 67 games, and we're going to show up in round 1 and do something different. Wild. Absolutely wild. But anyway, the point remains with regard to this whole situation. And so when you compare, when I hear people do this, it really does get to me when they're going, how's Dylan Brooks any different than Draymond Green? Like, there's so many ways to explain that. I don't have a problem with someone being loud. I don't have a problem with someone being boisterous.
Right.
You just have to back it up. Okay? I don't have a problem with Richard Sherman and the way he handled his career.
LOB.
Right? But he backed it up. So it was okay. He was one of the best corners in the game. There are names we could do this all day. Examples around sports of people who are loud, boisterous, but they back it up. First of all, it's almost anyone in the fight game. But Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there are some things that I don't love. Same as there are things with Draymond Green that I don't love. But the point is, this game that players play can work if you got the goods to back it up. And Dylan just doesn't. And by extension, the whole team doesn't. And where do the Grizzlies go from here after one more loss? Where do they go?
Back to Memphis, Mark.
Well, right.
Or Cancun. And if you look at the future of that team, they got to make massive changes. And they've got to figure out how they can build around Ja. Because where is Ja? Ja's in Memphis. He signed a super max, so he's your guy. Now, Desmond Bane is the real deal, and Steven Adams is a great center when he's healthy. But other than that, you don't have a lot of help around him. You need to get some shooters. You need to get some knockdown shooters in Memphis that Ja can play alongside. And Dylan Brooks is as far from a knockdown shooter as you can have. It's painful watching that guy try to stroke a three.
That super max that Ja signed, he already signed it, right? But it doesn't kick in until next season?
I think it's the same thing as Jordan Poole.
As Jordan Poole, yeah. So he is about to go for, starts next year, 5 years, $194.3 million.
Guaranteed, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
NBA.
Yeah. What's the out? After, it's like the Aaron Rodgers conversation.
The out is in 2028 when it ends.
Well, and I mean,
when the contract is over, that's the out.
And Ja's the real deal, and hopefully he'll continue to evolve his game. Right now, he doesn't have I don't think that he's got enough of a game at all three levels. And when he goes to the basket, if I'm a Memphis Grizzlies fan, I hold my breath because he throws his body at the rim the way I jumped off the low diving board at Drake High School back in the 70s. You're landing in water. You don't even care.
Well, there's certain
that's how he attacks the rim.
By the way, there are certain players. Sabonis has felt like this in this series, but for sure, Ja is one of these players. Jordan Poole sometimes is one of these players.
Totally.
When you go to the rack that hard, you think you got fouled on every single play. You want to know why Poole is on the ground under the hoop with his palms up looking at the ref after every drive? It's because there's no way for your drive to not end in a car accident. The ball could go in, the ball could get blocked, like people are flying in every direction. There's no way for them to not feel like they got fouled. However, there's also sometimes no way for a ref to call it. Like when you fly in there that hard, you're in the restricted area if you're a defender, and it's just like, just crash. People are flying everywhere. The ball goes flying up in the air. And if you're at the end of a playoff game, I'm looking at, like, if I was refereeing that game last night when Ja was going to the hole, I don't know what the hell I would do. And so I think what they do is they fall back on, all right, just going to let it go. Like, this is the fourth quarter of a playoff game.
Yeah, and they did call the charge when LeBron stepped in.
Yes.
Maybe late. That was a bang play.
I thought it was a charge,
I did
but
too.
It was close. It was close, and it's LeBron.
Exactly.
It's stars.
And that's all you have to say.
Yeah.
If it was, say, like a Kevon Looney type of player, and I love Kevon, but he doesn't get the same level of calls from officials, that might have been a block.
Yeah, well, then you go, hey, it's Ja. So
exactly, right?
Ja's the bigger name and all. So I don't know, but I just think this is something like Jordan Poole. This is something to refine in his game. Ja Morant is better than Jordan Poole, but I think he could actually sort of work on this as well. When you compare players like that to De'Aaron Fox, that's one of the things I love about Fox's game. Like, I'm going to have the quickness to go by you, and then instead of just creating a car wreck and trying to get to the free throw line, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to be feathery from 9 feet. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Ja and Jordan are just like, they're just pedal to the metal until something stops them. And
all gas, no brake.
I don't know what the ref is supposed to do with that half the time.
Well, if there's no contact up top and no one steps in down low, you're going to let it go, like you talked about. Just one more quick note on Memphis before we dip. Desmond Bane is making $2.1 million this year.
Oh, my God.
Next year, team option, he's making $3.8. And then he's a free agent after that. So look for Desmond Bane this offseason to get. He's going to get that bag. Yeah, because you look at that team, and Triple J's is signed through 26, and Ja's signed through 28. They're going to need to figure something out here as they say goodbye to Dylan Brooks.
Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. All right, we got all kinds of stuff here, some interesting stuff surrounding the Giants, and also Trey Lance. Is it or is it not time? We'll get into that. Take your calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. It's Bibby and Dibby right here on 95.7 The Game. In an hour and a half, a little bit less actually, Jason La Canfora, who is going to handle the National Odyssey NFL draft coverage along with Brian Baldinger, is going to join us. And we're going to dive into Trey Lance. There's a few things here for everybody to know. First of all, Jordan Palmer. He is Carson Palmer's younger brother, and he is one of the preeminent quarterback coaches around the league. He works directly with guys one-on-one. One of his clients is Sam Darnold. He was on Chris Long's podcast this week, and we're going to get the audio here in a second. But what Jordan basically said, I'll just give you a synopsis. He goes, one of the things that's really good for Trey Lance is he's been a part of an organization for the last 2 years that does things the right way. So he's been around that. And then he goes, now, the guy who's going to start there, Sam Darnold, has never had that before. And everyone went,
what?
I'm sorry. How did you just introduce the name Sam Darnold?
How did you pronounce Brock Purdy? Did you pronounce it differently than Brock Purdy?
Quote, the guy who's going to start there, Sam Darnold. Now,
Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold.
The guy who sees ghosts? The guy who is not stuck in two different spots?
Let's not act.
So now he's going to saunter in and start over Big Sock Brock?
Let's not act like, well, again, Brock's health, I don't know. But this, for me, right now, is actually more a conversation about Darnold and Lance than it is about Darnold and Purdy.
Yeah.
Because Purdy's not ready to go. And until Purdy's ready to go, Purdy's not ready to go.
He's ready to shake hands and high five.
Sure is.
And wave to the crowd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're darn right he is. So I think that the 49ers have every expectation that Purdy will be back. The Darnold signing is interesting. Here's the thing. And I want to be very, very strategic with how I say this. I want to be deliberate. Please understand where I'm coming from.
All right, take your time.
All right. 3, 2, and 1. I was excited about Trey Lance too, just like all of you were. I don't think Trey Lance's career is over. I still hope Trey Lance is a good player in the NFL. Here's the deal. It doesn't matter what I think of Trey Lance because none of us have even seen him play yet for any length of time.
5 quarters.
Yeah, so I have no idea.
I saw Kyle run him into the ground. That I saw.
Here's what we know. This organization, and we'll let you hear from John Lynch in just a second, this organization has clearly made its choice. They have made no bones about the fact that their starter is Brock Purdy. But then add in all of the other little things that are clues. They signed Sam Darnold as a high-level backup. Every time they get asked about Trey Lance trade rumors, they don't dig their heels in and say we're not trading him.
And we heard some heel digging from John Lynch on Monday about other players like Nick Bosa. And Brandon Aiyuk to a similar extent.
A little bit.
The heels were not dug in as deeply as Nick Bosa, but the very notion of Nick Bosa not being signed was almost laughed at by John Lynch.
Chris Long's podcast, Jordan Palmer, Sam Darnold's quarterback coach. Take a listen.
The things that's really valuable about Trey is not going to show up physically for him is that he's been a part of a winning organization who does things correctly. Right? And the guy who's going to start there, Sam Darnold, has not yet been a part of an organization who does things the right way and has built a winning culture. He's had like 4 head coaches in 5 years, 5 coordinators in 5 years.
The guy who's going to start there, Sam Darnold. Huh?
Well, that's, now that I know that he's Sam Darnold's guy,
is it just
he's
a
trying to
coach?
speak it into existence.
Maybe.
Jordan Palmer doesn't know what Kyle Shanahan's plans are. Jordan Palmer doesn't know. You know nothing, Jon Snow, in terms of what Jordan Palmer knows as it pertains to the depth chart.
Maybe. Although I think he knows more than some other people.
Agreed.
Let's put it that way.
Agreed, but I don't think that he knows that Sam Darnold's going to start in April more than anybody would guess that he's going to start in April. If Brock Purdy's healthy, Brock Purdy's going to start week 1.
Put it this way. The more that I read, the more that I see, the more that I listen.
The more you know.
I think they're going to trade him. But here's
Sam Darnold?
No, I think
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Actually, let me rephrase that. It's not so much I think that they will, because I don't know if they're going to get the right offer. I have no idea. I think that's very circumstantial at this hour. But if this is your behavior, this is not my assessment of Trey Lance. This is my assessment of the 49ers' behavior. If this is your behavior, you should trade him. You absolutely should trade him later this week, because if Brock Purdy is your future and Sam Darnold is your high-level backup, why on earth would you spend any time trying to develop Trey Lance? For what? You've already selected your young quarterback, and it's Brock Purdy. Nobody in the history of ever in the NFL develops 2 young quarterbacks at the same time. Nobody's got time for that. You only have 1 first-team reps guy. Yeah, we could split first team. They're not going to do that, especially with a young player. He needs as many reps as possible. So if you've decided that Brock Purdy is your guy, I don't understand what one good reason would be as to why you would then take on the project of developing Trey Lance just because, who knows, emergency break glass. We might need him down the road.
That's one of the reasons.
But you can get that from 100 different players.
But you already have committed so much into Trey Lance in terms of draft picks.
But that's
and
gone.
Time.
But it's gone.
It's a sunk cost. So why would you cut bait now when you don't have to?
Because the price of what you can get back is only going to keep going down.
See, now that I disagree with.
Why?
Because he could come out and flash in training camp, and Brock Purdy can get hurt, and you could have Trey Lance go out and play, and you also have the ability to use Trey Lance in a different way in Trey Lance's package, so to speak, and have him come in for some plays, as we saw with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right, and then Trey
stopped. Lance came in.
They didn't like it. They stopped. They thought it got in the way.
They didn't like what they were doing, and Kyle Shanahan was doing it like shuttling one in and one out. This would be a different way to use Trey Lance.
I think that they felt like it was kind of a roadblock for the rest of the offense. It kind of stopped their continuity. They tried it. They didn't like it. They brought in Sam Darnold. There's a reason they brought him in.
I agree with that.
It just right now, the chances of what you said happening versus the chances of what I'm saying happening, the chances of what I'm saying are much greater, which is that
it's more of a conservative approach to trade him now.
Like the idea that if he ends up just being a backup, if he ends up with a clipboard, if he ends up getting beat out by Darnold, then I'm telling you, man, the price is going to tank because the Globe is going to look at him and go, dude, Kyle Shanahan doesn't like him? Kyle Shanahan's system doesn't work for him?
Well, that's already been the case now, and that's why you're not going to get pennies on the dollar if you trade him now.
I think you can still get quarters.
I don't think you're going to get.
You can still get quarters.
What are you going to get, a second-round pick? Well, I don't think you're getting a second.
I don't know.
You're probably getting a third and a conditional fifth, and you spent 3 first-round picks to trade up and get Trey Lance.
There's no changing that you got beat on the deal. There's no changing that.
But with the amount of quarterbacks that get hurt on your team, and you can blame whoever you want to blame, that this conversation is not about blame. This conversation is about the fact that you go through quarterbacks like a baby goes through diapers. And I know what that's like.
But they don't look at it that way.
But they have to, which is why you brought in Sam Darnold. So now you have 3 quarterbacks. So you're gonna trade Trey Lance, and you're gonna get a pick, and you're going to use one of those picks to draft another quarterback of the future in the 5th round or the 6th round or whatever. Your quarterback room is weaker.
I don't necessarily think that that's the way they're looking at it. Remember what the 49er draft looks like. There's nothing in the first, there's nothing in the second, and then there's a bucket of picks.
Right. So they have 11 picks after 95.
So don't think about it in terms of Trey Lance, what do we get for him? Do we get a second? Do we get a third? What if it's Trey and 2/3? What do you get for that? Do you get into the first round?
No.
Do you get into the early second round?
Maybe in the middle of the second round.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't think so.
It's not just A to B, what's Trey worth?
Right.
It's what package can you put together to move up if that's what you want to do. The 49ers, maybe they just go with the number of picks because, sure, they want to start getting ready for some of their older players to be done. They want to get ready for the second half of Kittle's career. They want to get ready for Trent Williams being done.
Yeah.
They want to get ready for Kyle Juszczyk declining. They want to get ready for all of these things. So maybe they want a lot of players. Or maybe there's somebody at pick 35 who they're like, oh my gosh, I want that guy. And sitting there are the Houston Texans or somebody is sitting there who didn't jump at a quarterback in round 1, and they want a couple of thirds and Trey Lance, and maybe they do it. My point is, you've already you've given your tell. You've made your choice. You don't get to, I don't think it's smart, to sit there with 2 young quarterbacks and try to develop them at the same time. That takes time. That takes energy. That takes a lot of focus and practice.
Trey gets the whole offseason, so that's his chance to develop.
That's fine, right.
So he's, in terms of like first-team reps and the development of Trey Lance, he gets between when Brock Purdy's arm fell off and when Brock Purdy comes back. He gets the spring, he gets the summer. Trey Lance gets all that time to develop. You're not developing Brock Purdy.
No, but you are trying to help Sam Darnold get ready for your system.
But you're not developing Sam Darnold.
No, but if you're
getting him up to speed.
You're getting him up to speed,
developed.
which we've talked about so many times how hard Kyle Shanahan's book is. So that's not a small job. And if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm literally thinking that Darnold is at minimum the likely choice for weeks 1 through 3 if Purdy's not ready, then I'm not just blowing that off in the offseason and giving all the reps to Trey because politics say I'm supposed to.
Right.
You made your choice.
Well, they haven't made their choice
They
yet.
have.
And I guess we'll know between now and the draft if they have made their choice. Now, they made their choice in terms of Brock versus Trey, and the choice was made for them. They chose Trey before they chose Brock, and you have to remember that.
Well,
when Jimmy got hurt,
yeah.
Who did they go to? They went to Brock because
he was the only one left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when Trey was in there, Trey beat out Jimmy, who was on the kiddie field, and Brock barely made the team. So between then and now, Brock has risen up the depth chart, and I don't think that Trey Lance, and I could be wrong, if they trade Trey Lance, then that tells me all we need to know about what they feel about Trey Lance, but I don't think they've made a decision on Trey Lance.
I don't either.
In terms of whether or not he can actually be QB1.
I think they've made a decision about who their QB1 is. I don't think
Well, it's the guy who went undefeated.
Exactly.
How could he not be?
See, this is something that's important for everybody to remember because we'll sit here and people, I know where this conversation goes, and you hate Trey Lance and you never gave him a choice or a chance. The bottom line is this. The 49ers are ready to win, and it matters when you're a coach what you can pitch to your locker room. And I don't think you can look at Fred Warner and Trent Williams and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa. I don't think you can look at those guys and go, look, I know Brock went 8-0, but we really want to check Trey out.
Of course.
You can't do it.
No.
It's win, right, the freak.
But it's
now,
the Trey versus
super.
Sam conversation that, honestly, when Brock's healthy, he's QB1. Everybody knows it, and that's fine. But it's QB2. But if Brock is if you get past this weekend and Trey is still on this team, then either there wasn't a good enough offer for you to trade him, or you feel like he still could be QB2.
Maybe. Although, I'd ask this. If you're Sam Darnold and you are a high-level backup, and therefore, no, you are. That's a
they
name.
$2 million plus incentives.
Okay, but right, you're a name. You've had starting experience. You look good at the end of last year.
He's one stop away from being a washout.
Okay, well, I don't know about washout. He's definitely got a career as a backup as long as he wants it in the league. He is, I would say, a top 10 backup in this league. He's someone who would have had options. Why would you take?
I love a why.
Why would you take this offer?
Because the head coach is the QB whisperer.
Sure.
And their QBs get hurt all the time.
Okay.
So you know that there might be some snaps there.
Maybe.
And you probably got a sense of, hey, our guy Trey Lance, I don't know if you've noticed, but we're not super sold on him. So you can come in and compete for QB2. And hey, QB1, he may not be ready.
Or are you probably QB2 with an injured QB1? I want to know what was told to him.
That we're going to find out here in the next 4 days.
His QB coach is on a podcast calling him the starter for crying out loud.
Well, what's he supposed to say?
You can just call him Sam Darnold. You don't have to call him the guy who's going to start there.
If you're
That's
Jordan
a little
Palmer,
presumptuous.
Yeah, but you're speaking it into existence.
Maybe. You might be right.
Yeah.
You might be right. But it's interesing to me.
It is, yeah.
Now, John Lynch yesterday is asked about Trey Lance trade rumors. Here's what he said.
Our policy, my policy, if we're actively trying to trade a player, not trying to, or if we're having discussions, for instance, last year with Mike McGlinchey, it became apparent that a year away from that, it was going to be tough to re-sign with Trent Williams in the building and the reality of our roster. I brought Mike McGlinchey up and said, hey, Mike, I never, from being a player myself, I never want you to hear from anyone else that you're being shopped. So I'm telling you, we are going to talk to some teams. If we're fielding inbound calls, I think I'd be doing that every single day if I'm telling every single player. I do think with the sensitivity of Trey's position, maybe a little different. So Trey and I have talked and we're on the same page, and Trey knows exactly where the situation is. His mindset is all about competing, and I think that's exactly where his mindset should. We're excited about the position he's put himself in with the work he's done this offseason to, number one, get healthy, number two, improve upon some things that he really wanted to improve upon. We don't get to watch all of his workouts. I've got a good view. He's definitely excited, and I think he has reason to be. Yes, there has been good communication, and we're excited about Trey's ability to go compete for a job.
All I can tell you is what I hear, and this sounds to me like the things people say right before somebody gets dealt. There's nothing in there That was 1 minute and 7 seconds from John Lynch. Nothing in there about, damn it, we want him on this team. Damn it, we're planning for him to be on this team. Damn it, we've got reps. He is still right in the conversation to be our QB1. This is the same man who last offseason got to a microphone and said, Deebo Samuel is a 49er. And
play his comments on Nick Bosa.
And
if you have him.
Twitter put Deebo on the Jets.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
And he was like, Deebo's a Niner. I didn't hear any of that in there.
Well, if you juxtapose it with what he said about Nick Bosa, it becomes even more stark in terms of what you're talking about, because when he talked about Trey Lance right there, he talked about his policy and what he does. And if he would talk to every player when they got a call coming in, he would have to talk to every player on the roster on the regular, and he doesn't do that. But Trey's in a special situation.
But we did talk
which
to
tells
Trey.
me we did talk to Trey because calls are coming in about Trey. Now, we're not making calls about Trey, but we're taking calls about Trey, and I have a phone, and my ringer's not off. And so, I mean, you're right, Mark. It was 1 minute and 12 of basically we're getting calls, and if we get a good enough offer, he's gone.
Here's 29 seconds more of John Lynch.
You know, I think there's a lot of smoke, really. It hasn't been extremely active, and it's not like we've put it out there that, hey, we're taking offers for Trey, call 1-800. That's not been the process. People's job in this is to ask questions. Has that happened on a couple occasions? Sure. It hasn't been that substantive, and, like I said, we're focused, as is Trey, on his ability to compete and play an integral role on this team. Last year, we needed 5, and so we value every single one of those guys, and we're excited about our group. We really are.
Count the exciteds. They're super excited.
He even gave the phone number.
1-800.
1-800. That's what I was thinking of. I heard that. I'm like, where's Mark right now? 1-800 Trey.
The only time he got even close to saying what a Trey Lance fan would hope he would say, it was this.
I expect Trey to be here. We're excited about Trey's ability to compete and what he can do for our franchise, just as we were when we draft Trey. And I think the only thing that's changed this offseason is that Trey's gone and got himself healthy. He was injured last year, done a really good job of doing that. He's done some different things in terms of his training this offseason. He's very encouraged by that, and we'll see when we get an opportunity to get out there on the field with him, but we have every reason to be encouraged as well.
Okay, so they're excited, and he keeps using the word compete.
Yeah.
And maybe the question is, why, when you keep saying compete, do you not bring up the starting job?
Because he's not competing for the starting job.
And if he's not competing for the starting job, why on earth would you put the time into developing him?
Because you're going to need him.
Maybe.
Because your QBs get hurt.
Well, but you can go get more bodies.
But Trey Lance is a guy that you've already developed to this point.
And apparently you don't love what you see.
Well, we don't know that because he only played 5 quarters last year as the starter.
I understand that.
Now, based on the way they used him, Mark, I'm going to agree with you. And I have been the first one on this station, 95.7 The Game, to say that Kyle Shanahan largely ran him into the ground with the way that he only would let him run the football. So in terms of developing him, they haven't developed him, or he hasn't developed to the point where you felt good about him, doing what Brock Purdy did from the moment he stepped on the field.
I mean, that's really the question that y'all have to ask yourselves, in my opinion. Do you know what it takes to send 3 first-round draft pick capital and trade that for Trey Lance and then get to this position where you won't even let him compete to start 2 seasons later after 5 quarters as your starter? And then act like what? Like, do you all actually think that the 49ers are in love with Trey Lance? They're not. Look at their behavior.
They're in love with the guy who went 8-0.
Yeah.
If Brock Purdy would have gone 5-3 and you limped in as a wild card and his arm fell off in the wild card game, we would have a different conversation. Brock Purdy went undefeated and then won playoff games and took you to the NFC Championship game. So I don't think that those two things are necessarily intertwined. Now, they might not love Trey Lance regardless of what Brock Purdy did, or it might be Brock Purdy was undefeated, and that's why, Trey Lance, you don't get to compete for the starting job.
It's all presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll take your calls next, 888-957-9570. Jason La Canfora is 1 hour away, and we'll get some more on that at that time. But also, we'll get to your calls on this. De'Aaron Fox, whether he plays or not, to what level through the dynasty run have the Warriors benefited from luck? We'll get into that next on Willard and Dibs.
U.S. Bank is ranked number
See ya.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I'm about to blow your doors off.
I can't wait. My doors are ajar already.
There is a conversation that has developed out of a piece of news about ratings that came out this morning.
Look.
Not those ratings.
Oh, sorry.
Those ratings are good. So are these. The Golden State Warriors and the Sacramento Kings in Game 4. The most watched round one NBA playoff game in 21 years.
Damn.
All right. So do with that whatever you want right out of the gate when you hear it.
Okay.
Yes, there are some members of the media in Sacramento, California, who took that news and went, the Kings are needle-worthy.
They got carried away is what happened.
Okay, and I get it. Like, the Kings are in this series, so do they get to celebrate in its greatness, right? Like, when the Giants won the World Series, who was the 25th player on the bench? He gets a ring, too, okay? So if you're even just there...
Eugenio Velez, yes.
Right.
I thought Suarez, but I knew that was wrong.
Who's the guy that almost dropped the ball out in the outfield during the Mad Bum game against the Royals? Was it Juan Perez?
Yeah.
Okay, he gets a ring. It could have been anyone out there. In fact, if it was someone else, thank you. My heart probably wouldn't have stopped if it was someone else who'd actually, picked up the ball. So the Kings get to celebrate in the metric. They do. The idea that they are the reason for the rating is funny. It just is.
You know what it is?
It's adorable.
Thank you.
And I can prove it. This isn't Warrior bluster. I'm at the home of the Warriors. You're at the home of the Kings. We're big, bad, big market, 4 rings, and you're just lighting a beam. It's not that. There's been plenty of that. This one isn't that, because I can prove it. You ready for a mind-blowing fact?
Let's do it.
Okay. Since 2015, a period of 8 years, there have been 27 NBA games that have drawn over 14 million viewers. 27 games.
27, that's a lot of numbers.
In the last 8 years.
Okay.
27 games that have drawn over 14 million viewers. Okay?
27 games over 8 years. That's about 10% of the NBA playoff games that have been played. Give or take.
Yeah.
Maybe fewer.
And this is just NBA games.
A lot of numbers.
NBA games.
Yeah.
14 million viewers.
Yeah.
27 times in the last 8 years. Steph Curry's played in all 27 games.
All 27 of those games. So 27 out of 27 games that have drawn 14 million people, Steph Curry's been a part of all 27?
All of them.
Every one of them?
All of them.
All 27.
He has been the lead role in all.
He's him.
He is him.
How many of those games involved LeBron James? I wonder, do you have the list
26
in front of you?
No, I do not have the list.
Because I would imagine that a number of those are NBA Finals games against whom they played against LeBron James.
Sure they are.
A handful of times.
I'm sure they are.
Not to diminish the Steph Curry factor. How many of those 27 games involved games in which the Kings played? One?
I guess one, yeah.
Because that game, did that game draw 14 million?
I think it did, yeah.
So one.
Number one.
So the Kings are 1 for 1. So you're welcome, Steph.
Yep.
Wow. 27 of 27. That's crazy.
This is not yes, it is about the Warriors, but what are the Warriors about? Okay? And this is
strength in numbers?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why the Curry conversation is so difficult. You sound like a ridiculous homer if you want to put Steph Curry into a debate as the greatest player of all time. Nobody's really there to listen to that. They want to say the greatest shooter of all time. That's fine. But that debate always is right. It's Michael, it's LeBron. There's a couple other names that you can kind of mess around with. But Steph's not on that level. He's certainly reached a level now where people think we can have a talk about whether or not he's a top 10 player all time. Okay, whatever you want to do with those numbers, do what you want. But I think you can have a conversation if you change the wording from greatest player of all time. I just went and saw the movie Air over the weekend, so I still don't know. Thank you. I ate all the popcorn.
You liked it?
Everybody who I was with got mad at me.
What'd you give it on our classic 1 to 5 scale of 1 to 5 crides in honor of Mark Kreidler?
Can I give halves?
Yeah, for movies you can.
Okay, it's like a 4.2, 4.3.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. I wasn't like blown away.
Right.
It's very good. It's very, very watchable, very entertaining. Performances are really good. All of that. And interesting, too. Like you learn something about how this all came together. So because of the shoes and the billions of dollars.
It's got to be the shoes.
And the logo and everything that Air Jordan has been, there's nothing in the NBA more iconic than Michael Jordan. He's the greatest. He's also the most iconic. But if I said, who's the most iconic player in history, who's second behind Jordan, could you start to have a conversation about Curry then? Or what?
The logo.
What were? Okay,
Dude's
maybe
the logo.
I mean, but
I love the young people.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people don't even know who the logo is.
Thank you.
Like you know the logo, but you don't know that it's Jerry West. So
I love
thank
the
you. A
young
little late
people.
there, Grandy. Hang in there, buddy.
What word?
I don't love the young people.
What word could you put in there so that we can start having the conversation about where Steph sits? Just in terms of importance to the league. Like, who's more watchable the last 15 years, LeBron or Steph? Apparently, the metrics would tell you that it's Steph. LeBron's been in the finals just as much as Steph. And for the last 8 years, 27 times, over 14 million people have showed up to watch, and it's because Curry is in the game. Not anybody else.
Well, Curry and LeBron, and I'm looking at the list, Mark, of just NBA Finals ratings right now, and I'm looking at games in which 14 or more million viewers watched. Last year, Game 6, 13.99 million viewers. I don't know if that one counts, unless they round it up. But if you go to 2019, Raptors and Warriors, Game 1, 3, 5 and 6 all qualify. Steph Curry played in all those games, as did Kawhi Leonard. If you go back to the previous year, Steph and KD and company, all 5 games in that series were above 16 million, and that was against LeBron James. The previous year, LeBron and Steph, all 6 of those games were above, and the lowest game in that series was 18.7 million.
Right.
And if you go to the previous year, Cavaliers win in 7. All 7 games were above 14 million, including Game 7.
Well,
31.0 million viewers on Father's Day.
But just with quick math, there's still another 6 to 8 games that hit the mark that weren't part of the Warriors' dynastic run when they were going up against LeBron every year.
You want 6 more games?
And
how about the previous NBA Finals? Warriors in 6. All 6 games over 14 million. So I wonder how many of those 27 are games outside of the NBA Finals.
Maybe. I mean, it literally might only be one.
Exactly.
I don't know.
But this is not to diminish your stat because it's factually accurate, and Steph is him.
Yeah, this is about the Warriors, and this is about Steph Curry.
And he is so watchable for so many reasons, and I think the one reason to me, if I step outside of my Warriors underoos, it's because he changed the game. He's a game-changing player. LeBron James didn't change the game. He's the best player in the game. He might be the greatest player of all time. Steph Curry changed the game.
It's interesting. LeBron's mark, when you talk about changing the game, I would argue he did change the game, but not in the way you're talking about. He changed the game off the court. LeBron changed free agency, right?
Absolutely.
LeBron changed player empowerment. I
he
agree
changed
with you.
all of sports in that way.
Totally. Kirk Cousins does not get guaranteed money as a quarterback if not for LeBron James. So he's changed things more in that respect. I agree with your take that Steph Curry, as far as the way the game is played, and as far as what kids want to do on a basketball court, there's no question that Steph Curry has had more impact there. So look, it just is what it is. This isn't to strong arm anybody, but the bottom line is is when we get to April, May, and June, the television in sports is run by Stephen Curry. That's the deal. In the fall, it's run by football more so than anything else throughout the entire calendar year. But when you get to the late spring and early summer, the ratings in sports are driven by Steph Curry. More so than anyone else.
You're right, and I'll give you an example momentarily, but my quick math would show that 22 of those highly rated games also involve LeBron James. 22 NBA Finals games that were above 14 million. So he definitely gets a good share of it.
Second place.
Well,
yes.
I would give him co-headliner, and this is the reason why. 2021 NBA Finals ratings by game, 9.9 million. This is Milwaukee Phoenix. 9.9, 8.6, 9.4. Only one game even sniffed 14 million. It was Game 6, 12.5 million viewers, which pales in comparison to the Steph-LeBron matchup.
Right, but what about, and maybe this is unfair, what about the Bubble Championship? What were the ratings for those?
Worst ratings ever.
Worst ratings ever.
Yeah, you had...
And that was LeBron James.
They went between 5.9 million and 8.9 million. And I think that those finals were in a different time. Were they not? Weren't those finals like in July or... Let me double check that.
They might have been on the moon. The whole thing is just a blur. To be honest with you.
It's totally a blur.
It's totally a blur. When
October,
and where?
Mark.
October.
September 30th was game one of the NBA Finals, September and October. Game 6 was in a traditional spot, October 11th.
October 11th.
Right.
Yeah. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. We get back to your phone calls in just a sec. 45 minutes, we go deeper into the Trey Lance potential trade conversation with Jason La Canfora, who's going to be handling draft coverage with Baldy on Odyssey across the country on draft night, which is coming up Thursday. But right now, here we go for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Dr. Brian Feely. Doc, great to have you. De'Aaron Fox says he's going to play. What are your thoughts on the injury as you see it?
Yeah, I think with this type of fracture, assuming it's just a small fracture at the very distal part of his finger, it's going to hurt. But there's no reason for him not to play. And as one of my colleagues mentioned, it's kind of win-win. If he plays and he plays great, he's a hero. And everyone says he played through this injury. If he plays and doesn't play so great, or he tries and just can't do it, he tried and his finger is injured and he's got a good excuse. So my assumption is he'll play. It probably won't limit him as much as I'm hoping it will. And it's something they'll keep an eye on during the game and see how it feels.
Which movements will be the most limited and the most impacted by this avulsion fracture, the dribbling or the shooting?
Yeah, I think the shooting in particular, because you can't really, it's not like something where you can buddy tape it to the middle finger and protect it. You've got to have that spread when you're shooting. And the way these guys shoot and they roll it off the tip of their finger to get that spin, that's going to bother them more. The other thing that's going to bother them are just all the defensive moves where you jam your finger a little bit. Think about having a hangnail, and every single time you catch it on something, this is exponentially worse, obviously, but every time he bangs his finger, it's going to be distracting for him.
Well, and maybe more than just distracting, I guess that's the obvious next question. Dr. Brian Feely with us, which is, if this gets bumped, banged, aggravated, does this immediately get worse?
You know, for a lot of small fractures, what the concern is, it's going to get really swollen. If it really swells up, it's going to be harder for him to have a good shooting touch. And one of the things that was brought up was, well, after this happened with about 4 minutes left in Game 4, he still made a couple crucial shots, including that three, but it hadn't swollen yet. So it really depends on how swollen he is, how much they can manage the swelling during the game. My guess is in between, when he's on the bench, they're going to have him iced up. They're going to have him resting his finger, keep it elevated, try to keep it as the pain as managed as well as possible. But you also can't numb up the tip of the finger because then he can't shoot as well.
What sort of a pregame treatment can he get in terms of injections? And we know a lot about Toradol in the NFL and injections like that. With a finger and it being this close to the tip, is there anything they can do to try to manage the pain from the start of the game and maybe even at halftime?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, he could have an anti-inflammatory injection or oral anti-inflammatories like ibuprofen or an injection of Toradol. You can't numb it up. So we talk about, like, sometimes when players have rib fractures, you can numb up the area so you just don't feel it. The problem is if you do that at the tip of the finger, you lose that shooting touch. So it'll probably be a game time decision. I think most of it really is done between game 4 and 5 and really managing that swelling, trying to keep that to a minimum before he even starts trying to play.
Doc, I'm interested in your perspective on someone like Kawhi Leonard and the discussion that surrounds it. They've got an elimination game tonight. He is not going to play. He's got a knee sprain, and people seem to be accusing him of load management in the playoffs, even though the likelihood is his season comes to an end tonight. What's your thought on what you're seeing play out there?
Oh, man, it's tough because nobody can feel Kawhi's knee except for him. And I think the fact that Tyronn Lue has backed him up, I think probably means his knee really is injured. And I think if you look at probably a good comp is a couple years ago in the playoffs when Steph Curry had that relatively mild MCL sprain, he missed a couple weeks. And for the first week, there was no way anybody was talking about him coming back. Came back, I think, at day 10 or 11. My guess is Kawhi has something like this where he has a mild knee sprain, but a mild knee sprain when you're trying to, you can't really play. So it's tough because of his injury history, the fact that he has seemed to sit out for a lot of different injuries for an extended period of time. But at the same time, nobody is in his knee other than himself. So I would put the benefit of the doubt on the player not wanting to protect his knee, not feeling like he can play, and not blame him for not wanting to play.
Watching Ja Morant last night with the Memphis Grizzlies play with reckless abandon, even though he has a wrap on his right hand, had me concerned. What do you make of Ja Morant and the nature of his myriad injuries as he tries to make it through this series?
Yeah, I think clearly his wrist looks bad. I don't know if you saw his elbow, but he's got this massive bump on the back of his elbow that probably doesn't hurt that much, but looks even worse. I think that's just his playing style. He plays at 110%. He's all out. His wrist clearly is feeling good enough for him to score 38 one game, but probably bothered him enough to shoot under 30% last night. So, hats off for him to push hard. It probably is affecting his shooting a little bit, though.
Dr. Brian Feely cleared to play. Doc, the Giants are having their most optimistic moment of the season so far with a 3-game win streak. However, they've got a problem at the catcher position. Absolutely no depth. And Joey Bart sort of limped into second base last night and then was taken out of the game. It's a groin injury that they say is lingering. What do you think are the prospects for him, and how long might he be out?
Yeah, it's hard, especially with a lingering injury. And the concern can be anything from, this is just a chronic mild sprain and he needs a few more weeks to get better, or something more serious. And I think one thing to consider is something along the lines of what Gary Payton, too, had. He had what we thought was a groin injury at first, but then it was a core muscle injury that ended up needing surgery and prolonged rehab. So hopefully this is just some groin tightness, not even a real sprain, and they're just being really careful because there isn't really much of a backup. And I think the main point is to get him the rest he needs early so he's not going to have a period of time where he's missing 2-3 months during the season.
Doc, great stuff. Wonderful to have you as always, especially with this big De'Aaron Fox thing going on. That was really good. Thanks so much, my man.
All right. Take care, guys. Go Warriors.
Indeed. Doc Brian Feely. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All right. So based on what he said about Fox, not really all that big of a deal for him to try to play.
Yeah.
But as we sit here, and I think this is normal for a sports fan, we're thinking about the build-up to the game. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? There's no question that he's going to be ready. The question with De'Aaron Fox is what's going to happen during the game.
Right.
Is it going to swell up? Is it going to get whacked on a defensive play?
Yes and yes.
And if that's the case, then everything becomes a question mark.
Well, yes, it's going to swell up. And, Dr. Brian Feely was so astute in talking about everything that he's going to do between now and then to try to contain the swelling. They're going to ice him. They're going to ice him when he comes off the floor. They're going to have him elevated because, as you know, if you elevate a body part above your heart, it's very difficult for that body part to get the blood flow that leads to inflammation. So you're going to see Ja Morant like he's a brown-nosed student in a third-grade class with his hand up on the bench when he goes out of the game. They're going to try to contain it. And I also think that he's going to get an injection pregame and at halftime of some sort of anti-inflammatory substance because popping a couple of Advil is not going to be enough to contain the amount of pain that he's going to be in. Now, the second part of what you said, is he going to get whacked? This is something that I actually differ from most people in terms of how the Warriors should treat it. I'm not saying you go out there and you absolutely try to target his left hand, but if he's going to drive to the hoop and you're going to go over there and try and challenge the shot, feel free to go ahead and chop down on that baby and see if we can't get that pain threshold increased a little bit.
I mean, you know how that stuff
Chop
is.
the hand.
Well, I know a lot of people.
Sweep the leg.
You're not going to outwardly advertise, but that's also professional sports. Like, right. I just think situations like that, they get challenged. They automatically get challenged, and particularly when it comes to playoff time. So I don't know, man. I got mixed feelings about it. I'm glad that he's at least going to try to play. Because, Warrior fans are sitting here going, okay, great. Like you won 2 in a row, and now their best player is compromised. I'm not much for, quote unquote, what people say. Like, who cares? In the end, you either have a ring or you don't have a ring. You either won the championship or you did not. Toronto's title counted, even though Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson got hurt. So that's what matters in the end. But I also would like to remove this thought that some people have that the Warriors have had a charmed path for a decade because the good players on the other teams keep getting knocked out.
Well, that's just the nature of sports. And I think that anybody who wants to lean on that, you are a loser. It's a loser mentality, Nick Wrong. And I'm talking to you in particular because you've been trying to hate on the Warriors for the better part of a decade, and every time they win, you get egg on your face, and you never capitulate. You never admit that you might have had this one wrong. Even Charles Barkley himself has come out and said, yeah, turns out a jump shooting team can win a championship.
Listen, I think what you're saying is right, but he had a pretty strong mea culpa after last year's Warriors win. When they got Wiggins, he was the biggest voice that he's like, the Warrior dynasty is over. And he had to go on a little bit of an apology tour last year.
I'd have to check the tape on that. I'd have to go to the tape. He is a gigantic tune-out for me, so if he would have gone on an apology tour, I might have missed it. But he, to me, is symbolic of all of the haters out there because the NBA playoffs are a marathon, and you're going to get breaks, both good and bad, and that's the way it goes. Gary Payton II had a little bit of a tummy ache, and he was unable to go in Game 3, and Draymond Green got suspended, and he couldn't go, and then they come back, and now Fat Fox has a bum finger, and hopefully no Warrior has an ailment, but odds are you're going to have a Warrior. Some Warrior's going to get hurt. Hopefully not too bad, but it's the way it happens.
We got time for your calls coming up next on either the 49ers or the Warriors. 888-957-9570. Do you want Trey Lance to be traded? And we can obviously get into everything around this Warriors-Kings series. And what about this? Dibbs, you said something about the Lakers-Grizzlies series a couple of hours ago that I think we should bring back. We'll do that coming up next. Jason La Canfora is a half hour away. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
It's playoff time. Every single year, it becomes the Looney bin. Everybody's love for Kevon only goes up come playoff time. His value becomes so much more evident, and the subject of a New York Times article today.
Right.
And his joga. Did you read it, by the way?
I did, yeah.
You read the whole thing?
I did.
I mean, it started with Celebrini. It started with a recommendation from Celebrini because Looney, remember, I mean, how great is it? Can we take a moment to acknowledge there's a New York Times article about Kevon Looney and flexibility and staying healthy. Think about where this story was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. We're sitting here wondering if Looney's career was over because of degenerative hip problems and all kinds of things that have sort of gone off track with regard to his body. To think that 3 years later, the Warriors would have another ring, Kevon would be an 82-game guy, and the New York Times would be doing joga articles about him.
Right.
I mean, this could not have gone any better.
For Kevon Looney or the Warriors,
yeah.
especially as important as he is now.
Yeah.
And when you look at the streak he's on right now, he's got the second longest active streak of consecutive games played in the association, second only to Mikal Bridges.
I was going to say, I was going to ask you who was number one.
Yeah, I mean, we could do game show music, but we're on point today.
I would have guessed all day.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Bridges, I think, is up to 392, and Kevon is just short of 200, I think. Back-to-back 82s, obviously. But Kevon Looney with the two bad hips. I think he had torn labrums in both hips, and then he broke his collarbone in the NBA Finals. He was not a player you would have looked at 5 years ago and thought, yep, he's a mainstay, and they're going to need him to play 28 to 30 minutes every single night to be successful.
This sounds so ridiculous, but I think it might be true. Like, if you could pick one Warrior, okay, to not get hurt in these playoffs.
Oh, geez. Don't jinx it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just run that question, and I know most people would obviously say, the star or the stars. But
Baldwin Jr.
There's a legitimate conversation that you could make with regard to Looney being their most important piece in terms of health, right? Like, could they get by? They got by for a game without Draymond. Could they get by with a game without Steph? Could they get by with a game without Clay? Could they get by with a game without Looney? Like, could they beat the Kings without Kevon Looney for even a game?
I mean, the easy answer is yes, but then when you...
I don't know.
Well, you would say yes because, the Splash Brothers and Draymond and Wiggins and Poole. But as you look deep into how they're winning these games, they started to win because they're turning it over less, but because they're rebounding. And he is rebounding.
And he's defending Sabonis really, really well. He's defending Sabonis really well. I know he got overpowered a couple times in Game 4, and Sabonis was able to get some layups, but by and large in this series, he is doing just a phenomenal job on the defensive end. You mentioned the rebounding. My God, that guy cannot miss any time for this club. All right, I got a question for you. And you know what? We could probably take some calls on this because I'm intrigued. I'm legitimately intrigued by something you said. 888-957-9570. You said last night you started rooting hard for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want this conversation to get off sounding presumptuous. I'm not in round 2 yet.
No, but for the sake of this conversation, we're thinking about who the Warriors' opponent would be. Because, Mark, if they don't beat the Kings 2 of the next 3 games, they don't have an opponent in the next round.
That's correct.
So we can be presumptuous, and for the sake of this, let's get presumptuous.
Well, okay. We know that Warrior fans don't like either team. We know that. I think that I'm fair in saying that Warrior fans don't like Memphis more than they don't like the Lakers, at least in this moment, for sure. They're more put off by the Memphis Grizzlies and Dylan Brooks and all that junk, all the talk, without the achievement than they are by LeBron James and
That's
Anthony
an
Davis.
Interesting one. Well, if I can just stop you, if I can use a timeout, if I have one.
Go, you do.
I should check with the with Steve Kerr to see if I have a timeout.
We're out of timeout.
If I think about a second round loss, if I think about the Warriors losing to Memphis in the second round or the Warriors losing to the Lakers in the second round, it's a coin toss as to which one would upset me more.
I agree, but I also think just in terms of the jersey, the history, all of that.
LeBron?
Right now, but LeBron, let's be honest. He's never.
And LeBron?
He's never. That's pretty good. He's never not going to feel like he's just visiting in that Laker jersey. He's never not going to feel like that.
But he's never been a part of a Lakers over Warriors playoff defeat.
I'm not saying it would be no big deal. I'm just saying that the Grizzlies bother us more. They bother us more, but I just think...
I don't know. When was the last time the Warriors beat the Lakers in the playoffs?
Ever?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to Google it.
I mean, I understand. But the Lakers...
You got to Google it.
It's kind of almost like what people used to talk about. When you look at college football rivalries, some of them are based on hatred and some of them are based on sort of this like lofty respect. Like when USC plays Notre Dame, that's not like a hatred game. It's like, it's kind of annoying actually, but it's USC and Notre Dame and everybody's nose is in the air and it's all stupid, right? But when USC plays UCLA, people want to gouge one another's eyes out, right? Auburn, Alabama, there's hatred there. This thing between the Warriors and Lakers right now, this generation of it, Draymond and LeBron are boys. LeBron and Steph have been through so many of these wars. No one would ever in the Warrior locker room, hey, what do you think about LeBron? Well, he ain't scored 40 and he's old. Like no one would ever. There's a respect.
Right.
The Grizzlies and Warriors, there is no respect. None. You've earned nothing. You're little. You're loud. You're an annoying chihuahua, and we want you to go away, and we're going to tell you about it on the way out the door. That's the way it is between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. So I think there's like at least more current anger is pointed at Memphis than it is at LA. But here, for me, here's what actually tips the scale and why I'm rooting for the Lakers in this series.
You're a Laker fan?
Lakers over Grizzlies.
The answer, by the way, is 1967.
Good God.
1967. The Warriors swept the Lake Show, and that's the only time these teams have played 4 or 5. They played 7 playoff series against one another. The Lakers are 6-1.
So neither of us were even born.
I was.
Or were you born?
No, it was March in '67. I was born about 15 months later.
Okay.
I love the young people.
The mistake hadn't even been consummated yet.
68?
Because in my family, as you know, because I'm 4 years younger than the Kane or Hurricane Gale, it's not. Oh, you were our little blessing. You were a mistake.
You're a whoopsie daisy.
Don't talk about
Dude, E6. Dad caught mom slipping.
Just shot that one right by the goalie, huh?
5-hole, I believe, Mark. Grandy had to cover his eyes.
Oh, yeah, that was
I'm out on this.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot.
But
that was a
rest
lot.
in peace.
Yeah. Well, or not. This is probably not a very peaceful conversation.
She's rolling
for her,
over in her urn.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. It's my mom. If I can disparage my mom, you can.
That's true.
Dude. It was genius.
That's true. Don't talk about my mom. Actually, that's
a 5 for 5 hole.
That is a thing, by the way. Like, I mean,
totally.
Who doesn't rip their parents when they have, right? You have to vent.
Grandy's blushing.
Right? Well, of course. That happened.
I'm getting fist bumps from Lucas. Anyway.
Yeah, you want to rip your mom, you go right ahead.
The correct answer is I'd rather have Memphis be there, Mark. I cannot take the Lakers beating the Warriors in a postseason series. I'm over it.
But here's what is still being underrated in this moment, and it's relevant in this first round series. I just feel like everybody got to the playoffs, and out of habit, everyone's going, wow, Warriors. So, flip, switch, championship, DNA, Splash Brothers, they'll be there when it matters. Look at me and listen to me. Win a road game. You have shown all year long you can't do it. And you have shown
11 road games.
Right. And they were all against the dregs of the league. And when they weren't, It was because the good teams were benching their players. They haven't done it in the regular season. They didn't do it last week. Scoreboard. Aren't we, Warriors fans, all about scoreboard?
You are what your record says you are.
My dogs.
Oh.
You have not won a road game like all year.
They won back-to-back road games to end the season, Mark.
G League.
Win.
Yeah, so the
hostile environment in Sacramento. The beam did not get lit.
I am not rooting for the Memphis Grizzlies until I see the Warriors prove that they can beat a good NBA squad in a building not called Chase.
Well, let's assume that they can't. And
then they're going home anyway.
Exactly. So if they're going home anyway, and I know that they'd have home court against the Lakers, so they wouldn't have to, quote unquote, win at crypto. They could hold serve at home and still advance. But again, for this conversation, if they're going to get eliminated by one of the two, I would rather have it be the cocky jumpstart, still going nowhere Memphis Grizzlies, as opposed to not 5, not 6, not 7 in purple and gold.
I hear you in
Not
that.
5, not 6,
but
not 7.
Part of this is because of the way this current series looks. It feels more plausible that the Lakers would beat the Warriors than the Grizzlies.
True.
Because they've owned the Grizzlies, and the Grizzlies look like crap right now.
When I told you this months ago not to sleep on the Lakers, so
I'm still not worried about them.
You woke up, though.
Well, look.
You woke up to the extent that you bet on them.
They're here. Yeah, I did.
You're cashing on them.
I got lucky.
Cashing on them Lakers.
I got so lucky. Well, they're the Grizzlies. I'm not betting on the Lakers as playing anybody else because I couldn't sit down and root for them against anybody else. But I can when they're playing Dillon Brooks. My gosh. If Lasorda were playing Dillon Brooks, I'm not sure who I'm picking. I'm not kidding. This guy, Dillon Brooks.
You're picking Lasorda.
Oh.
You're picking Lasorda, and I know you don't love Lasorda. Lasorda v. Dillon Brooks?
You wanted me to say rest in peace, and I won't.
Dude, darkness. Darkness prevailing over the big chair.
I don't like that man. I didn't like that man. That man was not nice to me, and he was not nice to his kids.
Oh, did he diss you?
Oh, God, yes.
I think you told the story.
You know that whole story. Yeah. When I was with Bruno, he came down my road hard. It was actually very, very funny. You should have Nahigian tell you the story sometime. He was my boss back then. And he actually saved my butt because I was such a young broadcaster. I was so terrified.
Mr. Lasorda, this is Mark Willard.
No, it wasn't that. Like he got so mad at me on air to the point where I had to almost like sit out the interview. And I'm like brand new. I'm Tony Bruno's sidekick, and I'm walking around all afternoon. I'm like, I might get fired. We're in Philadelphia. They traveled across the country, and I don't know if I'm going to have a job tomorrow. And I did this for the whole day. The show's over at 10 a.m. I cruised around Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, feeling like I had lost my job. And Nahigian gets in touch with me about 5 o'clock, and I go, here it is. Here's the call I've been waiting for. It was a good run.
Mark.
Pick up the phone. Yeah. Hey, Matt. I know. What are you going to do? He's like, it's the greatest show that we've had all year long. He's like, everybody's going nuts about it. This was fantastic. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't turn the radio off. I was like, what on earth? And it was a lesson that everybody learns when you come into businesses like this one.
Right.
Which is it's very hard to have bad publicity.
True.
It's very hard to have bad publicity.
So Tony Lasorda, or not Tony Lasorda. Wow, that was crazy.
Call him whatever you want.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Yeah, Tommy.
Anyway.
Tommy La Russa, Tony Lasorda. I got locked up there.
Anyway, I'm not rooting for Dillon Brooks. That's the point. I don't care who he's playing.
I get that.
Yeah.
But I would much rather the Warriors play Memphis. Memphis is badly fraudulent. They're damaged. And again, we're not putting the Warriors through. I don't want anyone to think that.
Yeah, but let's think about this for a second in terms of like what bothers this Warrior team. Because we also do this, I think, to a dangerous level where we talk about the Warriors now as if they are the same team that they've been for 10 years. And they're not. They're not as deep. They're not as young. They're not as Durantish. Like there's all these things that they're not right now that they were at other points in their championship run. So what bothers this Warriors team? I think there's two things. The road and athleticism. The Lakers don't have either of those things in a potential Laker-Warriors series.
Well, athleticism can manifest in many different ways because they do have athleticism in terms of their size and their length. And, Anthony Davis is bigger and more athletic in his size than any Warrior. LeBron James, even though he's not as explosive as he was, who are the Warriors going to put on LeBron? You going to put Wiggins on him? You going to put Draymond on him? Draymond, right this way, LeBron. Love you, LBJ.
Yeah, but
go ahead and score on me, dog.
But that's different than it used to be. Like the Warriors are the good defenders on the Warriors are very smart defenders.
Right.
And so like we're asking that same question coming into this series. Who's going to guard Sabonis? I mean, look at the way the Warriors, look at who they have. They don't have anybody that can do the thing. How about now? You still worried about it? The guy's shrunk.
Well, and Anthony Davis is going to give you at least one game where it's dude, are you even out there?
Last night was one of those nights.
And they won, yeah.
I mean, he's dialing up corner threes and hitting nothing in key moments. I mean, hitting air. And you're just like, Anthony Davis, and I know Laker fans feel this way too, he's such a talented player, but my God, when he needs to hit something from 15 feet or beyond, his percentage is not good. He's so good around the rim. He's such an imposing presence, but he just thinks he's a better outside shooter than he is.
Yeah.
I also feel like his free throws go sideways when they matter also.
They got Hachimura. They got D'Angelo Russell.
No, they can play.
They got Dennis Schroeder. They got the White Mamba, Austin Reeves. The Hillbilly Kobe. I mean, they've got a lot of depth on that team. The one thing that makes me feel good about it, Darvin Ham, he's a little bit of a rudderless ship.
Yeah, well, so's the Memphis coach. So's Taylor Jenkins.
Anyway, we got to get through Sacramento first to make that matter. But and hopefully, whatever happens with Memphis and the Lakers, hopefully they go 7.
That would be great. Yes.
Hopefully the Warriors can end it Friday. Lakers and Memphis go 7. That way the Warriors get a little bit of a break because they're going to need it.
That would be the absolute ideal scenario with the way this plays out from the Golden State perspective. No question. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Jason La Canfora, along with Brian Baldinger, is going to be handling the Odyssey NFL Draft Special, and he is going to join us coming up in just about 10 to 15 minutes. Very much looking forward to directly asking him a bunch of Trey Lance questions. Is Trey going to be traded? If he isn't traded, where's his standing? What does he think about these Jordan Palmer comments, calling Sam Darnold the starter? What do you know with regard to the 49ers situation? And could it go beyond Trey Lance? Could Brandon Aiyuk get traded? That's all on the table with that discussion. Leading into it, let's get to a couple of you who've been wanting to talk about this 49ers situation. Hey, Bud in Oakland, you're on with Willard and Debs. What are you doing, Bud?
Hey, Bud.
Man, I'm waiting for y'all to get me on the line. I'm looking at the clock. It's about an hour and some change I've been holding tight.
Hey, man, we got stuff to do around here, Bud. Man, we appreciate your patience.
I'm not complaining.
Okay, brother.
I'm just preaching my loyalty.
Yes. We appreciate you, Bud. It, man.
So just quickly, I know you guys got to go. Shanahan has to be the biggest clown. Every year it's the same thing, quarterback. This is the guy who gave up draft capital to move up and get a guy who he only called running plays for to get him hurt. And I understand, granted, Brock Purdy did something that, kind of similar to what Garoppolo did when Garoppolo came. He was all good, and shining stars in everyone's eyes. But for you guys to give up so much draft capital, and every year, it's the same thing. Shanahan's got to get his guy, quarterback. It just sounds like a clown to me. All Niner fans say it.
You know what, Bud, it's it's an overstatement at minimum. Kyle Shanahan's not a clown. Kyle Shanahan's one of the best coaches in the NFL, and we know this. Did they mess up this pick? We're building a hell of a case that they did. Okay, they are currently building a hell of a case that they really botched the pick. I will grant you that. That does not make Kyle Shanahan a clown. And I'll ask anybody, I don't share this opinion, but for those of you who do, who think that Kyle hurt Trey Lance and put him in a bad spot, how would you feel if in those first 5 quarters of the season, instead of using Trey Lance's legs, instead of that, they dropped him back 35 times and he threw 3 picks? how would you feel then?
I'd feel better.
Would you?
I'd feel like at least we have some closure in terms of what Trey Lance can do, because all we know is what we don't know about Trey Lance. All we know is that Kyle Shanahan didn't have faith in him to do that very thing.
But isn't that something that we know? Like, why would we, if Kyle Shanahan's the only person who's with him and watching every single practice, and the whole organization, who, by the way, he doesn't do all this by himself, they come out with this as the game plan, and they're lacking faith in Trey Lance, shouldn't all of us go, might be a reason for that?
It was only 5 quarters, though, so we didn't get enough of a sample to know if that really is how he feels, or if he looked at it like, Trey's coming along, but he's not quite ready yet, and this is the way that we can win this game, because we know that Kyle Shanahan is only interested in winning this game. He's not thinking about 3 years, 5 years down the road. Kyle coaches to win individual games, which is what you want your coach to do.
Absolutely, but he was playing the Seattle Seahawks in that particular game. That's not the only way to beat the Seahawks. Jimmy Garoppolo came in and ad-libbed and hucked the ball all over the field. Seattle, especially at that point in the season, I know they had a surprising run to the playoffs, but let's look at what the 49ers did to that team throughout the year. They did whatever they wanted offensively. Seattle is not a difficult defense to play last year. Certainly the 49ers, they had all kinds of success throwing the football. So I don't know that was like, oh my gosh, that's the game plan. We've got to run Trey right, run Trey left. Like, I just think that there are so many clues at this point that the 49ers did not believe that Trey Lance could do what they thought he'd be ready to do by that time.
And we'll find out in the next couple of days if they are completely done with Trey Lance, or if there's not a good enough package of picks that are going to be out there to get Trey Lance. Either Trey Lance is a Niner come Sunday, or he's not. And that's, it's becoming more of a 50-50 proposal than ever before.
I still think, like, if I had to predict, I think it's more likely than not that Trey Lance is still a 49er by the end of this draft. However, I have come to the opinion that if the 49ers feel the way it appears they feel, they should trade him. Because why would they take the time to be the one that develops him if they don't think he's going to be their future starter?
Right, because you don't want to give him a second contract.
Right. Oh, God, no. And then, two, the likelihood is that his trade value is only going to go down if he spends a year as a backup, or hell, even a third stringer. And then there's a third question that we didn't ask last time around, and it's got to be one of our questions for Jason La Canfora. Why would Trey want to be here?
Oh, I don't think he does.
Okay.
I don't think he does.
That's part of it. That's got to be part of the scenario for the 49ers.
If you think about it in terms of second contract, right now, if the 49ers are going to offer either Brock or Trey a second contract, you're not going to offer both guys second contracts. You don't do that. It's pretty clear which one that they would favor at this point.
These are the questions and more going at Jason La Canfora coming up next, plus more of your phone calls at 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about...
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we are hot and heavy in this Kings-Warriors series, but also counting down to the NFL draft and what it might mean for the 49ers, for Trey Lance. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora. You know his work. He's one of the best out there. Insider calls are presented by the Odyssey NFL Draft Show. Join Jason and Brian Baldinger on the first night of the draft for an inside scoop on all of the best prospects. It all starts Thursday, April 27th at 4 p.m. Pacific on the free Odyssey app. And you can listen on 95.7 The Game starting at 7 p.m. Jason, hello. Thank you for joining us. What's your gut tell you with regard to whether or not Trey Lance gets traded?
I'd be a little surprised, I mean, I guess the second, third day of the draft, whatever, if there's a team out there that, didn't address the quarterback needs the way they thought they might, maybe it happens, but I think it's probably something that is more down the line, and is there a team that gets into training camp and these rookies don't look like they're ready, or whoever they took, and there's an injury, or there's a contending team that finds itself in a desperate situation? It may take extenuating circumstances like that. If they're trying to exact any sort of leverage, or make a real football trade, you'd be selling real low on this kid right now, coming off another major injury. And I just don't see why the draft would be, a natural time for a team to feel like, yeah, we need to go get Trey Lance.
Is there a sense, though, that his stock can only go down from here if, in fact, he's not the starter and Brock Purdy, when healthy, is? Sam Darnold expected to maybe be the backup. So if he's a third stringer, does his value go even further down?
I don't think he has any value, I don't think you could get value for him now. I don't think you're going to get much value for him in that circumstance. I mean, look, maybe he fares well in preseason games. I think at some point there's got to be some film of this kid playing football, at a level that is in any way commensurate with where he was drafted, or maybe even that's just way too high a standard at this point. But to look like someone who has a viable future throwing footballs for a living, there's just not enough of it. It hasn't really happened with any regularity since high school. So I just think value is sort of poppycock at this point. And I don't know what can get, what do I think they could get for him now? Is like a 5 or a 6, maybe. You know what I mean? I don't know how much worse he could get. He gets beat up by Brock Purdy and it's a 7. I don't know. But it certainly looks like a sunk cost at this point.
Jason La Canfora is with us. We got all kinds of questions, but I got to be honest with you, Jason. I want to follow up on that because I'm finding this to be a little bit surprising. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm asking is a guy who went through the draft process 2 years ago. All of these teams had to have an evaluation of him, and even if it wasn't, hey, third overall pick in the draft, we haven't really seen him play. So wouldn't there be teams out there who, based on that evaluation 2 years ago, would still be intrigued in him well earlier than, as you're saying, 5, 6, 7? You really think the value is that low?
How high was Jeff Okudah drafted? How high was he drafted?
I don't have that off the top. I understand
he
that.
Was a top 5 pick.
Yeah,
he just went for a 5th rounder, and he actually played pretty good. He played way better than your quarterback ever has, and they got a 5 for him.
But he hasn't played at all. You know what I mean?
Problem.
Well, but is that not a gift and a curse, though? Honestly, most teams look at this in terms of a projection, right? The unknown, the backup quarterback syndrome, I think for a lot of teams is a good thing. He hasn't put necessarily any bad stuff on tape either, has he?
I mean, I guess that could be the ultimate glass half. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's how NFL teams operate, and there's 5 who are going to be drafted in the first round who have a blank slate. It could go 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks next year. Lamar Jackson sitting out there. Like, I just don't see a market for Trey Lance. I don't. If there was, he'd be gone because they don't want the problem anymore. Like, they're ready to admit defeat and move on, but it takes two to tango. And I just, I don't see another team investing any sort of real draft capital in finding out if he can play, if he can stay healthy. And remember, they went out on a limb in a COVID year, too. So for them to do what they did in a year where there was less empirical evidence than ever, I don't think there were that many teams who would have done it. There might not be any other teams who would do everything San Francisco did to be in position to take them. And, there's dudes playing in the XFL. Like, there are people playing football, that will get a shot on rosters. And they're like, why am I going to, what am I giving up for this guy? And if Kyle Shanahan, if the team that did all this, that we wouldn't have done in the first place, is ready to move on for Brock Purdy, who had a very limited sample size himself, and he got hurt? Nah, man, I just don't see it.
Jason Lockenfora here, our Odyssey insider on 95.7 The Game. How much does his dead cap number of $20 million maybe play into the Niners' reticence to even trade him in the first place?
I think we've seen so many moves in recent years where people are like, that's an untradeable contract, that's an untradeable contract. I'm old enough to remember Jared Goff being an untradeable contract. I think where there's a will, there's a way. I think for them, it's more about not wanting to have the specter of a fake quarterback competition, because it's, if Purdy's healthy, he'd have to go a long way to lose that job. And let's be real. Brock Purdy hasn't had a whole lot of practice time in the NFL, let alone playing time. So every snap for him is precious, especially coming off injury. So no, I don't think the cap would be a huge burden. It's just a matter of, can they save some face on this transaction? And I think it's going to be very difficult.
Jason, I also wonder, based on this entire scenario, what is Trey Lance's desire to still be with the 49ers, and how does that factor into this conversation, in your opinion?
It's funny because in a weird, ironic way, he and Mac Jones were so, intertwined, right? You couldn't talk about one, their draft year, without the other. And who do they really want? And are either of these guys really any good? And is this whole thing just an elaborate, smoke screen? And I think they're both in a similar boat. And Mac Jones wasn't beat out by Bailey Zappi, but in a real short sample size, the offense looked better with Bailey Zappi than Mac Jones. And it's clear that Mac Jones isn't super happy there, and Belichick's not super happy with him. And, I think it's different in some ways in San Francisco, but it's not entirely different. I think a change of scenery would probably do him a lot of good. As much as Kyle is a quarterback guru, he can't play and raise two of them at the same time. You can't have two golden boys at once and serve them both the way they need to be served. Again, given how young they are, how inexperienced they are, how vital every rep is. So, look, the bottom line is ultimately, too, you can never have too many quarterbacks, right? And as you guys have seen there, people do get hurt. And if they can't get anything of note for him, and I don't think they can, then they'll hold on to him. And at a certain point, you might need him, or, again, outside factors happen, injuries elsewhere. He looks great in a couple of preseason games where at least maybe you get the ball rolling in a different direction.
Yeah, it's true, and they had to get down to a fourth quarterback last year, and they actually needed a fifth, but didn't have one when they needed it most. Do you think the 49ers and what they did with Brock Purdy, you could say they got lucky, or you could say they were smart to take him with the last pick in the draft? Will this signal a shift in the NFL away from using high draft capital on unproven college quarterbacks?
No, I think there's teams that in general will look at the seventh round like, well, we don't want to risk losing him for a signing bonus or losing him in a minor bidding war, as a street free agent. So we'd rather just grab him ourselves rather than have to fight that battle. But no, I don't think. I don't know that there's any sort of grand conclusion, to be gleaned by this. And this year's draft is really sort of bereft of those kind of guys, because a lot of them with NIL, like a lot of those guys are staying in school and being the big man on campus there for another year, you know what I mean, and getting their graduate school paid for or whatever, and making a pretty good stipend on NIL, and banking on, being in better shape the following draft. I had one agent tell me he counted like 18 draft eligible quarterbacks who stayed in school. Like, that's not the norm. So, I think this year there's not as much volume of them, period, as there was, say, in last year's draft.
Jason La Canfora with us. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Jason, certainly want to get an updated thought from you on Lamar Jackson as well. What's the latest, and how do you see this playing out?
There is no latest, man. He's hoping the market emerges, and on the other side of the draft, maybe it will, including right down the road here in Washington, where they're about to be under new ownership, and that sale will be official in probably 3 weeks. And you spend $6 billion for your football team, you might not be in love with Sam Howell as your starting quarterback. Heck, you might not be in love with Ron Rivera as your head coach, considering he was handpicked by the toxic, owner who's finally selling. So I don't know that anything changes between now and the draft. I don't think there's a scenario where he's traded during the draft because it's a complicated situation with the contract and everything else. But, I don't know. Could New England, for instance, be sitting there next Monday and Robert Kraft calls Belichick into his office and says, "No, all right, we didn't draft any quarterbacks, and you don't love the one we took a year ago. What about this guy?" It only takes one team, but in the meantime, there's not really any communication between him and the Ravens, and he's sitting back, and he's in no hurry, and the July 17th is the next deadline, right? That's when he either plays on a franchise tag or he gets an extension. I don't see a long-term extension in the cards here, and they could figure out a way to sweeten the pot for 1 year, And if they do that, I think there's a way to at least put lipstick on the pig and try to make one more run with him, but it's complicated.
Jason, interesting stuff, man. Really, really appreciate your time, and we'll be listening for you on Thursday night, and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Have a great night. Thank you.
Yep, you too. That was Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora. Insider calls are presented by the Odyssey NFL Draft Show. Join Jason and Brian Baldinger on the first night of the draft for an inside scoop on all of the best prospects. All starts Thursday, April 27th, 4 p.m. Pacific, on the free Odyssey app, and you can listen right here on 95.7 The Game starting at 7 o'clock.
I am actually looking forward to the draft more than I otherwise would be with the 49ers not having a first-round pick, because there's been a lot of intrigue in the Lion season as we sit here. The Kentucky quarterback Will Levis rocketing up, his odds plummeting.
He's the number one overall pick now.
Possible number one overall is Frank Reich in Carolina going to really take Bryce Young? He loves a tall quarterback. Bryce Young comes in at 5'10" and an eighth at the combine. Is Frank Reich going to go away from a big quarterback? Is CJ Stroud's S2 cognition bombshell going to make him sink in the draft? Might we see Anthony Richardson, who is an electrifying athlete, where is he going to fall in this list of quarterbacks? I am fascinated by how this is going to shake out.
All coming up Thursday. But, of course, first, we've got the matter of the Kings playing the Warriors on Wednesday. That'll be tomorrow night right here on 95.7 The Game. And if you are just joining us, De'Aaron Fox, he going to play.
It's going to be the cliche. If it was regular season, probably don't play. Sit out for a week or two, see how it feels. But right now, there's no if, ands, or buts. I'm playing.
Okay, no ifs, ands, or buts. We've got all kinds of video on the internet of him shooting at practice, but also the contraption that's on his finger. If you were with us an hour ago, Dr. Brian Feely came on and said the bigger concern is not whether or not he can get ready to play. The bigger concern is what happens in the game. Does it get aggravated? Does it get hit? Does it start to swell up? And he said that shooting would be difficult, potentially, because of the need for the ball to kind of roll off the finger, even though that's a very, very sort of quick motion. So I don't know. This adds another sort of brick on the wall in the Warriors story.
Pink Floyd.
And even the story of this specific series. I get torn a little bit. I never root for injury for anyone, of course. And, I want the Warriors to win. So when players on the other team get hurt, I think that's the immediate natural thought is like, hey, our chances just got better. But there's two things that are on the downside. A, just the basketball fan in me knows that this series has been so good, I'd like it to stay exactly where it is. And then B, there's this, and I get that it's the lunatic fringe. Shout out Tim Flannery, how you doing? But the lunatic fringe will say that the Warriors through the last decade have been repeatedly lucky because the best player on the other team keeps getting hurt.
Right, and that to me
I want no part of that.
I don't either, because the NBA playoffs, the nature of it is survive and advance. Like the NCAA tournament, survive and advance, great. You play 2 games on a weekend, and then you get 4 days off. You play 2 games, and if you're lucky, you get to the Final Four, you play 2 more games. This is possibly 28 games. The most you can play is 28 games. The NBA regular season is 82 games. So you're talking about a third of an NBA season worth of high leverage, high level, intense, physical playoff basketball. So you're going to have injuries. If you look at every Warrior run to a championship, they've had at least some small injuries. Steph Curry's been hurt. We know Clay had a catastrophic injury. GP2 has missed a game. You got players who get suspended. This is all the part of it. The nature of the NBA playoffs is who can be the best, but also who can be the healthiest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the other side to that conversation for me is I would get it if your point was, hey, the Warriors caught a break and won a title. You don't catch a break and win 4 titles.
Right.
It's honestly the stupidest thing that you could possibly say. It's not the stupidest question ever.
I was waiting for it.
It's the stupidest statement ever. If anybody's sort of making it, you don't catch a break and win 4 championships. And quite frankly, with different cores, right, from Kevin Durant to Andrew Wiggins to Harrison Barnes. Oh, Harrison Barnes.
Harrison Barnes.
Speaking of Harrison Barnes.
I love Harrison Barnes.
I like Harrison Barnes too.
I really do. I'm glad he missed the shot, but
me too.
If you talk about former Warriors for whom I root, he is definitely high on that list.
Well, the concept or the thought is that he got a raw deal. And I don't really buy into that stuff. It's just part of the deal. Like, Kevin Durant is better than Harrison Barnes. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And so nobody in their right mind would have done it another way. If you can get Kevin Durant, you get Kevin Durant. Is there collateral damage? Bogut, Barnes? Sure. Are your feelings going to be hurt about that? Absolutely. Like, we all use things to motivate us when we are not wanted. But Harrison Barnes has had a successful NBA career. He is an insanely rich man.
Oh, you can hurt my feelings for 4 years and $94 million.
Thank you. Right? He has a ring.
Hurt my feelings, Mark. Go ahead.
Repeatedly. He's a champion. He's a Warrior champion. I don't have sympathy or I don't feel sorry for Harrison Barnes. But yeah, that thought went through my head when the ball came out of his hands the other day. Like, the poetry of this became a dynasty when they got rid of you, and then you could be the person to individually, personally end it. Like, that's unbelievable storybook stuff.
Yeah.
So the fact that the ball missed, that changed that arc. However, the series is not over yet. Harrison Barnes still could be that guy. I don't know what's going to happen here in these next 2/3 basketball games. By the way, Harrison Barnes' name came up on Draymond Green's most recent podcast. And Draymond, I don't know to what level that we knew this. I think we had heard some things and knew some things through the years. But Draymond says the rift, if you want to call it that, between him and Harrison Barnes still stands. Listen to what he said on the Draymond Green Show via the volume.
But Harrison Barnes, I think to this day, still don't like me for KD coming here. And the reality is, bro, it's like, I didn't tell him to trade you to bring KD in. Now, the reality is, if KD did come in and you were still here, you maybe had to come off you would have had to come off the bench as fucking Kevin Durant. And like, It just is what it is. If you were still here, I didn't tell them to trade you, but he took it very personally because of the story that came out that I cried to KD in the car or whatever. Right. He took it very personally at me. And so, for instance, this dude invite Steph them to his wedding, Steph, Clay, everybody at his wedding except me. Like, bruh. Bruh.
You ain't get invited to the wedding, bro?
All these dudes was at the same meeting that I was at with KD. They was all there too. You know what I'm saying? However, I didn't take it personally because it is what it is. Like, I wasn't invited to your wedding. Now it is what it is. I thought it was funny. It sucks that you got traded, but you went and made your money. You know, you went and got a great deal. You're still making money. But I did get 2 championships. And again, I did that. I didn't go in there and ask them to trade Harrison Barnes. I didn't do that. But I did have a conversation with him about how much Kevin Durant could help us.
Well, okay. And by the way, the other voice in this is Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
Who's a guest on the pod. I don't know why he was.
Not a guest at the wedding.
No, but he was a guest on the pod so that he could just be like, yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Boy, being a guest on Draymond's pod is tough. Actually, it's pretty easy. You don't need to say a damn thing.
Yeah.
Just nod like Draymond's talking. Yeah.
A little bit of Willard and Dibs in that podcast.
No joke. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for being a guest on the show today, by the way.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guests at the wedding, Stephen Curry, Kyrie Irving, Kendall Marshall, John Henson, James Michael McAdoo, who was actually in the wedding, Shammond Williams, and Ronnie 2K. I don't know if you know.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know if you knew this about me, but Ronnie 2K was in my summer camp when he was just Ronnie 1K. I've known Ronnie Singh since he was about 9 years old.
Okay.
And I know his brother Gaurav and Karan. Yeah. I've known those kids forever.
Keep hitting them.
Ronnie Singh, Ronnie 2K, he was at the wedding. So we may have to get Ronnie 2K on.
I don't know if Richard Jefferson was at the wedding, but Richard Jefferson responded on social media to a post of this quote, this sound clip, and wrote, even I got an invite to that wedding with a laughing emoji. So, yeah, the invites went to everybody but Draymond. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. Who knows why Harrison Barnes was turned off by Draymond Green? My bet is it was about something that's a little bit more in-depth than just that. Because he's right. They were called the Hamptons 5, not the Hamptons 1. They all went out there. They all courted Kevin Durant. And it was the best thing for Harrison Barnes' bank account to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Exactly. And, you know, Harrison Barnes, had things gone differently for him individually here in that NBA Finals where he didn't play great and they lost to the Cavs after they had a 3-1 lead. If they win that championship, then Kevin Durant doesn't come here. And Kevin Durant has said as much. And we know that to be a fact. If you win that championship coming off of 73-9, there is no KD to Golden State. Draymond doesn't cry in the parking lot to KD. His words, not mine, Day-Day.
Yep.
And none of that ever happens on July 4th.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I don't know. I know that athletes, they use stuff like this. We all do. We use fake stuff for motivation. The greatest example in recent memory was Kelsey at the Super Bowl, right? When Travis Kelsey's like, nobody believed in us. It's like, you're the favorite. Like, what on earth are you talking about? But athletes do that. You got to make stuff up in your head sometimes to motivate you. And if I'm Harrison Barnes, think about how that whole situation felt. You win a ring, and then the very next year, you struggle, but you're a part of a team that goes 73-9, gets all the way to the end. Then the guy who's talking right here, who's crying in the parking lot, he's the one who got suspended for the game where they could have won a title in their own building.
Right.
So he's not there for you. And then you lose the next 2 games when he comes back, and he goes to the parking lot and cries to Kevin Durant. And the next thing you know, you're a Mavericks. Right? So, again, I don't feel bad for Harrison Barnes. He's fine. He's had a nice career. Sure, it's been a little anonymous at this point, but he's had a nice career. He's made a lot of money. He's a little bit of a rebirth with this young team. He gets to be the elder statesman with a young Kings team that has an opportunity to do some things, maybe even this year, if not this year, sometime very, very soon. But if I'm Harrison, yeah, I'm pocketing that and I'm bringing it with me every day forever. And sometimes this stuff is uncomfortable for fans, but it's true. Even our favorite heroes who've won titles are sometimes using the team here in the Bay Area as a negative motivating factor. Joe Montana still is.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still mad at the organization.
And I'm sure Harrison Barnes still has that edge about him, because if their careers end right now, then Harrison Barnes has one title, and all of his old teammates, including some of his wedding guests, Steph and Clay, they got 4. And he got the 1. And I'm just looking back at the 2016 playoffs or the finals. He goes 3 of 8 in Game 7. Game 6, Harrison Barnes, 16 minutes, 0 of 8 floor, 0 of 5 from 3. He was a minus 20. He did not score a point.
Damn.
So I'm not saying that he's the reason they lost, but Game 6 and Game 7, he was a combined 3 of 18, Mark.
No, you're not saying that. Draymond Green did.
My
I think
bad,
he called Kevin Durant and said, Harrison Barnes is the reason that we lost. We need you to replace him. And so he did.
Oh, my God. 2 of 14 in Game 5 when they had no
he was bad.
Draymond Green. I got
bad.
him at 5 for 32 over
really
the
bad.
final 3 games, Mark.
No, you remember that. You remember.
I don't remember. Now that I'm reading these numbers, I'm now remembering how bad.
The Harrison Barnes thing was a
38 minutes in Game 5, a closeout game here at Oracle. Draymond's watching the A's. They had a good crowd that night. I think they had 8,500. It's neither here nor there. Harrison Barnes, 38 minutes, 2 of 14 floor, 5 points. He was a minus 6. Warriors lose by 15.
Yeah.
They wouldn't win another game in that series, Mark.
No, they did not. Harrison Barnes never won another game in a Warrior uniform.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, so, look, it was a thing. I remember. The Harrison Barnes frustration was really, really big.
Man.
I mean, you can only liken it, especially when it gets to championship level, like that sort of failure where, like, somebody you rely on and then you get to the end. I mean, Pablo Sandoval had moments like this in 2010.
Yeah.
Tim Lincecum, Barry Zito, Harrison Barnes, Garoppolo. I mean, fourth quarter against the Chiefs, like that stuff, that kind of stain when you can be really, really good, and then right when it gets to the end, you don't have your best stuff. And that was more than not having your best stuff. That was 3 consecutive games of really, really poor play. But when that happens, man, that's unforgettable. I'm not saying it's unforgivable, but it's unforgettable.
It's unforgivable if they didn't already have a chip. But the fact that they already had a championship and they've gone on to win 3 more. And that's partly why we can all look at Harrison Barnes and look at him in a different light, because, if that was it and you never had a dynasty, Kevin Durant never comes, you never win another championship, we'd feel differently about Harrison Barnes than we do. We would be rollicking at the missed 3 in Game 4. We would be rolling on the ground with laughter, but because the Warriors have gone on to do great things, and Harrison Barnes, by all measurements, a good guy.
Totally. Nothing
he
against
stiffed
Harrison.
Draymond in the nuptials, but
yeah, who cares? I mean,
my guy Jocko was even there.
Like not getting invited to a wedding sometimes is actually a good thing. Like, it's a little bit odd.
You're welcome.
Right? I mean, thank you
I
so
spared
much.
you at my nuptials.
Seriously, man.
I invited no one.
We're dudes. Like, if you don't invite me to the wedding, my first thought is, well, cool, I'll keep that $50 for the toaster.
Right.
I mean,
right.
50.
We're fine.
Glad I didn't invite you. Seriously.
Well, whatever you registered for. You registered for $100
Cash.
toaster?
I registered. You know where I registered?
Cash.
Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Tibbs, where you registered? Fremont Bank.
Maybe it's been a minute since I've been to a wedding. Are toasters $200 now?
It depends what kind of toaster.
Yeah.
You better get me a 4 slaughter. Don't give me one of those cheap 2 slots.
I got a 2 slaughter and I got 3 kids. We're doing fine. People are toasting stuff all day long.
Seriously. That thing's constantly being used.
Sticking bananas in there just for fun. Who knows what the hell's going in there?
We got a toaster oven, which is, it's good.
Actually, we have that too. We got both.
Okay.
I put the bagels in the toaster oven and I put the bread in the toaster.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my thing. But then, the other guy comes in and sticks the bagel in the toaster and then he can't get it out. And I'm like, dude, we have a toaster oven. That's why it's here. What are you doing?
Seriously.
Okay. Okay?
The other guy, I love it.
Yeah, the other guy.
You know.
Yeah, my oldest. He's the other guy.
The other 6-footer in the house.
Yeah, the 9-year-old doesn't come cook anything. So I got control of that one. But the older ones, they come in and they use my stuff. Come in, use the toaster.
You call them the bigs.
They go into the fridge. They take stuff out of there. They go get the chips. They're gone. Popcorn. See you later. Making dishes for me to do. Ridiculous.
You need to lock a cabinet. You need to have one cabinet that's going to be Daddy's cabinet.
Well, I got one of those, but there's no chips in there.
Yeah, probably no booze either. It's probably one singular beer for when you want to go crazy.
I love that you called me out on that. I still have the Modelo's that were left over from
the Super Bowl. This guy. They're
still
You're
in
a
there.
beauty.
They're still in there. Abel pulled out. Yeah, he's like, Dad, are you ever going to drink these Modelo's? I'm like, probably not. Like, they're going to be there for next year's Super Bowl. And we'll pull them out, and we'll go to town. We just won't tell anyone that they've been in there for a year.
It speaks well of your son that they're still in there. Because he's at an age now where no, but other kids his age could easily go scoop and scoop. Dad, I don't know what happened to those Modelo's. Those things are gone.
I do.
You know?
I got one bottle of Cab, and I got about 8 Modelo's left over from the Super Bowl, and that's it.
Yeah, that's 10 weeks ago, Mark.
Actually, I do have one bottle of alcohol that some friends got me for my birthday. Somebody else going to have to come over there and help me with that. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it.
Just give me the directions.
I mean, how wouldn't you think less of me though if I'm doing? I mean, I
was day drinking.
I'm the only adult in the house. If the hard alcohol just disappears, I don't know. That's that's not good. That's not good.
I guess, but with 3 kids and your busy schedule, you could sit down at 10:30 when everyone's in bed or in their room, and you could
I could.
You could tip back a couple. No judgment over here. Seriously.
Gone. Anyway.
All
right, Game 5 tomorrow. I was thinking about this. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and I'm fascinated how many Warrior fans, and I know not you because you're not using must win until we get to Game 7, but I've heard from so many Warrior fans, okay, this is great that we got those 2. We have got to get Game 5. Sure, big game. They all are. You don't got to get the Kings have got to get Game 5. The Kings are cooked if they lose tomorrow night. The Warriors are not cooked. It's bad. You're facing elimination twice. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have they been down 3-2 in a series before where they had to do Game 7 on the road? I'll help you. The answer's yes.
Yes.
And they won.
The Rockets.
Right. So, they've been in this
James
situation
Harden.
before.
I think they missed 27 consecutive threes.
They did. And the Kings might do the same. Again, the gravity of the situation matters. If you're in a Game 7 and you're the Kings and this is your first playoff series ever, all of those players, how will they perform under that kind of pressure? I don't know. I know how the Warriors will perform. They've done it a bunch of times.
Well, they don't know, and now their best player is dealing with an avulsion fracture on the index finger of his shooting hand. So you're going to know pretty early on in Game 5, tomorrow night here on 95.7 The Game, just how viable this Kings situation is. Because if he is hampered, if he's turning down his mid-range shots, shout out Mark Jones and his midi references. If I heard him referred as John Fox in the midi, another midi. He's not a midshipman. This is not David Robinson playing for the Navy. It was getting to me a little bit.
I'm like, he went to midi? I don't remember that part of the story.
That's Aaron Gordon.
Thank you.
And also Carrie Walsh Jennings went to midi.
Oh, did she?
Oh, you're damn right she did.
That.
Yeah, she's on Mount Midi more.
Oh, hell yeah.
No doubt.
How many gold medals?
Ah, man, 6 or 7?
Plenty.
She actually got one on the indoor that people forget about.
Yeah.
Playing indoor.
She got a silver, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not as good as gold.
No, it's not.
She got on the way out of her career. But
I wonder if she even still has it, or if she went Muhammad Ali and just chucked that thing in the ocean. No, the silver.
Oh, no. She got it. I guarantee you.
She kept the silver?
I guarantee you.
Okay.
Yeah. They talked about it afterwards. They're like, dude, the silver's hard.
Yeah.
You got to come back after you got beat and then go beat someone else in the silver medal match.
No, that's for the bronze.
Yeah.
You would lose.
Or maybe they won a bronze. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah,
maybe they won a bronze.
Yeah.
They won a bronze. Yeah, toward the end of her career. Idris in Hayward, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Idris, what are you doing?
Oh, what's going on, fellas? Is got them getting a haircut. That's why I had to get off the last time. But I want to talk about first of all, we should keep Trey Lance if we can, because we're injury prone. But on the Warriors, man, if you're not 100%, man, don't even play, man. Just take the next 2 days off, man. We want to see you at full percent when you play against us. All jokes aside, anybody that thinks the Warriors dynasty has been luck. Was it luck when we drafted Draymond, Clay, and Curry? Was it luck when we got Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston, Maurice Bates? I can go on. Was it luck when Curry was the unanimous MVP but was only making $11 million so we could go get KD for 2 terms? The Warriors franchise has they've been doing what they've been doing because, yes, we got lucky, but we have done it in a way that you can't. All you got to do is sit back and applaud what we've done. We've done it in a way that is just, you just got to marvel at it. So I don't want to hear about no luck and injury nonsense. Other than that, we definitely did win this Game 5, especially with De'Aaron Fox with an index finger. We got to send them a message. Other than that, love your show. Keep grinding, fellas. God bless.
Idris, thank you so much. Let me address a couple things about luck. Because there are a few things here that are an extension of what Idris just said. First of all, you always hear that phrase, you make your own luck. You believer in that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like aggression, drive, determination, whatever you want as far as...
Just being around, being in the mix.
Or taking advantage of your opportunities.
Right.
We all get opportunities, and a lot of people... A lot of teams don't take advantage of those opportunities.
Was it luck when I got to do play-by-play on the Marin local channel with no resume and no experience?
Yes.
It actually was.
Yeah.
But what happened was I made a cold call, and the producer, Gary Wasley, the legend, I said, hey, Mr. Wasley, blah, 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 this is who I am. I was just wondering if you ever needed somebody to do this and that. And he goes, turns out my play-by-play guy called me yesterday afternoon and gave his notice. In fact, yes, we are looking for somebody. You're in luck. And I said, I am in luck. I'll be right there. Hour later, I drop off my tape. 2 days later, I have the gig.
Perfect.
Was I lucky? Yes. But I put myself in position to get lucky, yes.
Okay, but here's one other thing I'd love to say about this. We got to stop crushing luck. Luck is not a bad thing. And I feel like in sports, sometimes we take it there. Oh, you got lucky. Well, okay, fine. I got lucky. Do you want to know what Tiger Woods said one time? I'll never forget this. He was getting ready for the Masters. This was the height of Tiger.
Sometimes you hit it in the tree, and occasionally the ball kicks out, and it's your good fortune. And sometimes the ball, goes into the other way, and you got to deal with the trees and the pine straw.
Okay, so you heard the interview too?
Oh, actually, I gave the interview. I'm Tiger Woods.
Have you noticed? Has anyone noticed that Dibbs' Tiger is Dibbs' Kyle Shanahan, but nasally? Your nasally Kyle Shanahan is your Tiger.
And no ums and no and stuff.
But the same pace and the same kind of just keep going. It's like one run-on sentence. It's Kyle Shanahan with a cold is your Tiger Woods.
I mean, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy hit it in the rough, and then we made a bogey, and we had to bounce back from that and stuff.
This is crazy.
It is a little crazy. Sorry about that, Rick.
No, here's what Tiger, what I remember that he said getting ready for the Masters. They were talking about his strategy for the tournament and, what specifically he needed to do. And he was going through some of the holes, and this is, my approach and blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, and you know what else I'm going to need? I'm going to need luck. You have to have luck in every scenario to win. And the greatest of all time said that, and he's won over 80 times. So
82.
Right. So you can sit here and go, he's not lucky. He's won over 80 times. Well, he actually said you need it every time you're going to win because he's always the best player, but he didn't win every tournament he played, right? So, did the 49ers have luck when Brock Purdy got hit the way he was hit and it suffered the injury? Like, did Philly have some luck there? I would argue, yeah. So that's.
But again, to the point of the conversation, they created their own luck.
Absolutely.
By going after the quarterback and trying to sack him with force. And yes, they're lucky that he tore his UCL and that you had to go to Josh Johnson and then he got concussed and then night. But they created their own luck.
No doubt.
To your point.
You could look at this a bunch of different ways. Let's go, and he brought this up. Let's go to Steph Curry's contract. I will forever say best contract in the history of American professional sports, considering what they got for it. And I'm talking about the 4-year, $44 million extension that Steph Curry signed as his second deal, and that money was based solely on the fact that he had massive ankle injuries, and people thought this is too much of a risk. We love this player. We want to keep him, but he didn't get huge dollars. And the fact that he was making $44 million over 4 allowed them to go get Andre Iguodala and allowed them to have the space left to go get Kevin Durant. Did the Warriors get lucky?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, absolutely they did. But do they also get credit?
They get massive credit.
Okay, so we got to stop separating
and also for
the
having
two.
an organization that Steph Curry realized would be a place where he could get better and go on and thrive. Now, I don't know if Curry's thinking he didn't play with a chip on his shoulder like I'm worth so much more than this. He just went out and got healthy and became elite.
Well, I remember one of his answers back when he was, again, he's making $11 million a year, and people he has a rise to stardom where he's one of the top players in the game, and the Warriors become a championship team, and people were talking to him about money as if he was making minimum wage. And but if you looked at the framework of what was going on in the league, he was, compared to the other stars in the league, he was making pennies. And I always respected him because he went, look, you guys, if I have a hard time living on $11 million a year, I got a real problem. Like, I've got a real individual fundamental problem if me and my family can't live on $11 million a year. So we're doing fine. And then when he becomes the multiple Supermax player, I remember him saying, well, now the money is no longer even about us. We don't need any more money. The last thing on earth that the Curry family needs is more money. He goes, now it's about finding out who we can help with this money, what we can do with this money to help the world and help the people around us and help those who have helped me and all that stuff. I mean, these are the kinds of things, when you think about what we talked about earlier, about Steph Curry being the ratings driving force that he is in the NBA, what we're talking about now is part of it. It is his three-point shot. It is their winning. It is his entertaining. But it is also just him.
No doubt.
It is these other things that make him someone that families want their kids
It's the coordinated
to idolize.
handshake routine with his daughter. It's the love that he shares with his wife. It's how he portrays himself as a husband, a father, a community man. It's all of that and more. Now, for the hardcore Warrior fans, that's obvious. But if you're a casual fan of the association and you know that he's going to play, you're more likely to at least give it one eye of a look because you know who Steph is. You're familiar with his wife. You're familiar with his story. He's got a squeaky clean persona. And the fact that he's looking to give back, Mark, according to Basketball Reference, going into this year, he'd already made $257,859,052, and he's going to tack on over the next 4 years another $200 million to that. So he's going to end up making $500 million on the floor, and that's, he might have
That's
another
outside of everything else.
Right, $500 million when this contract is up, and then he's going to get another probably 3 or 4 year deal worth another 40 to 50 per.
You think? You just took him into his 40s.
After 2026, so he's got this year and 3 more years.
Right, and then how
he'll
old
be
is
37, or he'll be 38.
Yeah,
he'll be
going.
38 because he's 35 now. At the end of the contract, he'll be 38. You tell me he can't get another 3 or 4 year deal?
I'm just telling you, you're taking him into his 40s. How many 40-year-old players are there in the NBA?
Right now?
Yeah.
Probably 4 or 5.
Are there?
Haslam is still playing.
Okay, and that's a very unique situation.
Isn't LeBron 40?
He's not 40.
He's going to be 40. He's 39 and change.
He is?
Oh, for sure.
I thought he was 38. I could be wrong. But anyway.
Udonis Haslem is the only 40-year-old in the NBA.
There you go. Yeah, LeBron will be 39 in December.
Yeah.
So I'm taking him into his 40s.
What's his contractual situation right now? How many more years has he got on his current deal?
I think he's got one more year. I know he's going to want to play with Bronny. So
well, I know that's his goal, yes.
He's got 2 more years. He's got next year and then a player option for 57.6, which, I would imagine he'll exercise that as long as Bronny is going to be a Laker.
Yeah.
He wants to play with his son. And I said this years ago. He would be the first ever player in the association. Thank you, Grandy. He'll be the first ever to play with his son on an NBA team. I don't know if his son's good enough, but LeBron has that kind of juice.
Well,
can you imagine having that kind of juice?
I mean, what if the kid is good enough that somebody else does want him?
Then LeBron's going to go join that team. No, he'll opt out. He won't. Yeah. He'll opt out.
Yeah, he's got a player option for. You're right that this year coming up is
the last year
on his deal, and then he's got a player option for the year after.
So
that.
Bronny will be one and done in college, or he'll go to the G League Ignite or whatever he does, and then after that year, he'll go into the association if he's good enough. And if you're LeBron, you're basically saying, I'm going where my kid goes.
That's probably his goal, I would imagine.
So he'll play into his 40s.
I would think.
And thank you for that, Grandy, that Haslam is the only current 40-year-old, but I'm putting Steph into his 40s.
Okay. I don't know. 3 more years after this one, and then what's left out? I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Let me ask you this.
I'm amazed at the output that they're getting from him now.
Exactly. I was going to ask you about slippage, or as the French would say, slippage.
No, and in fact, there were clues about it last year. People thought we were heading into it. When people, I think, right now forget about the regular season that Steph had last year. There was a decline. And the reason they forget about it is twofold. A, they won the championship. And B, he had an epic, memorable game that won them the championship. So Game 4 in Boston absolutely erases everything that happened in the regular season. And so we move on, and then this year, he's been as good as ever.
Right.
He's been absolutely as good as ever. But all I'm saying is, at his age, 3 more full seasons after this one, that's a long time. And to not know what's the organization situation, who are your teammates, where's Clay and Draymond, where's Bob Myers, is there an offer? Am I playing well? Are we a playoff team? I got no idea. That's a long time from now.
It is, but if Steph wants to play, they've got the money, and that's the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm glad you pointed that out about last year's regular season, because we do forget that his field goal percentage, lowest of his career, and I'm discounting the 5-game year where he got hurt and they shut it down. 43.7% from the floor last year, lowest in his career. 38% from 3, lowest of his career. He was not great in the regular year last year.
No. 25.5
a game, lowest since 2015.
And are you looking at this year?
Yeah.
What's the rise?
He's back.
So what's
49.3 from the floor.
6 percentage points higher. What about 3-point?
42.7.
4 percentage points higher.
His career average is 42.8. So, I mean, he's been unbelievable. And free throws, whatever, he's 90%. It doesn't really matter.
And what's he averaging per game? Just points.
29.4.
And how's his assists?
His assists are 6.3, which is his career average. Turns 3.2, which is his career average.
I mean, he's everything he's ever been.
Blocking more shots than ever.
And he might be better in other aspects that don't show up statistically.
Career high in rebounds.
Well, I do think he's a better defensive player in the second half of his career than he was in the first. That's for sure.
Yep.
That play, and I know you love to minimize it, that play he made. No, but
they made.
Yes, there was they at the end. Draymond flashed with 2 seconds left, but he doesn't make that play 6-7 years ago. He can't stay in front of De'Aaron Fox 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, and I think Steiny is the one who made the point about Fox does not have the ability to body Steph either, because Steph is so much stronger, bigger and stronger.
Yeah, there was actually a great picture that I saw, and it almost looked like it was planned. Steph and Clay are standing next to each other in the game over the weekend, and then they put next to it, split screen, a picture of the two of them standing in almost the same position back when Clay was like a rookie or second year.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my, you want to talk about adorable. Oh my God, look at these little guys with their uniforms just hanging off of them, not even thinking about facial hair yet. I mean, just little baby-faced assassins.
Totally.
And here they are now. And now, I mean, everybody's all bearded up and muscular and looking different and battle scars and all of that.
Yeah.
It's really wild, man. It's wild to think about how far they've come. And you look at both of them, and the output that they have had this year, when you look at where we were a year ago, Steph's worst percentage of his career, Klay coming off the injuries, everyone assuming the best case scenario is he's 85% of his former self. To have this year where Steph is as good as he's ever been and Klay leads the league in threes, honestly, man, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, and you can even boil it down to Game 4, where Klay Thompson had 2 or 3 of the biggest shots in that ball game. When they needed a bucket,
he was great.
Klay Thompson delivered, and everyone wants to talk about the chef, but without Klay Thompson, this thing goes nowhere.
No,
this
it doesn't
postseason.
work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Still got time for your calls as we start to get you ready for tomorrow night's Game 5 in Sacramento. The injured finger, not that injured. So let's get into it. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Never not going to be funny.
That's a good one.
You do a good impression of it.
The key's the second, huh?
I could tell you've worked on it.
Yeah.
Do you do that in the bathroom? In
Occasionally.
front of the mirror?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually more in the car,
Okay.
in the mirror. Like if somebody cuts me off in traffic and I'm in a decent mood instead of like the usual, blow my stack.
Yeah. Throw
Just
a finger out the window.
Yeah.
Throw a little De'Aaron Fox out the window.
Yeah, I try not to honk and flip anymore because
That's good. I'm glad you've reached that stage of life.
well, it's just you can't trust it out there anymore.
Oh, that's
with the amount of
be safe.
weaponry that is in play nowadays. Yeah, it's better to just usually cover my mouth like I'm a manager coming out to the mound.
Kyle Shanahan
And
calling a
just-
play.
Yeah, totally.
Hey, Gabe Kapler didn't even have to come out of the dugout last night.
How about that?
Huh? Complete game shutout. I didn't know you were allowed to do that anymore.
It was a consideration.
Did you know that? I did not know that you were allowed to pitch the same guy for 9 innings and not let the other team score. I thought that was totally these new rules that everyone keeps talking. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought you had to take the pitcher out in the 8th inning so that you could tick everybody off and blow the game. I thought that was the rule.
Yeah, our Giants, Mark, playing pretty well right now.
Our Giants are playing well.
They're heating it up,
That's why
3 in a row.
That's why I got my new lid on. The Giants are 3 games out of first place.
I saw that. Actually, I was going to try to bring that onto you. They're 9-14. They're 3 games back.
9-13. Thank you very much. You relax over there.
Oh, my bad.
9-13. Don't you be giving them another L.
Well, I was looking ahead to what's coming.
Yeah, it's an hour away.
Okay.
They're going for the bullpen game tonight. John Brebbia against the Sox.
I hate that. But it's better than going to
it's strategic. It's not
jelly.
It's not that they don't have a starter. It's that they think that Sean Manaea will get shelled, so they're going to go in a different direction.
Yeah. There you go.
They're like right-handed heavy lineup. Manaea, how about Manoa? Let's
Nice.
go with John Brebbia instead. So you got a bullpen game.
Okay.
We'll see. See what happens. The lineup does look different when you put Slater in Slates.
Yeah.
And Haniger in there. It does. It looks a little different.
Definitely.
Like, okay.
A little bit more threatening, to be
there's-
sure.
Get some pop out there. J.D. Davis is like a player.
Yeah, he is.
J.D. Davis is going to be the third baseman, not David Villar.
Do you want to take a few moments to praise Farhan for what he's done and also what he hasn't done,
Yeah,
Mark?
I don't know about praise him for what he's done. There's a long way to go before all of this sort of materializes in my mind. But the Madison Bumgarner situation certainly sparked a thought, which was to say, can we acknowledge for a moment some of the deals that they haven't done? Okay? One of the most famous deals in the history of the Warriors that they didn't do was Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. Thank God.
Right.
They didn't do that deal. Well, the Giants, remember, they got criticized right at the start of the regime for how they handled Madison Bumgarner. Some wanted them to trade him early and get something for him.
Yep, that was me.
But others wanted him to re-sign him. And they were bothered by the fact that the Diamondbacks got what looked like a bargain deal for Mad Bum. I mean, and he's looked done. He's looked absolutely done. I was fascinated to listen to Dave Fleming on the roast this morning say that he ran into Mad Bum late last year in Arizona, and Mad Bum stopped and talked to him for 20 minutes and really expressed that the grass was not greener. He actually expressed some regret and said he was whimsical and said he just didn't really realize how good he had it when he was in San Francisco. I thought that was
Mad Bum was
fascinating.
whimsical?
Yeah, that big horse.
Like joking around?
Yeah, well, I don't know about joking around, but
what's the deal with the heat in Arizona?
Yeah, here, take a listen. Dave Fleming, this morning on the roast.
Well, I don't think he's done. I don't think I do think that he is interested still in trying to get this going again. I think he's hurt the way that it's played out down there. I think I told you guys last year when we were in Arizona and I spent some time with him. I bumped into him in the back hall. I wanted to go say hi to him anyway, and then I just ran into him. And I talked to him for a long time, like 20 minutes. And he was totally, I mean, it was really interesting because Mad Bum he's the ultimate alpha male, and he just opened his heart up like, man, I guess I just never knew how good I had it up there, and I really am appreciating all the stuff that everybody up there did for me and how fun it was to play in front of those fans. And he really was sort of wistful about his time with the Giants because it didn't end probably the way that everybody wanted it to end. That's a long way of saying I don't think he's happy with the way this is played out there. And I think he'd like to try to see if somebody else, another organization, coach, whatever, can help him. I hope he can do it. I mean, I hope he can get one more sort of he's had an unbelievable career. He's going to be an all-time Giants great forever, no matter what happens. But if he wants to, I hope he gets another shot.
Tell you what, so wistful, not whimsical.
Okay.
Wistful.
That fits a little bit more.
Yeah.
I was imagining him like running material.
Right, but I mean, the Bumgarner, Rodon, who I don't even know if he's going to pitch this year.
Yeah.
You
mentioned Carlos Correa in the email.
Well, Carlos Correa, this has been a very small sample, but he's not off to a good start.
And you are feasting on every out that he makes.
Juan Soto. Everybody wanted Juan Soto, and I'm not saying that you wouldn't still want Juan Soto, but Juan Soto has not been good for the Padres.
Right.
He wasn't last year, and he's even worse this year. So, I don't know. Look, are they risk-averse to too much so? Yes, I believe so.
Do they dumpster dive on the regular? Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. But are there some situations that have played out that would have been high-priced that they are very happy that they did not invest in? Yeah.
Yeah, so far.
Absolutely.
But we can look at, other players that they could have invested in and they didn't, who have gone on,
Bryce Harper has been fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, Aaron Judge, they tried, but they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't close that deal. So we'll see going forward if they're able to make something happen in terms of bringing in actual players that people want to see. Because right now, 9-13 are Giants. They're climbing back toward 500. Yeah. But
right in the thick of the playoff chase.
Not exactly a thrilling watch. Bumgarner-wise, are you out on a...
Yeah, no, I don't want him back. He can't pitch right now. He can't get people out.
Can he ever pitch again, you think? Or is it just over?
Maybe. I think someone will give him a look. Someone will
Boch, maybe? Yeah, Texas?
Give him a look. Yeah, I don't know. But no, I do not think the Giants should dive into that right now. That seems like chasing ghosts a little bit. Nima in San Francisco here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Nima, what are you doing?
Hey, Willard and Dibbs. Thanks for having me on. Let me get I'm on. So, hey, great show. I was on the way to and coming back from a tennis lesson, 4 o'clock on the way, 5:30 back. You were talking about Warriors and Steph. So I missed everything in between. Loved what you guys were saying. I was a little annoyed yesterday, not at you guys, but just the media in general and the way Game 4 was kind of portrayed. And I think, like, Steph Curry's performance historically in the playoffs is really underappreciated. So I wanted to go through, because I think people tend to forget what he's done, including in the Bay Area. So if you'd give me a minute, can I review some of his highlights in the playoffs, which I think people forget, especially from the KD era.
Well, here's what I'd say. You could have about 40 seconds if it's actually 40 seconds, because I don't know if you know this, but the show is it's almost over, Nima. The show is almost over.
All right. So let me say 2018, Game 7 against Houston, a juggernaut team. We're down 10 in the third quarter. Steph scores 10 points in a row to tie the game. We go on to win. He has a 27-point, almost triple-double. People forget in the finals that same year against Cleveland, LeBron drops 51 in part because KD was out of it, had a terrible Game 1. We're down 2 with 40 seconds to go. Steph hits a runner, really tough, like 10-footer off the backboard, and one, makes the free throw. We end up winning because J.R. Smith screws up as well. But people always talk about J.R. Smith, but that was incredibly clutch. And 2019, 35-5 in the finals. He's only getting better. And then remember when KD went down in that same year, we won 5-6 games in a row, and Steph was historically great. And then, we saw what he did last year. And then I think, this year in the regular season, he's as good or better than ever with his all-around game. I don't know if we've ever seen someone hitting age 35 doing what he's doing. And then in this series itself against Sacramento, incredible performances, especially in the second half, carrying us. So it's annoying when a timeout situation, which is really the coach's issue. I've played basketball. I think one of you guys played high-level basketball.
I played in high school.
I played Santa Fe B League, tore my ACL. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, I said this yesterday. If that Barnes shot had gone in, yes, it would have been a tough day for Steph.
Yeah.
But for me, he's earned enough that I'm not coming down his road in any sort of a major way. So
not in a major way, but I would have had to come down his road.
Of course you would.
It's what we do. Some of us have to keep it real.
We're going to keep it real tomorrow because tomorrow's game day.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Game 5. All right, we'll be back at it at that point. For Dan Debley, for our whole team, Grandy, JT, Lucas, everybody. There is more Grandy coming up. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content, hosted by Mark Grandy. We'll talk at you again tomorrow. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you. And now they have an app delivering a mechanic to your door, just like a restaurant delivery app. Kirby does it all with brake and tire replacements, oil changes, washes, and more. Kirby is the ultimate convenience with easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
I'd love to be able to give somebody who has epilepsy the same kind of information that you can get from a weather forecasting app.
Dr. Vikram Rao, director of the Epilepsy Center at UCSF Health and a pioneer in the field of seizure forecasting.
People will benefit from knowing how likely seizures are to occur, say the next day, because you can do something different. In my view, optimal care for people with epilepsy is about more than stopping seizures. It's about enhancing their quality of life.
UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. And here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer